Chapter 1. Although the door was locked tightly, a strong female voice still came through the closed door. Xiaoyue rolled over and covered her head with a quilt. Just as she was dozing off, a loud banging on the door interrupted her. Xiaoyue, I don't want to be asked to drink tea with the teacher because of your tardiness again. Get up now. Ugh, Xiaoyue hugged the quilt with her arms and legs, rubbing her face against the pink kitty cat blanket. You'll get up. Struggling to open her eyes, which felt glued together, Xiaoyue glanced at the kitty cat blanket and rubbed her eyes, preparing to close them again. With a deep breath, Xiaoyue half sat up like a fish out of water. Then 2 seconds later, she fell back down, hugging the quilt again. After a few minutes, Xiaoyue finally managed to push the quilt away and crawl forward. If she had to find a description, it would probably be like a stranded mermaid. The person outside, unable to bear it any longer, unlocked the door and pushed it open forcefully. You lazy girl, get up. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoyue was lifted like a chick by the loud woman, who tossed her into the bathroom by the back of her kitty cat pajamas. Wash up quickly. Hearing the door slam shut, Xiaoyue scratched her head in confusion and looked at her reflection in the mirror. Xiaoyue, what are you doing? Xiaoyue had no time to argue. She stared incredulously at her long pink-blue curly hair in the mirror. 3 piercings in her left ear, 2 in her right, all adorned with exaggerated earrings. If it weren't for her pretty face, this ridiculous hairstyle would look absolutely terrible on anyone else. So, who is this? Am I still not awake? Yes, this must be a dream. Ah, ouch. That hurts, Xiaoyue cried as she looked at her bright red cheek in the mirror. This is real. Ah. Pulling at her pink-blue hair, she exclaimed, it hurts. It's not a wig. Oh no, Xiaoyue, why are you still dawdling? What time is it? The woman scolded as she barged in, startling Xiaoyue. I could see that moment. Xiaoyue finally got a good look at the woman's face. Who are you? Who am I? Hurry up and go to school. I don't want to be called to school because of your nonsense anymore. Xiaoyue frowned and tilted her head. My mom? The walls of the room were covered in pink wallpaper, with large kitty cats in the center of each wall. Every wall had a big kitty cat, with smaller ones scattered around. Xiaoyue, is this person not afraid of trypophobia? Looking around, the table was pink, the chair was pink, and there was a big kitty cat plushie sitting pitifully at the end of the bed after being kicked off. Xiaoyue, that's so pink. Finally spotting a white porcelain mug, she gazed at the refreshing white color, and for the first time felt that white was so beautiful. Finally, something that's not pink. Xiaoyue thought this white mug was the salvation of this pink enclosure, just as she was appreciating the white. The next second, she caught a glimpse of the kitty cat on the side of the mug. Xiaoyue, another kitty cat. With a mix of shock and fear, she slowly turned her head to look at the loud woman claiming to be her mother. Xiaoyue opened her mouth and then closed it, opening and closing it a few times before finally whispering, Mom, what is it? No money. Hurry up and go to class. The woman took a step towards the door, glancing at the pink alarm clock on the nightstand, took a deep breath, and said, forget it. Take a leave. It's better than being late. I'm afraid of you. The woman quickly stepped forward and tugged Xiaoyue's ear. How many times have I called you to get up, and you still dawdle until you're late? By the way, where did you go last night? Mu Zhichen brought notes for you and left them in the second drawer of her desk. Mu Zhichen? Mu Zhichen? Yeah, what's wrong, Mom? Am I studying at Jiangzhou No. 1 high school? Xiaoyue cautiously stammered out. The woman clicked her tongue and tugged Xiaoyue's ear. You silly girl. You have to ask where you study? Do you not want to study anymore? It hurts. No, that's not it. I'm sorry. Let go. It hurts. Hearing the girl wailing, the woman couldn't help but let go. Reflect on yourself. You're always causing trouble. Xiaoyue covered her ears, which were red and hot from being pulled, feeling like crying without tears. Xiaoyue, Mu Zhichen, Jiangzhou No. 1 high school. The entire fanaticism for kitty cats. Isn't this the campus romance novel she recently read? Originally, she wasn't very interested in campus romance novels, but her deskmate told her about a novel where a cannon fodder character had the same name as hers, and in the end, that cannon fodder was driven to the streets because the male lead believed the White Lotus female lead. Xiaoyue was quite unhappy it was bad enough to share a name with a cannon fodder, but to be harmed by a White Lotus female lead? She went out and bought that novel that same day, wanting to see what was so special about it. While she was sleeping soundly in her dream, she was suddenly awakened by a loud bang. She opened her eyes drowsily and saw a woman slamming a book onto the table. And that book was the ancient, dramatic novel she had read in the blurry vision of the night. Xiaoyue couldn't see the woman's face clearly, But she heard her say, "Since you're so dissatisfied, then you can experience it yourself." Then the woman suddenly disappeared, and a halo spun in front of her, pulling her in. Could it be that she has transmigrated into a book? The most important thing now is to not let anyone discover her identity. She remembered the bizarre events that happened to female leads in those novels once their identities were uncovered, and Xiaoyue shivered. She didn't want to experience those strange occurrences. After all, this isn't a novel, it's real life, and it can hurt. Although the original owner smoked, drank, permed her hair, and skipped classes without fail, no one would have thought she had a cute side. But the original owner did have a girlish heart with a love for kitty cats that exceeded normal bounds, practically loving kitty cats with her life. Everything had to be kitty cat themed. If there was no kitty cat, then it had to be pink. Her life simply couldn't lack kitty cats and pink things. However, even her good friends didn't know about her obsession with kitty cats. It was a secret she could only keep to herself, as the original owner knew how much of a contrast this secret was to her fearsome image. As a school bully, Xiaoyue picked up her phone, which had a kitty cat phone case, from the nightstand and tentatively pressed her thumb on the fingerprint scanner it unlocked. Flipping to the calendar app, Xiaoyue opened it and saw that it was May 12th. According to the plot, the monthly exam would be in 2 weeks. No wonder Mu Zhichen brought over the notes. Although Mu Zhichen and the original owner were childhood friends, they were so estranged that they were less than strangers. However, the original owner's mom and Mu Zhichen's mom were close, and every time, the original owner's mom would ask Mu Zhichen's mom to have Mu Zhichen lend notes to the original owner before the monthly exam. Based on the plot in her memory, Xiaoyue tentatively opened the second drawer of the bedside cabinet, and sure enough, inside lay a thick, pitch-black notebook. She took the notebook out and flipped to the first page, which had 3 neat and beautiful characters written on it. Mu Zhichen. Turning to the next page, she found English notes. After flipping through a few pages, Xiaoyue couldn't help but admire the notes indeed. A top student is a top student, not only excelling in grades, but also having notes that are so simple and easy to understand. The usage of sentences and phrases was clearly laid out line by line. What was even more impressive was that the monotonous 26 letters of the alphabet, when penned by Mu Zhichen, appeared so pleasing to the eye. In her original world, Xiaoyue had good grades. She was never one to be overly rebellious. She was passionate about things she liked, but knew how to keep her boundaries. She understood that as long as her grades were decent, her parents and teachers wouldn't impose too many restrictions on her. Although her grades were good, that was in her original world. She didn't know the difficulty level of the exams in this new world, and she couldn't guarantee that she would maintain her grades. According to the plot, the original owner still managed to perform well on the monthly exam. If she were to mess up this time, there would definitely be some unexpected situations. She was still unfamiliar with this world, and if something unexpected happened, she feared she would easily expose her true identity. If she couldn't handle it and was found out not to be the original Xiaoyue, it was unknown what would happen. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Xiaoyue had only read half of the novel. She had no idea what happened in the later plot. She only learned about the ending of the female cannon fodder from her deskmate, but she was determined not to let that ending happen. After all, she was now the school bully, and she didn't want to end up on the streets, especially not because of the White Lotus female lead. She absolutely despised White Lotuses in her life. How could she allow such things to happen? Looking at the neatly organized notes, Xiaoyue rummaged through the drawer, but found no other notebooks. She opened the other drawers, but still found no notebooks or drafts. The original owner had developed a habit of skipping classes and not paying attention, so she never took notes. Moreover, the original owner had a good memory. She could glance at the notes a few times and figure things out to achieve average grades, so it was reasonable that there were no notebooks. However, Xiaoyue was different. She needed to put in effort to achieve good grades. This situation made Xiaoyue quite anxious. Without a notebook to copy from, she couldn't memorize things like the original owner did with just a few glances. Did she really have to go out and buy a notebook? But the problem was that she had no idea where the nearest supermarket or store was. Chapter 202. Pouting, Xiaoyue sat weakly on the edge of the bed, feeling a bit irritated yet cautiously flipping through Mu Zhichen's notes. These were the notes of a top student, a treasure. See, I'm going to work now. Breakfast is on the table. You can eat by yourself. Okay. Xiaoyue heard the door open and close, and she tiptoed to the door, gently opening it to peek outside. Only when she confirmed that her current mom had really left did she feel safe and walk to the kitchen to end the novel's plot. The original owner's mother owned a shop in the city selling tofu pudding. She was busy with the shop every day and didn't have much time to manage the original owner. As long as the original owner didn't do anything too outrageous, she wouldn't interfere with her. Sitting on a chair, Xiaoyue held a cream bun in one hand and a bowl of soy milk in the other. Chewing on a bun while calculating the time she might run into the original owners. Mom, she slowly raised her eyes. In the mirror, her skin was fair, and under her slender willow leaf eyebrows were clear, bright eyes with a light brown color. Below her straight nose, her soft lips were a peachy pink. With such a beautiful face, even with this pink-blue chamois hairstyle, it didn't look out of place. Indeed, a good-looking face can pull off any bizarre hairstyle. However, this face was exactly the same as the one she had in her original world. Even the tiny mole on her earlobe was in the same spot. They had completely identical faces. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Dollar, you are my dollar, cough, cough, cough. Xiaoyue was drinking soy milk when she was suddenly startled by the song. Choking and coughing hard, her brow slightly furrowed. After coughing until her face turned red, she gently patted her chest to calm her breath. Dollar, you are my dollar. The veins on her forehead throbbed twice, and she pinched the space between her brows, following the sound. On the table, the pink phone with a glaring Hello Kitty sticker on the back and a small Hello Kitty toy hanging from the jack was vibrating continuously, playing a song she had never heard before, which was not your usual annoying tune. Xiaoyue. Smile, just smile, don't get angry. Han Xiaoan was the original owner's good friend, a beauty enthusiast who often had crushes on handsome boys. After a while, the phone stopped vibrating and the ringtone suddenly ceased. Xiaoyue took a deep breath, still feeling uneasy, and picked up the phone to look at the missed call. The original owner's phone was a slide phone with a half-touch screen. She opened the Notes app and saw it was completely empty. Xiaoyue pressed her lips into a straight line, sliding the phone cover down to lock it, when suddenly buzz, the screen displayed an unread message from Xiaoan. Xiaoyue's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. She unlocked the slide cover and nervously opened the message, which contained a long string of text. You didn't come today because you overslept again? I'll come find you after school. See you at the usual place. Also, I saw your childhood sweetheart again today. He's still so handsome. Xiaoyue frowned, staring at the message for a while. The usual place? Yeah, how convenient store. Xiaoyue clapped her hands, suddenly remembering, and then let out a deep sigh. She didn't know how to get to Yihao convenience store. She unlocked the slide cover and flipped through the homepage icons, suddenly feeling frustrated. Her old phone didn't have navigation, glancing at the alarm clock on the bedside cabinet, 10:30. After taking a few steps, Xiaoyue felt lost, surrounded by roads, and didn't know which way to go. After hesitating for a moment, she focused on a child playing with a ball in front of her, and Xiaoyue forced a bright smile and called out to the child, "Little friend, can I ask you a question? Do you know how to get to Yihao convenience store?" The boy turned his head when he heard Xiaoyue's voice, hugging the ball to his chest. "Of course I know." Xiaoyue's eyes brightened as she smiled. "Then tell me how to get there." The little boy looked at Xiaoyue for a moment. Mom said not to talk to strange people. Xiaoyue. She looked down at her pink-blue hair and found herself unable to refute. "I'm not a bad person. Just testing if you know the way. If you get it right, they'll reward you with a candy. How about that?" Xiaoyue squatted down and took out a green apple-flavored lollipop from her bag, shaking in her hand. The boy pouted, hesitated for a moment, and snatched the lollipop. "Just go straight down this road, then turn right at the intersection ahead." Xiaoyue smiled and stood up, saying, "Thank you, little friend. You're awesome." She then ruffled the boy's soft black hair and followed the route he had indicated. Following the boy's directions, Xiaoyue found Yihao convenience store. She flicked her pink-blue hair behind her ear, giving herself a mental thumbs-up for her cleverness. At the convenience store's resting area for customers at the entrance, Xiaoyue chose a quiet corner to sit down. She took out a notebook from her bag and pulled out the notebook she had just bought, took out a pen, and put the other notebooks and pens back in her bag, leaving the snacks piled. On the edge of the table, she flipped open Mu Zhichen's notebook, looking at the neat pages and beautifully organized notes, feeling pleased as she copied them into her newly bought notebook. "What are you doing sitting here?" A hand patted her shoulder. Turning her head, she met a pair of beautiful eyes. Why do you look so dazed? Are you surprised by my beauty? The girl smiled as she took a seat in front of Xiaoyue, put down her backpack, and pointed to the cola next to her. Did you buy this? Xiaoyue paused for a moment and nodded, yeah. From the girl's attitude and actions, she inferred that this person must be Xiaohan. She hadn't looked closely before, just thought those eyes were pretty. Now, examining her carefully, the girl not only had sparkling eyes, but her irises were beautiful brown, as if she was wearing colored contact lenses. Her cheekbones were soft, and her long black hair lazily fell over her shoulders, making her look enchanting. The novel mentioned that Xiaohan was the goddess to many boys, and it seemed to be true. Xiaoyue glanced at her striking pink-blue hair, rolling her eyes internally. Same era, same prominent figure from the first high school, yet she was a beautiful goddess while she looked like a weird ant that even kids found strange. Why was she so disappointing? Han Xiao opened the cola and took a sip, leaning closer to Xiaoyue to look at her notebook. After just one glance, she exclaimed in shock, I can't be seeing this wrong, right? You are studying? I was bored just now. Glancing at the warm cola, Xiaoyue changed the subject. By the way, the cola isn't cold anymore. Should I go get you a new bottle? No need. It's not great, but I can still manage. Han Xiaohan picked a bag of way-long, spicy gluten from the pile of snacks beside her, opened it, and handed it to Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue took one, put it in her mouth, and sighed in relief inwardly that Han Xiaohan didn't press further. After finishing the spicy stick, Han Xiao licked the chili oil off her fingers. Xiaoyue blinked her clear, bright eyes, marveling. Indeed, good-looking people even look good licking their fingers after eating spicy sticks. What a world that values looks. I almost forgot to tell you. Today I saw another girl confessing to Mu Zhichen. Mu Zhichen. The male lead appeared, and Xiaoyue quickly sat up straight, listening intently. She had yet to meet this legendary handsome male lead. Remembering how the original owner was misled by the White Lotus and ended up in such a miserable situation, she felt a mix of resentment, but maintained a calm demeanor, smiling. He's still so popular. Han Xiao wiped her hands with a tissue, agreeing, he is handsome, but his personality is unlikable. Otherwise, why would our Xiaoyue still be single? Childhood friends are supposed to be sweet. Xiaoyue twitched the corners of her mouth slightly, but Han Xiao continued, you'd think he would give you some leeway because you're childhood friends, but he's so rigid. The strictest record of discipline belongs to him. No wonder you don't like him, Xiaoyue murmured. That's fine. There aren't any romantic plot lines yet otherwise. How would I act? What? No romance? Han Xiao didn't quite hear clearly, but she caught those words and ignored Xiaoyue's repeated denials that she misheard, continuing, how can there be romance like this? Really? Our Xiaoyue is so pretty, and he won't soften his heart? So outdated. Right? Xiaoyue genuinely didn't know how to continue the conversation and could only follow Han Xiao's lead. Thinking of this, Xiaoyue excitedly slapped the table. Han Xiao looked at her in confusion, following her gaze, and exclaimed in shock and excitement, Mu Zhichen. Han Xiao lightly patted Xiaoyue's shoulder and said quietly, you got so excited seeing Mu Zhichen, no wonder your expression was so weird just now. Then she grinned mischievously, actually, you're hiding something from us, right? Xiaoyue. Chapter Chichi Marza Mu Zhichen. Han Xiaohan turned around and waved at Mu Zhichen. Over here. Mu Zhichen nodded coldly to show politeness, finished paying at the supermarket counter, and pushed the door out. Xiaoyue. I didn't don't say that. No. I just thought of something and got a bit excited. I didn't even see him there. Xiaoyue explained helplessly. Really? Really? Han Xiaohan leaned in closer with a smile. Really? Xiaoyue forced a standard smile, slowed her speech. Really? Han Xiaohan pouted, fine. Xiaoyue nodded, stuffed the remaining snacks into her backpack, and held on to the ones that wouldn't fit. By the way, are you still going to class this afternoon? Xiaoyue blinked, embarrassed. Let me ask. I'll tell you this afternoon. She seemed to have forgotten to ask her mom whether she took half a day or a whole day off. Okay, I'm leaving. Stepping out the door, a wave of heat hit her face. The midday sun was scorching, and the uncovered areas felt like a free sauna after just a couple of steps. Xiaoyue felt sticky on her back. Looking at the campus goddess beside her, the two of them walking in the heat without umbrellas, why wasn't she sweating? Is she really the legendary little fairy? Dala, you're my Dala. As soon as Xiaoyue heard that ringtone, her whole body trembled. It was really toxic. She pressed the answer button. Hello? You little girl, remember to go to class this afternoon. I only asked for the morning off for you. If you're late again this afternoon, I'll spank you. You keep causing trouble for me. It's really exhausting. A strong female voice on the other end bombarded her with words. Xiaoyue frowned, closed one eye, rubbed her tortured ears, and held the phone half a meter away from her, but she still couldn't block the voice from the other end. Okay, I got it. Don't worry. I definitely 1 TB late this afternoon. Mom. Xiaoyue obediently replied. She was quite used to calling a woman she just met today mom, even though she was the mom of this body. Originally, mom wanted to scold Xiaoyue a few more times, but the business at the store was booming and customers were rushing to buy tofu pudding. So in the end, mom reminded her to take out some food from the fridge to heat up and then hung up. After ending this phone nightmare, Xiaoyue let out a deep breath. Before she could put her phone away, she heard a pleasant female voice laughing beside her. Auntie is still so energetic. Xiaoyue turned her head to look at Han Xiaohan, who was smiling with her face covered, and awkwardly smiled back. My mom said she only asked for half a day off for me. Let's go to school together this afternoon. Han Xiaohan nodded. Okay. Then see you at the old place at 2 o'clock. She pointed to the corner and waved. Then I'll go first, bye. Bye. Once Han Xiaohan's figure is out of sight, Xiaoyue jumped up and down, dancing a little. If she went to school with Han Xiaohan, she would have to worry about where the school was. Dala, you are my Dala. Ugh. Xiaoyue felt her scalp tingle. I'm going crazy. I need to change this annoying song. It's driving me insane. Xiaoyue frantically grabbed her hair, annoyed, opened the app, found the song, and deleted it. To be honest, if she hadn't been scared so many times, she wouldn't have deleted the song. After all, it was really upbeat, just more suitable as background music for aunties dancing in the square. After deleting the song, she checked her phone. There was a message from earlier. Mom, remember to eat. Don't complain about trouble and skip meals. If your stomach hurts later, I 1 care. Afraid of being late. Xiaoyue left home at 1:50 p.m. to rush to the Yihao convenience store. Han Xiaohan had been waiting at the supermarket entrance. When she saw Xiaoyue coming, she handed her a bottle of orange soda. This summer is just toxic. I really suspect this sun is a double yolk egg. It's so hot. Xiaoyue nodded vigorously in agreement, pulled the tab on the orange soda, took a sip, and found it sour, sweet, and icy with bubbles. It was refreshing. So good, Xiaoyue exclaimed, squinting her eyes in enjoyment. Facing Han Xiaohan's look of disbelief, Xiaoyue pressed her lips together, pretending nothing happened, and continued to drink the orange soda. After Xiaoyue stood at the podium for a while and checked the seating chart, she was just about to sit in the seat marked with her name when, in the very next second, someone was sitting there. How come Han Xiaohan's seat doesn't match the seating chart either? Looking at Han Xiaohan's position and then at the seating chart, Xiaoyue suddenly realized that this seating chart was outdated, not the latest one. Xiaoyue almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What is the point of having an outdated seating chart on top? Han Xiaohan's position was in the first column, 6th seat, but she was actually sitting in the third column, 6th seat. Based on Han Xiaohan's position, Xiaoyue's seat on the chart should be in the second column, 5th seat, so her actual seat should be in the fourth column, 5th seat. Walking to her fourth column, 5th seat, Xiaoyue nervously opened the first book sitting on top. She saw 3 big characters written on it. Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she guessed right. Otherwise, not knowing where her seat was would surely raise suspicions. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the class bell rang, the teacher stepped into the classroom. This class was English class, Xiaoyue's favorite. She found her English book from the stack in the upper right corner. Opening it, Xiaoyue was a bit taken aback. The original owner was indeed impressive. The book was practically as good as new except for her name written on it. There weren't even any notes, not even a single handwriting. Xiaoyue was seriously listening to the English teacher's lecture when suddenly someone threw a paper ball at her from behind. Turning around, she saw Han Xiaohan resting her head on her left wrist with an incredulous expression, looking at her as if to say, "You're actually paying attention in class?" Xiaoyue's heart sank. She was so engrossed in listening that she forgot she was supposed to be the troublemaker who doesn't study. Looking around, in less than 10 minutes of class, a group of people were either sleeping, playing with their phones, or eating. No one was really paying attention. I'll just pretend. Xiaoyue blinked, feeling like this excuse didn't sound right. Suddenly, She pointed at the English teacher's outfit and said, "I like that dress." Han Xiaohan looked at the podium and stared at the English teacher's outfit for 5 seconds. Xiaoyue anxiously awaited Han Xiaohan's next words. "Not bad." Xiaoyue breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the English teacher's outfit, which was a white V-neck with ruffled sleeves, worn by the curvy teacher. Looking oddly sexy, it was indeed not bad. By the aesthetic standards of her original world, it wouldn't be considered tacky. Before, she hadn't really paid attention to what the teacher was wearing. She just made an offhand excuse. Thankfully, the English teacher had good taste, so she wouldn't be seen as foolish. If the English teacher had worn something really low class, and she was there saying how nice the outfit was, she would probably be suspected of having a fever. Next, Xiaoyue kept flipping through her desk, occasionally doing small movements, fearing others would notice something. But not listening to her favorite class was really torturous. Ding, ding, ding. Xiaoyue, like a salted fish, pressed her face against the desk. Class was finally over. She felt utterly exhausted, as if a century had passed. Others said listening to class was torturous. For her, not listening to class was even more torturous. Taking advantage of the lack of sunlight, Han Xiaohan patted the exhausted Xiaoyue, who was lying on the table, and said, "Let's go to the rooftop for some fresh air." The rooftop door wasn't locked, but there weren't many people who came up, as everyone knew that the school bullies often frequented the place and were afraid of causing trouble. So generally, no one dared to test the waters. Leaning against the railing with her hands, Xiaoyue tilted her head back, feeling the gentle breeze. The gloominess she felt earlier was blown away by the fresh air, and now she only felt cool and refreshed. "Sister Xiaoyue," turning her head towards the source of the voice. Xiaoyue saw a handsome young boy running towards her with a beaming smile. Xiaoyue wondered in her heart, "Who is he?" "Sister Xiaoyue." Although Xiaoyue didn't understand, she politely responded with sound. "Sister Xiaoyue, I bought you your favorite 520. Xiaoyue." The boy happily pulled out a pack from his pocket and handed her a white object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a cigarette. "Xiaoyue." "What's wrong?" The boy's radiant smile disappeared, replaced by a pitiful expression as if he were a child who hadn't received a reward. "Don't you like it? You used to love it. You would smoke one every time you came to the rooftop." "Xiaoyue." Every time you came to the rooftop, you would smoke one. Xiaoyue felt like she was going to die. She didn't smoke at all. At this moment, Xiaoyue felt like she wanted to pass out. After opening her mouth, Xiaoyue couldn't utter a word for a long time. Han Xiaohan gave her a pat. "Don't tease the junior. Didn't you say you liked 520? Look how he ran all the way here just to give you a cigarette, and now he's almost crying. Can you bear it?" Xiaoyue's mouth twitched, forcing out a smile. "I can't bear it." Internally, she muttered, "I can't bear it. I can't even bear my own nonsense of smoking." With a smile on the outside, but feeling frustrated on the inside. Taking the cigarette, she examined it closely and found a heart shape in the middle. No wonder it had such a non-mainstream name as 520. "Here, let me light it for you." "Sister Xiaoyue." The boy's face brightened again as Xiaoyue took the cigarette. "Thank you," Xiaoyue said through gritted teeth, intentionally raising her voice. The boy thought she was genuinely grateful, and his smile became even brighter. "Xiaoyue." Just as she lit the cigarette and cautiously brought it to her mouth, she took a careful puff and immediately started coughing, causing white smoke to billow from her mouth and nose. Xiaoyue, through the smoke she exhaled, saw Mu Zhichen taking notes in a small notebook. The next second, she was stunned. "Xiaoyue, smoking is against the rules, and you're leading the younger students astray. You're getting a disciplinary record." Xiaoyue. Why was she so unfortunate? Was she born with a knack for attracting bad luck? Chapter 404, ignoring her sore throat from coughing. Xiaoyue hurriedly waved her hand in the air to disperse the smoke in front of her. "No, I just wanted to explain," she began. But Mu Zhichen didn't give her a chance to speak. After finishing his notes, he glanced at her indifferently and left without a word. "Xiaoyue." She had nothing to say, watching the remaining wisps of smoke dance leisurely in the breeze. Xiaoyue furrowed her brows and directly dissipated the smoke with a wave of her hand. Taking a deep breath, she turned to look at the junior who was hiding behind her. She forced a smile, turned around, and pulled the junior out. He looked pitiful, trembling like a little kitten. Xiaoyue cursed internally You're scared, yet you dare to wave around a cigarette. Before Xiaoyue could say anything, the junior's soft voice trembled. I'm sorry, senior. It's all my fault, I'm sorry. He lowered his head, clasped his hands together, and nervously twisted his fingers, looking very innocent. I'm gonna die. Xiaoyue looked at this soft-spoken junior, blinking her eyes. He was clearly a boy, yet he could act more spoiled than a girl. Moreover, she actually found him quite cute, which made it hard for her to scold him. She was the one who got a disciplinary record, yet she felt a bit sorry for this junior. Wait, a scene flashed in her mind. She remembered that the original owner had a good relationship with the junior. Could it be because he resembled a little kitten? You're still the same. So indulgent towards that junior. Xiaoyue chocolate. Luckily, she had just been hit by the junior's cuteness. Otherwise, she would have been exposed. What about your disciplinary record? Han Xiaoyue leaned against the railing, sighed. If it were someone else, it would be fine. But how come it had to be Mu Zhichen? Exactly. I'm also very desperate. Xiaoyue thought bitterly. In just one day, she had encountered Mu Zhichen twice. Xiaoyue, please come to the office immediately. Xiaoyue, please come to the office immediately. Xiaoyue, please come to the office immediately. Xiaoyue. The loudspeaker kept repeating this phrase, almost wanting the whole school to hear. It was clear that such a commotion was definitely because of the smoking incident. Xiaoyue rubbed her temples. If she didn't go now, she was afraid the whole school would know the teacher was looking for her. Xiaoyue, I'm going. Han Xiaohan solemnly patted Xiaoyue's shoulder, looking serious. Go on. You're used to going to the office anyway. You'll come out a hero. Xiaoyue. If she could, she really didn't want to go. Before she entered the book, she had hardly ever been to the office. Xiaoyue, can you be a bit more quiet? You're already in your second year of high school, yet you're still doing such things that undermine discipline and not studying properly, and leading the juniors astray. You. The one lecturing was a middle-aged man with black frame glasses. Xiaoyue was immediately drawn in by his nearly reflective bald head, and he pointed at her with a big belly, looking furious. Xiaoyue, look at what you've done to the dean. You've made him so angry. A man beside him hurried over to support him, afraid he might faint from anger. Standing quietly aside, Xiaoyue listened to the scolding, feeling quite wronged. Her throat still hurt from being choked by the smoke. Yes, the dean is right. I want tea smoke again. Not only the dean, but everyone in the office was stunned upon hearing this, staring at Xiaoyue with strange looks. Xiaoyue. What do they want from her? If she didn't speak, the dean seemed like he would be driven to the brink of death by anger. And if she admitted her mistake, everyone looked at her like she was an idiot. She couldn't help but sigh internally. Being a person is really hard. Pressing her lips together, Xiaoyue stopped speaking. The dean adjusted his black frame glasses and walked around Xiaoyue, saying, You must be feeling the pressure as you approach your final year, right? Xiaoyue. Acknowledging your mistakes is progress. That's good. In your final year, you need to maintain this upward spirit. You need to study and not get involved in nonsense. The dean took a few breaths. He had truly been angered, and his bald spot seemed to be growing wider. Xiaoyue had contributed significantly to that. Even though your attitude in admitting your mistake is good, you still need to be punished. The dean rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a list, seriously looking at the red marks on it. Xiaoyue leaned slightly forward and sneakily glanced at the list. It was her disciplinary record, and 90 of the records were due to Mu Zhichen. Clenching her teeth, Xiaoyue felt that Mu Zhichen was definitely her nemesis. Not to mention that to change her fate, she needed to stay away from him. Encountering him was already bad luck. It's better not to encounter it in the future. When Xiaoyue came out of the office, the only sound in the hallway was the teacher's lecture. Back at her seat, Han Xiaohan quietly called out to her, asking, Why did you take so long this time? Usually you just get scolded for smoking, right? Han Xiaohan walked to the side of Xiaoyue's seat, waiting for her to continue. Han Xiaohan looked surprised. Wasn't it fine before? Why is it like this time? Xiaoyue rested her elbow on the desk, supporting her chin with her hand. It's all thanks to Mu Zhichen. That was my last demerit. Was cinnamon, but it was useless. She could only exchange conditions. She had a rank in the top 40 in this exam. Last time, the original body was in the top 50, and the director thought she should be able to make it into the top 40 if she tried a bit harder. That person wasn't like Mu Zhichen. He was Mu Zhichen, She hadn't seen him when she came to class earlier and completely forgot that Mu Zhichen was in a regular class, and they were in the same class. Xiaoyue felt like she was going to die. What a narrow road for enemies. Every grade has 3 different classes: regular class, advanced class, and elite class. The literal meaning is that the regular class is an average class, the advanced class is for above-average students, and the elite class is for top students. The original body was in the regular class. Originally, she could have easily entered the advanced class, but she overslept on the second day of the final exam and didn't show up for the following exams. Mu Zhichen was originally in the elite class, firmly in first place. Who would have thought that a study god would be so willful? He didn't show up for the final exam without giving a reason, and the school made an exception for him to take a makeup exam, but he refused. He insisted on following the rules. Xiaoyue just wanted to give him a smile. In her previous world, Xiaoyue was in a key class, equivalent to the elite class in this world. Her previous good study beliefs still influenced her to this day. She silently set a goal for herself. She wanted to enter the elite class here. After all, she originally planned to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. She couldn't give up on her dreams. Xiaoyue looked at Mu Zhichen's cold face, and the previous encounters flashed through her mind, making her grit her teeth in anger. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be in such a miserable situation. If she could hear the sound of rain, it would definitely be the sound of her heart bleeding. Looking at the notebook on her desk, Xiaoyue suddenly remembered a more painful thing. She hadn't returned Mu Zhichen's English notes to him yet. Looking around at so many people, she knew she couldn't return the notebook now. Otherwise, even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. She really didn't want to get involved with Mu Zhichen. A girl tugged at Xiaoyue's clothes with both hands, her eyes full of concern. "Xiaoyue, are you okay?" "Xiaoyue." "Who are you?" Han Xiaohan frowned upon seeing the girl and said, "Lu Shizi. What did you start caring so much about Xiaoyue?" "Lu Shizi? Isn't she a 19-line female supporting character who is even more miserable than the original body?" The original body was driven to the streets by a white lotus, and Lu Shizi's ending was even worse. She was falsely accused of drug-related crimes by the White Lotus and ended up in prison, later committing suicide there. At least the original body was a tier 18, while Lu Shizi was a 19-line character, so she met her end early in the story. In that book, Xiaoyue had a deep impression of Lu Shizi. She always disliked people like her. Although she looked harmless, her heart was the opposite of her appearance, completely dark as ink. A fence-sitter who would lean towards whoever was beneficial to her. Due to instinct, Xiaoyue felt a sense of rejection towards Lu Shizi. She pulled Lu Shizi's hand away from her clothes and forced a smile. "I'm fine. Thanks for your concern." Lu Shizi, not feeling awkward about the obvious attitude from Xiaoyue and Han Xiaohan, acted as if they were very familiar, pulling Xiaoyue's hand again and offering her insincere concern. Xiaoyue was utterly annoyed. With a wave of her hand, she accidentally knocked the notebook on the table to the ground. Lu Shizi bent down to pick it up, flipped through it, and saw Mu Zhichen's name, suddenly exclaiming loudly, "Ah, how did Mu Zhichen's notebook end up with you? Could it be that you—" Chapter 5. Lu Shizi's shout drew the attention of everyone in the class, and all eyes turned to Xiaoyue, with some people whispering to each other. "What do you mean by that?" Holding her notebook, Lu Shizi glanced back and noticed that the top studentess seat was empty. Mu Zhichen had left at some point. Xiaoyue already disliked such sycophantic people, especially since Lu Shizi was rummaging through her things without permission, not to mention that this was something she had borrowed. Lu Shizi deliberately elongated the word borrow, making her meaning clear, and the surrounding gazes intensified. She pretended to speak softly. "I heard about you smoking and corrupting the junior when I passed by the office. Although Mu Zhichen noted your name, I believe you wouldn't take revenge on him by using his notebook over such a trivial matter." In fact, her voice had increased eightfold. "Oh, really?" Xiaoyue smiled. Why should she care about her own matters? She tilted her chin and smirked at Lu Shizi, regretfully saying, "Sigh. Smoking on the rooftop isn't as satisfying as smoking on the bridge. It's still more practical to watch you smoke. You still have the unfinished cigarette from last time, right? When will you join me for a smoke on the rooftop?" Han Xiaohan, standing next to Xiaoyue, looked at her in confusion, wondering when Xiaoyue and Lu Shizi had become so close. Then she realized, seeing Lu Shizi's exasperated face, and couldn't help but cover her face and chuckle, pinching Lu Shizi's chin with her index finger and thumb. Xiaoyue looked at her pitiful appearance and said with concern, "What are you talking about? How could I hit you? You are my friend after all. I have to help you cover when you smoke." "I didn't smoke." Ding ding ding. As school ended, Xiaoyue leaned her head sideways on the desk. And just a second after lying down, a loud call came from the door. "Xiaoyue, remember to clean the campus." Xiaoyue. She wanted to play dead, to pretend she couldn't hear anything. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, she immediately sat up and respectfully said to the head teacher who had approached, "Yes, director, I understand. Make sure to clean properly and don't cause any trouble. To prevent such things from happening, I've assigned you a supervisor." Xiaoyue. Director, don't you trust me? Not a good look. But there's no other choice. This is the original owner's standard configuration. Changing everything so quickly would raise suspicions. Xiaoyue smiled at the director, saying, "It looks good. Yes, yes, yes. I will work hard. Director, take care." She waved her hand until the director was completely out of sight before sitting back down, continuing to lie there like a salted fish. Fortunately, Han Xiaohan had left early due to other matters. Otherwise, if she saw her acting like that, it would completely ruin the original owner's persona, and she would definitely have to come up with a new excuse. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyue rubbed her face and patted it to wake herself up. How long would this go on? She felt the most miserable was that supervisor. Clearly, nothing was going on, yet they had to take on this task and wait until she finished cleaning before they could leave. Since the areas were divided, cleaning was actually convenient. She could finish one area before moving on to another, although each area was quite large. Analyzing it this way, the teaching building area had fewer people, so she would clean that area first. The people in the other areas would gradually decrease, and then she could clean those areas. Without hesitation, she put the cleaning tools aside. Fortunately, she was strong. If those little girls were here, they might not be able to handle so many things. Because of the ongoing promotion of creating a civilized campus, there wasn't much garbage on campus, just a lot of fallen leaves. Isha diligently swept a trash bin full of leaves and went to dump it. Along the way, she thought, wasn't he there supposed to be a supervisor? Why hadn't she seen them? Did they run away, or were they hiding? Who would want to look at handsome guys and beautiful girls? But Xiaoyue wasn't infatuated enough to run over and check. She just glanced at his back a couple of times and imagined how handsome his face would be. Suddenly, Mu Zhichen's face flashed through her mind, and she shuddered, quickly shaking her head to dismiss the thought. Although Mu Zhichen was very handsome and was recognized as the school prince, it was too far-fetched. How could such a cold and aloof top student appear here? With her internal questions unresolved, Xiaoyue couldn't help but glance at that tall and fit figure, and suddenly she was taken aback. That figure was definitely Mu Zhichen's. This was too ridiculous. Hastily turning away, she pretended not to see him, feeling uneasy, as if a pair of eyes were watching her from behind. No, no, no. How could that be? Maybe she was overthinking it. Mu Zhichen looked disinterested in everyone, so why would he be staring at her? Xiaoyue. Feeling slightly awkward, she put on a standard smile and went to sweep leaves on the other side. Then you should hurry up and finish cleaning. Hearing this, Xiaoyue thought that this top student might have a disease where saying more than necessary could kill him. He couldn't let his aloof persona collapse. Could he? Xiaoyue awkwardly smiled. Are you the supervisor? Mu Zhichen glanced at her indifferently. Yeah. Xiaoyue's smile froze on her face. Wasn't it said to stay away from the male lead and the White Lotus? What kind of development was this? Was he trying to make her life miserable? Mu Zhichen didn't even lift his eyes this time, and simply said two brief words. Hurry up. Xiaoyue. All right, I give up. The hot summer sky was still bright late into the evening, and only a slight summer breeze blew, the slightly cooler temperature reminding her that it was getting late. By the time Xiaoyue finished cleaning the campus, it was almost 7 o'clock. Okay, Mu Zhichen said, turning to walk towards the school gate. Xiaoyue. Normally, wouldn't boys help girls carrying so many things? Although she didn't really need his help. Watching his nonchalant and carefree back as he left without hesitation, Isha took a deep breath and muttered to herself, You only have a good face to attract girls. Otherwise, you'll be single for life. Chapter 6. After putting away the cleaning tools, I glanced at the sky outside, which was gradually getting darker. Xiaoyue picked up her backpack and, while tidying up her books, heard a loud rumble from the empty classroom. She touched her stomach, which was growling, and took out her phone to check the time, lamenting her miserable life. It was already 7:15 p.m., and she hadn't had dinner yet. The school she attended, Jiangxi No. 1 High School, had a relatively humane schedule, starting evening study sessions at 7:30 p.m., considering that many students would go exercise after classes in the afternoon. If the study session started at 7 o'clock p.m., it would be too rushed, and many students might not have time for dinner. So they adjusted it to 7:30 p.m. Consequently, the evening study time was extended to 9:30 p.m. Looking at the physics book in her hand, Xiaoyue gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Forget it. She would have dinner tonight. Consider it a way to lose weight. There were still 15 minutes until evening study began, but she was the only one in the class. Most of the students in this class were academically challenged, so it was normal for them to arrive just in time. But when she glanced around, Xiaoyue noticed that Mu Zhichen, the top student, hadn't come either. She slapped her forehead, feeling a bit foolish. Why was she thinking about Mu Zhichen? It was better that he hadn't come, so she wouldn't have to run into him. Her primary task now was to keep her hair intact. Studying was the priority, and she couldn't give up on her dreams. Xiaoyue finished swallowing the bread in her mouth when she raised her hand to wave at Han Xiaohan politely. Why are you eating bread? Han Xiaohan handed Xiaoyue a green apple-flavored lollipop while unwrapping a strawberry-flavored one for herself. Xiaoyue accepted it, remembering that both she and Han Xiaohan like lollipops. But strangely, the original owner only ate green apple-flavored ones, while Han Xiaohan was not picky. Turning to look at the clock hanging next to the blackboard, it was 1926, and there were 4 minutes until the bell rang. Xiaoyue stuffed the lollipop into her uniform pants pocket, swallowed the bread, and quickly opened her bottle to take a sip of jasmine tea. The bread was too dry. Once she felt her breathing return to normal, Xiaoyue explained, "The director punished me by making me clean the campus. I haven't had dinner yet, so I had to grab some bread to fill my stomach." Han Xiaohan sympathized and said, "Why didn't you tell me? I could have ordered takeout for you." Forgot. Xiaoyue blinked, cursing herself for being foolish. How could she not think of that? Touching her abused stomach, she sincerely apologized. Ding, ding, ding. Hearing the bell, Xiaoyue instinctively looked toward the blackboard door, feeling that her perception of top students was somewhat overturned as Mu Zhichen stepped into the classroom just as the bell rang. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came from the door, and Xiaoyue thought it was the teacher, not raising her head and continuing to silently review vocabulary. She realized that although the novel she was in was a cliché story from a non-mainstream era, many things were fictional and illogical. The familiar words she was looking were all very familiar and memorable. These were all things she had learned in her second year of high school. She was secretly delighted that she wouldn't have to learn new knowledge in a short time. She only needed to consolidate her old knowledge. After all, she had a solid foundation in English, and her level was quite high, always winning first prize in English competitions. Can you let me in?" Hearing the voice, Xiaoyue looked up, frowning in confusion at the girl trembling in the corner of her desk. After glancing at the empty seat next to her, she was about to get up to let her in when the girl suddenly stepped back, her voice trembling. "I'll wait for you to come out before I go in, okay?" Xiaoyue. After thinking for 3 seconds, Xiaoyue suddenly realized that the girl thought she was angry and was preparing to hit her when she stood up, with her blue-pink hair falling from her shoulders. Xiaoyue pressed her lips tightly together and stood up to make room. After all, she was now a fearsome school bully. Seeing the school bully make space, the girl quickly entered, nodding repeatedly and quietly thanking her. "Thank you, school bully. Thank you, thank you." Xiaoyue raised her hand to signal that it was fine, and the girl nodded once more before stopping her thanks. When she came in today, she hadn't seen the original owner's deskmate, and she thought the original owner didn't have one. After all, in the cliché original story, the original owner was an 18th-line female cannon fodder, and the author wouldn't spend effort describing her affairs. Out of the corner of her eye, She caught sight of the original owner's deskmate cautiously taking out her Chinese book, her every action meticulous, like a little mouse under the control of a cat. Xiaoyue felt uncomfortable, but could only press her lips together and endure it. She was now the school bully, the school bully. She couldn't break her character. She couldn't break her character. She couldn't break her character. 30 minutes of evening reading passed quickly, and Xiaoyue had finished reading all the English vocabulary, phrases, and Mu Zhichen's English notes she had copied earlier, and she remembered them all. Although she was very confident in her English. No matter how many times she looked, she still admired Mu Zhichen. His notes were so detailed that even someone with no foundation would find them easy to understand. Wait a minute. Why were the notes of the calm and composed top students so detailed? She couldn't understand. The exam paper, aside from the creases from being stuffed in the drawer, looked just like it had just been handed out with no name on it. However, this helped Xiaoyue, as she had originally planned to do the exam paper here to test its difficulty, and this blank paper was just perfect. Before doing the exam paper, she checked the time. It wouldn't take her an hour to complete the entire paper. The answers she could see at a glance were all correct, except for a few answers she was uncertain about. This paper was worth 120 points, and Xiaoyue estimated that she could score about 118 points. With just one multiple-choice question she wasn't very sure about. After completing other English papers, she found that she could score full marks on some and nearly full marks on others. Satisfied, Xiaoyue packed up the papers and planned to find an excuse to ask Han Xiaoan to borrow the English exam paper to check the answers she was uncertain about. Having reviewed English thoroughly, Xiaoyue felt quite confident. She set the English aside and, while looking for other textbooks, saw the math book and, with a headache, set it aside, then went to find the Chinese book. The content to memorize in the Chinese book was the same as what she had learned in her previous world, and she had already memorized it thoroughly. The most important thing in Chinese was accumulation. There weren't any special techniques, so the scores in Chinese would not vary much among all subjects. Even for remedial classes, it was a gradual process, and after a semester, it might only improve by a few points. Xiaoyue secretly rejoiced, thankful that she had worked hard during her second year and had memorized everything early. Pulling out the textbooks for politics, history, and geography, Xiaoyue started flipping through the history book. She was quite interested in history. The 5,000 years of Chinese history had captivated her when she first encountered it. Besides reading textbooks, she also read other extracurricular books about history. So sometimes she could answer the extracurricular questions posed by her teachers. Flipping open the politics book, Xiaoyue was pleasantly surprised to find that she had already read these current events. The content to memorize in the politics book was almost the same as her first-year textbook. As for why, that was not something she needed to investigate. She only knew that she was almost going crazy with joy now. She suddenly felt very grateful for the author's nonsensical ideas that helped her solve the exam problems in politics. Knock, knock, knock. A shadow blocked the books and Xiaoyue, and looking up, she quickly closed the politics book with lightning speed, suppressing her inner guilt, and asked, "Xiaoan, what are you doing?" She was still in shock and almost exposed. "Let's go to the rooftop for some fresh air. The classroom is so stuffy." The rooftop? Xiaoyue gulped, still haunted by the event of cleaning the campus today. She hadn't even eaten dinner because of it. And today was only her first day of cleaning. She still had to do it for a month. "Let's go." While Xiaoyue was feeling resentful, Han Xiaohan had already grabbed her hand and was pulling her outside, heading straight for the rooftop. "Xiaoyue, let go of me. I still want to read. Do you want to not survive beyond 3 episodes?" A shadow passed by her, and Xiaoyue caught a glimpse of Mu Zhichen walking in their direction. Inside, she felt like a groundhog screaming. She wanted to cry and throw a tantrum. "Shopta Ziebnum. Xiaoan, I want to go to the bathroom." Xiaoyue clutched her stomach and said reluctantly, "My stomach doesn't feel well. It's a bit urgent. Why don't you go up to the roof first?" "It's fine. I can wait for you." Han Xiaohan pulled Xiaoyue toward the bathroom, just in time to brush past the top student. As soon as they entered the bathroom, Xiaoyue quickly walked in, sat on the toilet, and let out a sigh. She just wanted to avoid Mu Zhichen. If she had gone up to the roof earlier and Mu Zhichen followed her, who knows what messy things might have happened. After all, she had already deeply realized that she had a knack for attracting bad luck. For her own safety, she needed to stay away from the top student. "What smell? Oh, it stinks. Xiaoyue hurriedly covered her nose as the toilet in the stall to her right emitted waves of toxic gas, along with a series of unpleasant sounds. Unable to endure it, she rushed out. Han Xiaohan saw Xiaoyue sprinting out and asked in confusion, "Why do you look like you're escaping? Isn't it escaping?" If she had been a moment later, she might have been poisoned in the bathroom. Xiaoyue leaned against the wall, clutching her stomach, breathing heavily. She shook her head, planning to explain once she caught her breath, and took a deep breath. Ugh. Both Han Xiaohan and Xiaoyue covered their noses and hurriedly fled the toxic gas chamber of the bathroom. They ran far enough away that the bathroom was out of sight, leaning against the railing, gasping for air. They sincerely thanked the fresh air, as they had almost met their end in that toxic gas. "You know why I just ran out like that, right?" Xiaoyue gasped, her voice still breathless. Han Xiaohan knew did, understanding. How could she not know? The toxic gas had spread outside and affected her as well. Once they had both calmed down, Han Xiaohan turned to Xiaoyue, her eyes bright. "Xiaoyue, let's go up to the roof for some fresh air. Is this ever going to end? Are you obsessed with the roof? Always thinking about going up there?" Xiaoyue thought to herself, having thought she had escaped a disaster by going to the bathroom, only to find herself facing another disaster. At that moment, she just wanted to give up, reluctantly being pulled by Han Xiaohan to the stairway to the roof. Han Xiaohan had just taken one step up the stairs when the school bell rang. For the first time, Xiaoyue thought the school bell sounded so pleasant. Class is starting so soon. Han Xiaohan furrowed her brow slightly, her expression extremely cute. Xiaoyue caught a glimpse and couldn't help but sigh at her beautiful appearance. Bang! Xiaoyue and Han Xiaohan both turned their heads towards the source of the sound, staring at the stainless steel door on the roof. Weren't those people supposed to avoid trouble and rarely go up to the roof? Could it be someone bolder? As she silently speculated in her heart, before Xiaoyue could come to any conclusions, she saw Mu Zhichen and a pure-looking girl coming down the stairs from the roof. The girl looking quite shy. "Xiaoyue, what's going on here? The campus top student and a pure female student are secretly meeting on the roof?" "Xiaoyue, this is an explosive piece of news, even more shocking than the apocalypse." She didn't expect that Mu Zhichen, who seemed cold and distant on the surface, would secretly be swept away by a beautiful girl and engage in secret rooftop meetings. Xiaoyue understood and actively pulled Han Xiaohan aside, giving Mu Zhichen and that pure girl a wide berth. She suddenly felt that love was indeed a wonderful thing. With Mu Zhichen in love, he would have no time to bother with other matters, and she wouldn't be targeted by the White Lotus. Yes, exactly. Perfect. What are you smiling about? Han Xiaohan lightly bumped Xiaoyue with her elbow, looking at her dazed expression with a hint of pity. Geography is more of a science subject for Xiaoyue, and her science skills are quite average, but if she puts in some effort, it should be fine. It's not that it's impossible to understand. It's just that geography has some formulas that can be applied, unlike mathematics. Women may deceive you, friends may betray you, but math will not. Math is simply not negotiable. Speaking of math, Xiaoyue felt it was her nightmare. She did well in other subjects, but then math dragged her score down. Suddenly, her grades became mediocre and didn't make much of a difference. With trembling hands, she took out her math book. Xiaoyue felt that reading a math book was essentially useless. Math relies on flexible application. If you lack that kind of mindset and only memorize things, it's completely useless for math. Math will never deceive you. If you can't do it, you still can't do it. Frustrated, she flipped through her physics and chemistry books, starting with physics. She thought the 3 science subjects in the second year of high school were manageable, not particularly difficult, but high school senior year was another story. She had previously seen a practice book for physics and chemistry for senior year in a bookstore and thought to herself that she was naturally suited for the liberal arts. No arguments allowed. Time always flies when studying, and for the first time, Xiaoyue felt that study time was so short. She was running on the road of struggle. And then the class bell reminded her that class was already over. "You haven't eaten yet. Let's go have a late-night snack." Han Xiaohan eagerly pulled Xiaoyue outside the school, finding a small eatery at the school gate and going in without saying a word. Xiaoyue was not familiar with the buildings around here and could only follow Han Xiaohan. She only remembered that there was a small eatery in the original story that the original character and Han Xiaohan often went to together. She glanced around the eatery and thought this must be the one. But here's the problem. The original story mentioned that Mu Zhichen's sister also liked the snacks from this eatery, and she often dragged Mu Zhichen to come here to eat. Xiaoyue silently prayed in her heart, "Please don't let me run into Mu Zhichen. Please don't let me run into Mu Zhichen. Please don't let me run into Mu Zhichen. Boss, we'd like to order." Fate brings enemies together. It seems they're just that. Xiaoyue's sister. Xiaoan's sister. Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue mechanically raised her hand and waved at the cute girl, smiling awkwardly. If she weren't Mu Zhichen's sister, she would definitely be very happy to be greeted by such a cute girl. Xiaozi is Mu Zhichen's younger sister, 1 year younger, attending first-year high school at Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. She is lively and cheerful, with a sweet and cute appearance, and is quite popular at school. She ran over to Xiaoyue and Han Xiaoan's table and sat next to Xiaoyue, her eyes nearly turning into crescent moons from smiling. Although the original character was a feared school bully, Xiaozi was not afraid of her at all and instead had a very good relationship with the original character, who spoiled her a lot. Since Han Xiaoan was Xiaoyue's good friend and often spent time with her, Xiaozi naturally became familiar with her as well. "I'm so happy. I didn't expect to run into you," Xiaoyue's sister, while coming to eat. Xiaozi waved to her brother, Mu Zhichen, who was sitting alone at the back. "Brother, come here. Let's sit with Xiaoyue's sister." Xiaoyue forced a polite smile, wondering how many times she would run into Mu Zhichen today, besides in class. Before Mu Zhichen could make a move, Xiaozi ran to bring her brother over to Xiaoyue's table. In fact, she did it on purpose. She had never understood why her brother and Xiaoyue always seemed so awkward together. Clearly, she liked both of them the most. Yet rumors always circulated that they didn't get along. Originally, she didn't believe it, but she wasn't foolish and could sense the obvious discord. So she had been looking for opportunities to help them get closer. However, every previous attempt had ended in disappointment. "Come on, brother, sit opposite Xiaoyue's sister." Xiaozi had everything arranged perfectly, while she herself sat opposite Han Xiaoan. "Are you all sitting at the same table? That's good. It will be lively sitting together." Since they were regulars, the boss remembered them. He came over with a smile, holding a small notebook and pen, and kindly asked, "What would you like to eat?" The boss quickly noted down the snacks ordered by the little girl, smiling as he said, "Every time this little girl comes, she orders so much. I've memorized it all." He then asked the other three, "What about you 3 guests?" Looking at the large array of snacks ordered by the little girl, Xiaoyue and Han Xiaoan exchanged glances and shook their heads. Mu Zhichen said to the boss, "Please bring another serving of what my sister just ordered." Xiaoyue and Han Xiaoan. Chapter 8. A table full of food was laid out, and the wooden table could barely hold all the snacks ordered by the Mu siblings. Looking at the overflowing variety of snacks, Xiaoyue swallowed hard, wondering how much they could eat to finish all this. "Sister Xiaoyue, Sister Xiaoan, why aren't you eating?" Xiaozi handed each of them a fried chicken leg, swallowed the cream in her mouth, and gave a thumbs up with her right hand, smiling. "You guys eat as much as you want, and if it's not enough, just order more. Anyway, my brother is treating." Okay. Xiaoyue smiled and picked up the fried chicken leg in front of her. After hesitating for several seconds, she finally put the chicken leg in her mouth and took a small bite. It was so uncomfortable. Looking at the table that was almost cleared, she raised her head and saw Xiaozi still munching on fried chicken wings and Mu Zhichen elegantly drinking herbal jelly. Xiaoyue was dumbfounded. How could this brother and sister eat so much and still be so thin? Remembering how she had to endure 2 months of not drinking milk tea just to fit into the smallest dance dress, Xiaoyue wiped away her tears. "You guys are like divine beings, truly not something we mortals can aspire to." Although it was just a bowl of clear noodle soup with 1 egg, Xiaoyue, who was feeling very hungry, felt for the first time that her cooking skills were quite remarkable. Ever since she met Mu Zhichen, she had discovered many of her firsts. Holding the bowl of noodles as she entered the room, she looked around at the empty space with no books and felt sorry for the time she had wasted. After wolfing down the noodles and taking a shower, she lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, when suddenly she sat up straight. Before she entered this book, her game seemed to be about to level up, and she had been thinking about playing the first match of the updated version tomorrow. Looking at the still unfamiliar room of the original owner, Xiaoyue sniffled, almost crying. She had made plans to level up with her classmates, and it seemed like she would have to break her promise. Huh? Isn't that a computer? Xiaoyue dashed over to the computer on the desk, her eyes practically shining. The computer powered on, and the screen displayed, "Please enter password." Staring blankly at the line, "Please enter password." Xiaoyue searched around the computer for a long time, but found no clues about the password. She randomly typed in a number, and the screen prompted, "Password incorrect." Leaning on the desk with her elbows and resting her head on her hands, Xiaoyue gave up and boredly typed in her own birthday. The computer directly jumped to the desktop. Xiaoyue. The password was actually correct. The original owner's birthday was the same as hers. What a coincidence. The same name, the same appearance, and now even the same birthday. The more Xiaoyue thought about it, the stranger it seemed. But as the saying goes, when soldiers come, block them. When water comes, damn it. If something really happens, can't she just avoid it? At worst, she could just hide. Chapter 356, Flowers Flying from Beyond the Sky. Chapter 575, Great Battle with the Bee Pupa. Immortal Dao Buried Surname. Quick read, quick read. Chapter 467, Battle at Flower Fruit Mountain with Kiwi 3, Supreme, Immortal Dao Pen Power Literature. Xiaoyue. Alright, this world doesn't have the game of the original world, the Great War of Immortal Dao. Looking at those messy things, Xiaoyue blinked and closed them all. Lying on the computer desk like a salted fish, staring blankly at the computer screen. The empty computer screen suddenly flashed an advertisement. "Come on, we've been waiting for you. Let us have a peek duel." Xiaoyue sprang up. How could she not think of looking for other games to play? Although the previous game was not available, this world might have even more fun games. She opened the 360 software manager again to search for games, and her attention was drawn to Hero Arena. Accidentally clicking on it, she directly downloaded it. The download process couldn't be exited, so she had no choice but to wait for it to finish. Watching the progress bar, Xiaoyue felt a bit sleepy, so she took a short nap on the bed. About half an hour later, she groggily woke up and found that the game had finished downloading. She casually clicked to open it, skipped the explanation steps, and directly entered the game. Welcome to Hero Arena. The characters in the game were quite realistic, and the sound effects were good too. Xiaoyue registered a game ID, casually chose a game name related to her own name, selected the character's outfit, and wanted to try playing a few matches. Although this game was different from the one she played in her original world, she found it even more exciting. The character upgrades and battles were quite realistic. After playing a few matches, Xiaoyue basically mastered the tricks of the game, and she quickly climbed from a novice to a warrior with consecutive victories. To attract players, the first few matches almost always resulted in winning streaks to satisfy players' desire for victory. But as the level increased, the subsequent monster fights became increasingly difficult. The game levels are Novice, Bronze, Pink, Gold, Platinum, Warrior, Starry, Star Diamond, Fighter, King, and Supreme. Once players reach Pink, the subsequent progress largely depends on themselves and their teammates, and the difficulty of leveling up increases with each level. However, Xiaoyue quickly leveled up to Warrior. She smirked slightly, suddenly taking an interest in this game. After playing a few more matches, she rampaged through monsters on her own, even fiercer than others playing with teammates. Just as Xiaoyue finished changing her outfit and donned the golden armor gifted by the system, her original mother's loud voice echoed at the door. "You little brat. Aren't you going to sleep? Hurry up and go to bed." Glancing at the time, it was almost midnight. Xiaoyue responded from the doorway. "Okay, got it." Lying flat on the desk, she still had to get up early for school tomorrow to review for this upcoming monthly exam. Let's go. Xiaoyue reluctantly logged out of the game, got up to turn off the lights, leaving only a bedside lamp glowing softly with yellow light. Summer mornings dawn early, but even in summer, the mornings have a slight chill, with dew still clinging to the grass blades. Xiaoyue breathed in the morning air gently. She needed to hurry to school and could only study properly when there were few people in the classroom. Otherwise, if someone came, she had to maintain her persona, which was increasingly difficult. She was really struggling. Bang, bang, bang. As she entered the school gate, she heard the sound of a basketball bouncing. Xiaoyue turned to look at the playground. A tall boy in a blue tracksuit was jumping to dunk. Bang! A perfect dunk. When that boy jumped, his shirt lifted, revealing his toned abs and perfect V-line. Xiaoyue swallowed hard. This guy was quite a sight. As she looked on, her gaze froze upon seeing his cold face. How could it be Mu Zhichen? Xiaoyue slightly lowered her head, covering the left side of her face with her hand, repeatedly thinking to herself, quickly slip away, quickly slip away. She took out her physics, chemistry, and biology textbooks. Previously, she had studied physics. So this time she would finish what she hadn't completed last time, and then look for practice books to work on. After rummaging in her drawer for a bit, Xiaoyue found a brand new practice book. As she opened it, a wave of the fresh books scent wafted over. Xiaoyue turned to the first page and slowly began to think and write. She had only looked at it before, so the impression wasn't too strong, but fortunately, this book was quite similar to what she studied in her second year of high school, and her hard work in her original world came in handy here. So good. After completing the first lesson, she checked the answers and lost about 5 or 6 points, but got the rest right. After correcting the answers and thoroughly reviewing the explanations, she took out a new notebook from her backpack to write down the mistakes and redo them, memorizing this type of question to prevent making the same mistakes next time. Xiaoyue had a habit of keeping a mistake notebook, aside from Chinese. She kept a mistake notebook for all her other subjects, primarily to reinforce her memory by doing them again and to save time and be convenient for reviews later. After completing the mistake notebook, Xiaoyue continued with the second lesson, then the third, and kept going. Similarly, for the subsequent lessons, she only missed a few points. But most of the answers were correct. If she scored like this on exam, she could get around 95 out of 100, which would be considered a high score. And sometimes with good luck, she could even score full marks. The sun outside gradually rose higher in the sky, radiating a fiery glow. The curtains were open, and the golden rays of sunlight streamed in, illuminating Xiaoyue's face. Her pink-blue hair shimmered with golden light, and her fair skin was glowing with a rosy hue, making her look like an angel descending to experience tribulations at first glance. It was a bit blinding, so Xiaoyue raised her hand to shield her eyes, got up to pull the curtains closed, and turned to glance at the clock on the wall. It was already 6:45. Classes started at 7, and soon students would be flocking in. At the end of the hallway, there was a large balcony where one could see the beautiful scenery of the Ascension Lake on campus clearly. Surrounded by flowers and trees, the clear lake looked stunning. The Ascension Lake was an artificial lake created by the school, which, while focusing on students' academic performance, also emphasized cultivating students' character. So they spent a lot of money to create a beautiful artificial lake, naming it Ascension Lake. It signifies that students can achieve their ideal grades and ascend to their dream schools. Hey, did you hear? Last night, someone saw the school bully surround Mu Zhichen with 2 of her friends to force him to spend money as revenge. Chapter 9 during the morning reading class. Xiaoyue held up her Chinese textbook, surrounded by scattered sounds of reading. What are you all doing? Reciting spells? I can find a random elementary school student whose reading voice is louder than yours. You're all in your second year of high school now. Can you be a bit more mindful? Next year, you'll be in your third year, and you're still this lazy. Do you even want to study? The head teacher, with one hand behind his back and the other holding a book, continued to knock on the door, visibly angry. He raised his hand to touch his face, then slapped it down. A student covered the back of his head, wincing in pain, and looked at the head teacher with a very aggrieved expression. What are you doing? Can you read with some emotion? Do you think life is particularly bitter? I'm getting goosebumps just listening to you. It's really creepy. All right, if you don't want to read, then go run a few laps on the playground. Right. We are very emotional when reciting. Other students chimed in. Suddenly, the classroom was filled with energetic voices as each student read aloud, completely contrasting their earlier lethargy. The head teacher nodded in satisfaction and, after watching for a while, went on to patrol the next class. Seeing the atmosphere around her was just right, with everyone seriously reading and no one paying attention to her. Xiaoyue glanced at the ancient poem in her Chinese book that she had already memorized, then pulled out her English book to memorize words and phrases. Hey, Xiaoyue, look at this. Han Xiaoan poker arm. Xiaoyue turned her head to see Han Xiaoan handing her a phone. The large text at the top read, Jiangxing No. One high school campus forum. Below were the hottest post titles. My God, the school bullies gang extorted the school prince. I saw it with my own eyes. Here, that's the picture I took, with proof. Attached image. JPG, the school bully, after trying to destroy the top student's notebook last time, is now attempting to force the top student to spend money. They ordered an entire table of food. The table can barely hold it. Attached image. JPG, shocking. Last night, I went to Zhongqing snack bar, and as soon as I walked in, I saw 3 school bullies surrounding the school prince. I was so scared I hurriedly ran out. Attached image. JPG. The attached images all showed Mu Zhichen surrounded by 3 girls. Although they were all blurry, they couldn't obscure Mu Zhichen's handsome face. Xiaoyue casually clicked on one post. Post 2. Here. I saw it last night too. Post 3. By the way, this picture is very blurry. Who is that really cute girl? I met all the girls in the second year, but I haven't seen this one. Is she part of the school bullies gang? Post 4. This is a first-year junior. That cute girl looks a lot like our first grade flower. Why would our grade flower be there? Post 5. Post 5 pretends to clarify. There's a rumor that the school prince is close to the first grade flower. Could it be that they were both threatened by the school bully? Just because they were caught violating the rules? That's too disgusting. Post 6. Last time, someone in their class said the school bully wanted to tear up the top student's precious notebook for revenge. And her friend couldn't stand it and almost got beaten up for speaking out. Xiaoyue raised an eyebrow, her forehead vein pulsing twice. She gritted her teeth and muttered quietly. 3 people cornering the school prince to force him to spend money? Last time they wanted to tear up the top student's notebook for revenge? Her friend couldn't stand it and almost got beaten up for speaking out. She really wanted to hit someone now. And what was that about someone claiming to be her friend? It couldn't be Lu Shizi, could it? She was now experiencing what they called online violence. Truly, just based on a picture, countless narratives could be created. Before class started, Xiaoyue was on a balcony where she could see Feisheng Lake, and she heard people gossiping behind her. Now, she was topping the campus forum. And the reason was because of that nemesis, Mu Zhichen. Ding, ding, ding. Actually, this might be good, as it fit the original character of the school bully, and no one dared to provoke her anymore. She could focus on her studies. But this was too much. Even if they were delinquents, they shouldn't falsely accuse others. Han Xiaohan slammed her book shut on the table, feeling indignant for Xiaoyue. Don't be angry, it's not worth it. Xiaoyue patted Han Xiaohan's shoulder. Han Xiaohan turned her head, pressed her lips together, and said helplessly, "All right, you never cared what others said about you anyway." Exactly. I'm currently too busy with my studies to care about others. How many people could she manage to control with their comments? She couldn't be too impulsive and ruin the original character's disdain for everything as a school bully. It was really giving her a headache. After school, Xiaoyue was flipping through math supplementary books by Shui Jingxing and Wang Huxiong in a bookstore. Even though she found math painful, she had to take the exams, and the exams didn't care whether she had a headache or not. After flipping through several books, Xiaoyue searched for the supplementary books recommended by their math teacher in the original world. Most high school math books were like those by Shui Jingxing and Wang Huxiong. As long as it was about math, buying their books was definitely a safe bet. Looking at her sneaky appearance, she felt a bit sorry for herself. While others didn't want to study and sneaked off to play, she wanted to study, but could only do so secretly. Sister Xiaoyue, I'm here to buy books. I wanted to ask you, Sister Xiaoyue, why are you here? Xiaozi excited hu get Xiaoyue. She was about 1. Ultimate hairstyle, hu ging Xiaoyue, who was almost 7 meters tall, and had to slightly raise her face to look at Xiaoyue. Ah, I just came to take a look. Then what are these? Xiaoyue awkwardly covered her carefully selected supplementary books, blinking her eyes and mumbling, I'm buying them for someone else. She's busy. Afraid Xiao Zi would pry further, she quickly grabbed her receipt and said, Let's go. I'll treat you to milk tea. Xiao Zi happily agreed, bouncing along, swallowing down the words about coming with her brother and directly abandoning Mu Zhichen for a cup of milk tea. Xiaoyue felt a chill down her spine, shrinking her neck, thinking that maybe autumn had arrived early and she needed to put on a jacket. Sister Xiaoyue, have you seen the campus forum? Xiaoyue paused for a moment. Before she could speak, Xiao Zi continued, I didn't see it. I heard others talking about it, but when I went to check, all those posts were gone. Gone? Xiaoyue, who was drinking milk tea, was shocked and almost choked. She quickly took out her phone and opened the campus forum, only to find that all the posts she had seen in the morning had indeed disappeared, including the posts about the school bully. How could this happen? Thank goodness the posts are gone. Otherwise, I would have to issue a statement. Those people are too good at spreading rumors. Xiaoyue angrily took a big sip of milk tea, chewing on the chewy pearls, her cheeks puffing up, making Xiaoyue feel like reaching out to pat her head. Click, click, click. In the distance, someone was taking several photos of Xiaoyue and Xiaozi with a phone, turning off the flash. The person was hiding at an angle where they could clearly see them, but they couldn't see him. Why are there suddenly more notebooks? Opening the drawer revealed several identical hardcover notebooks. Flipping open one of the notebooks, the words Mu Zhichen jumped into view. Xiaoyue continued to flip, and inside were neatly written chemistry notes. She quickly glanced through them. The notes were clear and easy to understand, a treasure for those without a foundation. Towards the back were some collections of common mistakes, suitable for those with a foundation who wanted to improve their grades. With this collection of common mistakes, one could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Taking out the next book and opening the first page, it was still the beautiful Mu Zhichen. Inside were physics notes, and the next one was biology notes, followed by geography notes, and at the very end were the most important math notes. Of course, Xiaoyue was very happy to get these treasure notes, but why were Mu Zhichen's notes with her? Take out all the notebooks. On the last page of the math notebook, there's a sticky note. You little brat, this is the note I borrowed from Zhichen with great difficulty. Study hard. Next month, there's a class reunion right after your grades come out, so don't embarrass me. Looking at the handwriting and tone of the sticky note, Xiaoyue could probably guess that it was from the original owner's mother. Sure enough, class reunions for married adults with children are all about showing off their kids. After the complaint, Xiaoyue, filled with gratitude, went through all these treasure notes carefully, and then, with respect for learning, copied them meticulously into her own notebook. This is a treasure and deserves to be treated well. Chapter 10. The phone rang precisely at 2 o'clock, and Xiaoyue reluctantly put down her pen. She looked at the strong and vigorous handwriting and really wanted to take Mu Zhichen's notebook to school, but she hesitated. Last time, that 19-line supporting actress made such a mess of things that she was truly angry. It wasn't that she was afraid of Lu Shizi. She just thought it would be a pity if such beautiful handwriting were to be damaged by someone, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Although it wasn't hers, it's human nature to take good care of things one likes. And she just happened to like beautiful handwriting. Furthermore, she didn't want to get involved with Mu Zhichen again. Although he now had someone he admired, she was afraid that the White Lotus who hadn't appeared yet would suddenly go crazy and drag her into it. She really didn't want to be caught up in such romantic entanglements. She wanted to shout, I just want to study. I want to excel in my exams. Holding the English notes she borrowed last time, Xiaoyue was still thinking about when to return them. Now that the original owner's mother had helped her borrow so many notebooks, should she wait until she finished copying these notes before returning the English notebook as well? With a clap of her hands, she happily made a decision. I really don't have money. Please don't hit me. Woo-woo. Turning her head, she suddenly saw a girl being surrounded in a corner by a group of girls, her clothes disheveled, and her messy hair being grabbed by one of them. Originally, Xiaoyue wanted to sneak away and pretend she didn't see, but the girl being pulled by the hair was crying too pitifully, and she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. With a determined heart, she stealthily approached and shouted, The teacher is coming, run. The group of girls turned their heads, but they showed no sign of wanting to run. Xiaoyue. Isn't this how dramas always go? Why isn't it working here? Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue was still in the pose of cupping her hands around her mouth and shouting, fearing the sudden silence in the air. She awkwardly laughed and pointed outside. The teacher just came, so I'm leaving. Trying to leave? The leader of the girls walked over to Xiaoyue. She had dyed blonde hair and wore several exaggerated earrings. Those big hoop ones that couldn't be hidden even with her hair down. Looking down at her own shoulder-length pink-blue hair, she mumbled, We both dyed our hair. And we're both bad girls, but why does everyone else's color look so normal? The leading girl chewed gum, blew a bubble, and then popped it with a smirk. Don't think that just because you're the school bully, we won't dare to touch you. You're just one person. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat the three of us. Xiaoyue. She's in big trouble now. Can we talk it out? If we could talk it out, let's not fight, okay? Xiaoyue awkwardly smiled as she was pressed back by the blonde girl, while the other two girls also approached her. Fuck you. The blonde girl raised her hand, trying to slap Xiaoyue, who ducked down. Her hand hit the wall, and now she was using the other hand to grip her wrist, desperately slapping her sore. Red in hand against the wall. Xiaoyue straightened up and kindly advised, "I told you not to fight if you could talk it out. See, you don't believe me. And it hurts, right?" The blonde girl, embarrassed and furious, cursed, "Fuck you," then angrily shouted to the other two, "Get her." The three girls charged at Xiaoyue, but she dodged each one. However, this only made the three girls angrier, and they pounced at her even more fiercely, vowing not to give up until they hit her. "Ah, you guys." As time ticked away, the girls were still entangled in a fierce struggle, and if this continued, she would definitely be late. Xiaoyue frowned in annoyance and grabbed one girl by the shoulder, executing a shoulder throw. Bang! Perfect landing. Before the other two girls could react, Xiaoyue kicked the blonde girl behind the knee, and she immediately knelt down in pain, clutching her foot and gasping for breath. Looking up at the other girl, she scanned the alley but didn't see her. She had disappeared at some point. Xiaoyue brushed the dust off her hands and warned again, "I told you not to fight. And look, now we're going to be late." She walked over, helped the disheveled girl who was squatting by the wall to her feet, glanced at the two who were lying on the ground, sighed, and pulled her away. "Thank you. You." The girl lowered her head, her messy hair covering her face. Xiaoyue helped her adjust her uniform that was hanging off her shoulder and said earnestly, "No need to thank me. If you encounter such things in the future, just tell teacher. You should also learn some self-defense. It's better for you to have some protection." Rushing through the school gate and sprinting up the stairs, just as she was about to burst into the classroom, she heard the loud and piercing sound of the bell. Ding, 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 she was still late. "What happened to you? Why do you look like this?" Han Xiaohan asked in a low voice. Once Xiaoyue caught her breath, she turned to explain, "I just ran into some trouble. I'll tell you after class." Just as she finished speaking, the teacher entered the classroom in high heels. Clap, clap, clap. Come. Xiaoyue looked up and saw a plain, introverted girl walking in. She instinctively moved her seat forward a bit to let her deskmate in. However, her deskmate looked somewhat familiar. Unable to focus on the lesson, Xiaoyue felt uncomfortable. She pretended to be indifferent to the class, occasionally glancing at the blackboard while keeping her ears tuned to the lesson content. In one of her casual glances, she noticed her deskmate's shy demeanor and asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go to the infirmary?" Her deskmate lowered her head, nervously twisting her fingers and shaking her head. Xiaoyue was puzzled, thinking her deskmate was scared, so she lowered her voice and said, "If you're not feeling well, go see a doctor. Don't endure it. It'll be uncomfortable. I can make space for you to go out, okay?" "No, that's not it." Her deskmate still shook her head. Xiaoyue was a bit confused but didn't press further, just as she was about to suggest that if it was really hard, she should go to the school nurse. Her deskmate's voice, as soft as a mosquito, broke the silence. "If you don't mind, I can help you take notes." Xiaoyue. What? Huh? Xiaoyue blinket in disbelief. Did she just hear things? I can help you take notes. Xiaoyue. What kind of development is this? Her deskmate kept her head down, twisting her fingers. Her long hair was tied into two ponytails, and her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, even the tips of her ears turning slightly red. She looked just like a shy little girl. Although she didn't understand the situation, if Xiaoyue refused, her deskmate would probably turn beet red from embarrassment. "Okay, thank you." Xiaoyue handed over her notebook, carefully observing her deskmate's reaction. She had looked closely before, but now she realized her deskmate was quite cute, though she had no idea why this was happening. Once given permission, her deskmate couldn't contain her excitement, took Xiaoyue's notebook and happily said, It's nothing." With her hands crossed on the railing, Xiaoyue rested her chin on her arms, gazing into the distance as the summer breeze blew. As soon as the class bell rang, Han Xiaohan had pulled her to the rooftop as if in a sprint. She murmured to herself, "It seems Han Xiaohan really has a thing for the rooftop. Just now you said after class. What exactly happened?" Han Xiaohan leaned against the railing, slightly closing her eyes to enjoy the gentle summer breeze. Xiaoyue lifted her head, gripping the railing, slightly tilting her neck back to stretch. She felt a bit tired from sitting too long in class, and not being able to listen to the lesson made it even worse. She casually replied, "On the way to school." I saved a girl who was being surrounded by a group. You got into a fight? Xiaoyue wanted to refute, but she indeed got into a fight. She nodded and said, yeah. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyue uncertainly said, it should not be, right? Although she had always been naturally prone to attracting trouble, this time she at least helped someone, so it should offset the curse. But the next second, a hot post appeared on the campus forum, titled, Breaking News, School Bully and His Crew Assault Weak Female Student. Chapter 11 in the room. The curtains were drawn tightly. Xiaoyue sat upright at her desk, flipping through a math exercise book, one hand holding a pen and the other pressing down on the book. She lowered her head, staring at the questions circled in pencil in the exercise book, her mind completely elsewhere. She gripped the pen tightly, feeling more uncomfortable than ever. After thinking for so long, she still couldn't come up with a single clue. A deep yet somewhat youthful voice echoed in her ears. She secretly glanced at the person sitting to her right. He didn't even look at the exercises, and she couldn't help but mutter complaints in her heart. The male voice asked again simply, The stern-looking man quietly stared at Xiaoyue, and after a few seconds, he coldly asked, Do you understand the exercises? This situation traced back to the afternoon before school ended that day. Having passed the afternoon classes without incident, and seeing that the dean hadn't called for her, Xiaoyue breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her fighting incident hadn't reached the dean. With renewed energy, she followed the plan she had analyzed last time to clean the campus, desperately suppressing her inner excitement, even forgetting that Mu Zhichen was monitoring her cleaning efforts. Mu Zhichen didn't even look at her sparkling eyes, walked past her, and carefully surveyed the campus. He confirmed it was indeed clean, nodded at Xiaoyue, then slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked away with his long legs. Xiaoyue stared at Mu Zhichen's impressive back for a few seconds, and once she could no longer see him, she gathered all the cleaning tools and dashed up to the classroom. She packed all the books she needed to review for the evening and the weekend into her backpack. When she returned home and saw that familiar impressive back at her door, Xiaoyue was stunned. She shook her head several times and blinked a few times, still seeing that figure in front of her house. What kind of illusion was this? Gritting her teeth, Xiaoyue pinched the back of her hand hard. Ouch. This wasn't an illusion. It was real. Glancing at the neighboring house, with all its doors tightly shut, Xiaoyue slowly approached and weakly asked, Mu Zhichen, did you forget your keys or come to the wrong house? I didn't come to the wrong place. Mu Zhichen replied succinctly. Xiaoyue was baffled and asked, Then what are you doing here? Waiting for you. You're too slow. Xiaoyue. Scratching the back of her head, Xiaoyue really didn't understand Mu Zhichen's succinct words. She furrowed her brows. Wait for me. Did I hear that wrong? No. Xiaoyue. Can't you say a bit more? Must I ask one question for you to answer one? Or do you not understand my indirect questioning? Your mom asked me to help you with your studies. Mu Zhichen maintained his style, never saying more than necessary. Xiaoyue. My mom asked you to help me with my studies? When did this happen? And I, the person involved, didn't even know? Passers-by glanced at them, and Xiaoyue immediately took out her keys to unlock the door. She said to Mu Zhichen, Come in. It's too eye-catching out here. After closing the door, Xiaoyue set her backpack down, but couldn't help but ask, When did my mom ask you to help me with my studies? This noon. This noon? Thinking of the notes in her drawer and her original mother's sticky notes, Xiaoyue figured it must have been when her original mother asked Mu Zhichen to borrow a notebook and casually asked him to help her study. Xiaoyue nodded and raised her eyes to look at the still cold and handsome face in front of her. She actually wanted to tell Mu Zhichen, You could refuse. Why take on such troublesome matters? Although she was pleased to have a top student helping her study, knowing that this top student was Mu Zhichen made her less happy. Putting aside the White Lotus for now, Mu Zhichen was already taken. Remembering the pure girl she had encountered on the rooftop stairs last time, she faintly associated that girl as crying due to a misunderstanding, and she felt very guilty. How could she make such a lovely girl cry? Mu Zhichen glanced at the clock on the wall and said, If you agreed, you must follow through. Let us start studying. Xiaoyue. What a gentleman. Back to the present. That was the development process. Let me take a look. Xiaoyue read the math problem seriously. It was a high school trigonometric function question. After reading it several times, she began to get an idea and picked up her pen to start calculating on the draft paper. Since it was a multiple-choice question, even if she didn't know how to solve it, she could substitute the answer options in. The one that worked would be the correct answer. This was the simplest and most effective method. After calculating several times, Xiaoyue finally arrived at an answer, confidently writing it in the parentheses, A. Xiaoyue turned her head to look at Mu Zhichen, her eyes full of, "Is this the correct answer? Is this the correct answer? Is this the correct answer?" Mu Zhichen nodded slightly, pointing to the fill-in-the-blank question and a major question, saying, "Do these two questions as well." To Mu Zhichen, high school math was a piece of cake. He could tell right from wrong without looking at the answers. Seeing Mu Zhichen nod, Xiaoyue felt very happy to have gotten it right. Although it was high school math, it was already quite good for her, a math underachiever. The fill-in-the-blank question involved high school identity variables. There were formulas to remember, two-angle sum and different trigonometric functions, double-angle formulas, triple-angle formulas, half-angle formulas, universal formulas, product sum difference formulas, and sum difference product formulas. Though Xiaoyue was bad at math, she memorized all the necessary formulas and principles thoroughly. Being bad at math meant she had to grab all the basic points. Otherwise, she wouldn't get high scores and would lose her foundation, which would be a big loss. This question wasn't very difficult. Following the formula she had memorized, Xiaoyue calculated the answer in no time. After finishing the fill-in-the-blank question, she turned to the major question. The first part of a major question was usually relatively simple. So Xiaoyue read the question several times as usual, sorted out her thoughts, and listed her ideas on the draft paper. After some time, Xiaoyue finally solved the first part of the major question. For the second part, she forced herself to continue, then looked at her steps and realized she didn't even know what she was writing. By the end, Xiaoyue sighed heavily. Indeed, if you couldn't do math, you just couldn't. She put down her pen and said to Mu Zhichen, "I tried my best." Mu Zhichen glanced at the fill-in-the-blank question and the first part of the major question that Xiaoyue had done, simply marking a small check with a pencil on both. Then said to her, "The answer to the second part of the major question is 1. Xiaoyue flipped to the back where the answers were, and the answer was completely correct. She stared at Mu Zhichen in shock. He didn't even pick up his pen. Yet how did he calculate the answer to this question? Was it mental math? "You've done this question before?" Xiaoyue tilted her head, asking in confusion. "No." "Have you seen the answer?" "No." Xiaoyue blinked, looking at Mu Zhichen with mixed feelings. The previous dialogue had confirmed that he had indeed calculated the answer to the second part of the major question by mental math. Although it was a high school question, it was still the second part of a major question, and he knew the answer without even touching a pen. Was he blatantly crushing her underachiever intellect? Xiaoyue felt that, as an underachiever, she wanted to offer her knees. Having studied for less than half an hour, Xiaoyue spent the entire time looking at Mu Zhichen with awe. She realized she had been wrong all along. She thought Mu Zhichen was a top student, and even if he had a good brain, he still had to write down answers, right? But the facts proved he was not just a top student. He was a study god. When Xiaoyue flipped to a page with senior year questions, she was trying to make things difficult for him. She just happened to flip to that page and casually pointed to a multiple-choice question. Mu Zhichen answered without a second's hesitation, flipping to the back to check the answers. Sure enough, it was correct. Xiaoyue didn't believe in the supernatural. She slightly curled her lips, turned a page, and landed on the major problems of the mock college entrance examination. The last question had 3 parts. She pointed to the second part of the major question with her fingertip and smiled. "You must calculate this one, right?" Mu Zhichen's expression was calm as he said, "The cosine value is the square root of 3. When Xiaoyue flipped to the answers of the back, he added, "The answer to the last part is 7/3 and 5/2, closed interval." Xiaoyue, completely correct. Now, they were in the second year of high school. Although high school mathematics in the third year is a fusion of the first and second years, it still requires flexible thinking, no matter how impressive someone is. It's impossible to rely solely on mental calculations to arrive at an answer just by glancing at the question, right? Xiaoyue cleared her throat. "Are you?" Chapter 12. Mu Zhichen took the math practice book, flipped through its contents, and continued to circle some question numbers with a pencil, saying with few words, "Finish speaking." Ahem. Xiaoyue straightened up, raised an eyebrow, and asked softly, "Are you? Just tell me the truth. Did you memorize the answers?" Mu Zhichen, give me the book. His tone was normal as he said, finish the questions I circled, and I will check them tomorrow. All right, I was wrong. Xiaoyue took the book, glanced at the questions circled by Mu Zhichen, leaned back in her chair, stretched, and muttered, Hey, study tyrant, no, study God. Why do you have no sense of humor at all? Xiaoyue rested her head on the desk, tilted it, and stared at one of the circled questions, feeling dejected for a moment. When she saw her powder blue hair scattered on the desk, she suddenly got up, patted her face, and rallied her spirits. Time to study. After doing a few questions, Xiaoyue found that she could solve them. The last time Mu Zhichen's notes had similar types of questions. Mu Zhichen's math notes had integrated the most basic types of questions, then gradually expanded to higher difficulty, and finally to comprehensive difficulties, slowly increasing the challenge. This meant that even if she didn't know other questions, if she mastered the basic types within, she could still score some points, preventing her score from looking too bad. However, when she got to the more advanced questions, the confidence she had just ignited faded. Math was so honest. If you didn't know, you just didn't know. Forget it. No matter how I try, I can't get it. Throwing the pencil aside, she rushed to her computer desk to turn on the computer, rubbing her hands together, ready to play some competitive games. Xiaoyue was prepared to dominate this round and have a good time. Damn, there's even bullying little girls. Xiaoyue leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful attack, slashing the big demon with a single strike. System prompt. Congratulations to Xiaoyue's crescent moon for defeating the monster and receiving a mysterious gift. She opened the gift, and it was a flowing veil skirt. System prompt. Xiaoyue's crescent moon has gifted a set of No Cry white fairy skirt, gaining 150 defense. Although the white fairy skirt looked like just a very ethereal dress, it was actually armor with a high defense coefficient effective against attacks. Xiaoyue's crescent moon, I gift this to you. Be careful next time. Find a partner or join a tribe. Or else this small and cute sister will be beaten by monsters again. No cry. Thank you. Xiaoyue's lips curled up as she leaped to the other side of the cliff, where a huge monster was being attacked by a large group of people, all wanting the rewards for defeating it. Monsters dropped magical equipment. The fiercer the monster, the better the equipment. After observing for a long time at the edge of the cliff, Xiaoyue saw them attacking weakly, with several people injured by the monster. Unable to bear it any longer, she stretched her hand into the air, and a sword glowing with silver fire shot out from her palm. That was a sword formed by the unity of person and sword, only achievable through training to a certain level. With a swoosh, a silver flame turned into a crescent-like lightning bolt, directly striking the monster's neck, and despite the ferocity of the attack, it miraculously avoided the crowd, imprinting all its power onto the monster. Swoosh, swoosh, two sword energies slashed out in succession, leaving a large X mark on the monster. Bang! The monster's head was neatly severed, instantly turning into a pile of equipment. System prompt. Congratulations to Xiaoyue's crescent moon for defeating the monster elder and obtaining super equipment. System prompt. Xiaoyue's crescent moon is distributing equipment. Coordinates at Prison Sky Cliff. Little Flower Fairy. Who was that just now? So amazing. Yao, duo. We couldn't kill the monster after so long, but she defeated it with just 3 sword strikes. A god. Bazi Yi is the coolest. Did anyone see who that person was? I didn't catch a good look. I was too surprised. Little Bear's baby. Just saw a glimpse of her. She seems like a beauty, and after defeating the monster, she turned and walked away without taking any equipment, gifting it all to us. Truly a celestial being, beautiful and kind-hearted. System prompt. Congratulations to Xiaoyue's crescent moon for consecutively defeating monster bosses X2. The system exceptionally upgrades directly to Star Diamond. Little Bear's baby. Crescent Moon God, please let me hug your thigh. I understand Little Bear's feelings. Being able to exceptionally upgrade. Truly a god is a god. Clueless. Manuel, please let me hug your thigh. You're the Little Flower Fairy, right? You even changed your name. I want to hug the god's thigh too. No Star Diamond. No dating. I feel like I need to change my name too. The god upgraded directly. Skipping over my level. I'm so embarrassed. Sitting for too long made my neck a bit sore. Xiaoyue twisted her neck, swayed her body, and held her slightly concave stomach, patting it. I need to find something to eat. Can't neglect my stomach. Just as she finished speaking, her stomach unceremoniously growled loudly. Xiaoyue. When she exited the game, a message popped up on the desktop. System message. No Cry has requested to add you as a friend. Reaching out to touch the entrance of the light blue vortex, her hand went in. Excited, Xiaoyue ran into it. And then, are you kidding me? Xiaoyue put her hands on her hips, angrily entering and exiting the light blue vortex several times. Unable to help but frown. Is this time-space door toxic? I keep coming back to the same world. It's like going in and out of an empty door frame. Ouch. Xiaoyue felt pain and randomly grabbed onto something for support, clumsily getting up. She looked around in confusion. It felt so familiar. She realized she had fallen out of bed. Knock, knock, knock. Ignoring her slightly bruised legs, Xiaoyue answered from behind the door. Wait a minute. She placed both hands on the bed's edge for support to stand up, limping toward the door. As she opened it slightly, she saw the person outside through the crack. Xiaoyue looked down at her pajamas and her hair, which resembled a bird's nest, and immediately slammed the door shut without thinking. Xiaoyue. What does he want? Knock, knock, knock. Do you need something? Xiaoyue leaned against the door, her heart racing. She had just seen Mu Zhichen. A penetrating voice came through the door. Your mom asked me to help you with tutoring. Xiaoyue. What time is it? Why are we tutoring now? Isn't it night? Wait a minute. Xiaoyue shouted toward the door while quickly brushing her teeth and washing her face. She refreshed her speed again, and Xiaoyue completed her basic washing and changing clothes at the fastest speed ever. Guomein, show me the questions you did last night. Mu Zhichen handed Xiaoyue the things he was carrying. These questions should be completed by the weekend. Opening the bag, she took out a light ink-colored notebook, still very much in Mu Zhichen's minimalist style. After flipping through a few pages, Xiaoyue found it contained some math problems. Seeing her puzzled expression, Mu Zhichen said, start with the basics. Xiaoyue looked at Mu Zhichen with admiration and gratitude, and just as she was about to say thank you, Mu Zhichen coldly added, give me yesterday's problems. Okay. Xiaoyue immediately picked up the exercises on her desk and handed them to Mu Zhichen, awkwardly smiling. I can't do the ones at the back. After receiving the exercises and reviewing Xiaoyue's progress, Mu Zhichen's expression remained unchanged, as if everything was expected. First, finish the exercises from just now. After speaking, Mu Zhichen glanced at the time. I will explain everything tomorrow. Close the door. Xiaoyue lay on the bed for a while, feeling exhausted. Last night, after finishing dinner, she logged off from the game and started taking out all the books and test papers stuffed in her backpack, neatly stacking them on the table for review, one subject at a time. Although she had a foundation in other subjects, she couldn't afford to be lax. She had never been one to give up easily. As long as she wanted something, she would go all out to achieve it. Stretching her arms, she raised her left hand straight up, grasped her left arm with her right hand, and straightened her back, feeling her stiff body relax a bit. Outside, the sun was setting, and Xiaoyue closed her exercise book. She had finally finished all the exercises. These were very basic questions. Although she didn't solve them quickly, at least they were calculated by her, step by step. There's something magical about math. Once you solve a problem through your own effort, it gives you a strong sense of accomplishment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. She slid open her phone, and a message appeared. Xiaoyue, tonight at Dream Law. Your male god will be there. Chapter 13, my idol. Who's that? Closing her phone and deep in thought, a strange name suddenly appeared in Xiaoyue's mind. Han Sheng, also known as Han Xiaoxi. She had only read half of the original work and only knew that Han Sheng was good-looking, bold, capable, and had a gentle smile that was always on his face, making him very popular among the little sisters. Of course, the original character also liked capable and responsible men. However, the incident in the hospital from the original work had always bothered Xiaoyue. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiaoyue hurriedly opened the message. Remember, dress nicely for tonight's Ru Meng Lu. She stared at the three characters Ru Meng Lu, secretly worried. Ru Meng Lu was a bar that the original character often went to, where many people knew her and the original character could drink a lot, usually downing a glass in one go. How could she, someone who turns red at just a sip of alcohol, manage that? Ugh. Xiaoyue pounded her chest in frustration. She just wanted to study hard and stay away from the White Lotus. Why was she so unfortunate? If she didn't go, would she be exposed? But if she went, she would be even more exposed, right? Not drinking would definitely raise suspicion. And she had no idea what expression to wear when facing Han Chang. Xiaoyue felt it was too difficult for her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Xiaoyue. At that moment, Xiaoyue was petrified. She hurried to the freezer to take out ice cubes, filled the wash basin with water, then closed her eyes and held her breath, plunging her face into the ice water. Xiaohan. Cough, cough, what brings you here? Xiaoyue, wrapped in a quilt, opened the door, her face pale, as if she were about to faint, her blue-pink hair spread behind her. Han Xiaohan touched Xiaoyue's forehead. Luckily, you don't have a fever. Xiaoyue sniffed, her originally peach-pink lips now terrifyingly pale. Han Xiaohan had her sit down, smiling. This is perfect. Xiaoyue. Stop pretending. Although you're really good at it, you can't fool me. What are you pretending about? Xiaoyue covered her mouth, coughing continuously, her brows furrowed, feeling terrible with a cold. Cough, cough. Han Xiaohan patted Xiaoyue's shoulder and said, all right. You never talk when you have a cold, saying your throat hurts, but you've just spoken so much. Isn't it obvious you're pretending? Have you been shy about seeing Han Chang after such a long time? She helped Xiaoyue take off the quilt and noticed that her back was soaked with sweat, covering her mouth and laughing. Aren't you hot? Xiaoyue looked pitiful. Hot. She grabbed a nearby fan and desperately fanned herself, secretly thinking she had made a mistake. Han Xiaohan put down her backpack, and only then did Xiaoyue realize that she not only brought a very large backpack, but also carried a bag of things. Why did you bring so many things? Xiaoyue was puzzled. Han Xiaohan usually went out light, at most bringing a shoulder bag, and even at school, she only carried a shoulder bag. Han Xiaohan mysteriously blocked her backpack, secret. She pushed Xiaoyue toward her room, paused, and then pushed her toward the bathroom in the guest room. She closed the door and said, go take a shower. She knew that Xiaoyue wouldn't let anyone into her room except for her and her parents, so she pushed her into the guest bathroom. Every room in the Yi family had a bathroom, and the guest room was also equipped with a desk and other furniture that Xiaoyue's room had, even a wardrobe that contained clothes. Although it was called a guest room, it was essentially Xiaoyue's second room. Yesterday, Mu Zhichen had taught Xiaoyue in the guest room. Xiaoyue, what's wrong? Take a shower first. Xiaoyue pulled the door several times, but it wouldn't budge. A voice from outside said, no use, I'm holding it. Hurry up and take a shower. Xiaoyue. Just as the sound of water stopped, clothes were pushed through the crack of the door. After changing, Xiaoyue was brought to the makeup table by Han Xiaohan, who made her sit in the chair and began taking things out of her backpack one by one. Suddenly, Xiaoyue's eyes widened. She wanted to remember, but was held down by Han Xiaohan, who commanded, don't move. Otherwise, I'll turn your pretty face into a big flower cat. Xiaoyue. She could only sit up straight obediently and let Han Xiaohan do her makeup. Half an hour later, Han Xiaohan surveyed Xiaoyue's face and, satisfied, said, open your eyes. Xiaoyue slowly blinked her eyelashes and opened her eyes, only to see in a mirror a person with fiery red lips, her brown eyes enhanced by her fair skin, making them shine even more, and her three-dimensional features perfectly displayed in the mirror. Your skin is fair and flawless. I don't even need to apply powder on you, which saves me some effort. Han Xiaohan finally added a beauty mole under Xiaoyue's right eye. Now you have a beauty mole. Perfect. Han Xiaohan turned to the sofa where she had placed the bag earlier and brought over a powder pink bag, handing it to Xiaoyue. Change into this. Xiaoyue stared directly at Han Xiaohan, paused for 3 seconds, then looked down to rummage through the bag, pulling out a long white dress. The dress had a low-cut V-neck and a slightly long skirt with a layer of fairy tulle. Wearing it would make me look like a fairy. Xiaoyue. Is there such trendy talk in this era? No, I can't wear this dress. Looking at the V-neck that was practically down to her stomach, and the back also being a V-neck, Xiaoyue instinctively shoved the dress back to Han Xiaohan. It's too sexy. I can't handle it. With so many girls around Han Chang eyeing him, shouldn't you dress up to let them know who the real main character is? Xiaoyue. Han Xiaohan held the dress against Xiaoyue's body for comparison and continued. Although I like to see childhood sweethearts and sweet love, since you like Han Chang as a friend, I have to support you. Wearing this dress will definitely make you the center of attention. Xiaoyue. But it won't be the center of attention. The amount of skin this dress reveals is just enough to cover the key parts. No, I've always had this style. Suddenly changing would be very strange, right? Xiaoyue bit her lip, trying to persuade Han Xiaohan. The original character had always dressed simply. Apart from wearing a school uniform at school, she usually wore t-shirts with loose jeans, which were not only convenient but also comfortable. Her wardrobe was full of pants, and she couldn't even find a single dress. Han Xiaohan had indeed never seen her in a dress. They had known each other for so long, and Xiaoyue had never worn one. After thinking for a few seconds, she said, "But this makeup paired with casual clothes looks a bit strange." Click, click, click. The shutter clicked 10 times in quick succession. Han Xiaohan looked at the photos on her phone, regretting. What a pity for such a beautiful makeup. Let us take a few more photos to save. Click, click, click. Yi Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue. Hello. Da. Eya Zhelo. Da. Eya Zhelo. Yi Xiaoyue. With every step and every person she met, they all nodded and greeted her, calling out Xiaoyue hello. It seemed that the original character's school bully image was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Pushing the door open, the loud music from the private room instantly poured out, making Xiaoyue's heart race as if she were about to have a heart attack. Her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst. As soon as she entered, someone approached with a drink. Here, Xiaoyue, your favorite drink. Yi Xiaoyue. I can't drink today. Xiaoyue declined, her eyes scanning the man sitting in the middle. The man was wearing a black V-neck shirt. She pursed her lips, feeling a deep sense of fear toward V-necks now. But upon closer inspection, the man had bronze skin and deep features, and looking down, there were muscles which actually suited the V-neck. Indeed, how clothes look good depends on the face. Yi Xiaoyue. Faunekitman. Yi Xiaoyue pointed at herself, meaning, are you calling me? Faunekitman. Yi Xiaoyue faunet. She really couldn't hear what the man in the V-neck was saying. The music was too loud. Xiaoyue, feeling helpless, looked up at the sound, and Xiaoyue saw that the V-neck man had somehow sat down beside her. Xiaoyue, long time no see. Xiaoyue, yes, long time no see. With a gentle smile and everyone's respectful demeanor towards him, Xiaoyue's short-circuited thoughts suddenly connected. She? Who else could it be besides Han Cheng? Xiaoyue maintained her smile and then turned her head to avoid making eye contact with Han Cheng. She felt like her smile was becoming stiff. Right now, she wanted to pull the original author out and give her a beating. Letting her enter the story was one thing, but turning her into a female school bully was another, and then pairing her with a male god without writing out their emotional storyline. Just a few hasty strokes to brush over it. What was that? I heard you haven't been doing well lately thanks to someone. Do you want me to help you? Thanks to someone? Xiaoyue hurriedly waved her hand. No need, no need. I can handle myself. The someone Han Cheng mentioned should be Mu Zhichen, right? All right. Han Cheng opened a bottle with one hand. The three clinked their glasses, and he directly downed the whole bottle. While they were drinking, Xiaoyue quickly splashed her drink behind her, and when they finished drinking, she also put down her glass. The whole process was smooth without any suspicious points. She wanted to give herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. The atmosphere in the private room was lively, but Xiaoyue felt uncomfortable all over, as if someone had been staring at her the whole time. Chapter 14:14. Xiaoyue. Yi Xiaoyue. What are you thinking? Han Xiaohan poked her in the waist, and Xiaoyue jumped slightly. Her eyelids had been twitching. She felt something was off since she arrived at school today. Xiaoyue. A loud roar came from the door. Xiaoyue was startled, and not just her. The previously noisy class fell silent, and it was so quiet that they could hear the principal's heavy breathing. Although the original owner often caused trouble, making the principal furious, this was a principal they had never seen before. Silence was even more frightening than speaking. The principal clasped his hands behind his back, staring at Xiaoyue with an irritable tone. Come to the office. The entire class focused their eyes on Xiaoyue. When she looked at them, they all timidly lowered their heads, pretending to be busy with their own affairs. Han Xiaohan asked worriedly, what happened? Xiaoyue shook her head. She didn't know what was going on either. Leaving her seat, Xiaoyue followed the explosive principal, afraid that she might ignite him with a careless move. Bang! Xiaoyue's heart jumped at the sound, waiting for the principal's next words. Xiaoyue, Is this what you promised me about studying hard and not causing trouble? The principal slammed a stack of photos on the table and then banged his palm down heavily. Confused, Xiaoyue picked up the scattered photos. Her long, curled eyelashes slowly drooped as she flipped through the pictures. They were photos of her fighting with those 3 little bullies in the alley. But each one only captured her hitting someone, deliberately leaving out the victim beside her. It looked as if she was deliberately looking for trouble and beating others. Gripping the photos tightly, Xiaoyue's eyes darkened. Her previous unease was real, and she hadn't expected to be set up by someone. But who was it? Principal. I'm sorry. Xiaoyue sincerely apologized. Although I don't know who took these photos, there was a reason for this incident. Reason? The principal took a sip of tea to calm down. He had shouted too loudly, and his voice was a bit hoarse. Then tell me what the reason is? Witnesses and evidence need to be presented to be convincing. Silence means nothing? Because many teachers at Jiangxing know. One high school had to go to other schools for lectures this week. The whole morning was changed to self-study, so now only the principal was in the office. You promised me to behave well last time. I didn't take it too seriously because I saw your sincere attitude. But before the monthly exam, you pulled this stunt. Xiaoyue, I really underestimated you. The principal snatched the photos from Xiaoyue's hand. One photo showed her slamming someone to the ground, and another showed her kicking someone down, with various angles captured, even with action shots. Give me some time, and I'll find witnesses. Xiaoyue sincerely bowed and apologized for causing the principal trouble. The doorway was crowded. As soon as class ended, students who caught wind of the situation rushed to the office door to watch. When they saw Xiaoyue come out, they hurriedly made way for her. Xiaoyue. Han grabbed Xiaoyue at the door, noticing her serious expression, and asked, "What happened?" The first half of the class hadn't heard anything because it hadn't ended yet. They only heard the latter half. Han hurried over as soon as class ended, and upon arrival, she heard that the principal was going to suspend Xiaoyue for a week. The incident from last time? Han thought for a moment and said, "The thing in the alley? Yes. Xiaoyue nodded. I'll tell you the details after school." Xiaoyue slung her backpack over her shoulder. "I'm leaving first." Throwing her backpack down, she collapsed on her bed. Xiaoyue had never felt her body so heavy. She originally wanted to study hard, but someone had to stir up trouble for her. She wasn't a soft persimmon. How could she allow herself to be squeezed? Rolling over, Xiaoyue took out her phone from her backpack and logged onto the campus forum. She had previously been uninterested in these gossip threads, but now it was different. Did they really think she was just a Hello Kitty because she didn't make a fuss? Breaking news. The school bully has been suspended for a week. The previous hot post about the school bully surrounding and beating a weak girl has disappeared. Could it be that the bully threatened someone to delete it? I have photos of her in the office this time, taken secretly. Image, JPG. I have photos of the school bully bullying others from the last time. Saved from the previous hot post. Image, JPG. Previously, I thought the school bully was a group beating a weak girl. But it turns out she was beating several girls alone. Scary. Such a person who fights when displeased should indeed be suspended. Xiaoyue. The people who slandered her were indeed quite clever, as the original owner was a school bully. Anyone could believe she was the one hitting others with just a casual mention, especially since they had taken various fake photos. After scrolling for a long time, Xiaoyue didn't find a previous post that accused her of surrounding and beating a weak girl. It was indeed deleted. That post might have been made by the person who framed her this time, setting off a fuse and then anonymously sending the misaligned photos to the principal, intending to completely expel her from school. But who would do such a thing? Generally, people afraid of trouble wouldn't act this way. So could it be her arch-nemesis? But her only arch-nemesis was Mu Zhichen. Wait, Mu Zhichen didn't come to school today. Could it be in the alley? Xiaoyue looked around. Apart from the entrances at the front and back, both sides were walls. The only place where such photos could be taken was from the house behind the wall on the right. It was a 2-story old house, with no exterior decoration, revealing layers of bricks stacked up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Taking out her phone, Xiaoyue looked at the caller ID, falling into deep thought. The caller ID showed Han Cheng. Xiaoyue. What does he want to call for? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiaoyue. After letting the phone vibrate until it stopped, before a second had passed, it vibrated again. Xiaoyue frowned. Is this never ending? Seeing that the other party was calling to the point where she had to pick up, Xiaoyue slid to answer. Hello? Xiaoyue, where are you? Are you okay? Mifine. Xiaoyue was puzzled and asked, what is wrong? After pondering for a moment, she said, this matter is complicated. I'll handle it, don't worry. Hansheng, do you really not need my help? I can help you. Xiaoyue hurriedly said, no, I can handle it myself. She felt reluctant. If she let Hansheng help, she feared that the situation would escalate, and she would be directly suspended. All she wanted was to study hard and get into a good university. Why was it so difficult? What school bully? Was it that English was hard to learn? Or that the exercises were difficult? Of course, everything was negotiable except math. Hansheng, Xiaoyue suddenly crouched down to hide beside her, telling Hansheng, Sure, I'll call you later. After saying that, she hung up. The place she hid allowed her to see those few people clearly. Xiaoyue stared intently at the three girls who were the other main characters in the photos from last time when they bullied the girl. What a coincidence! The three little bullies ordered several cups of milk tea at a milk tea shop, and after a few seconds, 3 or 4 boys came over. The boys were all wearing tank tops with a dragon tattooed on their arms. Their hairstyles were dyed in very exaggerated colors, using pink, blue, and purple, layering one color over another, more exaggerated than hers. Xiaoyue swallowed. Is this the current trend among delinquents? The more strange and bizarre the colors, the more fashionable they feel. Due to the distance, Xiaoyue couldn't hear what they were saying. After watching for a while, she saw the 3 little girls sitting behind the boys' cars, which made loud noises like colorful lights as they drove away. Xiaoyue stood up, gazing at the dust kicked up by the motorcycles. She had intended to go up and ask about the matter, but just then a few delinquents arrived. She opened the campus forum and clicked on a post she had bookmarked a long time ago. Xiaoyue opened a blurry picture in the post and stared at it for a long time, confirming that the people in the photo were the 3 little girls from earlier. They hadn't even changed their hairstyles or hair colors, and although the photo was blurry, she still recognized them. Fixating on the title of the post, Xiaoyue furrowed her brow. We are a trio of beautiful girls who take money to do things for others. Chapter 15:15 Money for Services. The Beautiful Girl Trio. Xiaoyue slowly recited this phrase, her brown eyes clear and bright. She took out her phone and awkwardly said, it's powered off. I was just looking at that old post, and when I was about to exit, the phone died. Han Xiaoan said, I thought something happened to you. Hansheng just said he couldn't reach you, which scared me. She took out her keys, opened the door, and after they entered the house, Han Xiaoan asked, what did the head teacher want to talk to you about? He didn't seem to care before, so why are you suspended this time? Xiaoyue replied. Someone took pictures of me fighting with those 3 little girls in the alley, and all the angles show me attacking them. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyue continued. I also saw a post from those 3 little girls in an old thread about getting paid to do things for others. So they deliberately set you up to take pictures of you? Xiaoyue's expression was serious. It's still uncertain. There is no key evidence. She plugged her phone into charge, powered it on, and opened the campus forum. She clicked on the post titled, Breaking News, School Bully Leads Group to Beat Up Weak Girl, and pointed to a corner of the wall in the photos, saying, based on the angle of the photos, it should have been taken here. Then we just need to find those 3 girls and make them tell the truth. Han Xiaoan enlarged the faces of the 3 girls and exclaimed, aren't these the 3 girls who often skip school in their senior year? They often hang out with some boys. Remembering seeing the 3 girls speeding away in the backs of some delinquent boys' cars in the afternoon, Xiaoyue nodded. Yeah, that's them. But I don't know if the girl they bullied is real or if it's all staged. If it's real, finding that girl might prove something. But if she's also part of the act, things could get complicated. Although the original host was a school bully who smoked, drank, had permed hair, skipped school, and fought, she never bullied the weak. However, there were students who had seen her fiercely pressing someone down and rubbing their face into the ground, leading to rumors. The photo did not capture the disheveled girl hiding in the corner, and Xiaoyue did not see her face clearly at the time. She frowned and pointed out a more serious issue. If that girl is being threatened, it will be even more difficult to handle this matter. Have you finished your exercises? Xiaoyue handed the exercises to Mu Zhichen, flipping to the first page. I've done it. The original host usually wore pink or Hello Kitty clothes at home, only wearing simple casual outfits when going out. Twirling a pen with her hand, Xiaoyue stared at Mu Zhichen's sharply defined profile, still thinking that he wouldn't come to help her catch up, especially since she was suspended for a week and the monthly exam had already passed, which was on Thursday and Friday of that week. The others are doing fine. Let me explain the questions you got wrong. The wrong questions were those marked by Mu Zhichen at the beginning of the exercise book. Xiaoyue focused on the questions that Mu Zhichen pointed out with his fingertips. Her ears filled with his clear voice. This was the first time she heard Mu Zhichen speak so much, and it was very easy to understand. Mu Zhichen lightly tapped the table. Got it? Xiaoyue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Got it. The questions Mu Zhichen explained were actually the most basic ones with a twist, but Xiaoyue only knew the straightforward path in math, with no concept of twists. Now, being guided by him to straighten out the curves was, of course, easy to grasp. Taking out a still, solid-colored notebook from her backpack, Mu Zhichen said in a flat tone, "Finish these questions tonight." Xiaoyue stared at Mu Zhichen with a difficult expression. She really wanted to ask him if he genuinely didn't know about her suspension. The words were on the tip of her tongue, going in and out several times. And in the end, she couldn't help but say, "Actually, you don't have to teach me anymore. I definitely can't participate in the monthly exam this time. So it would be pointless for you to teach me." Mu Zhichen replied indifferently, "If you promised, you have to follow through." Xiaoyue, what a character, who keeps his word. I admire that. After her phone automatically turned off in the alley, Xiaoyue thought it was about time for school to end. She squatted in a corner of the room where she could see the right outer wall of the alley, and amidst the bustling crowd, she indeed saw Lu Shizi walking toward that room. She had seen Lu Shizi heading in that direction before, originally thinking she was just passing by, but now seeing her walk into that room made Xiaoyue's brows furrow again. Last time, Lu Shizi slandered her, and she didn't hold it against her. But if this matter was indeed related to her, she definitely wouldn't let it go. Xiaoyue lightly tapped the windowsill with her fingertips, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. She was not a soft persimmon. System message. No woo-woo request to add you as a friend. Huh? Xiaoyue looked at the ID no woo-woo, feeling it was familiar. She thought for a moment and exclaimed, "Ah, isn't this the little girl I helped last time?" She remembered because the little girl, dressed like a lowly, had an ID that was the opposite of her appearance. She saved her because she thought such a weak girl would definitely be beaten to a pulp by monsters, but she didn't expect the girl to cling to her afterward. However, she didn't dislike it. Xiaoyue moved her mouse to click, agree, and the page changed to, "You have agreed to add no woo-woo as a friend. Moonlight's little follower, Ida Shun, is online. I just saw her single-handedly defeat a whole team of ghosts in the Valley of Silence, live streaming." As soon as Moonlight's little follower sent that message, the tribe was in an uproar. Moonlight's little tale, I saw it too. It was so shocking. There were so many ghosts pouring in, and usually it takes at least 5 people to kill them, but she handled it alone in just half the time. Shun's little sweetie. As one of the witnesses of a live stream, I just want to say I want to hug her thigh. Yeah, not yeah. The wolf said it right. Don't just praise someone for their looks. They could just be a hairy guy using a girl's ID to play with you kids. Wolf Fong's little fan. The two leaders are right. After all this time fighting monsters together, have you seen anyone level up so quickly? They might really be cheating. Don't be fooled by these tricks. Moonlight Mimi. No way. Last time she defeated the monster, she didn't even take the equipment, giving it all to others. And she doesn't T-act all high and mighty. It seems like it's based on her real skills. Yaya not Yaya. Can she be that strong alone? It's strange that she doesn't join a tribe or add partners. She must be afraid of being seen through about something. Xiaoyue stood in the Valley of Silence, above the waterfall, completely unaware of how others were discussing her. She had just killed a whole area of ghosts, and it was truly exhilarating. The Valley of Silence only allows players of sufficient level to enter. The upper area was filled with colorful clouds and a golden dragon, with golden larks flying in flocks, and the surrounding trees were lush and green, making it a fairyland. After a while, the golden dragon descended, opening its mouth in apparent joy as it circled in the air several times, and Xiaoyue jumped out of its mouth. Xiaoyue threw away a long bone spike, and the golden dragon circled around her a few times, allowing her to ride on its back. Ida Shen instantly gainit a divine beast. No woo, one team up. Xiaoyue opened the message, Looking at the simple and emotionless words, she couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect this little lowly to really be no woo-woo. Sure, she typed quickly. She hadn't had enough fun yet, and was just in time for a few more battles. Xiaoyue rode on the Golden Dragon, flying from the Valley of Silence to the underground. They agreed to meet in Jinling. Before she rode down from the Golden Dragon, there was originally only, not a winner, one person. When the Golden Dragon appeared, the golden light flickered, and several groups of people came running towards the golden light. Yi is not Yi. I said she was cheating. Look at how many people went to the Broken Stream Valley. Why is it only she who can tame the Golden Dragon? It's definitely cheating, without a doubt. Chapter 16, Seeing the Crowd Gathering Around Nanjing. Xiaoyue did not have time to inquire, only to see the statements refreshing continuously at the top of the World Tribe. The World Tribe is an open, large world where chat records are publicly displayed. Only privately established tribes can be seen by tribe members only. Yi is not Yi. You still don't believe She's hacking. Now the evidence is conclusive. The Golden Dragon has appeared. Do you believe it now? She's just someone who wants to become a god by hacking. Pretty Yi. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems to be true now. She's actually hacking. Disgusting. Brother Tingyi will take you to the clouds. Is he God really hacking? Since then, it seems no one has subdued the Golden Dragon. It's a mascot. Just in a Duanliu Valley, to see it is already very lucky. Subduing it seems a bit fake. Eating melons level up. Not necessarily. Let us hear what she has to say. I just feel like she doesn't seem like it. How doesn't seem like it? Doesn't need to seem like it? She just wants to be worshipped, pretending her strength by hacking. It's simply too ugly. Because she rode down on the Golden Dragon, the World Tribe started fighting. Damn! Xiaoyue slammed the table. What a mess. She just wanted to play the game to vent. Her mood had just improved. And now she was slandered by that group of people who talk nonsense in the game. She was simply furious. Who did she provoke? Why is she so unlucky? Her hand groped in the dark on the computer desk, and she touched her phone in the upper left corner of the computer. Xiaoyue turned on the flashlight of her phone, walked to the windowsill, pulled open the curtains, and saw that it was pitch black outside, with only the street lights dimly glowing. Finding a candle and a lighter in the drawer, Xiaoyue prepared to light the candle and study hard. Just as everything was ready, she had just opened the book when a loud knocking sound came from outside the door. Who is it? It's a power outage. And you're still knocking on someone's door late at night. She wanted to pretend she wasn't home, but when the knocking stopped, just as she picked up the book again, the knocking sound came again. Isn't anyone allowed to study in peace? Wait a minute. Xiaoyue had no choice but to hastily change her kitty cat pajamas into casual clothes before going to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she hadn't even seen the person's face before being enthusiastically hugged around the waist, and she was pushed back half a step. Sister Xia, let us go catch fireflies. Xiaoyue lowered her fist that was raised in the air. Hearing that soft voice, she knew it was Xiaoyue. If she hadn't spoken in time, her fist would have probably come down in the dark, where she couldn't see the face. Holding up the candle that was about to go out under the warm yellow light, Xiaoyue's cute little face looked even softer. Xiaoyue suppressed the impulse to rub her face. Just as she was thinking about how to find an excuse not to go, Xiaoyue exclaimed in surprise, Sister Xia, you've changed your clothes. Xiaoyue looked down at her casual outfit in the candlelight, muttering to herself, I didn't want to either. Who told the original owner's pajamas to be all pink and kitty cat? I want to cry. Actually, I was just about to go to the supermarket. Xiaoyue smiled awkwardly and said to Xiaoyue, you go catch fireflies. I'll have to go to the supermarket later. Why are you going to the supermarket when there's a power outage? You can't see what you want to buy anyway. It's rare to have a power outage. Let us go catch fireflies by the river. Xiaoyue didn't care about anything and pulled Xiaoyue to leave, also helping her close the door. Her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon. We haven't gone to catch fireflies in a long time. Let us go. Brother's waiting for us. What? Mu Zhichen is also there. Xiaoyue wanted to refuse even more. She wanted to break free, but this little girl tightly hugged her arm, pulling her close. She couldn't just shake someone off, so she had to let herself be dragged away. The sanitation regulation in Jiangcheng is very good, and the environment is very clean. On the other side of the school, There's a very clear, small river. During the day, you can still see the tiny sand and stones in the water, completely unpolluted. As they approached the riverbank, Isia saw many little lights flying in front of her, like the stars in the sky falling down. The light reflected from the surface of the small river shone onto the grass, resembling a paradise. Isia suddenly envied this world. In her original world, the river water was all murky, polluted by various factory discharges and littered rubbish. Fireflies could only grow in clean places. How could you possibly see fireflies in such polluted river areas? Sister Sia, come quick. The small cage is netted and one T blocked the light of the fireflies at all. Those fireflies gathered in the small cage, looking just like glowing lanterns. More like a wish bottle. On both sides of the small river is a large grassy area, surrounded by many trees, with fireflies leisurely flying on both sides of the river, trailing their little lanterns. Surrounded by fireflies, Issa suddenly felt as if she were in a fairyland, and the fireflies were the spirits taking her to find her grandmother. Sister Sia, over here. Come this way. Xiaoyue waved and shouted to Isia from ahead. She found a small shallow bay, and Isia smiled and ran over, slowly stepping into the shallow bay, where there were many tiny fish, so small and cutely chaotic. Isn't that how people become braver through challenges? Mu Zhichen watched Xiaoyue and Isia, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, and then a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth, so subtle that it was hardly noticeable. Brother, what are you doing? Come quick. From a distance, Xiaoyue called out to Mu Zhichen, who was standing under a big tree, while she and Isia chased after the fireflies. Coming. Watching the figure in the distance, surrounded by fireflies, even though they looked the same, Mu Zhichen still saw a significant difference. His sharp eyes flickered, and the slight smile at the corner of his mouth was filled with curiosity. The three of them sat in a row by the river, dipping their feet into the water, enjoying the refreshing coolness brought by the clear river water. Xiaoyue rested her head on Isia's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's so nice. It's been a long time since the three of us were this happy." With a smile, Xiaoyue's eyes became a bit moist. Isia reached out to hug her, holding her in her arms. Although she didn't have these memories, just hearing Xiaoyue speak, she could feel that pure joy. And at the same time, she also missed it. The moon broke free from the clouds that covered it, revealing its face from the night sky. Along with the countless stars, the faint silver light of the moon poured down, illuminating the earth. The rivers sparkled with tiny lights, just like their future. Breaking through the darkness would welcome endless light and beauty. That's the necklace her mother gave her. Although she didn't know why the necklace came with her when she entered the book, it was something she cherished very much. Passed down from her grandmother to her mother, and then put on her by her mother. Let me go. Help. Hearing the cries for help growing fainter, Isia's brows furrowed tighter. She followed the sound of the cry and heard rustling noises. This time Isia heard it very clearly. She quickly ran towards the source of the sound and saw a girl being pinned to the ground by two boys, her limbs bound. Chapter 17. Hey. Xiaoyue picked up a nearby can and kicked it into the air, hitting the large man pinning the girl down on the head, making a loud clang. The originally weak-looking glasses guy could be dealt with by a single kick from Xiaoyue, but the knife he was holding reflected a glint of white light under the moon, making her frown slightly. She dodged to the side, pressed her elbow down, and raised her leg to kick at the glasses guy's wrist. The knife flew out of the glasses guy's hand in a parabolic arc, landing straight in the grass nearby. Taking advantage of the glasses guy holding his injured wrist, Xiaoyue rushed in front of him, bent her knee, and delivered a flying kick. The glasses guy was kicked back several steps and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach, arching his body, and gasping for air. Observing the large man closely, she noted his robust physique, his body covered in muscles, with bulging arms. It was clear that sheer strength alone would not allow her to defeat him. Xiaoyue took a few steps back, and the large man laughed mockingly. Thinking of escaping? He charged at her, swinging a fist. Xiaoyue ran forward, dodging the punch, then circled around him. Although the large man was powerful, his massive body lacked agility. Xiaoyue reached behind him and elbowed him, causing him to stumble forward a few steps. The large man gasped in shock. With a crack, his knee bent, and he fell forward. Worried he might get back up, Xiaoyue kicked his other leg hard, making him gasp for air. He struggled to crawl up, but as soon as he got back up a bit, Xiaoyue stomped down hard on him again. She ran over to the girl and helped untie her ropes. The girl's clothes were torn and tattered, and Xiaoyue could vaguely see the clothing underneath. She unzipped her own jacket and took it off, draping it over the girl, brushing the hair that covered the girl's face away. Xiaoyue almost gasped in shock. It was her deskmate. What surprised her even more was how similar her deskmate looked to the girl who had been bullied by those three little gangsters last time, when her hair was covering her face. The glasses guy, still trying to hold himself up, attempted to escape, but Xiaoyue quickly kicked him down to the ground again. She picked up the rope that had bound the girl and tied up the glasses guy, then used another rope to bind the large man. After ensuring both were tied securely, Xiaoyue took out her phone and called the police. Her deskmate was still trembling, and Xiaoyue slowly helped her put on a jacket and zip it up. After a while, her deskmate grabbed her shirt and said in a trembling voice, I'm scared. Please don't call the police. Xiaoyue held her hand and reassured her, don't be afraid. I'm here. They won't dare to hurt you again. If we don't report this to the police, they might commit more crimes and others could be hurt too. It's okay. The police will protect you. Soon the police arrived. Xiaoyue stood beside her deskmate, and a female officer came over to ask if they were okay, while several other officers restrained the two attackers and put them in a police car. Although she had encountered trouble when helping others last time, this time she had saved a life, which felt great. Xiaoyue closed her eyes, a slight smile on her lips as she recalled the lessons of bravery she had learned since childhood. She never expected that when she acted bravely, it would feel so fulfilling. Buzzing, she felt her phone and looked at the message from an unknown number. Curiously, she opened it and saw a brief message. Thank you for tonight, Fang Yinlai. Fang Yinlai was her deskmate's name. Suddenly, the room lit up. The window was wide open. Xiaoyue looked outside and saw the houses lighting up one by one, instantly lifting her spirits. After washing her face in the bathroom, Xiaoyue twisted her waist and stretched her tired body, turned on the lamp on her desk, opened her books, and focused on reviewing. Hey, did you send a message to book? Xiaoyue, wearing sunglasses, a hat, and a mask, said, Yes, that's me. Xiaoyue found the contact information of the three little gangsters from a post they made saying, We are a trio of beautiful girls who handle things for money, and anonymously messaged them to hire their services, not expecting them to actually come. Run 100 meters for 300, put on a show for 600, and for a fight, it's 1600, plus more for extras. The blonde leader chewed her gum and asked, What do you want? What if I want to ask you about something? The blonde girl swallowed her gum and replied, Depends on what you want to ask. The price will vary. Xiaoyue asked, Who was the girl we rescued last time from the school bully? Was your fight with her coincidental, or were you hired? Who hired you? The blonde girl's voice turned sharp. Why do you want to know this? It's a business secret, and we have the right to protect our client's privacy. Looking around, Xiaoyue saw no one nearby. She had deliberately chosen this secluded spot to avoid being overheard. How much do you want? Make an offer. That's not the price. Who are you really, and what do you want? The blonde girl stepped closer to Xiaoyue, trying to pull off her mask. But Xiaoyue grabbed her hand, saying, It's rude to touch someone else's things without permission. It's you, Xiaoyue. The blonde girl looked at her in shock, recognizing her by her pink-blue hair. She knew it was Xiaoyue. She dyed her hair pink-blue, while the others were afraid to copy the school bully style. Realizing she had been recognized, Xiaoyue dropped the act, took off her hat, mask, and glasses, feeling too hot. The other two girls turned to run, but Xiaoyue quickly blocked their path. There was only one exit in this place. Seeing they had nowhere to escape, the two girls angrily asked, What do you want? The three little gangsters froze in place, and the girl with red-tipped hair, the one who'd been beaten last time, stammered, We really don't know. The person who hired us was also anonymous. We just randomly picked that girl up on the street. Seeing Xiaoyue remain silent, she panicked and added, It's true. The person who hired us said just to get you involved in that bullying incident. We had no idea they would take pictures. We were just pretending, please. Don't hit me. Woo-woo. Got it. Got it. The girl with red-tipped hair nodded vigorously, pulling the blonde girl, and the three of them hurriedly ran away. Watching them flee, Xiaoyue sighed heavily. Forget it. I'll deal with the school suspension issue first. Although I didn't uncover the mastermind. If they want to target me, they will probably strike again. I'll think of a plan then. If they stop now, that would be even better, and I can focus on studying. Passing by the alley where the incident happened last time, Xiaoyue was still suspicious of that person. But maybe it was just a coincidence. Perhaps someone climbed over the wall to take pictures of her home. Without evidence, she wouldn't take action. Otherwise, it would be no different from bullying. Receiving the bag, Xiaoyue glanced inside to see the jacket was already clean, with a pleasant scent of laundry detergent. She smiled and asked, "You didn't come just to return my clothes, did you?" "Uh-huh." Her deskmate nodded. Xiaoyue felt a bit embarrassed. She had just said it casually, not expecting her deskmate to really come to return her clothes. How adorable. Xiaoyue opened the door and said to her deskmate, "Come in for some water." The weather was still quite hot, and her deskmate was sweating at her temples. Her deskmate lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her shirt, and whispered in a voice only she could hear, "I'm sorry." Chapter 18, Is watermelon juice okay? I just squeezed it this morning. Xiaoyue took the watermelon juice out of the fridge, added a few ice cubes into the blanket, and handed it to her deskmate. "Why didn't you go to class? Did you take a leave?" Her deskmate held the cup with both hands, nodding her head down like a startled little hamster. Xiaoyue softened her tone. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm not scolding you. Whether to attend class is your freedom. But I think you should at least let the school know." Although her tone was quite normal, she was still a social school bully, so it was normal for other girls to be scared of her. "No, that's not it. I'm not afraid of you." Her deskmate suddenly looked up, then lowered her head again and said softly, "I'm just afraid the police will come to school looking for me. I don't want anyone to know about what happened last night." "It's okay. The police will protect the victim's information. They've already recorded your statement, and they won't casually look for you unless it's urgent." Xiaoyue gently patted her deskmate's back. She wasn't very good at comforting people, so she could only do this to help her deskmate calm down slowly. After a long silence, her deskmate finally raised her head again, although she was still very cautious. She looked up at Xiaoyue and gently nodded, saying softly, "Thank you. Can I still come to find you?" Xiaoyue was taken aback for a moment, and her deskmate hurriedly explained, "I just wanted to say that if you find it bothersome, I won't come again." "I'm sorry." "No." Seeing her deskmate's flustered appearance, Xiaoyue quickly interrupted and explained, "I was just a bit surprised. You can come anytime, as long as you're not afraid of me." "Really? Really?" Receiving assurance, her deskmate slightly raised her head, and a hint of happiness finally appeared on her face. She moved her backpack to the front, and at that moment, Xiaoyue noticed that her deskmate's backpack was stuffed full. "Here." Her deskmate took out a few notebooks from her backpack and handed them to Xiaoyue. "These are the notes I copied for you a few days ago." "Thank you." Flipping through the notes, Xiaoyue found that she already understood all the content, and she probably wouldn't have the chance to participate in this month's exam. But she still sincerely thanked her deskmate. "Did you guys say someone instigated the fight last time?" The dean stared incredulously at the three little bullies in front of him. The last anonymous person who sent the photos also included a letter in the envelope, stating, "If the matter isn't handled fairly, I will send the photos to the Education Bureau to report the school for sheltering delinquent students." The handwriting in the envelope was printed, making it impossible to find a handwriting comparison. After Xiaoyue was suspended, the school also suspended the three little bullies. As soon as the class ended, a crowd gathered at the office door. Xiaoyue's deskmate tried to squeeze in, but was pushed out by the crowd. Outside was bustling, and she couldn't hear what was being said inside. The dean angrily walked over and closed the office door, which immediately silenced the room. Mu Zhichen stood far down the hallway, watching the commotion at the office door. He sharply noticed Lu Shuzi sneaking glances at the noisy crowd, secretly typing on her phone. "You guys explain what happened." The blonde bully trembled as she took out her phone, showing the dean the message they received from someone who hired them. "Someone anonymously sent us a message telling us to provoke Xiaoyue. Actually, she was trying to save the girl we surrounded." "Surrounding a girl?" The three little bullies looked at each other, then lowered their heads and remained silent. The dean slammed the table angrily and said, "You three, you're in your senior year and still bullying classmates? Do you think you're still children?" Lu Shuzi entered with her homework notebook and spoke before the dean could. "Dean, this is the homework Mr. Wang asked me to collect." "Where is he?" The office door could be pushed open from the outside. Since the dean had just closed it, Shi now had a legitimate reason to enter, and the dean couldn't say anything against it. He only told Shi, "You can go out first. I have other matters." "Hey, aren't those the upperclassmen who bullied others with Xiaoyue last time? What are they doing here?" Shi exclaimed in surprise. Just a few days ago, the campus forum was discussing how they surrounded a weak girl with Xiaoyue. Weren't they suspended? Why are they here? You're talking nonsense. One of the delinquent girls retorted. Enough. The dean took a sip of tea, looking at Shi, and asked, "Do you know about this matter? Can you tell me how it happened?" Shi stammered, stealing glances at the three delinquent girls. I don't dare." The three delinquent girls glared at Shi with anger, wishing they could grab her by the hair and beat her up. Just a moment ago, they were full of bravado, but now they were pretending to be weak and innocent, simply hypocritical. The dean said, "Speak up. With me here, what are you afraid of?" "Well, I'll say it." Shi intentionally leaned closer to the dean, slightly lowering her head, her voice soft. "I've seen them playing with Xiaoyue before. The last campus forum post had photos of them bullying another girl, saying it was a group attack." Shi took the photos and exclaimed, "Could it be that Xiaoyue made them take the blame?" She quickly shook her head. No, that can't be. Although Xiaoyue sometimes does bad things, she might just be temporarily confused. She wouldn't make others take the blame for her. We are friends, even though she often scolds me. I still think she just made a mistake out of momentary confusion. Dean, please forgive her. Stop talking nonsense. The girl with red hair couldn't hold back her anger. Although they didn't like Xiaoyue, they weren't the kind to falsely accuse others. She smirked coldly. "We've never hung out with Xiaoyue. How could we play together?" Shi took a step back, scared, hiding behind the dean and peeking out with half her head. After they closed the door behind them, the dean leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the stack of photos. No one knew better than him how many troubles Xiaoyue had caused, but just when she was determined to change, someone sent him these photos. The matter was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. "Hey, what's wrong with Xiaoan?" Glancing at the time, it was exactly 4 o'clock. Xiaoyue asked with concern, "Don't you have class?" Han Xiaoan replied tersely. The 3 girls from senior year came to the office earlier, but the dean closed the door. I don't know what they were discussing inside. Later, Shi went in too. Xiaoyue said, "I know the 3 girls from senior year went to the office because I asked them to tell the dean about the trap, but why did Shi go in?" Han Xiaoan replied, "I don't know. She brought a pile of homework in, but she took a long time to come out. After that, the office door has been closed, and I feel like something's going to happen." Xiaoyue pondered for a moment, and the phone on the other end rang. She urged, "I got it. You should go to class first." She knew things weren't this simple. Xiaoyue closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and continued working on the last math problem that Mu Zhichen assigned. She had thought about this problem for a long time and had finally come up with a clue. She couldn't give up. "Ding dong. Are you done with your homework? Aren't you going to eat before coming back?" The two spoke simultaneously, and then Xiaoyue's stomach grumbled embarrassingly. Mu Zhichen said, "If you're hungry, go eat first. I'll check your homework." Xiaoyue touched her stomach and smiled awkwardly. "Do you want to eat?" "No need." Mu Zhichen took the notebook Xiaoyue handed him without looking up. Xiaoyue bit her lip and turned to walk towards the kitchen, thinking, still the same cold and proud demeanor, "I can't be bothered to cook for you if you won't eat." After bringing the dishes to the table, Xiaoyue smelled the delicious aroma of the meal she had prepared and happily called out to Mu Zhichen, who was in the room working on his problems. "Mu Zhichen, it's time to eat." "No need, you eat," he replied. Xiaoyue untied her apron and ran to the guest room. "I've already made the food. Consider it a thank you for helping me with my studies." Seeing that Mu Zhichen still hadn't gotten up, she came over and pulled him, saying, "Don't worry. It's not poisonous. My cooking skills aren't great, but they're not bad either." Mu Zhichen was dragged to the dining table. He glanced at the kitchen, which clearly showed signs of having been used, and everything around was wiped clean. Xiaoyue handed him a bowl of rice with a smile, saying, "Eat up." She didn't like being indebted to others. She couldn't help Mu Zhichen much, but cooking was something she could manage. The aroma of the food wafted up, and Mu Zhichen picked up his chopsticks to try a piece of the cola chicken wings in front of him. He put it in his mouth and tasted it. The wings were coated with a sweet cola flavor, and the chicken inside was tender and juicy, sweet but not cloying. This confirmed for him even more that the Xiaoyue in front of him was not the same as the Xiaoyue from before. Chapter 1919, Big Exposure. The school bully makes a senior take the blame, and it said that various threats were used. The school bully violently coerced someone to take the blame for her, but was dissuaded by her good friend, hoping that the bully still has some humanity left and won't harm her friend. Xiaoyue gritted her teeth. How ridiculous! Can't there be a bit of creativity? Finding humanity being forced by violence? Why don't you go host a show on CCTV? As the saying goes, 3 people can create a tiger. With this kind of narrative, she could almost be considered a trending topic in the entertainment circle. She originally thought it would be enough to clarify things with those 3 girls, but unexpectedly, she was outmaneuvered. Xiaoyue narrowed her eyes, regretting not asking those 3 little gangsters what the girl they stopped looked like at that time. In fact, even if she had asked, Jiangcheng no. One high school has nearly 2,000 students just in the second year, not to mention the first and third years, with so many students. Finding one would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. From this, it can be inferred that the so-called friend mentioned in the post should be Lu Shizi. Xiaoyue originally just wanted to study hard, but Lu Shizi insisted on coming out to seek attention from time to time. Did she think Xiaoyue didn't know Lu Shizi was the one setting her up? Xiaoyue sneered, easily breaking the pen she was twirling in her hand. Her eyes darkening slightly, her tone light but lingering. Interesting. Hey, have you heard? It seems the school bully committed suicide last night. I've heard. It seems she died pretty tragically. They say she wore red when she committed suicide and left a note saying she wanted to find those who harmed her. So scary. Let's go, don't say any more. I'm getting goosebumps just listening. Lu Shizi was in a bathroom stall, her ears fully focused on the discussions of the girls outside. Her originally pale face had turned slightly green. When there was no sound outside, she hurriedly opened the door, and upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that her fingertips were trembling. And no, it's nothing. She held her right wrist with her left hand, her fingertips icy cold, glancing around nervously at the slightest noise, startled. Have you heard? What did you hear? Lu Shizi's deskmate didn't catch what Lu Shizi said afterward. Shaking her head, Lu Shizi gripped her arms tightly, trembling uncontrollably, not even daring to mention Xiaoyue's name. Her deskmate couldn't bear to watch any longer and advised, if you're not feeling well, don't force yourself. Go to the school nurse. Thud. Ugh. Feeling dizzy all over, slowly opening her eyes, Lu Shizi felt a shadow floating in front of her. She trembled in horror, then suddenly opened her eyes wide. You're awake. The surroundings were dim, and a woman in a red dress was slowly floating towards her. Lu Shizi screamed and turned to run, continuously shouting, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Please spare me. I'm sorry. Why are you running? The woman in red had somehow floated in front of Lu Shizi. The blood on her face was strikingly visible in the dim light. She smiled slightly, and a chilling, eerie laughter echoed softly. Then several handprints appeared on the wall. No, they should be called bloody handprints. Lu Shizi's legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. She saw clearly that the woman in red was Xiaoyue. Why are you running? Did you cause my death? Xiaoyue slightly curled her blood-stained lips, gently brushing her bloodied fingertip across Lu Shizi's face, breathing out a cold, terrifying breath. No. Lu Shizi hurriedly shook her head in denial. I only spoke the truth. I didn't harm you. You committed suicide yourself. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with Xiaoyue's cold and piercing laughter. She reached out to grab Lu Shizi's neck, her laughter thin and sharp. It's such a pity that you died like this. I want you to watch your blood flow out slowly like I did, to slowly feel the pain of being tortured. Let go of Lu Shizi. Xiaoyue slowly raised her head, her disheveled hair falling down, her blood-stained eyes slowly lifted, blood beginning to trickle down her face drop by drop, falling onto her red dress, dyeing it another layer of red. Woo, I'm sorry. I really didn't harm you. I just took the photos of you and those 3 seniors fighting as instructed, and when they revealed the situation, I added a bit of spice to it. I really didn't harm you. I'm sorry. It was her. She told me to do this. She set a trap to harm you. It was her who harmed you, not me. I'm sorry. It was her. Who instructed you? Xiaoyue lifted Lu Shizi's face, which she pushed away forcefully. Lu Shizi kept shaking her head vigorously, sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, unable to hear Xiaoyue's words, muttering, "I didn't harm you. I didn't harm you. I didn't harm you." Every time Xiaoyue touched her, her body trembled uncontrollably, and upon seeing Xiaoyue's face, her pupils dilated and she fell back down. "I'm so tired." Did she faint? Han Xiaohan turned on the light, and both she and Xiaoyue immediately shielded their eyes, slowly lowering their hands as their eyes adjusted to the light. Last night, Han Xiaohan came to Xiaoyue's house to find her. "Xiaohan, can you help me with something?" "What is it?" Xiaoyue smiled. "Come here." She whispered the battle plan into Han Xiaohan's ear, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. Listening to the recording, Xiaoyue murmured, "Her? Who is she?" She originally thought that Lu Shizi was the one behind it, but unexpectedly, she was just a pawn. Xiaoyue furuit herbudaistitli. Unable to figure out who hated her so much. The White Lotus from the original story had not yet appeared, and judging by past events, only Lu Shizi had been tripping her up. Although she didn't know the reason, she was now certain that she was merely following orders. The real mastermind was someone else. She suddenly chuckled. "It wouldn't be my nemesis, Mu Zhichen, would it?" Han Xiaoan laughed. "Others are childhood sweethearts. How sweet. You two are childhood sweethearts fighting to the death." "Hey, Xiaoyue, did you submit the recording to the school?" Xiaoyue was still packing her clothes, tilting her head to hold her phone. "No, why? Really not?" Han Xiaoan asked in surprise again. Xiaoyue replied word by word. "No, yes, what's wrong?" After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyue threw her phone onto the bed, unable to contain her inner excitement, jumping wildly on the floor. She could finally go to school. Finally attend classes. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Xiaoyue hugged her notebook and jumped a few more times before collapsing onto the bed. Today, in order to get Lu Shizi to talk, she had Han Xiaoan put on such a terrifying makeup. After all the fuss last night, she was exhausted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as she lay down and didn't want to move, Xiaoyue finally picked up her phone with a soft body. "Hello?" A mature, middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. "I'm the dean. Xiaoyue, please come to school later." "The dean, I didn't say you did anything wrong. Just come by later. Your punishment has been lifted." Rushing to school, as soon as Xiaoyue entered the school gate, she was invited to the dean's office for tea. Xiaoyue. Looking at the dean's serious expression, she weakly asked, "Dean, didn't you say I didn't do anything wrong?" Chapter 20. Xiaoyue played with Lu Shizi's recording in her hand for a moment before tossing it into the back of the drawer. Just a moment ago, in the office of the head teacher, Xiaoyue stood up straight, having even changed into her school uniform to avoid getting into trouble. Looking at the head teacher's serious expression, Xiaoyue weakly asked, "Director, didn't you say I didn't do anything wrong?" The head teacher looked directly at her and said, "Xiaoyue, Xiaoyue." She instantly doubted if she had misheard and asked in confusion, "What?" Xiaoyue pursed her lips and smiled. After all that effort to call her here, was it just to tell her that there would be an exam in the afternoon? She wanted to slam the table, if that was the case. It could have been said directly over the phone. Why did it have to feel like she had done something wrong? And the director waited specifically at the school gate to personally invite her up for tea? Most importantly, why wasn't she told the reason? Suppressing her emotions, Xiaoyue cleared her throat, smiled, and asked, "Director, may I ask why my punishment was suddenly revoked?" "You don't want it?" The head teacher retorted. No. Xiaoyue was startled and quickly waved her hands. "I just wanted to ask why." The head teacher, as if nothing had happened, poured a glass of water and said, "Your deskmate has confirmed that you did not bully anyone. Last time it was just to save her." With wide eyes, Xiaoyue asked my deskmate, Fang Yinlai, nodding. The head teacher poured the tea leaves into the cup, covered it, and let it steep. "Yes." Xiaoyue opened her mouth, then pressed her lips together. It turned out her deskmate was indeed that girl. No wonder she felt her deskmate's disheveled appearance was so familiar that night. Xiaoyue exclaimed. She pretended to be pitiful and said, "Director, I didn't attend this morning's exam. No matter how good I am, I can't possibly squeeze into the top 40 by missing one subject, right? You can come on time for the exam in the afternoon, and we will arrange a makeup for the Chinese exam you missed this morning." "Great." Xiaoyue was overjoyed, only to suddenly remember that the exam in the afternoon was math, and she was terrible at math. Could it be that she would fail in the very first subject she had to take? No, absolutely not. Although math tests required thinking and adaptability, she still felt uneasy without reviewing some exercises. She at least needed to look over the formulas to relieve her stress. To say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. Even though she had taken countless math tests in her original world, this was her first exam in this world, and it was her Achilles heel subject. Moreover, this exam was about her pink-blue hair. She still had to rely on this pink-blue hair to maintain the original character's persona. Focusing on her review, the computer screen suddenly flickered. When she opened it, Han Xiaoan had sent her a message on QQ. The content that followed left her dumbfounded. The email contained just a few simple images, all key evidence, proving that Lu Shizi had anonymously contacted the girl group. This email had been sent anonymously on the night Lu Shizi had slandered her, accusing her of making the 3 senior girls take the blame. Xiaoyue repeatedly checked the email, but still couldn't find any clues. Who sent it to her? And why? The only ones who could find such records were hackers, and she didn't know any hackers. Staring at the date on the email, Xiaoyue silently recited that date. She hadn't touched the computer for several days, so she had no idea where this email was. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to spend so much effort trying to get information from Lu Shizi. Leaning back in her chair, listening to the clock ticking, Xiaoyue dared not relax for a moment and sat up straight. No matter who sent her the email, it didn't matter if they didn't want her to know. There was no point in her thinking too much about it now. The most important thing was the math exam in the afternoon. With time pressing, how could she spare her thoughts for anything else? Sitting up straight, she pressed her hands on the notebook, carefully analyzing the math problem she got wrong, then covered the answers and worked them out again in her draft book. Entering the exam room, Xiaoyue's heart raced. She had never been this nervous before. In the past, taking math tests only gave her headaches. But now it felt like going to the gallows. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Xiaoyue found her seat in the exam room, sat down, and waited for the teacher to distribute the papers. The exam room was arranged according to student scores and according to their results. The other students in the same room as Xiaoyue were all slackers who didn't want to study. The original character had been placed in this last exam room due to multiple absences. Xiaoyue placed her hands under the table, desperately rubbing them together as her palms grew sweaty. This wasn't just an ordinary exam. It was a significant test concerning her survival in this world. When the test papers were handed out, the teacher reminded the students to check if their papers were missing any pages. However, in this slacker's exam room, students lay on their desks as soon as they entered, and the teacher had gotten used to it, showing no extra emotion and simply reminding them of the exam rules before sitting down to do their own thing. In fact, there was no need to remind anyone about cheating, because those who could take the exam here didn't even want a copy. Xiaoyue didn't bother to pay attention to her surroundings. She followed her previous routine, checking the test paper for missing pages, filling in the required information on the answer sheet like name, class, and exam number, and then scanning the questions until the teacher said they could start writing. Looking at those math problems, Xiaoyue was momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened, panic and joy surged in her heart, and she felt like crying. Hey, brother, did I hear you right? You actually want to help me level up in the game? I've begged you before, and you wouldn't agree. Xiaozi huffed. Taking a big bite of the apple, she was eating and muttering, You better not go back on your word later. Mu Zhichen nodded, leisurely logging into Xiaozi's game account, his gaze fixed on the game interface. The previous World Tribe record was still hanging there. He frowned slightly and then turned to say, Don't tell anyone that I helped you level up your account. Got it. I don't want people to know my brother helped me level up in the game. Xiaozi blinked and smiled. Do you want me to tell you the game rules and stuff later? Xiaozi had an extracurricular class and went to learn painting every week. This month, there was a competition and the teacher had assigned heavy tasks, so she had to spend more time practicing and couldn't spare attention for the game. So she could only seek help from her brother. No need, I know the rules. With the headphones hanging around his neck, he noticed that Summer Crescent had last been online a few days ago and told his sister, You go paint. Then he put on the headphones and started fighting monsters. Finishing the last bite of the apple, Xiaozi looked at the cold profile of Mu Zhichen while holding the apple core, chewed a few times before swallowing and muttering. We're clearly siblings. Why are you so reserved, brother? If you want to play the game, just say so. Why find excuses? Catching a glimpse of the time in the lower right corner of the computer, he quickly typed on the keyboard, and upon getting closer, she realized he was rapidly typing. Instantly, the world tribe began to boil again, and the chat records started refreshing frantically. After about 10 minutes, Mu Zhichen finally exited the game, took the exercise book from the last assignment off the shelf, glanced at himself in the mirror to confirm his outfit was correct, and then left with his backpack. Where are you going, brother? Xiaoyue, drinking water, shouted towards the door. She had seen Mu Zhichen go out several times, and based on past experiences, his frequency of going out was a bit too high. I have something to do. Then she heard the sound of the door closing. I'm here. Mu Zhichen. I thought you wouldn't come to help me with tutoring during the exam. Mu Zhichen lowered his eyelashes, thinking to himself that if he wanted to know the content of the exam paper, it wouldn't be difficult. The school-less firewall was too weak, and he didn't even want to bother cracking it. How'd it go? Mu Zhichen. Chapter 21, Is This What You Call Good? Xiaoyue greeted with a hi, saying, It's already impressive for me. Usually, I can't solve the big questions at the back. Well, not many finished the last 3 questions this time, and those who did only got a few right. Mu Zhichen felt her gaze and met Xiaoyue's eyes. Asking lightly, Is there something? Xiaoyue counted on her fingers. 1, 2, you said 2 extra sentences. Mu Zhichen. Usually, you act like saying 1 more word would kill you, but this time you actually said 2 more sentences. That's really commendable progress. Mu Zhichen. Xiaoyue put down her water cup and said earnestly, Here we go again. You should be refuting me at this time. I compliment you a couple of times, and you go back to your usual self. Mu Zhichen. Okay, I understand that the aloof male god can't break character. Xiaoyue chuckled. By the way, how do you know not many people got the questions right? Besides me, a math loser. The top students in the advanced class should be able to do them, right? Not really. The questions this time were somewhat polarized. The front ones were too easy, and the back ones were too difficult. Mu Zhichen patiently explained. Xiaoyue raised her chin slightly and asked, What about you, Mu Zhichen? How do you think you did? Full marks. He added, This paper was too easy. Xiaoyue, just now, you said the back questions were very difficult, and not many people got them right. Now you're saying you got full marks and that the questions were too easy. Xiaoyue couldn't help but ask. Mu Zhichen calmly replied, The questions were indeed easy for me, not necessarily for others. Xiaoyue, I don't understand the world of the study god. Whatever they say is right. As a math loser, I don't deserve to speak. Taking out a notebook from her backpack, Mu Zhichen said, This is last time's exercise answers. You can look at them first, and if you don't understand, ask me next time. Next time? When? Don't you have time now? Xiaoyue was puzzled. Mu Zhichen. After the monthly exam, Xiaoyue suddenly realized, Oh, you want to review, right? I understand. So I won't disturb your time, study god. Mu Zhichen said indifferently, I don't need to. It's you who needs to review, so the time is pushed back. Xiaoyue met Mu Zhichen's gaze, thinking to herself, The study god is indeed the study god. Even reviewing isn't necessary. Truly envious. Hey, he said the time was pushed back because she needed to review. Why does she feel a bit touched? Her impression of Mu Zhichen improved further, and Xiaoyue sniffled. Feeling moved, Mu Zhichen, you're so nice. Mu Zhichen touched? Xiaoyue blinked, though she didn't understand why. She honestly nodded, touched. Mu Zhichen, you're easy to sell. Are you cooking today? Xiaoyue asked. Huh? Cooking, what's wrong? Mu Zhichen bluntly said, I want to eat sweet and sour ribs. Xiaoyue, did she just mishear? She tilted her head and asked, What did you just say? Mu Zhichen looked at her, unhurriedly repeating, I want to eat sweet and sour ribs. Xiaoyue, has the study god lost his mind today? Before, he only agreed to eat when dragged, and now he's actively asking for it? Did you fall when you went out today? Or did you bump into something while not looking? Xiaoyue asked cautiously. Mu Zhichen, no. Xiaoyue, hey. Mu Zhichen, do you know you broke in character today? What is it? Pumpkin, squid, and so on. Xiaoyue looked at the gradually emptying fridge, thinking it was time to buy some vegetables. Xiaoyue, so she is being treated as a cook? If it weren't for the fact that he spent time and effort helping her with tutoring, she wouldn't bother with him. That's fine. Continuing to peel. Xiaoyue quickly removed all the pumpkin skin. The fridge had peanut powder, which saved her the trouble of crushing peanuts. After washing and cutting the vegetables, she washed the pot, heated the oil, and tossed in the pumpkin, stirring it a few times, adding water to boil. When it was almost done, she sprinkled peanut powder, flipped it over, added more peanut powder, and after boiling a bit longer, added salt and oil to season, ready to serve. Mu Zhichen stood by the door, his gaze fixed on Xiaoyue. She was unaffected and skillfully carried out the cooking steps, the aroma wafting through the kitchen, lingering in the air. Initially, he just wanted to tease Xiaoyue, but her reaction was so amusing that he couldn't help wanting to tease her more. Leaning against the door frame, he smiled lightly, growing increasingly interested in Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue swiftly brought the prepared dishes out of the kitchen to the dining table, and Mu Zhichen rarely took the initiative to help serve rice. Since he said he wanted to eat peanut pumpkin, Xiaoyue specially placed that dish in front of Mu Zhichen for him to try. Smelling the aroma of pumpkin mixed with peanuts, Mu Zhichen picked up his chopsticks without hesitation, taking a piece of golden pumpkin into his mouth. Xiaoyue watched him intently and hurriedly asked, "Is it good?" Though she had confidence in her cooking skills, she would feel very happy to receive recognition from others. "Not bad," Mu Zhichen replied, taking another piece of pumpkin. Seeing this, Xiaoyue's lips curled up. She knew that Mu Zhichen wouldn't say things like it's amazing or so delicious, but not bad coming from him was already a luxury. Moreover, he kept taking pumpkin, proving he was satisfied with the dish, right? "What are you smiling about?" "Nothing." Xiaoyue couldn't suppress her smile and used the public chopsticks to pick a piece of pumpkin for him, saying, "Eat slowly. There's plenty more." Mu Zhichen, anyone can see this is like feeding him as a pig. After Mu Zhichen finished one bowl of rice, Xiaoyue took the initiative to refill it, then filled his bowl with pumpkin and added a few fried chicken wings as well. Thinking it still wasn't enough, she added a few big chopsticks of vegetables for him. "That's enough." Mu Zhichen finally couldn't help but speak up. "Is this really enough?" Remembering how much Mu Zhichen and his sister ate at the snack shop, and recalling that he only ate one bowl last time they had dinner here, Xiaoyue felt guilty. One bowl of rice was merely a snack for him, right? How could she treat him like this? The more she thought, the more she felt she was being unkind. So Xiaoyue added a few pieces of squid for him, saying, "Don't be polite if it's not enough. I'll cook more rice." Mu Zhichen, seeing that the rice cooker and the dishes were empty, Xiaoyue nodded in satisfaction. This time she finally didn't neglect Mu Zhichen, right? After washing the dishes, she leaned by the window to rest and remembered that Han Xiaohan asked her to tell Han Cheng that her matter had been resolved, so he wouldn't worry. Taking her phone from the table, Xiaoyue found Han Cheng's number and sent him a text saying the matter had been resolved. Just as she was about to exit, she noticed a message in the inbox that only displayed a number, clicked in, and seriously edited, "Thank you," with 3 words. Seeing that it was sent successfully, Xiaoyue renamed the number to deskmate. Touching her smooth neck, Xiaoyue's expression slowly became grave. She had searched by the small river many times, but still hadn't found the necklace. She had checked every little crevice, but still found nothing. Faching so gossip. Mu Zhichen changed his shoes and calmly said, "Stop overthinking, let's eat." When he saw so much rice while scooping, he originally didn't care, but now he realized it was Xiaoyue who specially cooked for him, a full rice cooker of rice. Xiaoyue kept scooping rice and adding vegetables for him, adhering to the principle of not wasting, finishing all the food. Mu Zhichen leaned against the doorframe, frowning at the nearby chair, unable to sit down. He felt uncomfortably stuffed. Fortunately, he has a set of abs and a proper posture. Otherwise, he might have already revealed his ugly side in front of his younger sister. The Mu family's physique is quite special, although they are big eaters. It only applies to snacks. When it comes to 3 meals a day and staple foods, their appetite is the same as that of normal people. And overeating will also make them feel stuffed. After resting for a while, Mu Zhichen walked over to the table, opened the already locked drawer, and took out a silver necklace from inside. The back of the silver lock has a character that looks like a protective talisman. This is the necklace that Xiaoyue has always worn around her neck. Chapter 22. As the class bell rang, the classroom was still bustling with activity. After the monthly exam, the hot summer seemed to suddenly transition into autumn. What used to feel like walking in a sauna now felt refreshing with the autumn breeze. Xiaoyue was writing her weekly journal in English, the cool autumn wind gently lifting her wavy long hair. Although the color was striking, her long, curled eyelashes fluttered with her blinking eyes, making her look quite lively. Han Xiaohan reached out with a pen and poked her, asking, "Are you going to the rooftop after class, senior?" "Senior." A boy stood in front of Xiaoyue, hands on his knees, bending over and breathing heavily. Once he caught his breath, he looked up with a smile and handed her his phone, saying, "Senior, I won an award." It was only when he lifted his head that Xiaoyue recognized him as the junior who had helped her light a cigarette on the rooftop last time. She took the phone and glanced at the content. It was a third prize from a math competition. She patted the junior's shoulder and encouraged him. "Not bad. Keep it up." Even though she had been penalized because of him last time, she wasn't angry. She understood very well why the original owner liked this junior so much. She liked him too. How could anyone resist such a cute and likable boy? The last time a senior told me that if you like something, you should go for it, even if it seems like a thorny path. How would I know I can't do it if I haven't tried? The junior said, taking the broom from Xiaoyue's hand and smiling with dimples. "Thank you, senior." Xiaoyue had no recollection of what the junior said. It was probably something the original owner told him before she entered the story. Xiaoyue agreed with the original owner's words. Without trying hard, how would one know they couldn't do it? She ruffled the junior's hair, encouraging him, "Good luck." With a cheeky smile, the junior's dimples became more pronounced, revealing his little canine teeth. Xiaoyue held back her urge to pinch his soft cheeks, thinking how this boy was even cuter than some girls. "By the way, I'm sorry, senior." The junior swept the floor, and his smile gradually faded. His face drooping as he looked down, clearly feeling downcast. Xiaoyue was puzzled. "Why are you apologizing?" "It's all because I made you get punished to sweep," he muttered, sounding even more dejected. Xiaoyue chimed in, ruffling his soft hair again. "I'm not angry." All right, she said, snatching the broom from his hand, placing one hand on her hip and smiling. "If you really feel guilty, then come help me clean up. And don't slack off on your studies. Keep pushing yourself." "Okay." The junior clenched his fist in determination. "Thank you, senior. You're so nice." He then took the broom from Xiaoyue's hand and energetically started sweeping. "Senior, let me tell you, I met a really strange person in the competition." Xiaoyue was curious. "A strange person?" The junior scratched his head, his eyes filled with admiration. "It's just that this person never shows their face and answers questions online, but they can finish in a very short time, and they always get full marks." Xiaoyue gasped. "That person is indeed strange, but don't competitions have to follow rules? Can they really be so unconventional?" The junior looked at her with admiration. "It wasn't allowed at first, but that person is so amazing that the teaching and research group insisted that they participate. When the first round of questions came out, they scored full marks while no one else did. The questions were from a brand new system, with no answers available, and all the teachers were stunned. It even attracted the attention of teaching and research groups nationwide. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes sparkling as he swallowed hard and continued. To verify whether that person had stolen the answers or was just that good, the teaching and research group personally invited them back to answer questions again. It was like a 3 visits to the thatched cottage situation. And then, Xiaoyue asked with interest. The junior's eyes seemed to shine. Of course they got everything right. What is even more incredible is that there was a mathematics problem carved on a stone tablet abroad that has never been solved. They thought the mysterious genius wouldn't be able to solve it either, but later that genius also said it was unsolvable. Xiaoyue exclaimed, slightly disappointed. "That's not too impressive." The junior continued, "We thought so too at the time, but what they said left us all stunned." "What did they say?" "Xiaoyue pidesit." The junior grinned, revealing his little canine teeth. They said, "Of course it's unsolvable because the question is wrong." We were all dumbfounded. The foreign teaching and research group asked them to correct the question, and they did, yet still no one could solve it. After several days and nights of research, all the authoritative experts were involved, but they couldn't solve it. Then that mysterious genius solved it in just over 10 minutes. Such a sharp person. Although Xiaoyue wasn't particularly fond of math and had suffered from it, that didn't prevent her from admiring sharp individuals, and that mysterious person seemed quite interesting. She initially thought that someone like Mu Zhichen, a top student, was already widely revered, but she didn't expect there to be someone even more remarkable out there. Xiaoyue felt a strange curiosity toward this mysterious genius. She glanced around, but still didn't see the figure she had previously refused to acknowledge. Mu Zhichen really hadn't come a class. Xiaoyue pursed her lips, unable to help but sigh. There was indeed a difference between top students and those who struggled academically even when skipping class. The struggling students skipped class for fun, while top students could skip without needing to provide a reason. Or did something happen to him? When she got home, Xiaoyue searched for the competition the junior mentioned. To her surprise, nearly 8 out of the 10 results were about that mysterious genius, with the remaining 2 being a post about the competition awards and an official announcement calling for capable participants nationwide. The competition was live-streamed throughout, meaning everyone and every angle would be recorded, making cheating impossible. Moreover, it was a system question, and the correct answers would only display once completed. If not finished, there would be no way to see the answers. Silently, she bookmarked this competition, planning to check out how these math geniuses competed and how they defeated their opponents after finishing her game. Today was Saturday, and after finishing her classes on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, she would have a day off on Sunday. As soon as she logged into the game, the world chat records refreshed instantly, stopping at "Little Donkey Not Donkey," "Summer Moon is hacking," and even opened a Smurf account to wash white. How shameless. Xiaoyue. Smurf account to wash white? When others accused her of hacking that night, her explanation didn't go through because the power went out, and afterward, she had no time to play the game. She hadn't even logged in, and she only had one account. So where did the Smurf account come from? She clicked into world chat and scrolled back to that night of the power outage. Sure enough, a large number of people were following the trend and accusing her of hacking. Clicking through, she found almost all were criticizing her. For several days, people had been cursing her, and some onlookers who didn't know what was happening were also swept up in the accusations of her being a hacking dog. Feeling annoyed, she skimmed through the comments until she saw a familiar ID. Won't cry, cry, cry. Won't cry, cry, cry. Anyone can accuse without evidence. Bring out the proof first. God's eye. The person below is probably a Smurf account of the hacker. Speaking boldly, so obvious it doesn't need proof. Clearly a hacker. Daily Monster. Exactly. So obvious, can't you see? Please donate to those in need. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Won't cry, cry, cry. Your level is so low. It must be a Smurf account. We discovered you hacking. Using a Smurf to wash white is too far-fetched. Did you spend too much on hacks and can't afford to hire Water Army? Planning to go solo? Scrolling up, she saw all sorts of insults directed at Won't cry, cry, cry. Won't cry, cry, cry was the one who spoke out on the first day of her monthly exam. But after saying that they had been attacked by those brainless individuals until now, Xiaoyue was furious as a victim of online bullying. She now wanted to reach through the internet and tear those keyboard warriors apart one by one. In the campus forum, she was slandered without reason, and in the game, she was accused of cheating without any evidence. Isn't she too pitiful? Explaining is useless. Only by showcasing her skills can she slap those brainless faces. Just as she was getting annoyed, a big monster attacked Xiaoyue, with one hand on the mouse and the other on the keyboard. She turned around and defeated that monster boss in just a few moves, half the speed of before. As more monsters surged out, Xiaoyue realized it was the monster's lair behind her. A smirk appeared on her lips, excitement surged within her, and her fingers danced skillfully between the keyboard and mouse. In just a short while, the entire monster lair was blown up. System notification. Congratulations to the Crescent Moon of Summer for defeating the entire village of monsters. The system rewards a luxurious paid gift package and an exceptional upgrade. As soon as the system message appeared, the world tribe immediately erupted, and various insults followed. Chapter 23. Yaya is not Yaya. Paid gift packs? Have you ever seen a game give players paid gift packs? The system is losing money? This isn't just cheating. It's hacking. Inisuk. Yaya is right. She must be a hacker. Report her. Don't let her ruin our game. Onlookers waiting for the drama. I've never seen a situation like this before. Waiting for updates. Wild 1. Cheating and hacking. Oh my. We've encountered a tough character. Wolf is fierce. Report her. Cheating is already disgusting, and she's hacking our game system. How can we let someone like this stay? Little pink. Agreed. Reporter. Big scale horned fish. Agreed one. Haha, agreed two. The world tribe continued to spam relentlessly, and in an instant, Xiaoyue was surrounded by people rushing in from all directions, surrounding her like a clown. Xiaoyue, are these people's brains filled with glue? They just believe whatever others say? Since reporting requires a review process which takes up to 12 hours, even if those people report her, Xiaoyue still wouldn't be banned. Opening the chat box, the system displayed, "Won't whine, just came online." Moving to the chat box, Xiaoyue suddenly felt warmth in her heart. At least someone was wise. Quickly typing that it was nothing, just as she was about to send it, the other party sent a message. Often compete with like-minded friends, not with fools about length. Staring at that sentence, Xiaoyue's anger faded by half. Even if there was only one person, at least someone believed her and stood by her side. Deleting the nothing message, Xiaoyue slowly and seriously typed "thank you" and sent it, adding at the end, "Thanks again for last time. Won't whine. No need. Want to play a game? Summer Moon. Happy to join." Ignoring the brainless online trend, Xiaoyue kept the phrase from "won't whine" in mind, not to argue with fools about length. She felt no guilt for things she hadn't done. And for those foolish behaviors, only by becoming strong enough could she silence those trolls. Glancing at the crowd gathered nearby, Xiaoyue smiled faintly, whistled to summon the golden dragon, and leapt onto its back, flying to the top of Silver Peak. At the peak, overlooking the smaller mountains, below the valley was the ghost's lair. Sitting on the golden dragon, Xiaoyue propped herself up with one elbow on the dragon's body, one leg crossed over the other, gazing at a soft and cute lowly in front of her. Summer Moon. Sweep the ghost village? Won't whine. MHM. The suggestion to come here was from Won't whine. Xiaoyue hadn't noticed the ghost village was here before. Seeing the ghosts below, sensing their presence, she raised an eyebrow and pointed to the valley below. "I can't hold back my bloodlust. Let us go." Won't whine leaped onto the dragon's back. Standing behind Xiaoyue, the golden dragon roared and spiraled in the air, diving straight into the valley, causing the surrounding branches to shake and fall, alarming the ghosts below. Xiaoyue soared into the air, stretching out her hand, grasping the sword that shimmered with silver flames, spreading her arms. One leg was straight down, while the other bent at a right angle as she flew down, swinging her hand, and the sword energy shot out, instantly bisecting the ghosts below. Won't whine followed closely behind. Her level was lower than Xiaoyue's, and she hadn't reached the realm of uniting man and sword. She drew her sword from her back, wearing the white fairy dress Xiaoyue had given her last time, bravely charging forward, with her face not revealing her delicate appearance. After Xiaoyue eliminated tens of thousands of ghosts ahead, satisfied with her results, she turned and launched her sword, instantly causing the ghost lurking behind, Won't whine, to vanish without a trace. Summer Moon. Little wine. I save you again. Won't whine. MHM. Thank you. Xiaoyue flicked her skirt and strode to Won't whine, backing her against the cliff wall. One hand pressed against the wall while her other hand gently lifted her chin with a slender finger, smiling. How will you repay me? With your body? Xiaoyue teased, opening her equipment menu, selecting the sharpest and most lethal fire sword soul to give to Won't whine, slightly opening her mouth. Just kidding. Won't whine. Sure, master, thank you. Game characters were randomly selected. Although Won't whine had chosen a lowly, her behavior was calm and composed. Definitely different from her character's appearance, and she wouldn't lower herself to others. Did she just hear wrong? Summer Moon. What did you call me? Won't whine. Master. Summer Moon. Are you willing to be my disciple? Won't whine. You saved me. I should repay you. And you're really good at the game. Facing Won't whine. S words, Xiaoyue felt happier than any compliment. Being praised by someone who is usually taciturn, and in such a serious tone, made her feel ecstatic. Summer Moon. Disciple, I really love you. Won't whine. Let's go kill some monsters in the next scene. Although aware that Won't whine wasn't joking, Xiaoyue still adored her disciple's taciturn attitude, especially since her disciple was a rare rational person. Summer Moon. All right, let's head to the next village. After the fight with the ghosts, the golden dragon had also exerted a lot of effort, with scales falling off its sides and dragon blood continuously oozing out. Xiaoyue gently stroked its injured scales, using spiritual energy to heal it. After a while, the bleeding wound that had been pouring out blood was stopped and healed. The two rode the golden dragon, heading toward the next place, Skeleton Town. As the name suggests, it was a place where skeletons gathered, with countless skeletons, and, generally, it was a place where groups of 10 or more people would face 9 deaths out of 10. Summer Moon and Won't Whine dominated the leaderboard with their battle achievements. Their speed in accumulating battle records matching the speed of the brainless comments cursing in the world tribe. The people who had rushed from all directions to watch Summer Moon, S jokes followed her to Silver Peak, witnessing the shocking scene of her and Won't Whine fighting ghosts. As the system messages refreshed faster, the comments in the world tribe seemed to clash with the system updates, rapidly spamming negative reviews, but still could not outpace the system's broadcast of battle achievements. Yaya is not Yaya. Cheating players are indeed different. They can cheat with both big and small accounts. Do you think this can clear their name? Don't dream, cheating dog. Big world, small cell. Can you really cheat with 2 accounts at the same time? I just saw Summer Moon slaughtering the Ghost Village live. I was simply amazed. It's even more impressive than the cheating I saw before. Monster Arena number 1. I also watched the live broadcast just now. The scene was so shocking that I was kneeling. Is Won't Whine really her small account? It doesn't look like it. Yaya is not Yaya. What's so great about cheating? How is this any different from slapping yourself in the face? We work hard, yet we're overtaken by cheaters. Don't you feel angry? Yaya is not Yaya. Moreover, even if Won't Whine, I sent to your small account, it must be someone she hired. That account is clearly at a low level, but the ability doesn't match the level. It must also be cheating. Opening. That's just too disgusting. We collectively reported her just now, and she is still fine. Isn't she afraid of being banned? Wolf is fierce. Reporting takes time for verification. Let us just wait for her to be banned. Cheating dog, get out. Hey, cheating dog, get out. All these comments were seen by Won't Whine. With a slight distraction, Summer Moon protected her behind, eliminating a charging skeleton with a single strike. Disciple. Are you tired? Getting distracted like this could get you hurt. I'm not crying. I'm sorry. Thank you. Seeing that Xiaoyue was completely unaffected, he shifted his gaze away from the comments from the world tribe above, went full screen in the game, and focused on killing enemies with her. After a fierce battle, the skeleton town, which normally required more than a dozen people to defeat, was wiped out by Summer's Crescent, and I'm not crying. Xiaoyue looked at the flowers burning with a bright red flame and sent a message. Disciple, look how beautiful that flame flower is. I'm not crying. Do you like it? Summer's Crescent. I like it. I'm not crying. I have something to do. I'm logging off. Xiaoyue. How did her disciple end the conversation so abruptly? The next second, I'm not crying. S icon turned gray. Knock. Wait a minute. Xiaoyue poked her head out of the room and responded to the door. She quickly exited the game, slipped on her slippers, and ran to open the door. With I'm not crying offline, she didn't want to continue playing. A fun game is even better with interesting people, and although her disciple wasn't interesting, she liked her. She opened the door, looked up slightly at the handsome face, and exclaimed in surprise, Mu Zhichen, why are you here? Mu Zhichen said, I told you I'd come for tutoring after the monthly exam. Did you forget, or do you not want tutoring? Xiaoyue quickly shook her head and said blankly, No, I thought you had something to do since you didn't go to class today. Mu Zhichen, if I had something to do, I would tell you. He glanced at Xiaoyue's hand propped up on the door frame. Are you not planning to let me in? Chapter 24, what questions from the previous homework do you not understand? Yes. Xiaoyue took out her notebook, circled the questions she didn't understand after checking the answers, and handed it to Mu Zhichen. Although your answers are very detailed, there's still some I don't understand. Taking the notebook, Mu Zhichen glanced casually at the circled questions, then looked up at Xiaoyue, pondering how to explain thoroughly, as these questions were really quite simple to him. Which step didn't you understand? Mu Zhichen asked Xiaoyue to mark the steps she couldn't grasp, so he could explain them to her carefully. Xiaoyue checked the steps she understood and circled the ones she didn't. If she didn't understand a step, she couldn't connect to the following steps. Her thought process was like a long piece of rope, And if it's broken in the middle, it's no longer a complete rope. Based on Xiaoyue's thought process, Mu Zhichen explained the method he had just organized. Suddenly, Xiaoyue exclaimed, "I understand." Nodding slightly, Mu Zhichen momentarily felt like he was teaching a 3-year-old child. Xiaoyue clapped her hands on the table excitedly. "So that is how it is. Substitute this X and then transform it. I was stuck for so long." Suddenly feeling very excited, math suddenly clicked for her, and Xiaoyue looked at Mu Zhichen with a face full of admiration. Mu Zhichen replied casually, "What is the matter? What is your mind made of? How can you be so good at math?" Mu Zhichen. Glancing at the math problem, "This is no different from simple." Xiaoyue. Smiling slightly, "Well, we're not on the same level. I was wrong, Mu Zhichen. I can't even do simple problems." "What are you laughing at?" Xiaoyue sighed, idly spinning the pen in her hand. "What can I do? I don't want to always be favored by math. It just one T betray me. It just one T." Mu Zhichen couldn't help it, and immediately cleared his throat, pretending nothing happened. Diverting the topic, "I'll find another set of problems for you based on your level tomorrow." Xiaoyue is just too interesting. Glancing inadvertently at the fair collarbone at Xiaoyue's neck, Mu Zhichen took out a necklace from his backpack. "A few days ago, I found a necklace. Do you know whose it is?" Hearing this, Xiaoyue hurriedly turned to look at the necklace in Mu Zhichen's hand, and she excitedly reached out to take it. "Ah, this necklace is mine. Thank you." However, when the other party moved the necklace away, she missed it and frowned. "What are you doing?" Her hand stopped in midair, and Xiaoyue suddenly realized something was wrong. The original owner indeed didn't wear a necklace, and this necklace came with her when she crossed into the book. What a blunder. Mu Zhichen, really? When he noticed something was off with Xiaoyue, he saw that she had been wearing the necklace all along. Seeing her so nervous now, could it be that this necklace hides some secrets? Yes. Xiaoyue nodded vigorously. "So please return it to me." "Thank you," Mu Zhichen said coldly. "But you might also want this necklace for yourself and are lying." Xiaoyue. With so many wild thoughts, "Why don't you go become a screenwriter? If you don't believe me, turn it over." Xiaoyue pointed at the necklace. "There's a moon character on the back of the silver lock. Take a look." Though Mu Zhichen already knew there was a moon character on the back of the silver lock, he still turned it over. "There's a moon character, right? Now it proves it's my necklace, so give it back to me." Xiaoyue extended her hand. "Hand it over." "It is proven, but what?" Xiaoyue's brows furrowed tighter, filled with a bad premonition. Mu Zhichen observed the necklace, looking at Xiaoyue with a clear voice. "I found the necklace for you, so you owe me a favor, right?" Xiaoyue. The aloof male god actually asking for a reward. This character is completely falling apart. "What do you want?" "I haven't thought it through yet." Mu Zhichen placed the necklace into Xiaoyue's palm and returned it to her. "Xiaoyue? What did you say?" Xiaoyue felt like she had misheard. "You're not that kind of person, right?" "What kind of person?" Mu Zhichen's dark eyes showed no ripples, not a hint of embarrassment. "The tutoring thing was something my mom asked you to do, so don't ask me for a reward," Xiaoyue said sulkily. "Besides, you ate the food I made, so that is already a favor, right? It's true that it was your mom who asked, but the beneficiary is you. There's no logic in your reasoning." Mu Zhichen glanced at the necklace in her hand, and seeing Xiaoyue hurriedly put it away, he chuckled and said, "How can one meal compensate for my long tutoring?" Xiaoyue retorted confidently, "It was clearly 2 meals." Mu Zhichen remained calm. "That first meal you insisted I eat doesn't count." Xiaoyue. This is collapsing, absolutely collapsing. This is no aloof male god. He is clearly a logic rogue. Thinking about it, thanks to Mu Zhichen's tutoring, her math didn't fall to rock bottom, and she still had a chance to pass. Xiaoyue waved her hand. "Forget it. 2 favors are just 2 favors." With a slight curve of his lips, the subtle curve was not serious enough to be seen. Mu Zhichen quickly adjusted his facial expression, restoring his originally stern look. "That's very good." Xiaoyue. "You big-headed ghost. You're clearly taking advantage of her logic. Let us eat. I'll make a table full of dishes, guaranteeing your satisfaction." Xiaoyue kept thinking, hurry and agree. As long as he eats here a few more times, the favor from tutoring will be offset. Meeting Xiaoyue's gaze. Seeing the little expectation in her light brown eyes, Mu Zhichen saw through her little scheme and smiled lightly. Your little calculation is too obvious. You. Just now, her perfect smile with 8 teeth instantly drooped. You win. Oh, I'm so tired. A strong female voice came from the door, and both turned to look outside. ECS stood up and walked out of the room, Mom. Mu Zhichen followed her out and saw ES mother sitting on the sofa, looking exhausted. He politely greeted, "Hello, Annie." Seeing her daughter not out wandering, Mu Zhichen, the good child from someone else's family, still in her house, made ES mother's fatigue dissipate by half. She got up and poured a glass of water for Mu Zhichen. "Zhichen, you're helping our Xiaoyue with her tutoring? Thank you for your hard work." "Mu Zhichen, it's no trouble. ES mother. Ixia is quite slow. Please be more forgiving. If she doesn't do well, you can scold her. Don't worry about my feelings." Standing aside, Ixia, although she is not her biological daughter, she is the one acting like her biological daughter now. Mu Zhichen glanced at the time and politely said, "Auntie, it's getting late. I'll be leaving first." ES mother urged, "Zhichen, stay for dinner." Watching their interaction, she felt completely like an outsider. Ixia thought, "What am I doing here? Shouldn't I leave?" Welcome to the competition scene of the Wisdom Star. Ixia glanced around and found that those seated were either Master S students from Tsinghua or Peking University or impressive doctoral candidates. As the camera scanned over a group of contestants, Ixia still found her adorable junior, whose delicate and cute face stood out among the crowd. Next, our mysterious contestant. The one who shocked the world, Chun. The host smiled broadly, his voice trembling. As soon as he spoke, thunderous applause erupted, which didn't stop for a long time. Let us warmly welcome him. After saying this, another round of thunderous applause rang out, and the camera swept to the big screen, showing the words, "Thank you," typed out on the keyboard. It's indeed quite mysterious. Even the words are typed out, fearing that handwritten notes might lead others to trace him. The bullet comments haven't been turned off, and now they're all flooding in. Chen's hands are so beautiful. Also, it turns out that exceptional people not only have extraordinary intelligence, but also have such beautiful hands. If I have the luck to see Chun, my life will be worth it. I confess my love for Chun. I saw Chen's hands. Today is another day of groundhog screaming. Xiaoyue. This Chun seems to have an aura that almost surpasses that of a celebrity. Moreover, these hands seem a bit familiar. After introducing Chun, the host pointed at the big screen. The competition starts now. Chapter 25 of Barrage was still on, with comments like "Chun is so handsome. I love you," scrolling wildly across the screen. The barrage quickly flew by, all in uniform blue font, resembling fan support. Each comment included a confession. Even more extreme comments appeared like "Chungij, I want to have your babies." Xiaoyue. "Chungij, want to have babies? How do you know he's a guy?" Although those hands look like a boy's hands, they could also belong to a very manly girl. Amused by the barrage, Xiaoyue glanced at the dazzling comments and immediately turned off the barrage to focus on the competition. Although there were many competitors present, her eyes still followed Chun. She stared intently at Chen's exam paper, watching as he filled in the answers without needing any rough work. Only for the later big questions did he draw a symbol on the rough paper. Yes, that's right, just a symbol, not a calculation process or numbers. Just a simple symbol. Xiaoyue looked at the symbol on the rough paper, pondering for a long time without understanding its meaning. Did he get bored doing the problems and just doodle? Chen had already finished the last question and glanced at the time in the lower right corner. Only 10 minutes had passed. 10 minutes. There's no way. Ding. While Xiaoyue was in shock, Chen had already submitted his paper. Xiaoyue. She felt like she was dreaming. She pinched herself hard, and it hurt. This is the most advanced system for answering papers. The system corrects an answer for each question the contestant completes, but it only reveals the answers when the contestant submits the paper. Xiaoyue still hadn't recovered from her shock. She repeatedly looked at the time in the lower right corner. And the place on her arm where she pinched it was still throbbing, reminding her that this was all real. Just hearing about it, Xiaoyue thought this person was amazing. Now seeing it with her own eyes, she felt completely conquered. Looking at the questions on the paper that resembled alien language, Xiaoyue felt a headache from looking too long, but Chun had completed the entire alien language paper in just 10 minutes. Scanning around, the camera passed over the competitors who were still desperately solving problems, each one anxiously scribbling calculations on rough paper, some even sweating profusely, their faces flushed. As an observer, Xiaoyue could only sigh. Why is there such a big difference among people when they are all human? No, Chun is not human. He is a god. Pulling open the drawer, Xiaoyue saw the neatly arranged notebooks inside. She found a bag and packed a stack of notebooks. She almost forgot to return them to Mu Zhichen, carefully counting the number of notebooks to ensure none were damaged or stained. Xiaoyue then carried the bag of notebooks out. Sister Xiaoyue, what brings you here? Xiaoyue smiled and asked, I'm here to return the notebooks. Is Mu Zhichen home? Originally, Xiaoyue wanted to directly hand the notebooks to Xiaoyue, but since she was already pulled into the house, she felt embarrassed to leave immediately. The decor of a Mu family house was mostly in black, white, and gray, looking understated and not luxurious. Even the furniture was arranged very systematically, neat and meticulous. Xiaoyue smiled slightly. This indeed matched the feeling Mu Zhichen gave off. Sister Xiaoyue, let's watch a video. Xiaoyue brought her laptop over and sat next to Xiaoyue, placing the computer on her lap. Huh, I was just planning to sit for a bit and leave. Why are we watching a video? She waved her hand in refusal. No. Since Mu Zhichen has something to do, I'll leave first. Please give him these notebooks. Welcome to the competition scene of the Wisdom Star. I really like that Chun. He's so amazing. Xiaoyue also got excited. That's right. I like him a lot too. The friendship between girls is that simple. Find something in common that they both like, and they naturally become good sisters. I told you. You were so engrossed you didn't hear. Mu Zhichen explained. You both really like that Chun? The two answered in unison, yes. In response to them was Mu Zhichen's rarely visible smile, but it seemed to carry some disdain. This behavior angered Xiaoyue. Brother, you really are narrow-minded. If you're capable, go participate too. If you're not as good as others, don't laugh at them. You big idiot. Standing aside, Xiaoyue's gaze was fixed on Mu Zhichen's hands. It seemed, because she was a hand person, she paid more attention to others' hands. She previously thought Chen's hands looked familiar. It turned out it was because they resembled Mu Zhichen's hands. After observing for a while, Xiaoyue reached a conclusion. Their hands really only looked similar, and there was no other relation. Chen's little finger had a small scar. But Mu Zhichen's hands were fair and slender, without any flaws. Objectively speaking, Mu Zhichen's hands were prettier than Chen's because there were no scars. But Xiaoyue felt Chen's hands were much more charming. Mu Zhichen, I've returned the notebooks to you. Thank you, I'm leaving now. After saying this, Xiaoyue forced herself to remain calm and prepared to slip away. Sister Xiaoyue, let us go to the bookstore later. Xiaoyue turned around with an awkward smile. No, I have something to do later. Standing at the entrance of the bookstore, Xiaoyue pressed her lips and raised her chin at a 45-degree angle, a common strong smile. Xiaoyue pulled her inside the bookstore. Unable to escape the strong pulling force of the beautiful girl, even though Xiaoyue had already refused, she was still dragged into the bookstore. The painting competition was approaching, and practicing all the time wasn't a solution. The teacher asked them to occasionally go out for inspiration. Looking over at Mu Zhichen, Xiaoyue really wanted to ask, since Mu Zhichen is here, why did she pull her along? She just wanted to stay home and memorize ancient poetry properly. She still had to retake her Chinese exam. Using the excuse of going to buy water, Xiaoyue breathed a few breaths of fresh air outside. She was almost suffocating in the math section earlier. She really couldn't grasp math and felt like she was going crazy. Who was that? So familiar. At the side of the bookstore entrance, a girl in a white dress with long black straight hair was talking to Mu Zhichen. Xiaoyue stopped in her tracks, standing quietly for a few seconds at the bookstore entrance, sneaking into a corner. She didn't know why she wanted to hide, but her intuition told her to. She remembered. Isn't that the girl Mu Zhichen met secretly on the rooftop last time? No wonder she looked so familiar. Xiaoyue felt that coming out was the right decision. Otherwise, if she ran into Mu Zhichen's girlfriend, it would be hard to explain. She didn't want to be caught up in someone else's love story. It would be bad if she ended up as a third party. Having crouched in the corner for quite a while, why are they still not done talking? Xiaoyue glanced around and felt that her hiding looked quite suspicious. taking out her phone to edit a text message. Just as she was about to send it, Xiaoyue suddenly ran up to her. Sister Xiaoyue, what are you doing here? Let us go, we're done buying books. Xiaoyue's brow twitched, silently deleting the message she had prepared to send to Xiaoyue, saying she had to leave. Not Xiaoyue. She bumped into Mu Zhichen's girlfriend. That girl smiled sweetly and greeted Xiaoyue. Hello. Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue awkwardly smiled back. Hello. How does she know my name? We're leaving now. After Mu Zhichen finished speaking to that girl, he handed her a bag containing a few practice books. Here you go. Xiaoyue. What? What's going on? Idiot. Lu Shuzi lowered her head, gripping the hem of her clothes with both hands, constantly twisting it, not daring to look up at the person scolding her. You can't even handle this little thing. What use do I have for you? I was tricked by them last time. I'm sorry. I promise I'll do better next time. Lu Shuzi looked up in shock at the girl in front of her. Xiaoyue only revoked the punishment. There are still many opportunities. I will definitely do well next time. I'm sorry. If there's another time, don't expect to get any money. Your mother's surgery requires a lot of money, right? The girl flicked her hair and smiled. I can help her find it, but if you mess things up for me again, I won't be so kind anymore. Do you understand? I understand. I will do well. Lu Shuzi wiped away her tears and glared fiercely at the receding figure. Xiaoyue, it's all because of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be like this. Chapter 26 on the way. Xiaoyue received a call and left for something. Holding a book, Xiaoyue followed Mu Zhichen, wanting to ask several times, but the atmosphere was unusually awkward now. That Mu genius. Finally, she couldn't help but break the silence. Are you just going to leave your girlfriend behind like this? Xiaoyue asked cautiously, sensing that they might have had a fight. She pointed behind her. Wasn't that her just now? Mu Zhichen replied, no. Xiaoyue realized she was mistaken and weakly said, oh. Remembering the last time she saw them meeting secretly on the school rooftop, she curiously asked, since she's not your girlfriend, why were you meeting her last time? Mu Zhichen frowned. Meeting secretly? Xiaoyue explained, it was the last time when I bumped into you and Xiaohan at the corner on the rooftop. Weren't you just coming down from there with her? Mu Zhichen scoffed. So you think just because you see a guy with a girl, they must be a couple? Xiaoyue replied seriously, not really, but it's hard not to misunderstand when a top student goes to the rooftop alone with a girl at night. Mu Zhichen shook his head. That's just your definition of top student. Who says a top student can't go to the rooftop? Thinking about it, Xiaoyue realized he was right. He never said they were a couple. It was her misunderstanding. Other people might be afraid of provoking the school bully and wouldn't go up. But Mu Zhichen didn't fear trouble, so it was normal for him to go. Xiaoyue aukvatli smilet, Sorry for misunderstanding you. Love letter? Xiaoyue was taken aback. Did she ever write a love letter to Mu Zhichen? Could it be that the original owner wrote it? Racking her brain, Xiaoyue couldn't find any memory about that part. Could it be because the original owner was a cannon fodder character and the author omitted that part? Mu Zhichen nodded, yeah, that love letter. Xiaoyue forced herself to appear calm, waving her hand vigorously. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. At that time, I made a bet with someone and the loser had to deliver a love letter to you. I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. Oh, I see. Mu Zhichen's was particularly drawn out. Xiaoyue vaguely said, feeling guilty, right? That's it. I apologize to you. It was my fault for using you as a bet. Mu Zhichen's tone unconsciously carried a hint of amusement. It's fine. Just return the favor. Xiaoyue. Why is this person so unreasonable? She retorted, no, I've already apologized to you. Isn't this just taking advantage of me? Not every sorry can be exchanged for it's okay. Mu Zhichen stated confidently. Not agreeing proves you're not sincere in your apology. That's deception, a matter of character. Suppressing the urge to strangle Mu Zhichen, Xiaoyue gritted her teeth and smiled. How could that be? I'm definitely sincere. All right, since I owe you 2 favors. It doesn't hurt to add one more. Xiaoyue smiled sweetly. Are you satisfied now? Mu Zhichen nodded, honestly replying, satisfied. You. I can't get angry. Smile, I have to keep smiling. Looking at his angry back, Mu Zhichen couldn't help but smile. This Xiaoyue was too interesting. What he said about the love letter was just to tease Xiaoyue, but he didn't expect her reaction to be so amusing. So he couldn't help but take advantage of it and get a favor in return. Wait. Mu Zhichen called out to the still angry girl in front. Ignoring the shy and blushing expression of the cold drink shop attendant, Mu Zhichen calmly said, 2 cups of watermelon juice, please. 2 girls nearby stared at Mu Zhichen, whispering to each other, occasionally stealing glances at the handsome boy waiting for his watermelon juice. Handsome, which school are you from? Mu Zhichen lowered his head upon hearing this. Not knowing when the 2 girls had come beside him, he took the packed watermelon juice and coldly replied, is there something you need? Yi, who was waiting in front and saw Mu Zhichen surrounded by girls, hesitated whether to leave first, but Mu Zhichen waved at her, and she walked over in confusion. The 2 girls, seeing this, muttered, so he has a girlfriend. Glancing at Xiaoyue, their eyes lingered on her powder blue hair before they lowered their heads and walked past. Xiaoyue. So Mu Zhichen called me over to block the girls. Mu Zhichen handed her one of the packed cups of watermelon juice. And after hesitating for a while, Xiaoyue accepted it, as it was someone's goodwill. Thank you. I thought about how you would repay the first favor. Xiaoyue inserted a straw into the plastic seal of the watermelon juice, took a sip, and felt the icy juice flow down her throat, cooling her down completely. She turned to look at Mu Zhichen. Mu Zhichen leisurely said, just do what you did earlier. Xiaoyue stared at Mu Zhichen, puzzled. Mu Zhichen took a sip of watermelon juice. Be my bodyguard. Yi. She looked Mu Zhichen up and down. Seeing the sturdy build of the boy, and remembering the last time she saw him playing basketball, when he lifted his shirt, revealing his 6-pack abs, she thought, does he really need a bodyguard? At over 180 centimeters tall, Mu Zhichen towered over Xiaoyue. She tilted her head up to look at him, asking, bodyguard? Did I hear that wrong? You didn't hear wrong. Mu Zhichen explained calmly. Xiaoyue pondered for a moment. Where do you need a bodyguard? When it comes to fighting, others would avoid you. Should I say you shouldn't bully others instead? Mu Zhichen replied nonchalantly. I think you're good at blocking admirers. They're all afraid of you. Xiaoyue was furious. All you have is a pretty face. With such a terrible personality, blocking admirers? You're destined to be single. Mu Zhichen politely said, thank you. Yi. She wants to hit someone. Mu Zhichen looked seriously at Xiaoyue. I think your image right now is pretty good. Really? Then he added, those girls wouldn't dare to approach you when they see you. Yi. Is there any way to kill someone without facing consequences? Throwing her exercise book onto the desk, Xiaoyue looked defeated. Wasn't he being Mu Zhichen's bodyguard going to mean she had to follow him around every day? She had put in so much effort to stay away from the male lead to avoid the White Lotus, but now wasn't that counterproductive? Mu Zhichen. Xiaoyue gritted her teeth as she called out his name. You're doing this on purpose to mess with me. Aren't you? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Xiaoyue opened her computer and logged into the game. As soon as she logged in, her anger flared up a few notches. What greeted her was a barrage of slanderous comments in the World Tribe chat. A message kept flashing in the lower right corner. And Xiaoyue clicked on it. Won't cry. Wanna hunt monsters? Looking at the cute avatar, Xiaoyue felt that this lowly was her only comfort in the game. Summer Crescent. Disciple. Let us go. Master will take you to level up. The 2 agreed to meet at the Fault Peak, and Won't Cry quickly arrived. Won't cry. Here you go. Summer Crescent. Where did you get the flowers? Looking at the yellow rose in Won't Cry's hand, Xiaoyue's heart skipped a beat. Her previously maxed out anger was instantly extinguished by this yellow rose. Won't cry. Does it look like the flame flower from last time? Summer Crescent. Wow, disciple, you're so thoughtful. I love you to death. Xiaoyue happily accepted the flower, twirling it in her palm. She couldn't believe a little girl had ignited her youthful heart. Oh my, how embarrassing. Summer Crescent. Let us go, disciple. I'll take you to hunt monsters. Riding our golden dragon. With a whistle, the golden dragon was summoned, and Xiaoyue, along with her little disciple, soared into the sky riding the golden dragon. The players below saw Xiaoyue, and instantly the World Tribe was in an uproar. Yaya is not Yaya. Didn't we report her? Why is she still here? Yanjiang. I received a system message. It said after testing, she didn't cheat, so her account isn't banned. Ho. I also got a system message. The system has checked, so she really didn't cheat. Is it all her own ability? Yeah, also, oh my god. With her own ability, that's amazing. Is she really a master? I want to hug her. Wild Wolf is super fierce. Didn't they say she was a hacker before? Maybe she hacked the system. Don't be so naive. Rabbit can bite. No way, that's so creepy. The system messages kept updating. 8 out of 10 were about Xiaoyue fighting monsters everywhere with "I can't even" and achieving great results. Looking at the time, she had evening study to attend. Xiaoyue was dominating inside, and the previous unhappiness had dissipated like smoke. She stretched lazily. Xiaoyue, disciple, I'm logging off now. I have something to do later. Thanks for the yellow rose. Love you. Watching her avatar turn gray, Mu Zhichen couldn't help but smile. He found Xiaoyue a bit silly and a little cute. Perhaps it should be called silly cute. Moving his fingers, the smile on Mu Zhichen's face didn't fade. He gently clicked the mouse and also logged out of the game. Back in the classroom, seeing her deskmate covering her hand, Xiaoyue asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The deskmate mumbled while covering her right hand. "Nothing, I'm fine." Pulling away her hand, Xiaoyue saw a scrape on her elbow, with blood oozing out. She frowned and asked, "How did this happen?" "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped it myself." The deskmate's gaze wandered, not daring to look at Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue coldly said, "Speak the truth." The deskmate timidly whispered, "I got tripped by Lu Shuzi when I was going to the bathroom." Chapter 27. After returning home, Xiaoyue sent a message to Han Xiaohan. "Xiaohan, do you have Lu Shuzi's contact information?" Han Xiaohan, "I was at an event with her once. She added me. What is up?" Xiaoyue uploaded an audio file to her computer. "I can't add her on my side. Can you help me send this recording to her?" The file is TXT. Han Xiaohan, what file is this? Xiaoyue, it's the recording from last time. Help me send this to her and tell her that if she troubles Fong Lai Yin again, I'll 1T let her off. Han Xian understood. Okay. Once this was settled, Xiaoyue let out a slow breath. She disliked people who schemed behind others' backs the most. After the break, Han Xiaohan glanced at Mu Zhichen, who was enjoying the wind on the rooftop. She pulled Xiaoyue aside and asked, "Hey, when did you two get so close? Not only have you been going to and from school together these past few days, now you're even bringing him to the rooftop." Xiaoyue followed Han Xiaohan's gaze and also glanced at Mu Zhichen. She leaned back against the wall, covering her face. "Don't say anything. I want to be quiet." After studying vocabulary for a while, Xiaoyue was about to go to bed when her phone suddenly vibrated. Opening it, she saw a message from Mu Zhichen. Rolling her eyes silently in her heart, it took Xiaoyue a while to open the message, and upon seeing it, she directly blocked Mu Zhichen. "Wait for me to go to school with you tomorrow. Observe if there's anything harmful around me. It's a bodyguard's duty. You must have paranoia. Asking a girl to protect you every day. How shameless. Unable to back out of her promise." Xiaoyue could only go to and from school with him every day. As for going to the rooftop, it really had nothing to do with her. It was Mu Zhichen who wanted to go, and they just happened to be there at the same time. Han Xiaohan was not ready to give up and continued to ask, "Just tell me a bit. You can't even satisfy my curiosity. You've changed, Xiaoyue." Knowing Han Xiaohan's relentless personality, Xiaoyue sighed and roughly told her about the situation. "Ha ha 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 ha." Xiaoyue looked at Han Xiaohan, who was laughing so hard she was holding her stomach, and reminded her, "Mind your ladylike image." Han Xiaohan, still laughing uncontrollably, said, "Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in, ha ha." "Xiaoyue, you're still admitting it? What about your face? Don't you care?" When the classmates saw Xiaoyue enter, they all lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact or doing other things. "Xiaoyue, why do I feel like I've become the disciplinary teacher? Hey, when do you think the school bully will go after the top student?" "I don't know. It should be soon, right? Look at the way she looks at the top student. It's like she wants to kill him. It scares me to even look." "Yeah, I think so too. The school bully stares at the top student every day. It's as if she wants to eat him. Scary." Xiaoyue pursed her lips, remaining silent, thinking helplessly, "Are you afraid I can't hear you? You're sitting right behind me and still dare to speak so loudly?" Suddenly, the back became completely quiet. After class, Xiaoyue called Mu Zhichen to the side. Just as she took out the letter, it was snatched away by Lu Shuzi. Xiaoyue was going to give a love letter to Mu Schoolgrass. "Give it back." Xiaoyue's face darkened, expressing her displeasure. "I just want to take a look." Lu Shuzi opened the letter and shouted, "Ah?" Xiaoyue, how can you threaten Mu's school grass like this? She loudly read the contents of the letter, and upon meeting Xiaoyue's gaze, Lu Shuzi innocently said, I accidentally read it out loud. Don't be angry, Xiaoyue. With a forced smile, Xiaoyue walked towards Lu Shuzi, snatched the pink envelope and the letter, smiling as she crumpled the letter into a ball and said, Thank you for helping me read the letter. I'm so happy to have such a good pet like you. Lu Shuzi wanted to retort, but Xiaoyue stepped closer, forcing her back against the wall, closing her eyes tightly, thinking Xiaoyue would hit her. Xiaoyue pinched her chin, a smile constantly on her face. Oh, my little poor thing. I threatened Mu school grass, and you read it out loud yourself. How careless can you be? For me? Lu Shuzi widened her eyes, and Xiaoyue laughed. How forgetful you are. I threatened him because of you. You wanted to ruin him because of unrequited love and asked me to take action. I can't bear it, but you're my friend, so I had to threaten him. Lu Shuzi was exasperated. All right, since everyone knows about this now, let us just leave it at that. Don't ask me to do such things again. Xiaoyue released Lu Shuzi and took the crumpled letter to the trash can, tearing it into pieces. Rumors spread in the classroom, and Xiaoyue once again topped the campus forum. During the break, she was pulled into a corner by the innocent girl who had previously been with Mu Zhichen, pleading with her to give the letter to Mu Zhichen, saying she had a crush on him for a long time and really liked him. Normally, this kind of thing should be done personally, but the girl kept crying, and people passing by thought she was being bullied. Soft-hearted for a moment, Xiaoyue accepted the letter. Now it seemed either that person was not good-natured, or she was also being forced. Outside the corridor, looking at the innocent face below on the playground, Xiaoyue asked Han Xiaohan, Xiaohan, do you know that girl? Han Xiaohan followed Xiaoyue's gaze, frowning. Isn't that Lin Qingyan? The one who knows how to act spoiled the best. Boys really fall for this. Lin Qingyan. Xiaoyue narrowed her eyes and murmured, so she asked the White Lotus. In the original story, the White Lotus always portrayed a pure and lovely image, as she was good-looking, had good grades, and knew how to act spoiled, making her very likable. As an omniscient observer, she certainly knew that was the White Lotus, but in the original story, the White Lotus was very good at pretending, often putting on a weak appearance to evoke sympathy. Xiaoyue, no. Xiaoyue raised an eyebrow. Didn't you see her looking for me? That letter was given to me by her. In the original story, Han Xiaohan didn't know Lin Qingyan was the White Lotus, and by now, the storyline had not brought them into contact. What Xiaoyue said had two possibilities. Either Han Xiaohan would think she was slandering Lin Qingyan, or she would believe her. I have no grievances with her suddenly saying that letter was given to me by her. Do you believe it? Xiaoyue met Han Xiaohan's gaze, waiting for an answer. I believe it. Han Xiaohan also looked at Xiaoyue, sincerely saying, I believe in your character. Xiaoyue suddenly felt a bit choked up. It turned out that being unconditionally believed by a friend was such a happy thing. Thank you, Xiaohan. As usual, the punishment wasn't over. Today, Xiaoyue still had to clean the campus. Senior, I'm here. Mu Zhichen walked forward, blocking the younger student who was about to take a broom to clean. The disciplinary teacher said, helping is prohibited. Prohibited from helping? The younger student was puzzled and asked, I've been helping for so long, and now you're saying it's prohibited? Senior, are you joking? Xiaoyue scratched her head. Mu Zhichen, I didn't hear the disciplinary teacher say this at all. Mu Zhichen calmly said, I'm his supervisor. Of course, she told me. He glanced at the younger student. If you insist on helping, she will make you clean for an extra month. The junior hurriedly shook his head. No, I won't help. Don't punish the senior. Mu Zhichen remained unfazed. Then you can leave. Otherwise, the head teacher will be unhappy with me. The junior, feeling guilty, said to Xiaoyue, Senior, I'm leaving now. I'm sorry. So soft. I won't touch. Everyone else has walked far away. Haven't seen enough? Last time, meeting Mu Zhichen's gaze, seeing his sincerity, Xiaoyue lightly responded with an O. Mu Zhichen remained calm, still looking indifferent, feeling pleased in his heart. So easy to deceive. Why are you still here? Xiaoyue put down the cleaning tools and saw Mu Zhichen waiting for her, suddenly smirking and coldly laughing. What's wrong? Didn't I write the threat letter harsh enough? Chapter 28, that letter wasn't written by you, was it? When Lu Shuzi opened the letter, Mu Zhichen glanced at the handwriting inside. He recognized Xiaoyue's handwriting. It was obvious that someone had framed her. What? Xiaoyue paused slightly, trying hard to adjust her expression. What are you talking about? I wrote it. Are you scared? Don't send me on errands casually in the future. Mu Zhichen suddenly smiled, his tone meaningful. Is that so? I like to pluck fur from tigers. Who told you to do me a favor? Xiaoyue lowered her gaze and chuckled, grabbing Mu Zhichen's arm and quickly turning to push him against the wall. Her left hand pressed against the wall beside him as she raised her right hand to lift his chin, a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. You probably haven't been beaten before, huh? You still want to pluck fur from a tiger? Mu Zhichen raised an eyebrow, his intentions not so innocent. Indeed, I've never been beaten since I was a child. Looking down at Xiaoyue, who was too short to match his imposing presence and had wall-banged herself against him, he smirked wickedly. But I'm definitely going to pluck fur from that tiger. He turned around and pressed her against the wall. Hey, you play well in basketball today. Not bad. I hit 8 out of 10 shots. Did you secretly learn some technique? How come you've improved so much? Come on, tell me. No, just practice. Once the owners of those voices walked away, Xiaoyue hurriedly pushed Mu Zhichen, who was holding her, away. She flusteredly turned her head to tidy her hair, trying to conceal her flustered state. All right, they're gone. Thanks. Xiaoyue walked briskly ahead, constantly fanning her flushed face. This weather is so hot. Her heart was still racing uncontrollably. Just now, when Mu Zhichen had her pinned against the wall, he had leaned in close to her ear to speak, his warm breath making her ears heat up without her realizing. Just then, a few people happened to pass by, and, in the corner by the potted plants, Mu Zhichen had held her in his arms, blocking her with his body. Her mind buzzed, her heart pounding like a drum. Fortunately, that scene that could lead to misunderstandings wasn't seen by anyone else. Otherwise, rumors would surely spread, and besides, she was already prone to trending topics. Mu Zhichen deliberately slowed down his pace behind her, the image of Xiaoyue's blushing face lingering in his mind. Her fair skin had turned slightly pink, gradually reddening, like peach blossoms in March. In a moment of urgency, he expected her to be so slender. She usually wore loose clothing, making it hard to notice. This time, in an unintentional encounter, he realized how petite she really was. Shaking his head, he felt he had gone too far this time. Even his own heart skipped a beat. Behind his calm expression lay a hidden string that had been plucked. I've arrived home. I'll be going now. Thanks, Mu Zhichen. After saying that, Xiaoyue took out her keys to open the door, but the keyhole seemed to be against her, and she couldn't get it in after several attempts, even though it had gone in smoothly before. Just as she was about to curse, she finally managed to insert the key, open the door, and quickly entered, locking it behind her. She leaned against the door, letting out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit annoyed. Luckily, Mu Zhichen walked slowly. Otherwise, if he had seen her flushed face, she would be utterly embarrassed. Why is it so chaotic outside? Xiaoyue looked at the top students running past in the corridor, feeling quite puzzled. They're going to check the results. The monthly exam results have come out. The results were already posted during evening study, and the bulletin board was crowded with people. Xiaoyue felt a bit anxious. She wanted to see the results, but was afraid of being seen and not being able to explain, so she could only suppress her racing heart and pray that she could be in the top 40. She must at least keep her non-mainstream hairstyle. Are you going out? Xiaoyue noticed her desk mate was constantly looking outside. Her seat was inside, and anyone going out would have to pass by her. Her desk mate quietly replied, "It's fine. If it's inconvenient for you, I can go out later." Xiaoyue immediately stood up to give her space. "What are you afraid of? Just tell me if you want to go out." After a pause, she smiled and said, "Are you afraid of me?" No. Her desk mate hurriedly waved her hands. "I'm worried about disturbing you." "Aren't you writing notes?" Glancing at her weekly diary, Xiaoyue closed it and smiled. "No, I was just scribbling, not taking notes. Next time, just tell me if you want to go out. Go ahead. You and your desk mate have a good relationship." Han Xiaohan handed Xiaoyue a freshly folded paper crane. "Look at her shy appearance. If you were a boy, she would have already liked you." Xiaoyue laughed. "Don't say that. If I were a boy, I'd like girls like her too." Xiaoyue. Looking up, Xiaoyue saw her desk mate breathlessly standing by her desk. She secretly hoped her earlier joke hadn't been overheard. If her desk mate got angry, it wouldn't be good. Xiaoyue. Her desk mate grabbed her hand and solemnly called her name again. Xiaoyue was baffled. You ranked 30th in this monthly exam. Her desk mate held her hand, as if she had achieved a top 30 ranking herself, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xiaoyue was shocked and confirmed again, I ranked 30th. Her desk mate nodded vigorously. Yes. My goodness. Xiaoyue felt fireworks going off in her heart. She could finally keep her non-mainstream hairstyle. Thank goodness. Clearing her throat a couple of times, Xiaoyue suppressed her inner joy, thinking she couldn't show it too obviously. She pretended to be calm and said, I'm quite surprised. Han Xiaoan patted Xiaoyue on the shoulder. Good job, Xiaoyue. You're going to make so many students in the top class envious and jealous. She owed her results today to Mu Zhichen helping her with tutoring. Xiaoyue's desk mate cautiously looked around and then took out her phone to show Xiaoyue and Han Xiaoan, the screen displaying a score report. She zoomed in. Look, Mu Zhichen ranked first in total score in this exam. Isn't that normal? Han Xiaohan reiterated. No, look at this. Her desk mate pointed at the math score column. Xiaoyue blinked a couple of times, looking 3 times before confirming she hadn't misread. Looking closely at the math score column, the highest score was 86, and the name next to it was actually hers, excluding her remaining highest score of 56. It was from the top class. Remembering the last time Mu Zhichen mentioned the polarization in math, with no one able to solve the big questions, she had thought he was overly confident when he said he scored full marks. Now looking at it, the 56 from the top class and Mu Zhichen's full score of 150. The academic genius truly is a genius. Ever since the last intimate encounter with Mu Zhichen, every time she saw him, she would unconsciously think of that incident, and her heart would invariably skip a beat. Mu Zhichen's gaze had been following Xiaoyue, capturing every subtle movement she made. Noticing her slight fluster, he couldn't help but smile faintly, not expecting that he would have a day where someone would influence him all day. He couldn't even count how many times his gaze had landed on Xiaoyue today, but he hit it well, cleverly avoiding everyone's eyes. Only he knew that his attention had long been taken by someone. Did you see the rankings? That school bully actually made it into the top 30. Can you believe it? I was just about to say that. None of us in the top class made it. So how could she possibly rank so high given her level? Plus, didn't she stop attending school for a week? Who would believe there's no foul play in her results? Exactly. The teachers didn't even suspect anything, and they even posted the results. Next time, if she ranks at the bottom, that'll be hilarious. Hey, but didn't Xiaoyue also rank around 40 or 50 before? Could it be that she cheated then too? Definitely cheated. With her grades, one moment she's in the 40s or 50s, and the next she's at the bottom. Do you think that's credible? Those few times when they did well must have been cheating. Cheating aside, it's really unfair for them to take away the ranking of our top students. Xiaoyue pulled Han Xiaoan. Forget it. Don't argue with them, Han Xiaoan said with resentment. Those people are really bitter. They can talk behind others' backs but can't even score higher than them. What a bunch of losers. Tonight, the rooftop was locked by someone, so Han Xiaoan and Xiaoyue could only go to the balcony to enjoy the breeze. As a result, they could hear the top-class students next door gossiping. Shaking her head helplessly, Xiaoyue felt that their mentality was quite normal. The original owner used to be very carefree and sometimes didn't even show up for exams. This time, she ranked 30, directly pushing many top students down the list. Being talked about a bit is fine, and there's no need to make a big deal out of it. After all, she still has to study hard and take exams. This won't be the last time she pushes their rankings down. If she were to argue with them every time, she would drive herself crazy. Those who are truly capable let their abilities speak for themselves. Chapter 29, After returning home. Yixiamun logged into the game and habitually opened her friend's list to check if her apprentice was online. Every time she logged in, her apprentice happened to be online as well. Yixiamun suddenly felt that she and not crying were indeed destined master and apprentice. They were just too fated. Before Yixiamun could open the chat box, her apprentice reached out to her first. Not crying. Here for you. She pulled out a yellow rose from behind her. Yixiamun, love you. JPG, every time her apprentice saw her online, she would send her a yellow rose. Although she didn't know how to act cute or sell herself, She was very good at flirting. Yixiamun thought her apprentice was truly a treasure. Yixiamun, apprentice, I have to tell you, my midterm results are out, and I ranked 30. Not crying. Congratulations. Yixiamun, thanks. Although the person who helped me with tutoring always drives me crazy, he's still pretty good, just has a bit of a bad personality. Yixiamun, if it weren't for him helping me with tutoring, I might have scored single digits in math this time. Not crying. Is that the person you mentioned last time? Didn't you say he can be a bit psychotic, aloof one moment and flirtatious the next? Yixiamun, that's not wrong, but he's still quite nice. Recalling the tutoring sessions, where he had to find time every day to teach her, and most importantly, it was free. Yixiamun felt a bit guilty. Wait, who said it was free? Didn't he expect her to return the favor? She was still acting as Mu Zhichen's bodyguard. Yixiamun, never mind, let's drop it. Not crying. What's wrong? It was better not to think about the bodyguard situation, but once she did, Yixiamun still found it unreasonable. Yixiamun, do you think a muscular guy over 1.8 meters would hire a girl as a bodyguard? He even says it's to fend off suitors. Yixiamun initially wanted to say he was a delicate girl, but then thought about it and realized she wasn't delicate at all, so she grudgingly deleted the word delicate. Not crying. That's indeed rare, so keep your distance from him. Yixiamun, no need for that, he is not a bad person besides. She wanted to say that she was the one acting as Mu Zhichen's bodyguard, but thought better of it and didn't type it out. Not crying. Besides what? Yixiamun, nothing. Just one sentence. Apart from having a bad personality and being a bit psychotic, he is quite good. Yixiamun said this without any bias. Not crying. So, do you think he is good looking? Yixiamun thought, not crying, wouldn't ask such questions, but now it seemed that girls would still be interested in good-looking boys. Mu Zhichen seemed surprised that Yixiamun was so honest and glanced at the handsome young man in the mirror beside him. For the first time, he thought having a good-looking appearance was really nice. Yixiamun, forget about him. Let us play a few rounds. Master will take you flying. With a smile on his lips, Mu Zhichen's eyes sparkled with warmth. Okay. As usual, before fighting monsters, Yixiamun would summon the golden dragon and take her apprentice on a joyride through the clouds, commonly known as taking her flying. Yixiamun was now almost immune to the slanderous remarks from the world tribe. They reported her for cheating and hurled all kinds of insults at her, but none of it affected her. Watching those people jump with anger, she found it quite amusing. In the past few days, Yixiamun had taken, not crying, to various places to fight monsters, and her apprentice had already leveled up twice. The Sea Peak Pavilion was high up in the clouds, and only players of the appropriate level could access it. Now, not crying, had just reached the required level. Not crying. Let us go to the Sea Peak Pavilion. Yixiamun loved novel places. She had wanted to travel around with, not crying, since one of the game's advantages was its stunning graphics. Every time she saw beautiful scenery, she felt a sense of illusion that such a beautiful paradise truly existed. She had wanted to go to the Sea Peak Pavilion before, but unfortunately, not crying, S level was insufficient at that time. She casually mentioned it, not expecting, not crying, to remember. Her apprentice was just too lovely, riding the golden dragon. The two soared into the sky, riding the clouds straight up. The 9 heavens were located high in the air, allowing for a panoramic view of the mountains below. The Sea Peak Pavilion was a palace within the 9 heavens, surrounded by auspicious clouds, as if walking in the heavenly realm. At the end of the Sea Peak Pavilion, there was a waterfall that flowed year-round, impressive and grand. On one side of the waterfall stood a stone tablet, constantly washed by water, making the stones smoother and shinier. The tablet was inscribed with the words, Wishing Spring. Yixiamun, apprentice, let us make a wish. Not crying. Do you believe in it? Yixiamun, we've come all this way. How can we not make a wish? Yixiamun looked at the flowing clear spring water, pulled, not crying along, and continued to persuade. Look how beautiful this spring water is. Hurry and make a wish. You never know, it might come true. Mu Zhichen smiled gently in front of the computer screen. Even though he didn't believe in gods or Buddhas, he didn't want to dampen Yixiamun's enthusiasm. His long fingers quickly typed on the keyboard and sent. Seeing Yixiamun earnestly praying, he smiled and imitated her. Even imagining Yixiamun's smiling face with her lips curled up and those arched eyebrows, They had a hint of playful cuteness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mu Zhichen was now imitating Xiaoyue's wishing style. When his phone rang, he frowned in dissatisfaction and didn't answer. After a while, the phone rang again. After making his wish, Mu Zhichen frowned and picked up the phone. Hello? On the other end, hearing Mu Zhichen's voice, the speaker exclaimed, Zhichen, you finally answered the phone. Mu Zhichen tilted his head, wedging the phone between his ear and shoulder, while his hands continued to operate on the keyboard. What is up? The teaching and research group has been bothering me, asking me to persuade you to continue participating in Wisdom Star. I am almost driven crazy. Can you just participate for one more session? The other party's voice carried a hint of frustration. Mu Zhichen remained calm, continuing to fight monsters alongside Yixing. The sound of his keyboard clacking filling the phone. What are you doing? Why is there such a loud keyboard sound? Only he and his sister knew about helping his sister level up in the game. Mu Zhichen explained calmly. I've recently taken an interest in coding, just playing around. With an IQ of 150, Mu Zhichen was curious about fields he hadn't explored before. Hearing him say he was interested in coding, the other party didn't doubt him at all, but found it normal. Oh, the teaching and research group hasn't finished discussing it yet. So how about it? Another session? After defeating a wave of locust monsters, Mu Zhichen opened his mouth to refuse, but remembering how engrossed Xiaoyue and Xiaoyue had been in the game last time, he raised the corners of his mouth. Sure. What? Did I hear that right? You agreed? Mu Zhichen, in a good mood, replied, tell them that not only this session, but I'll be attending this season as well. After hanging up, Mu Zhichen focused on killing locust monsters, while Xiaoyue had already wiped out 2/3 of them and came over to help him finish off the remaining locust monsters. Logically, with an IQ of 150, he should be exceptional at gaming, but he found that he could easily change the game system, yet wasn't playing exceptionally well. Could it be that heaven thought he was too perfect with his handsome appearance and exceptional intelligence, and had set up barriers in the game, so he couldn't reach the final level? With a light laugh, watching Xiaoyue perfectly finish off all the locust monsters, he sent a message to the contact labeled Big Sister. Starting from tomorrow, I want soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast. This is the second favor I'm exchanging. Xiaoyue was still in the game when someone knocked loudly on the door outside. Open the door, Xiaoyue. Wait. Xiaoyue shouted at the door and sent a message to Can't Cry. Little disciple, I have something to do. I'll play later. You play first. As soon as she opened the door, she was directly hugged, and she was like, Xiaoyue? What's wrong? Mom. The impression Xiaoyue had of her mother was that of a straightforward and capable woman who wouldn't be overly clingy. Today, though, did she do something wrong? Xiaoyue, you did really well this time. I only hoped you could make it into the top 50, but unexpectedly, you ranked in the top 30. It was indeed the right decision to have Zhichen tutor you. I'm very pleased with your recent performance. Although you still have that strange hair and those exaggerated earrings, at least you're not staying out every night like before. Mom is very gratified. She patted Xiaoyue's shoulder, her face filled with joy. With such good results this time, I can finally show off at the class reunion. Xiaoyue nodded and smiled. Yes, Mom. Have fun at the reunion. Chapter 30. The scorching heat has faded, and the cool autumn breeze has arrived as expected, but the mornings are still a bit chilly. Xiaoyue put on her school uniform jacket, holding a bag of freshly bought fried dough sticks and steam buns in one hand and a cup of warm soy milk in the other. Standing under the maple tree near her home, from a distance, she saw a tall figure approaching, and she handed him everything in her hands. Here, your breakfast? She emphasized the word breakfast deliberately. After blocking him for a while, she let him out of her blacklist for the sake of their tutoring sessions. But it hadn't been long before he made her want to block him again out of anger. When she received the message stating, from tomorrow, I want soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast. This is the second favor I've exchanged. Xiaoyue mentally punched Mu Zhichen hundreds of times before managing not to block him again. Mu Zhichen smiled as he took the food, feeling the warmth of the buns and dough sticks, and smiled slightly. He actually didn't eat breakfast in the morning. He just deliberately had Xiaoyue buy it for him because he wanted to see her puffed up, angry expression, which was quite cute. Have you eaten? Mu Zhichen handed the soy milk to Xiaoyue, saying, drink it. It's cool in the morning. Warm your stomach. In the previous second, Xiaoyue didn't want to respond. After all, she hadn't eaten breakfast and had to get up early to buy breakfast for Mu Zhichen. Staring at the cup of soy milk handed to her, she asked in confusion, "Huh, take it." Mu Zhichen said casually, but his voice had a certain charm, causing Xiaoyue to unconsciously take it. Oh. She took a sip through the straw. It was warm and sweet. He also handed her the bun, and noticing the red bean filling, Mu Zhichen asked, "Do you like red bean filling?" "It's fine, I'm not picky." When she bought it, that shop only had red bean filling, and it was more expensive than usual, but many people were queuing to buy it. Xiaoyue, not understanding, looked down at the bun in front of her and then back up at Mu Zhichen. "Why?" Mu Zhichen maintained a calm expression. "You eat it." "I don't like it." Xiaoyue pursed her lips and snatched the bun away. How could he be so picky after she bought it for him from so far away? He didn't eat, but she would eat it since she hadn't had breakfast yet. The bun was still steaming. With a light bite, the red bean paste flowed out. Warm and sweet, but not greasy, and the dough was soft and delicious with a slight chewy texture. No wonder so many people bought it, even though it was more expensive. It was truly delicious. Seeing Xiaoyue's happy expression, Mu Zhichen's usually cold face couldn't help but show a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Xiaozi has a competition in a couple of days, right? Xiaoyue asked while biting into the soft bun, with red bean paste on her lips. She stuck out her little tongue to lick it, and Mu Zhichen accidentally glanced at it, momentarily caught off guard, watching her agile tongue slowly lick her rosy lips, feeling a sudden itch in his heart. He averted his gaze. After finishing the last bite of the bun, she drank some soy milk, feeling satisfied both physically and mentally. She tossed the plastic bag containing the bun into a nearby trash can, her brows arched. "Xiaozi will definitely get a good ranking." Mu Zhichen replied, "Of course. After all, she is my sister." Xiaoyue blinked a few times, wanting to refute but found no words to say. After all, Mu Zhichen really was impressive, so she nodded in agreement. If I could casually score 150 in math, I could be that confident too. Mu Zhichen looked down at Xiaoyue, just tried it casually. "Xiaoyue, you can't bring breakfast into the school." As Xiaoyue approached the school gate, she finished her soy milk, and when she went to throw the trash away, she noticed that Mu Zhichen's backpack seemed a bit full today. "What is in your bag?" Hearing her voice, he smiled. "You'll know when the time comes." "You go ahead. I'll go in later." Xiaoyue glanced around and whispered to Mu Zhichen, "Just in case you end up trending for entering the school because of me." Seeing more and more students around, she urged again, "You go ahead. Don't worry, in this little while without me as your bodyguard, you won't be entangled by peach blossoms." Mu Zhichen glanced at his backpack, replied with a sound of acknowledgement, and then walked away with his long legs. "Xiao, the dean of students just came by. He said to have you go to the office after morning reading." Her desk mate said anxiously, "Why is he suddenly looking for you? Is there something wrong?" In the office, seeing the dean of students seriously pulling out the report card, Xiaoyue recalled the last time someone spread rumors about her cheating. She wondered if the dean thought she had cheated. Quietly waiting aside for the dean to finish looking at the report card and preparing to speak, she waited for a long time until the dean finally looked up, staring at her for a while before standing up and patting her shoulder. "Good job, Xiaoyue." She wanted to rub her shoulder. Looking at the dean's round, plump figure, she couldn't help but admire his strength. The dean suddenly laughed and patted Xiaoyue's shoulder again. "You can do it if you try. You scored 30th this time. You did well. Keep it up." "Huh? Oh." During the wait, Xiaoyue had mentally prepared herself for various scenarios, but she never expected it would turn out like this. She reached out to rub her shoulder, forced a dry laugh. "Thank you, Dean." The dean pointed at Xiaoyue's hair. "Your hair." Xiaoyue stepped back and firmly stated, "I've scored in the top 40 as required." "Dean, you can't touch my hair." All right. The dean lowered his hand, glanced at the report card on the desk. "I want to touch your hair, but you promised to study hard before, so you better do it." Seeing that she had saved her hair, Xiaoyue grinned. "Sure, I'll study hard." "What did the dean say to you?" Xiaoyue's deskmate looked at her anxiously, worry evident in her eyes. "It's nothing." Xiaoyue sat down and smiled. "He just told me to work harder next time." "That's good." Her deskmate relaxed, hesitating before expressing her worries. "I heard them say you cheated before, and I was worried the dean would look for you because of that. It scared me." The rumor about her cheating had spread, making her quite angry. Xiaoyue flicked her deskmate's ponytail and laughed. I'm not worried. So you don't need to worry either. Let them say whatever they want. During the break after running, Xiaoyue went upstairs to the rooftop to get some fresh air. She never liked running. Even in her previous world, she had to run laps every day, gritting her teeth through it. She didn't expect that even after coming to this world, she still couldn't escape the fate of running laps. The advantage of the rooftop was that it was high up, allowing for a distant view, and the wind was strong. After running, feeling exhausted, going up to feel the breeze was like drinking iced beverages in summer, making her feel revitalized. Today, Han Xiaoan was absent, so Xiaoyue was alone on the rooftop. She slowly breathed in some fresh air, feeling much more comfortable now. Regardless of whether she had eaten breakfast, her side always ached slightly after running, and it took a long time to recover. Leaning against the railing and gazing into the distance, she felt warmth on her face. Turning her head, she saw Mu Zhichen standing next to her, holding 2 cups of steaming hot milk tea. What are you doing here? Xiaoyue touched her face, which still felt warm from the milk tea, and then saw Mu Zhichen handing her a cup. Just made it. For me? Xiaoyue asked, pointing at herself in confusion. Do you think there are other people here? Looking around, she realized it was just the 2 of them, and Xiaoyue smiled awkwardly, taking the warm milk tea. Thanks. Holding the cup, the warmth of the milk tea seeped through the cup into her palms, feeling a bit hot. Xiaoyue then noticed that Mu Zhichen had brought his backpack up with him and asked curiously, What did you bring the backpack up for? To draw? The backpack still looked as bulging as before. Xiaoyue imagined it was filled with sketch pads and paints, picturing Mu Zhichen taking them out to draw, finding it somewhat cute, and chuckled softly. Mu Zhichen put the backpack on the ground, unzipped it, and carefully took out the items inside. Xiaoyue paused for a moment and suddenly felt that Mu Zhichen was really cute. The exquisitely packaged box was taken out by Mu Zhichen as if he were walking on thin ice. Xiaoyue stared at the box. It was pink, and through the transparent part, she could see that there was a piece of cake inside. She thought to herself that Mu Zhichen liked sweet food as well. Xiaoyue took a sip of milk tea and watched as Mu Zhichen's long and slender fingers slowly opened the box and took out the cake. The cake had several layers, topped with a sprinkle of chocolate powder, and the sweet scent of chocolate and cream wafted through the air, lingering at her nose. Looking at the black forest cake presented in front of her while she was sipping her milk tea through a straw, Xiaoyue was stunned for several seconds. Mu Zhichen took her milk tea and handed the cake to her. You like black forest? Go ahead and eat. Mu Zhichen said lightly. I don't like sweet food. Xiaoyue was full of questions. If you don't like it, why did you buy it? And how do you know I like black forest? I don't think I've told anyone else besides not being able to cry. Didn't you feel uncomfortable after running earlier? Eating something sweet is just right. Mu Zhichen slowly explained. At least it will improve your mood. Bang! Xiaoyue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She always thought she was pretending well, but unexpectedly, Mu Zhichen noticed and even specially bought black forest for her. Thank you. She forked a piece of cake and put it in her mouth. It was sweet but not greasy, melting in her mouth. Xiaoyue felt her heart was sweeter than when she just drank the milk tea. Having crossed into this world, it was the first time someone had discovered her little facade of strength. Chapter 31. Don't say that about Xiaoyue. She wouldn't cheat. I believe in her. Xiaoyue heard her name at the corner of the stairs and curiously walked over. Behind the corner, she saw Lin Qingyun talking to a group of boys. Lin Qingyun's voice was soft. Don't say that about her. Although she used to cheat to get into the top 50 and threatened those who helped her not to tell anyone and got into fights, I believe she has changed. TSK. Xiaoyue coldly shook her head. In her original world, she had seen many videos and novels about White Lotus characters, but seeing one live today was still quite astonishing. Although the original host was a school bully who had fought, skipped classes, smoked, drank, and got tattoos, she never bullied the weak and earned her grades through her own strength, looking down on cheating. This White Lotus, speaking such contrary words to mislead others about the original host, was truly remarkable. Boy, Qingyun, you're just too kind. Someone like her, who excels at skipping classes and fighting, would have a change of heart. I'm afraid you'll be deceived by others. You're just too naive. Boy B, exactly, Qingyun. Your innocence makes you an easy target for bullying. Boy C, who dares to bully Qingyun? I'll be the first to fight for her. But Qingyun, you really shouldn't trust others easily, especially people like Xiaoyue. No, just stay far away from her. Who knows if she might go crazy? Lin Qingyun, hey, don't say that. I'm not that foolish. Besides, what's wrong with being kind? Although Xiaoyue has bullied me, I believe she has changed, and I forgive her. Boy B, that female devil actually bullied you. If she dares to bully you again, I'll protect you no matter what. Boy C, me too. Xiaoyue is disgusting. Even a pure and kind person like Qingyun gets bullied by her. How could you help her speak well of herself after being bullied? Xiaoyue rolled her eyes so hard she thought they might fall out. The original host had never had direct contact with her. How could she have bullied her? And those boys, were they kicked in the head by a donkey? Did they believe whatever someone said? Were their brains made of tofu? And they talk about protecting her with all their might. They were already in their second year of high school. Couldn't they be a bit more mature? Even middle school students nowadays were more mature than them. Ding, ding, ding. Looking at the few boys surrounding the White Lotus as they entered the classroom, Xiaoyue thought the term simp in her original world was probably created for people like them. It truly opened her eyes. Now she felt even more that her original school life was wonderful. In the original story, Lin Qingyun framed Lu Shizi for drug use, leading her to suicide. Xiaoyue shook her head in lamentation. Why did the same White Lotus have to harm one another so urgently? Holding the milk tea that Mu Zhichen had given her, as she finished the last sip, Xiaoyue paused while throwing the cup away. Originally, she had distanced herself from the male lead to avoid the White Lotus, not wanting to get involved in their complicated matters. Yet, despite her efforts to avoid it, the White Lotus still relentlessly pursued her, pressing closer and closer. Xiaoyue tightened her grip on the milk teacup, raised an eyebrow, and decisively tossed the crumpled cup into the trash can, bang, right in the center. She was not someone to be easily bullied. After the sweltering summer, autumn fatigue arrived. A group of students in the class rested their heads on their desks, sound asleep, ignoring the teacher's desperate attempts to wake them. The new teacher, unaware, might have tried to wake the sleeping students, but after a few calls with no response, he gave up. Some of the more experienced teachers had long since become accustomed to this phenomenon and hardly paid attention to these students, only teaching those who wanted to listen. During break, Xiaoyue's deskmate stared at her for a few seconds, and seeing that she wasn't angry, finally mustered the courage to say, "Xiaoyue, you've changed a lot." "Really?" Xiaoyue smiled awkwardly, thinking, oh no, could it be that she's going to reveal my secret? She flicked her pink-blue hair and mumbled, "You must be mistaken. I don't feel like I've changed at all." "Yes, you've really changed a lot. You used to skip class for 4 or 5 days a week. But now you come every day. And you were very cold before. I was really afraid of you and didn't dare to talk to you. You're much friendlier now." Her deskmate said sincerely and affirmatively. Xiaoyue pursed her lips and smiled to hide her embarrassment. She couldn't refute what her deskmate said, as the facts were there. Suddenly, her deskmate grinned. "But I really like you like this now. I think you're really great, and you even saved me." Lowering her head, she fiddled with her fingers and said softly, "I really regret being afraid of you before." "I'm sorry, Xiaoyue." "It's okay." Ruffling her deskmate's hair, Xiaoyue noticed she had messed it up and quickly helped her fix her disheveled hair. "I'm not mad at you." Hearing this, her deskmate lifted her head. Her eyes filled with admiration for Xiaoyue. "Thank you, Xiaoyue." Xiaoyue let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't been suspected. Although Xiaoyue was constantly trending and rumors were spread about her behind her back, at least within her range, everything was peaceful and no one affected her studies. Mu Zhichen said seriously, "We'll study after dinner. Dinner will be at your house." "Huh?" Xiaoyue. "Hey, Zhichen's here, come on in." Yi's mother opened the door and smiled as she pulled him inside. Xiaoyue suddenly realized that just a few days ago, she had helped Xiaozi cheer for a competition. And she had only just remembered that her mother had said that when Xiaozi had tutoring, Mu Zhichen would come to their house for dinner. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and help serve the dishes." Xiaoyue dropped her backpack, helplessly spread her hands. "I know, I'm coming." She secretly complained about the different treatment. Yi's mother said she had only made a few dishes, but looking at the table almost overflowing with food, Xiaoyue finally understood what a few dishes meant. Auntie, that's enough. The bowl can't hold any more, Mu Zhichen declined. Seeing that Mu Zhichen's bowl was piled so high that the food was almost spilling out, Yi's mother finally stopped. All right, just eat what's in your bowl. It turned out the original host couldn't cook. The original story hadn't mentioned this, and she had thought the original host could cook. Wouldn't her cooking for Mu Zhichen last time expose her? Feeling anxious, Xiaoyue glanced at Mu Zhichen, and seeing him calmly eating, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Mu Zhichen didn't suspect her. What a stroke of luck. After dinner, Yi's mother cleared the dishes and told the two of them to go study. In 2 weeks, the second monthly exam would be here. Xiaoyue estimated that without Mu Zhichen's predictions on the last math test, she would have probably scored in the single digits. This time, she couldn't afford to slack off. Mu, why does math even exist? It's just here to torment people's brain cells, right? Xiaoyue had been struggling with a big problem for half an hour and felt quite resentful. Mu Zhichen softly replied, it's only at the level of 11 or 12, not really taxing on brain cells. Xiaoyue. Mu Zhichen's eyes sparkled as he gently said, why are you afraid of being dumb? You have me. I'll teach you. Xiaoyue. Internally, she exclaimed, why do I feel like what Mu Zhichen just said sound a bit flirty? Isn't that something you'd say to a girlfriend? Is he using me as practice? Her mind was filled with Mu Zhichen's gentle smile from just now. Was it her imagination? Or had she been seeing his smile a lot lately? Even though he smiled so beautifully. Shaking her head, Xiaoyue pushed all those chaotic thoughts out of her mind. All right, tell me the answer to this question. Mu Zhichen glanced at it and said nonchalantly, 9, Mu Zhichen. How is your brain structured? Can you share half with me? No, just a third, or even a quarter will be fine. Or even a fifth. A fifth would work too. Xiaoyue lay listlessly on the table, having already seen the answer earlier, which was the 9 that Mu Zhichen mentioned. Xiaoyue felt like a salted fish, but why was math always so loyal to her, never betraying her? It just wouldn't. She wanted to cry. For someone who feels controlled, it's really hard to bear. Xiaoyue stared at that hand, her gaze following its movements. If it weren't for a shred of rationality, she would have wanted to reach out and grab that hand that filled her vision. That's right. The image of Chen's hands flashed through her mind. And Xiaoyue suddenly stood up. Today is Saturday, and at 8 o'clock in the evening, the Wisdom Star will update. She can see her idol crushing everyone with his intelligence again. Of course, that hand is also something she really likes. Chapter 32, Sitting Up Straight. Xiaoyue accidentally caught a glimpse of Mu Zhichen's notes, where a pile of mathematical symbols and numbers transformed into lively characters under his pen. Although she found those alien symbols quite headache-inducing, she had to admit that the characters written by Mu Zhichen were hard to dislike. I think you should learn music, Xiaoyue remarked as she looked at the dancing characters. Is it because your handwriting is nice that the characters look good? Mu Zhichen paused his writing on the paper, finished the last bit, and looked up quietly at Xiaoyue. Do you think they look good? The handwriting or the characters? Both, Xiaoyue nodded honestly. Mu Zhichen glanced at his fingertips, his neatly trimmed nails catching his attention. He rubbed his fingertips and smiled slightly, handing the completed notes to Xiaoyue. The process. Look where you don't understand. As she glanced over the question, the neat writing and strong strokes conveyed resilience. Every stroke was forceful and detailed, even marking how the numbers were derived and how adding 1 turned into 2, meticulously done. Xiaoyue couldn't help but admire Mu Zhichen. For him, an 11th grade question was trivial, yet he explained every step thoroughly just because she didn't understand. Seeing Xiaoyue's gaze fixated on one part, Mu Zhichen leaned in slightly to explain, here, we directly solve for x and y for the previous line, then substitute them into the sine formula, and then find the cosine and tangent for the next line. Taking Xiaoyue's pen, he wrote and explained that part, each result derived directly without needing calculation. While others would at least glance at the answers before copying, he finished it in a swift motion. After explaining, Mu Zhichen noticed Xiaoyue's confused expression and chuckled softly, his clear voice sounding particularly magnetic at that moment. Still don't understand? I can teach you step by step. Xiaoyue quickly shook her head. No, it's fine. I just need to sort this out. You don't have to worry about me. Mu Zhichen raised an eyebrow. All right. Unconsciously, Xiaoyue touched her earlobe, feeling it slightly warm. Mu Zhichen had leaned in too close just now, and he mentioned teaching her step by step. When did he start saying such flirty things? No, no, no. Glancing sideways at Mu Zhichen, she saw him flipping through another workbook, his handsome face still composed as usual. Xiaoyue scolded herself internally for getting lost in thought. He was acting completely normal now, and she must have misunderstood him earlier. After a while, with Mu Zhichen's help, Xiaoyue finally understood the question. Mu Zhichen handed her the workbook he had just flipped through. Do the questions I've circled first, and we'll review them tomorrow evening. Okay. Xiaoyue noticed the clock on the table. It was getting late, and soon Wisdom Star would be airing. Due to time constraints, the original tutoring session was moved to the evening, but it had already been much later than previous sessions. Mu Zhichen also glanced at the clock and casually asked, "What's going on?" With a smile, Mu Zhichen looked at Xiaoyue. "Just in time, I'm interested now." "Nothing." Xiaoyue sensed Mu Zhichen's doubts as he helped her organize the remaining books. He tilted his head and smiled. "Even if you don't like it, I won't complain." As if receiving assurance, Xiaoyue stared at Mu Zhichen to confirm. "Really?" Mu Zhichen replied earnestly, "Really." After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyue agreed. "All right then. Welcome to the competition scene of Wisdom Star." The host began with the usual opening remarks, and Xiaoyue pressed the shortcut key to fast forward, stopping only when it reached the introduction of Chun. No matter how many times Chun was introduced or how repetitive the lines were, Xiaoyue felt she could never get enough of those hands. I've seen my brother Chun. Today is another energetic day. Brother Chen's hands are so beautiful. Love you, love you. Even though it's just hands, I still love Brother Chun unconditionally. Brother Chun, marry me. Xiaoyue moved her hand to close the bullet screen and glanced at Mu Zhichen, noticing his brows slightly furrowed. She quickly withdrew her hand, biting her lip to suppress a smile, but she couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. Mu Zhichen leaned casually against the table, smiling as he looked up. "Looks like you've sent that kind of bullet screen too?" "Huh?" Xiaoyue was taken aback by the question. Following Mu Zhichen's gaze, she looked at the still scrolling bullet screen and realized, belatedly, that she had been caught off guard. No. Xiaoyue waved her hands to explain. "I like Chun. But it's not that kind of like. It's admiration." "Oh." Even though it was just a single word, Mu Zhichen's tone was drawn out. "How much do you admire him?" Xiaoyue thought for a moment and muttered to herself, "Idol level, I suppose." "Yeah, idol level." Mu Zhichen smiled. "If you go a bit further, it becomes liking, right?" Xiaoyue. He is splitting hairs again. Mu Zhichen is splitting hairs again. Helpless, Xiaoyue exaggeratedly said, "By the way, Mu Zhichen usually doesn't say much for fear of ruining his image. Why is he so interested in discussing this with a girl today? Ruining my image?" Mu Zhichen chuckled, his voice teasing. "I just want to know who he girl has a crush on." Xiaoyue. Just as she was about to close the screen, the camera panned to her junior, and Xiaoyue saw the handsome face of her junior. She moved the mouse and typed in the bullet screen, "Go Yuyang." Xiaoyue's junior was named Yuyang. Beside her, Mu Zhichen quietly observed Xiaoyue's earlier action. His brows slightly furrowed, but when Xiaoyue looked at him, he instantly adjusted his expression as if nothing had happened. "Too slow." "Huh?" Xiaoyue turned to Mu Zhichen, and this time she clearly heard his words. "Still too slow." Xiaoyue. Finishing a paper in 10 minutes is still called slow? How fast is he? Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyue tilted her head and asked, "Mu Zhichen, how fast are you?" "Not fast," Mu Zhichen replied seriously, super steady. Xiaoyue. What? Why is his answer off topic? Thinking Mu Zhichen didn't understand her meaning, Xiaoyue elaborated, "No, I meant you said Chun is too slow. Are you faster than him?" Mu Zhichen pondered seriously for a moment before lazily leaning back in his chair. 1 or 2 minutes. Okay. Xiaoyue nodded, glancing at the workbook she had set aside. She trusted Mu Zhichen's abilities, but that was only for these papers. If it were standardized tests, she didn't believe anyone could be faster than Chun. After all, he was the one who shocked the National Teaching Research Group, overturned foreign historical problems, and solved them. Mu Zhichen guessed Xiaoyue's thoughts, smiled slightly, and didn't continue to tease her. Instead, he turned to look at her long, thick eyelashes as they gently fluttered. A gentle evening breeze blew in, carrying the scent of night-blooming jasmine. A pen on the table was blown to the ground. As Mu Zhichen bent down to pick it up, he caught a faint, barely noticeable scent of milk. Looking up, his gaze landed on Xiaoyue's bare, fair, and alluring collarbone that her school uniform couldn't cover. He smiled lightly. The milk scent came from her body wash. As Xiaoyue bent down, her lips brushed against Mu Zhichen's hairline. Before she could pull away, Mu Zhichen's eyes met hers. They were too close. She could feel Mu Zhichen's warm breath on her face. Her cheeks flushed slightly pink, and her light brown eyes met Mu Zhichen's dark pupils. As if time stood still at that moment. Thump, thump, thump. Xiaoyue hurriedly pushed Mu Zhichen away, reaching up to touch her flushed face, her eyes darting around aimlessly. Mu Zhichen sat calmly, facing the window and enjoying the cool breeze, feeling a slight tickle in his heart, like being gently scratched by a cat's paw. "You two have been studying hard. Have some fruit," Yi's mom said as she brought in some sliced apples. Sensing the silence in the room and noticing the strange atmosphere between the two, she asked, "What's going on with you two?" "Nothing, nothing," Xiaoyue replied, her heart still racing like fireworks, as she lowered her head and moved the computer a bit to clear space. "Mom, you can put the apples here." Mu Zhichen stood up to offer Yi's mom a seat. "Auntie, please sit." Yi's mom looked puzzled, placing the apples down. And after glancing at both Xiaoyue and Mu Zhichen, she hesitated and said, "No, I'll be going out soon. You two enjoy the fruit." "Ah, okay, Mom. I'll walk you out." Xiaoyue hurriedly stood up and followed her mom out. Yi's mom looked at her curiously. "I'm just stepping out for a moment. Do you really need to walk me to the door with such a short distance?" Chapter 33. No crying. Here you go. Every time Xiaoyue logged in, no crying would always send her a yellow rose at the first opportunity. In the game, yellow roses are not just emojis. They can be stored. But to obtain a yellow rose, one must complete daily tasks, and only after finishing all the tasks can one receive a yellow rose. Xiaoyue. Thank you, little apprentice. Although it was always a yellow rose, Xiaoyue was still very touched, because completing daily tasks meant she had to take time to log into the game every day just to receive the yellow rose sent to her. "Xiaoyue, little apprentice, where are we going today?" "No crying. We're not fighting monsters today. We're going to the Flowing Wonderland." "Xiaoyue, Flowing Wonderland?" "No crying. Just follow me." In the game, the scenic spots Xiaoyue learned about were all recommended by other players. She was interested in trying new things, but sometimes she didn't have time to log in, so she never explored new places on her own. She really didn't know that there was a place called Flowing Wonderland, but it sounded nice, and her apprentice was so reliable, riding a golden dragon. They passed through cave curtains and thorny bushes, revealing a completely different world. In Flowing Wonderland, the plants were of normal size, but all the animals were miniature. The lush greenery filled her vision, a vibrant green all around. Although it was peculiar here, Xiaoyue didn't understand why it was called Flowing Wonderland. It seemed completely unrelated to the name in every way. "Xiaoyue, little apprentice, is there any special meaning behind the name Flowing Wonderland?" "No crying. Come with me." They reached a mountain cliff entrance, and as they walked in, below was a bottomless abyss. Clouds and mist swirled above the abyss, with some clouds coiling around the mountaintop like a dragon. "No crying. Hold on to me." "Xiaoyue." Although she didn't understand, Xiaoyue followed, no crying, S instructions, and held on to her. Suddenly they jumped down the bottomless abyss together. "Xiaoyue, is this a suicide?" "Xiaoyue, it's so beautiful." In the middle of the abyss, there were clouds to land on, and the bridges were made of fluffy white clouds. In the middle of the cloud bridge was a huge river, or rather a waterfall, flowing horizontally and changing directions clockwise according to the cardinal points. Suddenly, Xiaoyue realized that this was how Flowing Wonderland got its name. Just now, when no crying took her down, she thought she was doomed, but the secret of flowing was right in the middle of the abyss. "Xiaoyue, little apprentice, how did you know about this place?" "You're amazing. I thought you were being irrational just now." "No crying. I specifically searched for it." "Xiaoyue, specifically searched for it?" "No crying. You said you liked new and interesting places." "Xiaoyue, this little apprentice is too charming. If she weren't a girl, she would have fallen for her. Xiaoyue, I'm so touched. Little apprentice, I can't believe you remembered what I casually said. Here, S.A. 100 kisses for you. Mu. JPG, no crying. Do you like it? Xiaoyue, I couldn't like it more. No crying. Turn around and look behind you. Huh? Xiaoyue was full of questions, but turned around anyway. She saw, no crying, snap her fingers, and the entire cloud bridge blossomed with flame-like flowers, while the water from the flowing waterfall surged up into the sky, creating a huge splash. The color of the splash gradually transformed from clear, transparent spring water to golden flowers, growing larger and then blooming into a fiery red flame flower in the air. Xiaoyue, how is this possible? The splash turned into fireworks. No crying, elegantly opened an umbrella and held it over Xiaoyue's head to shield her from the falling flames. Watching the grand, fiery fireworks up close, Xiaoyue's excitement was unforgettable. This was definitely the most dazzling and shocking gift she had ever received. Her hands trembled with excitement, and unable to contain her joy, Xiaoyue typed furiously, "Oh my God, little apprentice, how do you understand me so well? I'm going to fall in love with you." No crying. Touched? Xiaoyue, it's impossible not to be touched. It's amazing. No crying. Do you want to pledge yourself to me? Seeing this familiar phrase, Xiaoyue's eyes curved into a smile. Wasn't this what she had previously flirted with no crying? Today she was being flirted back. No. She should say she was addicted to her apprentice's teasing every day. Xiaoyue, of course. It would be a shame not to pledge myself after such a shocking gift today. No crying. I took a screenshot. Xiaoyue. No crying. I gave you a chance to back out, but you didn't take it. Xiaoyue's brows were filled with joy as she beamed a bright smile, continuing their flirtation. As a humble girl, it is truly a blessing to receive such favor from you. No crying. Winning your heart is my good fortune. Blinking her eyes and unable to suppress her smile, this apprentice was just too cute. Xiaoyue picked a flower from the cloud bridge filled with blossoms and placed it on no crying S head. My apprentice is indeed both charming and beautiful. After playing for a long time, seeing that it was getting late, Xiaoyue stretched lazily and messaged, no crying. It's getting late. Little apprentice, you should rest early. I'm logging off now. Xiaoyue, today was another happy day. Good night, little apprentice. After logging out of the game, just as Xiaoyue was about to shut down her computer, a post popped up on the game forum. Evidence of Xiaoyue idling and her disgusting refusal to repent. Xiaoyue. At first, she would feel angry about the slanderous comments on the World Forum, but after thinking it over, she realized she played the game just for her own happiness. So why should she be troubled by the actions of others? Moreover, she had her treasure apprentice. Why bother with trolls? Wasn't he fighting monsters uninteresting, or was exploring the mountains and rivers not enjoyable? Moving her mouse to close the popped-up post, Xiaoyue lightly clicked, not expecting to go directly into the post. Scrolling casually, she roughly browsed through the so-called evidence, seeing that they were all about her leveling up consecutively and all sorts of inexplicable gifts from a system. She found that too uninteresting. She only occasionally fought monsters, and more often, she was taken by her treasure apprentice to various mysterious and beautiful wonderlands. But occasionally fighting monsters and receiving these trivial rewards could be seen as cheating? Did they misunderstand what cheating was, or were they just so bad that they couldn't get these? Losing interest in continuing, Xiaoyue scrolled to the end, where the comments were in an uproar. Glancing briefly, the phrase livestream fighting monsters to prove innocence caught her eye. Xiaoyue murmured, livestream fighting monsters to prove innocence. Raising her eyebrows, she chuckled softly. That sounds quite interesting. Mu Zhichen lifted his eyelids, pressed his lips into a smile, and after saying goodnight, he didn't immediately log out of the game. Removing his hand from mouse, he lightly tapped the table with his index and middle fingers, looking at the words "pledge yourself" in the chat history, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. He slightly lowered his eyelids and then slowly raised them, his long lashes fluttering, the dark pupils shining with a strange light, like a beast hunting in the dark. Fixating on its desired prey, slowly approaching, waiting for the perfect moment. He glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of the computer, exited the game, and found his sister's number. At this time, she must be asleep. His nimble fingers typed on the keyboard. You should study a bit longer this time. I'll cover all the expenses outside. The message was sent successfully. Mu Zhichen thought for a moment and typed another line. Tell Xiaoyue to come see you. I'll take you to ride the roller coaster. After seeing the message sent successfully, Mu Zhichen tossed his phone aside and began to operate on the computer keyboard. He delved into the game system, intending to modify the program, but thought better of it and gave up. There's plenty of time. He would take it step by step. Just as Mu Zhichen was about to shut down the computer, the penguin icon flickered a few times, followed by a series of notifications. Lin Qingyun, are you free tomorrow? Ying says she hasn't seen you in a long time and is insisting on meeting you. Lin Qingyun, we have a day off tomorrow. Let us go have some fun. Lin Qingyun, a new aquarium has opened near Haijing City. Let us go together tomorrow. Without even finishing the messages, Mu Zhichen directly clicked the X in the upper right corner of the chat box to close it. He exited Penguin and turned off the computer, performing all the actions smoothly without a hint of hesitation or delay. The next day, Xiaoyue woke up early to do the math homework assigned by Mu Zhichen. She had a particularly good mood last night and slept very soundly, now feeling energetic. Originally, she had been embarrassed watching videos with Mu Zhichen, thinking she would have a sleepless night, but unexpectedly, her master had healed her. And she had a dreamless night of good sleep. According to tradition, she had to deliver breakfast to Mu Zhichen every day, but today was Sunday. So she should be off, right? Not only that, she had even drunk a sip of soy milk, letting him drink it all. What kind of strange habit was this, letting others buy breakfast while he himself didn't eat? Chapter 34. Everyone agreed, but still has to be done. Xiaoyue put down the pen she was spinning in her hand, got up to change out of her kitty cat pajamas, and dressed in casual clothes with a jacket before heading out. After buying red bean buns and soy milk with fried dough sticks, Xiaoyue went to knock on Mu Zhichen's door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked several times, but no one answered. Mu Zhichen, are you home? After waiting for a moment, Xiaoyue saw that the buns were getting cold, so she took out her phone from her pocket and called him. Hello. Hello. Both of them spoke at the same time, and the familiar voice came not only from the phone, but also from beside her. Xiaoyue looked up and happened to meet Mu Zhichen's gaze. At this time in the morning, those who went to work had already left, and there were almost no people around. Xiaoyue asked, where did you go so early? Morning run? Mu Zhichen was wearing sportswear, with a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, but why was he carrying a bag while jogging? After receiving the breakfast, feeling the slightly cool temperature of buns, Mu Zhichen asked, have you been waiting long? Xiaoyue casually replied, not too long. If the buns and soy milk are cold, heat them up, I'm leaving. When he took the breakfast just now, he accidentally brushed against Xiaoyue's fingertips, and the coolness from her fingertips lingered. Mu Zhichen didn't address her words directly, just nodded lightly. As she turned around, he frowned slightly and rubbed his thumb against the index finger that had just touched hers. There was still a slight chill that hadn't dissipated. Carrying the breakfast into the house, Mu Zhichen gently set down his backpack and carefully took out the matcha cake he had specially bought from a cake shop he detoured to while jogging. It was said that the matcha cake from that shop was delicious. He took off his headband, went into the bathroom for a shower, and spent a long time in front of the mirror, extending his cartoonish hands to check carefully, only tidying up his outfit when he was satisfied. He picked up the knowledge points he had organized earlier from the table and left with the breakfast Xiaoyue had given him and the matcha cake he had bought. Knock, knock, knock. Wait a moment. Xiaoyue was deep in thought over a math problem, her mind a jumbled mess, and she irritably got up to open the door. Xiaoyue, Mu Zhichen? Glancing at the things he was holding, she smiled after a moment. Why didn't you eat breakfast? Entering the kitchen, Mu Zhichen asked, does your home have a microwave? Xiaoyue scratched her head. Xiaoyue. The conclusion is that Mu Zhichen's home doesn't have these heating tools, so he came to her house to heat them up. This is the knowledge points I organized based on your foundation. You could take a look first. There are many example problems inside, all listed according to the current level. Mu Zhichen handed her the notebook. Ding! The microwave finished heating. Xiaoyue looked at the buns placed in front of her and pointed at herself with her index finger. For me? Mu Zhichen said bluntly. Otherwise, do you think there are other people here? Or do you think there is something else? Oh. Xiaoyue was momentarily stunned by Mu Zhichen's straightforwardness and took a bite of the warm red bean bun, mumbling, "If you don't like to eat, why did you ask me to buy it?" Mu Zhichen didn't respond, just carried the remaining buns to the dining table and then brought out the soy milk and milk. Handing the milk to Xiaoyue, Mu Zhichen said, "Drink more milk and keep warm." Although Mu Zhichen's voice was ordinary, it seemed to carry a hint of concern. Xiaoyue thought to herself that she must have been thinking too much recently. This was just a normal greeting, so why did she keep getting the wrong idea? "Thank you." Xiaoyue took a sip of milk, feeling the warmth spreading from her stomach to her fingertips, and she felt that her usually cold fingers had a bit of warmth now. Smiling, she thought, how did she, who never watches idol dramas, suddenly start imagining one? She glanced at Mu Zhichen, whose handsome face showed no signs of emotion. Xiaoyue shook her head and smiled, realizing that she must have been too infatuated with him recently, leading to her strange feelings towards Mu Zhichen. While eating, she kept staring at Mu Zhichen's backpack, feeling oddly familiar with it, because ever since that time he bought her Black Forest cake, he brought her cake every day, changing the flavors. Xiaoyue joked, "Is there a small cake hidden in your backpack?" Mu Zhichen raised his chin slightly and smiled. "Do you want to eat cake?" "Xiaoyue, no. I was just asking." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Actually, I really want to eat cake." Mu Zhichen took a sip of soy milk and raised an eyebrow. "This is a treasure box." Xiaoyue stared at Mu Zhichen quietly, swallowing the milk. "You're quite humorous, huh?" Mu Zhichen opened the zipper of his backpack and took out the matcha cake. Xiaoyue's heart skipped a beat. She had only been joking earlier, but she didn't expect him to actually buy a cake. Oh my, what a coincidence. The cake melted in her mouth, sweet and soft, the flavor seeping into her heart. Xiaoyue secretly scolded herself for thinking too much. Mu Zhichen was nothing like her in terms of personality or intelligence. Pretending to focus on eating the cake, she casually glanced at Mu Zhichen's position, and the more she looked, the more certain she became of her thoughts. Just looking at his face, it was as impeccable as his hands, at least in her eyes. It hit her sweet spot. However, handsome guys are better off just being admired from afar, right? Is studying really so boring, or is it that memorizing vocabulary is so hard? While eating, Xiaoyue suddenly remembered and excitedly said, "Xiaozi said her competition results are out. First prize." Mu Zhichen looked up. No. Xiaoyue, as an older brother, you should at least be a bit happy." Mu Zhichen replied calmly and indifferently. "She gets this title every time." This sentence basically means she only ever gets first place. Xiaoyue understood his point, pursed her lips, and smiled. That is indeed very calm. Huh, brother. She deliberately emphasized the word brother, proving that the Mu family was indeed a high-intelligence family. Mu Zhichen looked up and chuckled lightly. Call me brother again." "Xiaoyue, call you what?" Mu Zhichen slightly parted his lips. "Call me brother again." It was only then that Xiaoyue realized he was taking advantage of her. She had just called him brother, but not directed at him. And Mu Zhichen actually responded, "How shameless." Xiaoyue flipped her hair that had fallen over her shoulder back, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her gaze particularly alluring. And the corners of her mouth curled up. "Stinky little brother, you should call me sister. How can you be so disrespectful?" "Sister?" Mu Zhichen leaned closer to Xiaoyue, causing her to retreat until her back hit the table, with no way to escape. Forced against the table, Mu Zhichen leaned one hand on the side of the table, and with the other, he gently brushed aside her messy hair from her forehead. Noticing her cheeks slightly flushed, his magnetic voice rang out. "Why is your face so red?" "Sister, is it hot in the room? Do you want your brother to fan you?" Mu Zhichen extended his long fingers, seemingly casually but intentionally, lightly tapping Xiaoyue's straight nose. Her fair skin, previously flushed pink, now turned a deeper shade of peach. "You, get away!" Xiaoyue's cheeks were crimson as she shot a glare at Mu Zhichen. Mu Zhichen's long fingers inadvertently brushed against his lips, and Xiaoyue's entire face turned red in an instant. That finger had just glided over her nose. "What?" Mu Zhichen feigned ignorance. "Does sister like my hands so much that her face is boiling?" Getting too close. Xiaoyue was afraid that Mu Zhichen would hear her heart racing like a drum. She reached out to push him away. "You, get away." Mu Zhichen blinked innocently, Puzzled, where should I get away from? Xiaoyue propped her hand on Mu Zhichen's chest, feeling his solid pectoral muscles clearly through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, along with a heartbeat that resonated with her own. Turning her head slightly, avoiding looking at Mu Zhichen, Xiaoyue whispered, "Get off me." She didn't even realize that her voice at that moment lacked confidence and was a bit soft, making Mu Zhichen want to tease her even more. Afraid of going too far, Mu Zhichen smiled and moved away, grabbing Xiaoyue's wrist to pull her up from the table, giving her a moment to catch her breath without continuing to provoke her. He discreetly fiddled with his index finger and thumb, recalling how her skin had not only been fair and delicate when he had touched the tip of her nose, but also quite elastic and a little warm. Xiaoyue turned around and gently patted her flushed and warm cheeks, originally intending to tease Mu Zhichen, but unexpectedly found herself being teased back. The most infuriating part was that she actually thought his voice calling her sister was magnetic and very pleasant. This wasn't their first close contact, but it felt different this time. It was even more shameful. She ran to the window and opened it, letting a cool breeze wash over her, and she felt her previously hot face gradually cool down. She casually smiled and said, "It's so stuffy in here. Let's open the window for some fresh air." Mu Zhichen smiled non-committally and replied, "Then open it wider." And there was also the strong and powerful sound of his heartbeat. Mu Zhichen was looking at the math problems Xiaoyue had done that morning, catching all of her little movements in his peripheral vision, smiling as he thought, "I was too forward just now." Chapter 35. During the process of tutoring, Xiaoyue was afraid that Mu Zhichen was too close, so she deliberately sat a bit farther away from him. To her surprise, he remained quite well-behaved. Mu Zhichen, with his keen observation skills, had already seen through Xiaoyue's little thoughts. He lowered his gaze and smiled lightly, the curve of his lips so subtle that one might not notice it at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mu Zhichen fumbled in his pocket, glanced at his phone, and directly hung up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiaoyue turned her head to look at Mu Zhichen. "Your phone is ringing." Her own phone lay quietly on the table, so it must be Mu Zhichen's phone that was ringing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Skillfully twirling a pen, Xiaoyue leaned back in her chair with her arm resting on it. "You should answer it. The other party has been calling repeatedly. It might be something important. You can throw out the questions I just explained first." Mu Zhichen held his phone, but did not answer immediately. Stepping out to the balcony, he saw the name Lin Qingyun on the screen and waited for the phone to vibrate a couple more times before answering. "What is it?" Mu Zhichen didn't want to explain, simply saying, "I have something to do today." Lin Qingyun, "Okay, when will you be free?" Mu Zhichen, "Not sure, what is the matter?" Lin Qingyun, "Can I contact you if there is nothing urgent?" Mu Zhichen. After a long pause, Lin Qingyun continued, "Never mind. You go ahead and be busy." In the small alley beside the balcony, Lin Qingyun stood at the corner, gazing at Xiaoyue's balcony. She slowly focused on the tall and graceful figure entering the house, her grip on the phone tightening. Her originally pure face turned red with rage, and even her smile twisted into a grimace. Beside the alley was a potted plant that conveniently concealed Lin Qingyun's figure. Dressed in a white dress, she looked ethereal. At this moment, with no one around, she shed her seemingly delicate exterior and grinned menacingly. "Xiaoyue, I originally didn't want to act personally, hoping you would last a bit longer, but you were just too annoying." Xiaoyue searched online for the tools needed for live streaming, jotting down the essential items. Then she realized she only needed a camera. After locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, Xiaoyue connected the camera to her computer, casually downloaded a live streaming software, and followed the steps to authenticate and log in. Everything was ready. Xiaoyue intentionally adjusted the angle to block her face and started the live stream. She shared the streaming link on the previous post where someone accused her of cheating, then focused on starting the game. She went to the Headless Cliff, where a newly released monster, the Demon Snake, had an attack power of 120 compared to ordinary monsters. Xiaoyue headed there alone, riding a golden dragon into the enemy territory to fight. Before starting the stream, she logged into the game to greet Not Crying and asked if she wanted to join. If she declined, Xiaoyue would just fight the monsters herself and later invite her to explore the fairyland after the stream. As soon as she entered the game, she immediately looked for Not Crying. Seeing her gray avatar, Xiaoyue felt a hollow ache in her heart. She thought that when she logged in, Not Crying would also be online, as usual. Switching her thoughts, after all, this was just a game. No one would wait endlessly for their gaming friends to log in. Everyone had their own lives, just like Xiaoyue play every day. With that thought, Xiaoyue felt a bit better, but still sensed a peace missing in her heart. Having gotten used to being alone, and with a significant part of the game's enjoyment coming from that person, it was naturally hard to adjust when they suddenly weren't there. Knock, knock, knock. Is this Summer's Crescent Moon? I came in after seeing the post. Wow. Same here. I also came in after seeing the post. Can't see your face, but looking at this account, the game ID is indeed Summer's Crescent Moon. Huya fan impressive. 2 consecutive kills directly took down half of the demon snake's lair. This newly released monster has such high attack power. I haven't seen anyone take down the demon snake alone, let alone destroy their lair. Roar, roar, roar. My Crescent Moon is awesome. Daring to attack the demon snake alone. A god is still a god. Shocking from the lion's mouth. Is this the cheater? Quite impressive. It shouldn't be cheating to stream, right? Loch Ness Monster. Just saw a bit and you're already convinced she's amazing? Can't wait to see her get killed by the demon snake swarm. System message. Congratulations to Summer's Crescent Moon for being the first to defeat the demon snake lair group. System testing concluded. This monster experiment is offline for repairs. Roar. Roar, roar. Those who mocked her are now slapped in the face. Clap, clap. Previously calling her a cheater. And now the system has taken down the new test monster because of her. Hilarious. Haha. In a daze. Worship. If she wanted to cheat, she wouldn't be able to stream. And those who called her a hacker got slapped in the face too. A god is still a god. Crescent Moon's tail. My goddess is awesome. Worship. Crescent Moon's little follower. Worship 1. After defeating the demon snake, Xiaoyue turned off the live stream. It only took a few minutes, and she couldn't help but laugh at the comments that were a complete turnaround from before. So much like dog tail grass. Xiaoyue widened her eyes, staring at the fleeting message. Not crying. Keep it up. Not crying. Actually watched the live stream? Didn't she log off? Not crying. I just saw someone who looks a lot like you streaming. Very impressive. Receiving the message, Xiaoyue pouted in resignation. Thinking, that's me. Silly disciple. Not crying. Sending you this. Looking at the bouquet of yellow roses, Xiaoyue's previously gloomy mood vanished, and her lips unconsciously curved upward. What a clever little thing. With a light laugh, Xiaoyue decided to tease her disciple. Summer's Crescent Moon. Thank you, little disciple. Summer's Crescent Moon. You said you saw someone who looks like me? Really? Let me see, where is she? Not crying. She logged off. Summer's Crescent Moon. Are you planning to switch jobs and find a new master? Boo-hoo, oh, not crying. You don't want me to find her? Summer's Crescent Moon. I don't want you to go, little disciple. With long fingers lightly tapping the keyboard, Mu Zhichen smiled slightly, not expecting Xiaoyue to have this side of her. She really knew how to act cute. Not crying. Winning a lady's heart is my fortune. How can I not want you? Ha. Xiaoyue laughed like a fool in front of the screen, not expecting her disciple to flirt again. How interesting. Xiaoyue originally wanted to tease her a bit more, but the next second, she was touched by what? Not crying sent. Not crying. Because I know it's you, so I would watch. The implication was that because it was you, I took the time to watch. At that moment, Xiaoyue was genuinely moved. In her previous world, only her parents held her in such high regard and cared for her so meticulously. 2. Not crying, she was merely a gaming friend. Yet she had consistently brought her joy and emotion. Even as a stranger, Xiaoyue had been healed many times by not crying. That feeling of being cared for by someone was truly wonderful. Summer's Crescent Moon. Thank you, little disciple. Originally, Mu Zhichen discovered that post about the cheater and was about to delete it when Xiaoyue sent the live stream link just a second before. To verify its authenticity, he clicked on it. Upon seeing those fair hands skillfully operating the keyboard, Mu Zhichen instantly recognized it was Xiaoyue, although he had never seen her play games. How could he not recognize those hands? He wanted to delete the post simply to prevent her from seeing it and ruining her mood. Now that she found a better way to handle it, it couldn't be better. Despite usually having no interest in other matters, he surprisingly went through the trouble of downloading the live streaming software just to leave her a comment of encouragement during the stream. Mu Zhichen shook his head in disbelief. He thought he would be more rational about love, and he had once confidently told Xiaoyue that only those without intelligence would fall in love. He never expected that no one could escape the truth of attraction. Mama, he had something to do in the evening and specifically instructed Xiaoyue to order extra food when ordering takeout, so that Mu Zhichen could come over for dinner. Xiaoyue knew that she could cook, and if she ordered takeout, he would become suspicious, so she had to cook herself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While washing vegetables, Xiaoyue saw that the caller ID was Xiaohan and answered on speakerphone. Hello? Han Xiaohan. Xiaoyue, let's go out to play tonight. Xiaoyue put the washed vegetables into the basket and drained the water. Are we supposed to attend evening study? Han Xiaohan. It's after evening study. Having been in the book for so long, it seemed that Han Xiaohan had never invited her out after evening study. Xiaoyue hesitated. Where to? Isn't it too late? Han Xiaohan was shocked. To a bar. Xiaoyue, ever since you were punished to sweep the floor by the director, you haven't just become obedient, you've become foolish. This time is actually very early for us. What's late about it? The original character was a social school bully, going to bars every night was normal. And this time was just right for the bars to be lively. Han Xiaohan sighed. Sigh, don't say any more. Ever since you were punished to sweep the floor, my luck has gone downhill too. All my ex-boyfriends who I broke up with before are trying to get back together with me. And I'm so scared I can't even go out. I've been cooped up for so long, I really can't stand it. So that's it. Xiaoyue was still puzzled. Wasn't the original character a social school bully? Since she came into the book, apart from scaring people at school, it seemed she hadn't gone out to fight or anything. She secretly felt relieved, but she didn't expect the underlying reason to be like this. Han Xiaohan, not giving her any excuses, directly said, I don't care anyway. We're going out tonight. How about we skip evening study and go straight to the bar? Xiaoyue hurriedly stopped her. No. Let's go after we finish evening study. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Han Xiaohan snapped her fingers. Okay, it's settled. Xiaoyue nodded helplessly. To avoid skipping school, she spoke too quickly and sold herself out. The bar, it seemed there was no escaping it. Chapter 36, Summer Month. You behind? Han Xiaohan secretly looked back, stuttering. Why is he here too? Xiaoyue pursed her lips helplessly and said, Because I am her bodyguard. He said he wants to ensure his safety. Han Xiaohan. How can he be so cute? Xiaoyue. Where's he cute? Han Xiaohan leaned over and saw Mu Zhichen carrying a backpack on one shoulder, with one hand casually in his pocket, looking aloof and unapproachable, but with a hint of coolness. Hey, take him with you. I also want to see what a top student who has never been to a bar looks like. Han Xiaohan waved to Mu Zhichen. Mu Zhichen, come here. Xiaoyue helplessly said to Mu Zhichen, come here. Han Xiaohan waved her hand. He won't come over. Let's go to him. Han Xiaohan. In her surprised gaze, Mu Zhichen slowly walked over with his long legs. Mu Zhichen stood straight, blocking Xiaoyue in front, and the cool breeze that had just made her shiver no longer blew through the gaps in her school uniform, and the goosebumps that had just risen slowly faded. Looking at the figure blocking her, whether Mu Zhichen meant it or not, she was very thankful. Mu Zhichen, no. Han Xiaohan thought it was a rare opportunity and interjected. Xiaoyue, just take him with you. Mu Zhichen, where to? Xiaoyue, no hide. Han Xiaohan, to the bar to have fun together? Xiaoyue. Mu Zhichen said lightly. Xiaoyue, are you sure? You discipline committee member? Mu Zhichen said seriously. It's after school now. Xiaoyue. You are right. Han Xiaohan exclaimed. Great. It's settled then. But, seeing that Mu Zhichen was wearing a school uniform, I only have casual clothes for myself, and Xiaoyue, you can't get in without casual clothes. Mu Zhichen calmly replied. My sister sells men's clothing on Sanfeng Street. I just need to call her. Xiaoyue. She just wanted to say, curiosity kills the cat. Mu Zhichen. Unable to resist the two, Xiaoyue could only silently follow. This was the second time she went to the bar. The first time was last time, glancing at Mu Zhichen. She shook her head helplessly. She didn't want to be forced, yet he was eager to jump in. Taking a taxi to the store run by Mu Zhichen's sister, Xiaoyue and Han Xiaohan waited outside, not knowing if it was her imagination. She always felt that Mu Zhichen's sister was watching them. When Mu Zhichen came out, Xiaoyue curiously asked. What did you say to your sister? Mu Zhichen, not much. Just asked for a set of clothes. Xiaoyue was surprised. That's it? She didn't ask anything else? Mu Zhichen, why would she? Xiaoyue. So reasonable. She didn't even ask, was that just my imagination? Han Xiaoan looked at the time and urged, let's go. Earlier, she couldn't see clearly in the shadow outside the store. But now Xiaoyue increasingly agreed that people with good looks can wear anything and look good. Mu Zhichen was wearing a white t-shirt with a black open-front hoodie, fitted jeans, and a pair of black sneakers he wore today. It was a casual outfit, but on him, combined with his refreshing black short hair, it exuded a lazy, casual vibe. With good looks, he could pull off anything, deliberately falling a step behind. Mu Zhichen passed by a store and quickly checked in the glass to see if he looked inappropriate. Seeing his clothes neat and orderly, he then slightly curled his lips, realizing that Xiaoyue liked this kind of dressing. They arrived at the door with a big neon sign reading like Dream Law, and Han Xiaoan pushed the door open to enter. Xiaoyue instinctively frowned. Wasn't this the bar Han Xing liked? Would she be so unlucky to run into him? Han Xiaoan shouted, "Gumin," comforting herself that she wouldn't be so unlucky. Xiaoyue followed Han Xiaoan into the hall. Xiaoyue went to the bar, and Han Xiaoan said to the bartender, "One draft beer, one deep water draft beer," and she glanced at Mu Zhichen and quietly asked Xiaoyue, "Can Mu Zhichen drink? Otherwise, if he gets drunk, we can't carry him." Xiaoyue replied sullenly, "I don't know." The original text didn't mention whether the male lead could drink. After thinking it over, Han Xiaoan finally told the bartender, "Just get a glass of orange juice." She placed the deep water draft beer in front of Xiaoyue, took a sip of beer, and smiled. "Your favorite? It's been a while since you drank it, right?" Xiaoyue smiled slightly. She turns red when she touches alcohol. What should she do now? Picking up the deep water draft beer, which had a much higher alcohol content than regular draft beer. Xiaoyue hesitated to take a sip. Why did she agree to come? Isn't this digging a pit for herself? She couldn't be so unfortunate as to get exposed in a place like this. Thinking that the dim lighting should hide her flushed face, Xiaoyue steeled herself and was just about to drink when Mu Zhichen reached over and took the deep water draft beer from her hand, handing her his orange juice. "I don't like orange juice. You drink it." "Mu Zhichen, are you that picky? Not even drinking orange juice." Han Xiaohan complained, took a few more sips of draft beer, and said to Xiaoyue, "Xiaoyue, I'm going to dance." Xiaoyue waved her hand immediately. "Go ahead." Once Han Xiaohan blended into the crowd and was out of sight, Xiaoyue quietly said to Mu Zhichen, "Thanks for that." When he had dinner at her house, Mu Zhichen must have drunk several glasses of orange juice. And just now saying he didn't like orange juice was clearly helping her out. "Mu Zhichen, what?" Xiaoyue took a deep breath and raised her voice. "I said, thank you." Mu Zhichen pointed to his ear. "I can't hear you." Xiaoyue mustered her strength, preparing to shout, but Mu Zhichen gently brushed her nose, smiling. "Just kidding. You're welcome." He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "If you can't drink, don't force it. I'm here." The touch of his fingers on her nose lingered, and her ears felt ticklish. Mu Zhichen's warm breath still lingered by her ear, making Xiaoyue's face uncontrollably flush. She lowered her head and took a couple of sips of orange juice. But her peripheral vision couldn't help but keep glancing up. Wait. How did Mu Zhichen know she couldn't drink? The original owner was a school bully. Drinking was as normal for her as eating. Mu Zhichen's attitude just now didn't seem to be suspicious. And he even helped her out? Did he know something? The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Xiaoyue looked up and cautiously asked, "How do you know I can't drink?" Mu Zhichen turned his head and met Xiaoyue's gaze for a few seconds. Slightly curling his lips, he leaned close to her ear, and amidst the noisy music, his voice sounded particularly sexy and deep. "Because I know your identity." Xiaoyue pushed Mu Zhichen back a little, warily staring at him. "What do you know?" Placing his drink on the bar, Mu Zhichen raised his eyelashes slightly, a playful smile on his face. "I know everything." Staring intently at Mu Zhichen, Xiaoyue tensed up. Mu Zhichen changed his tone, lightly laughing. "Just kidding. Although you're a school bully, it doesn't mean you drink, right? What is there to hide, right?" Xiaoyue didn't relax her vigilance. "Is that all you know?" Mu Zhichen shrugged. Otherwise, do you have other secrets? No. Xiaoyue breathed a sigh of relief, vaguely explaining, there are no secrets, just this you don't tell anyone. Mu Zhichen very sincerely said, don't worry. Glancing at Xiaoyue as she slowly relaxed, Mu Zhichen slowly lowered his eyelashes. Since she didn't want him to know, he would pretend not to know. It was not the time to push hard. He needed to wait for her to let her guard down, take it slow, and when she trusted him enough, she would naturally tell him, hey, why are you still here? Let us go dance together. Han Xiaohan had already taken off her jacket, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Xiaoyue refused. I can't dance. The original text mentioned that the original owner couldn't dance when she went to the bar, which was just the excuse she needed. Han Xiaohan felt a bit regretful. Yeah, Mu Zhichen, you should dance. It's rare for you to come. Mu Zhichen replied coldly. I can't dance either. Han Xiaohan finished all the draft beer she had just ordered and said, if you come to a bar and don't dance, you're all too boring. After saying that, Han Xiaohan wiped her sweat with a tissue and cheerfully said to Xiaoyue and the others, I'm going to dance again. Although sitting was boring, it was still better than dancing. Xiaoyue, who was not only blushing from the alcohol, but also a dance enthusiast, felt that she really didn't fit in at the bar, but thankfully Mu Zhichen was there, making it less awkward. Mu Zhichen took a lollipop out of his backpack and handed it to Xiaoyue. Have a candy. It will make you feel better. Thank you. Xiaoyue took the candy, which was green apple flavored, just the way she liked it. She unwrapped it, put it in her mouth, and felt sweet, her eyes unconsciously curving up. Every time she ate something sweet, her mood would improve. Xiaoyue, hearing the voice, her heart skipped a beat. Xiaoyue didn't expect she would be so unlucky. Han Cheng, who she didn't know when had seen her, was walking over. Han Cheng was dressed in a well-fitted suit, the jacket unbuttoned, and the shirt inside slightly undone, with a necklace faintly visible, still carrying that slightly lazy sexiness as before. Looking at the lollipop in Xiaoyue's mouth, Han Cheng asked, since when do you like sweets? Xiaoyue bit the lollipop and mumbled an explanation. I've liked them recently. You, how come you're here? Han Cheng ordered 2 glasses of draft beer from the bartender. You're not drinking orange juice, right? Han Cheng reached out to take the orange juice away and handed one of the beers to Xiaoyue. I just happened to have some free time come by. He took a glass for himself and clinked it with Xiaoyue's. Cheers. Xiaoyue. Chapter 37, holding the glass of draft beer tightly. Xiaoyue pursed her lips and revealed a standard smile, trying to deceive Han Cheng while he was drinking like last time. But this time he was staring at her, making it impossible to get away with it. Mu Zhichen quickly snatched the glass of beer and said indifferently, she is not feeling well today and can't drink beer. Han Cheng looked at Mu Zhichen, his smile never leaving his face. Xiaoyue, who is this? Him? He's my classmate. Xiaoyue hurriedly smoothed things over. It's the first time I've seen you bring a male classmate. It seems you two have a good relationship. Han Cheng laughed more and more, and Xiaoyue felt increasingly uneasy. She seemed to understand a bit why Han Cheng was nicknamed the Smiling Snake. Xiaoyue stood up, placing herself between the two of them, standing in front of Mu Zhichen. No, just ordinary friends. She didn't want Han Cheng to notice Mu Zhichen. After all, Han Cheng held considerable power in this area. Han Cheng, now in his early 20s, was a few years older than them and had been mixing in the social scene for a long time. With his own cunning, everyone knew he wasn't easy to deal with and didn't dare to provoke him lightly. Moreover, he always had a smiling tiger demeanor, which made most people tremble at the sight of him. The nickname Smiling Snake was not given lightly. What Xiaoyue originally didn't understand, she now had a bit of insight into. Han Cheng finished the drink in his hand, continuously observing Mu Zhichen. Everyone who met him would respectfully call him Brother Han, but he remained indifferent, his eyes filled with coldness. Still smiling, he patted Mu Zhichen on the shoulder and said, since Xiaoyue isn't feeling well, and you're her classmate, you should drink in her place. Without saying much, Mu Zhichen directly finished the glass of draft beer he had taken, his expression still cold. Holding the empty glass in his hand, finished. In Han Cheng's eyes, this action seemed like a provocation. One of Han Cheng's lackeys was unhappy and stepped forward angrily. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to Brother Han like that? Everyone knows that if you have such an attitude towards the boss, you'll definitely be dealt with. Don't get angry. He is Xiaoyue's classmate, so watch your words. Han Chung smiled at Xiaoyue and said, right? Xiaoyue met his squinting eyes with a smile. But she didn't really understand where the original text described Han Chung as capable and warm-hearted came from. He certainly smiled all the time, but his smile was quite chilling. As for being capable, she hadn't noticed anything. She just felt he was petty, arguing with someone who wasn't even in the scene. The last time she met Han Chung at the bar, she only thought he looked good and had a good drinking capacity, but didn't understand much else. The music was deafening, leaving her dazed. Now, in a clearer state of mind, she couldn't agree with the praises in the original text about Han Chung. Was the person in the original text the same as the one she was seeing? I'm really sorry, but coincidentally, I'm not feeling well today. Please forgive me. Xiaoyue smiled while staring at the talkative lackey, her hint obvious. The lackey, unable to read the room, retorted, Sister Xiaoyue, why do you always protect him? Do you have feelings for Brother Han? Han Sheng interrupted, Alikt. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoyue said he is just an ordinary classmate, right? Finally, Xiaoyue understood that everyone knew the original host liked him, but no one pointed it out. Mu Zhichen's appearance made Han Chung feel embarrassed and humiliated, so he directed his anger at Mu Zhichen. Xiaoyue nodded, smiling, of course, just ordinary classmates. Don't mind him, he doesn't understand the rules of the game, so it's inevitable he doesn't recognize the situation. With this, Han Cheng's lackeys were even more displeased, sensing the implication of protection in her words. But Xiaoyue was also tired of this social interaction. Mu Zhichen had only been dragged into their affairs by chance, and they were starting fires without any evidence. Can a thug just mess around like this? She originally didn't want to break relations, wanted to maintain the original host persona, gradually distancing herself from them and focusing on her studies. But too many things were piling up. Xiaoyue didn't want to keep smiling. The plot had deviated so far. She didn't even care if it went further off course. The lackey who had just stepped up was trying to assert himself again. Sister Xiaoyue, ordinary classmates? Don't take us for blind or deaf people. We saw it clearly before. That guy even leaned in to kiss you. Do you call that an ordinary classmate? The other lackeys echoed in protest. Exactly. We were watching from a distance. Don't treat us like fools. What is your relationship with him? Sister Xiaoyue. You wouldn't just abandon Brother Han for that no-name punk, would you? Xiaoyue. Quiche. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding when Mu Zhichen leaned in close to her earlier. Feeling exceptionally irritated by the noise, Xiaoyue really didn't want to listen anymore. Han Chung, on the side, was feigning ignorance, clearly doing it on purpose. She felt increasingly that the original author was foolish. How could someone like him be praised with such completely inappropriate words? Those lackeys were crazy. If you're a thug, you should act like one. Making all that noise was infuriating. Xiaoyue slammed the table. Shut up. What are you doing? Han Xiuhan walked over, so Han Cheng wiped the sweat off with a tissue and kept giving Xiaoyue knowing glances. The meaning was very clear. What's wrong with you all? Han Xiaohan only then sensed something was off, questioning in confusion. The leading lackey sneered. Sister Xiaoyue found some no-name punk. I just saw them kiss. What does she take Brother Han for? He said, stepping forward as if to leave. Han Xiaohan was shocked and covered her mouth. Kissed? You can't be serious. She looked at Xiaoyue in disbelief. You guys, when did you develop to this point? Xiaoyue. Seeing the crowd watching the drama, Xiaoyue didn't even have the mood to explain, smirking slightly. Yeah, we kissed. Han Xiuhan. Han Xiaohan, you really kissed? When did you develop to this point? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm the last to know. You're so unfair, Xiaoyue. The lackey, I told you. They definitely have something going on, pretended to be classmates. Rushing up, a lackey threw a punch, but Xiaoyue, quick-eyed and quick-handed, caught it, narrowing her eyes and frowning, whispering, You dare touch my person? Sister Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue directly bent her knee and pushed up, although the lackey was a man. Her kick was not light. The lackey clutched his stomach in pain, glaring at Mu Zhichen. Although the original host was a school bully, her ruthlessness was well known, especially with so many tales of the underworld, so those lackeys would still be somewhat wary. Han Chung, seeing this, maintained a smile but spoke with a hint of anger. Xiaoyue, what are you doing? They were just joking around. Why take it seriously? Xiaoyue responded with a smile. I'm just joking too. I only moved lightly. It wasn't too hard. You shouldn't mind, right? Due to his status as the boss, Han Sheng didn't want to take action himself, but he indeed felt humiliated tonight. Before he could speak, Xiaoyue interjected. Han Sheng, you wouldn't want to be bound by rumors, would you? Now that I have a boyfriend, you want to be rumored about. It's only harmful for you. Han Sheng was somewhat unable to hold it together, his hand tightly gripping the glass from before. But he maintained a facade of calmness. You're right, it's always been rumored that we're a couple. Now that has finally cleared up, congratulations. Xiaoyue sarcastically replied. Oh, so you knew, I thought you didn't. In the original text, Han Sheng had always been ambiguous with the original host, occasionally giving her little hints to make her think he had feelings for her. Xiaoyue had seen only half of it, thinking there would at least be some responsibility in the end, but now it seemed that the original host had fallen into ruin because of the White Lotus. If he really had responsibility, the original host wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Ha, scumbag! One of the lackeys nearby, Brother Han. You and Sister Xiaoyue. Han Sheng glared. Shut up. It's all because you spread rumors that things have turned out this way. You still haven't properly apologized to Xiaoyue's boyfriend. The underling was very upset, turning his head to look somewhere else and shouting, I'm sorry. Xiaoyue waved her hand and smiled generously. It's fine, it's fine. They just don't understand. They will get it eventually. Han Xiaohan, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded the whole time. Having had enough, she didn't even want to pretend anymore. She was just an ordinary girl with great dreams of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University, wanting to study hard. Now everything was a mess. Whatever trouble came from exposing identities, she already had enough problems as it was. Just when she finally had some peace, now this happened again. If more trouble came, she would just face it head on. Anyway, the plot had already deviated, so it might as well deviate a bit more. Pulling on Mu Zhichen's arm, Xiaoyue said to the dazed Han Xiaohan, let's go. The underling, who had been elbowed in the stomach by Xiaoyue, grumbled, Boss, how can you stand them treating you so disrespectfully tonight? I can't take it. Yeah, Han Ye. Just let them go like this? I'm not satisfied. After a moment of silence, the underlings exchanged smiles. Xiaoyue, when did you guys get together? Hurry up and tell me. I said you two were a perfect match. Han Xiaohan quickly caught up. Xiaoyue released her grip on Mu Zhichen's arm and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I didn't expect tonight to turn out like this. What happened earlier was all nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Han Xiaohan was a bit confused. What are you guys talking about? The night was cool, and a gust of wind blew by, bringing a refreshing chill. Han Xiaohan put on hard jacket. And Mu Zhichen took out a jacket from his backpack and draped it over Xiaoyue, saying it's getting windy. Han Xiaohan. Xiaoyue. Under the dim light of the street lamp, the light was somewhat faint, but if you looked closely, you would notice that the jacket draped over Xiaoyue was new, with the tag still uncut. It was specially bought by Mu Zhichen, knowing that the autumn nights could be very cold. Chapter 38, however, Xiaoyue looked at Mu Zhichen with difficulty and said, You brought an extra coat specifically because you're afraid of the cold, right? I'll change it for you. Mu Zhichen frowned slightly. Do I look that cold? Meeting Mu Zhichen's gaze, Xiaoyue honestly nodded. Someone who could bring an extra coat out must be very afraid of the cold. Mu Zhichen. He reached out to help Xiaoyue adjust the corners of her coat at the shoulders to prevent the wind from blowing in. His expression was calm, but his voice was firm. Put it on. At that moment, she was so stunned that she actually said something embarrassing like he was her boyfriend. At the corner of the alley, under the dim yellow streetlight, a few rough-looking youths with tattoos blocked Mu Zhichen's path with sticks. Kid, do you think this will just pass after embarrassing our boss tonight? The leader of the gang spat and struck one hand against the other holding a wooden stick, with the others following closely behind. Glancing back at Xiaoyue's room, the light had just turned on, but the thick curtains blocked the view, revealing only a shadow. The thug grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Still want the female devil to protect you? How pathetic. Ha ha ha. The others laughed along. Mu Zhichen looked at the group of thugs. There were 6 of them. He coldly pointed to the alley and said, Come here. The thugs were displeased with his tone and responded rudely. How dare you order me around? You'll be unrecognizable after we're done with you. Mu Zhichen remained expressionless. My mom's not home. He waved to them. Come in and fight. Damn. Those thugs cursed and stomped in, mocking, afraid we'll leave you with a black eye. So you picked a good spot? This pretty boy is really something, ha ha ha. Faced with their provocation, Mu Zhichen showed no emotion. Once they all entered the alley, hearing them still cursing loudly, Mu Zhichen put his backpack aside, quickly ran up to the leader, and delivered a flying kick, coldly saying, "You talk too much." The leader was kicked to the ground, clutching his stomach, unable to make sound. The others were momentarily stunned, standing there in confusion. The thug on the ground took a moment before hoarsely shouting, "What are you standing there for?" A few thugs received the order and rushed forward. "Yes, alone. Go for it." Predicting the first thug's move, Mu Zhichen dodged and punched him, leaving a big bruise on his face as he fell against the wall. The rest who charged at him were swiftly evaded, and he retaliated, knocking them down one by one. The last thug to rush and cursed and pulled out a small knife from his pocket, charging at Mu Zhichen. As Mu Zhichen dodged, the thug's underhanded tactics left a cut on his arm, blood immediately oozing out. At the entrance of the alley, looking up, Xiaoyue saw that her room's curtains were still tightly shut. A figure slowly grew larger against the curtain, and then, as the light went out, the figure merged into the darkness. The alley was obscured by the adjacent buildings, and from Xiaoyue's room, she couldn't see what was happening in the alley and was completely unaware of the commotion coming from there. As the monthly exam approached, loud cheers erupted in the classroom. After the monthly exam, there would be a break. The last monthly break was postponed due to certain reasons, so this time, after the monthly exam, everyone would get a 4-day holiday. "Xiaoyue, why are you studying every day now? I'm so bored." Han Xiaohan, sitting next to Xiaoyue, fiddled with her hair out of boredom. "Ever since you got together with Mu Zhichen, instead of showering us with dog food every day, you're just studying. You're wasting your youth." Xiaoyue finished the last English question, glanced at the paper, and without looking at the answers, was confident she would score full marks. Organizing her papers, she said seriously, "Not studying hard at this age is truly wasting youth." After that misunderstanding at the bar, where Han Xiaohan thought she was with Mu Zhichen, Xiaoyue had tried to explain several times, but was interrupted each time. Han Xiaohan kept asking about their relationship, and after that, Xiaoyue completely gave up on explaining. Han Xiaohan, feeling bored, laid her head on the table. "Oh no, they say you are what you associate with. Looks like you've been led astray, only thinking about boring things like studying." Turning to look for Mu Zhichen, she found his seat empty and immediately sat up. "Hey, where is he?" Han Xiaohan sighed. "It's break time. He wouldn't be off flirting with girls, would he?" Xiaoyue shook her head and smiled, not replying, taking out her history notebook to review her mistakes. Han Xiaohan looked at her in disdain. "Wait, your boyfriend is off flirting with girls, and you're so calm about it? Pretty impressive. You'll be jealous soon." Hearing this, Xiaoyue wanted to laugh even more. Mu Zhichen would never flirt with girls. Was it right to say he was shy? Han Xiaohan elbowed Xiaoyue and chuckled. "Why are you blushing? What are you thinking? Did Mu Zhichen do something to you?" Coughing awkwardly, Xiaoyue hurriedly explained. No, stop talking nonsense." Han Xiaohan got up to give her space, and her deskmate offered, "Xiaohan, you sit." Xiaoyue's deskmate chimed in. "Mu Zhichen, I just saw him in the garden downstairs with a pretty girl." Han Xiaohan was surprised. "A pretty girl?" Her deskmate thought for a moment. "I think it's Lin Qingyun from the top class." Han Xiaohan clicked her tongue. "See? I told you so." Xiaoyue paused with her pen, and Han Xiaohan noticed, realizing she had gone too far, comforted her. "It's okay. Maybe Lin Qingyun just needed something from him. Don't overthink it. Just ask him later." Seeing Xiaoyue lost in thought, Han Xiaohan thought she was worried about Mu Zhichen and Lin Qingyun, and kept advising, "If they really have something going on, you don't have to do anything. I'll help you tear him apart." Han Xiaohan. Han Xiaohan patted Xiaoyue's shoulder. "Calm down, Mu Zhichen won't cheat." Xiaoyue. Not quite understanding Han Xiaohan's words, Xiaoyue frowned while gripping her pen. The monthly exam was tomorrow. She should focus on studying. Exams were important. Xiaoyue's deskmate, confused by the conversation, took out her own book to study. Xiaoyue's recent changes made her admire her even more. The notorious school bully had actually started studying hard. Han Xiaohan felt restless, pulling Xiaoyue out of the classroom. Xiaoyue, still holding her notebook, was dragged along and asked helplessly, "Xiaohan, where are we going?" Han Xiaohan hurriedly pulled her down to the garden, where they spotted Mu Zhichen and Lin Qingyun. She dragged Xiaoyue to a corner where they could eavesdrop without being noticed. Xiaoyue whispered, "What are we doing?" Han Xiaohan made a shushing gesture. Shh. They arrived too late, and from their hiding spot, all they heard was Mu Zhichen coldly leaving a sentence. "Remember my words," before turning to leave. Lin Qingyun, looking very upset, stomped his foot and also turned away. Han Xiaohan and Xiaoyue. They stood up, startled by the figure behind them. And Han Xiaohan clutched her heart, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You scare me to death." Mu Zhichen directly asked, "This should be my line. What are you two doing here?" Realizing they were caught eavesdropping, Han Xiaohan mumbled, "Nothing, we were playing a game, hide and seek." She pulled Xiaoyue, "Right, Xiaoyue?" Xiaoyue quickly responded, "Ah, right? Mu Zhichen, is that so? Then be careful. There are a lot of rats around here." Rats? Han Xiaohan was so scared she almost jumped up. She was most afraid of rats. Trembling, she glanced at the bushes, seeing some breadcrumbs, and hurriedly said to Xiaoyue, "Xiaoyue, I'm leaving now." Xiaoyue, seeing Han Xiaohan's back as she ran away. Mu Zhichen's previously cold tone softened a bit as he asked, "Are you really playing hide and seek?" Knowing that this clumsy lie wouldn't fool him, Xiaoyue sighed. "Don't you already know?" Mu Zhichen chuckled lightly, smirking as he retorted, "I don't know your true intentions." Xiaoyue. It would be strange if he couldn't guess with his intelligence. She pursed her lips and said, "The true intention is to play hide and seek." Mu Zhichen smiled. "Are you afraid I'll cheat?" "Huh?" Xiaoyue blinked in shock, momentarily thinking she had misheard. "Did you forget to take your medication today?" Mu Zhichen smirked playfully and lightly replied, "No. Are you going to feed me?" Xiaoyue. Why is Mu Zhichen becoming more and more flirtatious? Chapter 39. Xiaoyue didn't joke with him and said honestly, "Xiaohan thinks we were really a couple. Hearing that you are with Lin Qingyun, she had to come and eavesdrop to see if you were cheating." Mu Zhichen understood, smirking. "Do you think there's cheating?" Xiaoyue replied seriously, "Be serious." Everyone was deceived by his aloof exterior. In reality, he was just a flirt who often made suggestive remarks. Mu Zhichen didn't continue the topic and only asked, "Aren't you curious about what she and I are doing?" Xiaoyue was indeed curious. But out of her aversion towards Lin Qingyun, she said against her will, "Not at all." Mu Zhichen smiled lightly, not pressing her further, and simply said, "Let's go, or the cheesecake will melt." Xiaoyue looked up. "Did you buy cake again?" Mu Zhichen glanced at her, his eyes smiling. "I was afraid you'd be hungry." "Oh." Xiaoyue lingered in Mu Zhichen's smile, then quickly caught up. Since that day, Mu Zhichen had been buying her cakes in various ways, which made Xiaoyue see him in a new light. She didn't expect him to be such a kind person who enjoyed helping classmates. Now it was late autumn moving into winter, and everyone had switched from thin layers to warm sweaters and cotton jackets. The weather in Jiangxing changed abruptly as winter approached. Many students caught colds because they didn't bring extra warm clothes. Students had to wear uniforms, so they wore thick clothes underneath and put on uniform jackets outside. Due to the strong wind on the rooftop, Han Xiaohan no longer called for people to go up there. Xiaoyue took a bite of cake, but still didn't feel as happy as before. Her face felt a bit cold from the wind on the rooftop. Today, there was no running exercise, so Xiaoyue didn't feel uncomfortable, but she still had to eat the cake because she was a sweet tooth. Mu Zhichen opened the rooftop door at a right angle and stood by the door, instantly blocking the cold wind. Xiaoyue licked the cream on her lips and looked up, secretly thinking, Mu Zhichen has many good qualities. At least he knows how to take care of people. The cold winter wind was frigid, howling on the rooftop. Seeing Xiaoyue dressed so thinly, Mu Zhichen said, "Don't come to the rooftop next time." Xiaoyue was puzzled why. Mu Zhichen glanced at her visibly prominent collarbone. "You look like a shivering chick." Xiaoyue. She realized she was wrong. Mu Zhichen's personality was really harsh, silently adding another title of sharp tongue to her little notebook. Huh? Xiaoyue noticed she had an extra uniform jacket on her and suddenly felt warm-hearted. She looked up at Mu Zhichen, who was wearing a black sweater. "Aren't you cold?" Mu Zhichen replied casually, "The little chick is shivering. I can't stand it." Xiaoyue. Forget the feeling. After finishing the last bite of cheesecake, Xiaoyue twirled her tongue around her lips, while Mu Zhichen averted his gaze. His throat suddenly feeling a bit scratchy. "Actually, you don't have to buy it every day. I can buy it myself, or I can just go without it. It's not a big deal," Xiaoyue said with a smile, then tidied up the trash. Mu Zhichen frowned slightly, seeming unsatisfied with her statement. I like it. Xiaoyue. She pressed her lips together and smiled. As long as you are happy. Mu Zhichen helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. He knew some people were very slow, but he didn't expect Xiaoyue to be this slow. Mu Zhichen's gaze darkened. He didn't mention the last time when some delinquent surrounded him, only saying, "It's nothing. I learned self-defense." Xiaoyue became interested. Really? Do most boys learn self-defense? Mu Zhichen explained, I was small when I was young, and my mom was afraid I would be bullied, so she took me to learn. Xiaoyue understood. No wonder you said you've never been beaten up. Have you ever beaten someone? Mu Zhichen glanced at Xiaoyue. Yes. Xiaoyue's eyes lit up. Quick, tell me. You, a model student, can also hit people. Who did you hit? Mu Zhichen suddenly mischievously lifted Xiaoyue's chin and chuckled. You. Hey. Xiaoyue swatted his hand away, seriously saying, You really can't beat me. Mu Zhichen, let's see. He had always wanted to know. He had seen Xiaoyue's moves in the bar last time, and they looked very professional, definitely trained. Xiaoyue, his childhood friend, fought completely differently. Just as she was about to explain, Xiaoyue suddenly changed the subject. What's there to say? It's just from fighting a lot. She almost slipped up. Everyone still thought she was the original her, and couldn't give herself away. Mu Zhichen, very impressive. Xiaoyue smiled. It's rare to hear you compliment someone. Mu Zhichen, do you want me to praise you? Xiaoyue thought for a moment and became interested. Praise me. Let me hear it. Hey, you two came up here to date? It's so cold on the rooftop, looking for punishment? Han Xiaohan arrived at the last layer of the rooftop stairs, but at least it won't be disturbed here. Xiaoyue. She made space for Han Xiaohan and asked, Didn't you say it was too cold on the rooftop to come up? Han Xiaohan saw the uniform on Xiaoyue and grinned. No wonder you came up. It turns out someone is providing warmth. Xiaoyue. She looked down at the uniform draped over her shoulders, unable to refute. Han Xiaohan hugged Xiaoyue for warmth and sighed. The academic director just came to lecture us, saying we don't study. So annoying. I'd rather be cold than be lectured. Xiaoyue nodded seriously. Actually, studying can be quite interesting, except for math. Math is really a hard nut to crack. But now, thanks to Mu Zhichen, I made some progress. Han Xiaohan cried out, You're crazy. You've been enchanted since you started dating, enchanted by studying. Give me back my original Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue suppressed a laugh. All right. By the way, how did it go with your ex-boyfriend who wanted to get back together with you? Han Xiaohan rubbed her shoulder against Xiaoyue. I've been ignoring him, and now they've given up automatically. Ding, ding, ding. Han Xiaohan was about to say something about Han Cheng, but the class bell interrupted her. A gust of cold wind blew by, and she shivered, pushing the matter out of her mind. Back home, Xiaoyue excitedly opened her computer. She hadn't played the game in a long time, and with the monthly exam tomorrow, she decided to relax and play a bit. As soon as she logged into the game, Bu Hui Ing appeared, as if sensing her presence, receiving a yellow rose. She glanced at the world chat in the game and couldn't help but laugh at the comments. Summer's crescent moon. This person following the trend is indeed quite funny. Last time they were cursing me in the world chat. Now the comments are a refreshing stream, all praising me. Bu Hui Ying. It is quite funny. Mu Zhichen remembered that Xiaoyue had asked her to compliment her today, and with a slight smirk, he typed solemnly in the world chat. Crescent moon is so amazing. He even added an exclamation mark to emphasize it. Summer's crescent moon. Apprentice, why are you following them and causing trouble too? Bu Hui Ying. Sinjire. The official endorsement was the most lethal. Someone who doesn't flatter others complimenting you and saying it's sincere would leave anyone in shock. Even though Xiaoyue didn't have an image in Bu Hui Ying's eyes, she felt she should be modest at this moment. Xiaoyue humbly typed, Not really, just a little bit. Bu Hui Ying. Xiaoyue laughed helplessly. Her apprentice really didn't know how to flatter, so adorably naive. Summer's crescent moon. Where are we going today? I can only play today. Bu Hui Ying. Why? Summer's crescent moon. Tomorrow is the monthly exam, and it lasts 3 days. After that, even though we have a break, I want to have time. No crying. Let's play when you have time. I thought no crying would ask her where she was going, but unexpectedly, she just stopped there. Xiaoyue smiled slightly, feeling that she was very good at managing relationships. No crying. Are you still live streaming? Live streaming? No crying. Almost forgot about it. Last time, to prove her innocence, she downloaded a live streaming app, which has been sitting there ever since. Glancing at her phone, Xiaoyue. Her live streaming account had gone from 0 fans to 16,000 fans, and it was still increasing. Xiaotian's crescent moon. Many people are following my live streaming account. No crying. What are you planning to do? Xiaotian's crescent moon. I don't know. avoids.She planning a live stream anyway. They can follow if they want. Summer cicada. The great moon is online. I wonder if I can see her live today. Roar. I saw her. She is at Honggu. But there is no news from her live streaming account. Wild Wolf is fierce. You guys are too naive, even if she live streams. She could have someone else play for her. Anyway, you can't see her face. Can you tell who is who? Self-discipline and ritual. Although you're right. You can't see her face. How do you know it's not her? Flashed. Exactly. Wild Wolf, you should look for evidence. Last time you said she was cheating, but she wasn't cheating in the end. Yi is not Iya. Have you seen her come out to explain? She doesn't even dare to explain. What empty talk can she say? She must have a guilty conscience to not dare to speak. Xiaotian's crescent moon. I think I should keep using that live streaming account. She really couldn't stand those foolish wild wolves. Is it that hard to admit someone is excellent? Xiaoyue sent a message in the world tribe. In 10 minutes, let us start streaming and fight monsters together. She didn't want to get involved in those arguments, but no matter how much she endured, there would always be people challenging her bottom line. So why should she endure? She was going to be tough all the way. Since they thought she was cowardly, she might as well be more active. Otherwise, she would be letting down their expectations. Xiaoyue's little tail, my great God, is streaming. The groundhog is shouting. Loyal fan of Iya, sitting with a small stool waiting. I can see my S-style again. Roar Moon. Don't listen to those people nonsense. They're just jealous of you. Waiting for the stream to start. Xiaoyue didn't know if no crying wanted to be on camera and asked, Disciple, do you mind being on camera? Or should we wait until I finish streaming to play together? No crying. I don't mind. With permission granted, Xiaoyue tidied up, adjusted the camera, and prepared everything, then waited for the time she mentioned earlier to start streaming. She just wanted to see those who slandered her and couldn't stand her popularity jump up and down, enjoying herself thoroughly. Chapter 40, The End of Summer. Oh my. Without any talent, all I can say is wow. You're still the great one, Moon Crescent. Summer's little fan. Same feeling. I used to see people criticizing Moon Crescent, and a wave of followers jumped on the bandwagon. Now, they're getting slapped in the face. Haha. Summer's haters. Sorry. I used to be a hater of Summer's Moon Crescent, but now I've turned to the good side, and I'm completely convinced by Moon Crescent. I love you, Moon Crescent. Moon Crescent, take a look at me. Same here, I was misled before, thinking Moon Crescent was cheating. After all, I was short-sighted and had never seen someone so powerful. Now that I see the live stream, I'm totally convinced. A wave of comments kept rolling in, but Xiaoyue didn't look at them. She just played the game as usual, teasing her little disciple and fighting monsters. Summer's Moon Crescent, little disciple. Let's go to the Ice Spring Corpse Palace. It seems to be a hidden monster fighting spot. Looks really fun. Won't cry. Okay. Summer's captive. That person who is rumored to be Moon Crescent's alternate account, Won't Cry, is actually Moon Crescent's disciple. I'm so envious. I want Moon Crescent to be my master too. Moon Crescent, you're just envious. I'm envious, jealous, and hate it. Having such a god-tier master. I'll definitely level up quickly. My level has been stuck. It's so hard. It gets harder the further along you go. Crying, oh, Moon Crescent's little tiger. By the way, does Moon Crescent still take disciples? I'm very cute and available anytime. Take a look at me. Tooth, here. Your diehard fan is here. Take a look at me. Zen Kid, you guys should give up. Don't you see that Moon Crescent's disciples are also very strong? With your level, you should focus on training. Once you reach Won't Cry's level, you can also become a little god. Summer's cicada. What the person above said is too realistic. Although it's the truth, it hurts too much. When they arrive at the Ice Spring Corpse Palace, it was full of decaying zombies, each one looking grotesque and disgusting. The realism is the biggest advantage of this game, and those disgusting zombies are even scarier than real ones. When Xiaoyue first saw them, she couldn't help but feel nauseous and asked, "Won't cry. Are you disgusted?" "Won't cry, no." Xiaoyue couldn't help but give "won't cry" a thumbs up. What a tough person. "Won't cry. If you really can't watch, we can leave." The live stream erupted again. Many people also rarely went to the Ice Spring Corpse Palace because that location was underground and too hidden. They didn't want to search for it. Now, seeing the zombies in the live stream, they were also disgusted. When they saw Xiaoyue say she would endure the disgust and take them all down, comments flooded in, "Awesome. No wonder you're my god." Fearing she couldn't handle it, Xiaoyue unleashed an even stronger impact, taking down those zombies in half the time as before. The viewers were stunned. The speed was already thrilling, but they didn't expect that there was no fastest, only faster. From a live stream, it was clear that the zombies were not easy to defeat. They could burrow underground, and once they bit you, you would be corroded by their corpse fluid. The attack power of these monsters was comparable to the previous serpent monsters. Because of this, Xiaoyue's extraordinary strength was even more evident. The number of viewers kept increasing, and many changed their names to become fans of Summer's Moon Crescent, with many turning from haters to fans. After clearing the Ice Spring Corpse Palace, Xiaoyue and Won't Cry rode a golden dragon and flew up to the clouds. In the Cloud Palace, Summer's Moon Crescent sat on the cloud chair for a long time, while her real self, Xiaoyue, had just been impacted by the zombies' disgust and was now breathing fresh air by the window to prevent herself from feeling nauseous again. Summer's breeze. Where's Moon Crescent? Why isn't she moving? Sheep, 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 love summer. Maybe she want to throw up. Lost lamb in summer. Didn't you notice that the number of comments has decreased a lot? They probably couldn't handle those disgusting zombies dripping with corpse oil. Just now, Moon Crescent also told her disciple that those things were too disgusting, so they might all be taking a break. Mu Zhichen, although playing the game, also entered the live stream room and looked at those comments with a troubled expression while waiting for Xiaoyue. Anxiously, he sent a message in the game. "Are you okay?" After a long time, Xiaoyue slowly typed, "I'm fine, just took a break." After swaying in the Cloud Palace for a while and checking the time, the meal should be ready. Xiaoyue said to her disciple, "I'm logging off now. See you next time, little disciple." Looking at the mutual follow status with Won't Cry, Xiaoyue happily exited the livestream app. "My mom is busy tonight. I tried making duck risotto. You should try it." Xiaoyue served a bowl of rice to Mu Zhichen. The aroma of the duck mingled with the white steam wafting up to her nose. After taking a bite, Mu Zhichen said seriously, "Delicious." It was Xiaoyue's first time cooking, and she hadn't tasted it herself. She picked up a piece of rice and put it in her mouth, and seeing that it wasn't ruined, she smiled. "I thought I would fail. Looks like I couldn't trick you, what a pity." Mu Zhichen lowered his head to eat the duck meat in the bowl, which was tender and juicy. Very delicious. The rice contained many diced carrots, water chestnuts, mushrooms, and other ingredients as seasoning, clearly showing that a lot of time was spent preparing it. Mu Zhichen understood her inconsistency and didn't respond, directly switching the topic. "School bully, such a virtuous wife and mother. If others knew, they might be shocked." Xiaoyue swallowed the duck she was chewing. "What? Are you threatening me?" Mu Zhichen raised an eyebrow. "I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid you won't cook for me anymore in the future." Xiaoyue pretended to be fierce. "Just know that." After taking a couple more bites of rice, Mu Zhichen thought, "How could I let others know about this cute contrast secret?" The 3-day monthly exam quickly passed, and with the holiday approaching, Xiaoyue wasn't particularly happy. At the bustling intersection, her original lost sense of direction became even more pronounced. Which way should she go? Fucheng was the city where Xiaoyue had her tutoring, not too far from Jiangcheng. Unable to refuse, Xiaoyue could only agree. Looking at the text message mentioning all the delicious food and fun activities, Xiaoyue wouldn't admit she was so shallow to be attracted by those things. After standing at the intersection for a while, passersby looked at Xiaoyue as if she were a monkey in a circus. "Xiaoyue." Dialing the phone, Xiaoyue asked Xiaoyue. "Xiaoyue, seem to be lost." "Xiaoyue lost?" Fucheng is very close to Jiangcheng, and the roads are easy to remember. "How could you get lost? Where are you now?" Xiaoyue looked around. There were only sprawling roads, and no landmark buildings nearby. Despairingly, she said, at an intersection surrounded by cars on all sides. "Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue, can you be more specific?" Xiaoyue saw a tall building in front of her, feeling rescued. There's a very tall building in front. Xiaozi. Fucheng has tall buildings everywhere. Xiaoyue. After exiting the subway station, Xiaoyue showed the location Xiaozi sent to a passerby and asked him how to get there. She clearly followed the directions given by others. So why was she lost? Xiaozi reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll come find you soon. Just walk around and see if you can find a landmark or ask someone where you are." Xiaoyue casually crossed a road and walked straight ahead. Seeing the tall building ahead, she didn't believe the building wouldn't have a sign. Walking wearily, Xiaoyue felt a little hopeless. She didn't expect the building to be so far away. Now, she finally understood how convenient the ride-hailing app was. In this melodramatic world, there are no ride-hailing apps and no navigation, although she doesn't have a good impression of navigation either. She once used a navigation app that led her to the riverside, where there was a big lake ahead, and it still told her to go straight. Forget it. There's nothing to think about. Even if there's nothing, she doesn't believe that she, a grown person, could get lost. Xiaoyue. When she turned around again, Mu Zhichen was already standing in front of her, reaching out to touch his cold, handsome face. The warmth radiating from it, reminding Xiaoyue that this was a real person. Xiaoyue. She gathered her thoughts and raised her eyes in disbelief, asking, "Mu Zhichen, what are you doing here?" The slightly anxious emotion from earlier was unknowingly suppressed by Mu Zhichen, who replied slowly, "Just passing by." Passing by? Xiaoyue glanced around. It was simply a desolate place that hadn't been developed yet. What was he doing here? These weren't things she should consider. Xiaoyue grabbed Mu Zhichen's arm. "Mu Zhichen, please, quickly take me away from this horrible place." Mu Zhichen. "How did you end up here?" Mu Zhichen helped Xiaoyue carry her luggage. Xiaoyue said pitifully, "I don't know either. I just followed what the person who asked for directions said. Turned left at the subway exit, turned right at the billboard, then walked 2 intersections forward and turned right again, and then I ended up here." Mu Zhichen. Mu Zhichen rubbed his forehead. "You should carry a compass when you go out." Chapter 41, when Xiaozi arrived. Xiaoyue and Mu Zhichen were already sitting at McDonald's waiting. She had already sent a message explaining the situation to Xiaozi. And upon seeing Mu Zhichen, she was still surprised. "Brother, how come you're here too?" Mu Zhichen replied, "Just passing by." Xiaoyue awkwardly sipped her hot milk beside them, feeling utterly embarrassed. As they were leaving, Mu Zhichen's phone received a text message from Xiaozi. "Brother, I've done what you asked, so remember what you promised me." Upon learning that Xiaoyue was here because she received Xiaozi's message, he initially planned to pretend it was a coincidence while they were having fun, but he didn't expect Xiaoyue to get lost. Fortunately, he was able to guess her location based on a random thing she mentioned, and he had to pretend to just be passing by. Yet Xiaoyue didn't suspect a thing. What does it feel like to fall for a dense school bully? It's so hard. Xiaozi took the lead and brought Xiaoyue to the largest amusement park in Fucheng. "Sister Xiaoyue, shall we ride the roller coaster?" The roller coaster. Xiaoyue had always been well-behaved and had never tried anything thrilling, but now she had the chance, so she responded, "Okay." Xiaozi turned to Mu Zhichen and asked, "Brother, are you riding?" Mu Zhichen had never been interested in such things, and asking him was just a formality. Just as Xiaozi was about to blur out 2 tickets, Mu Zhichen said, Xiaozi, did I hear you wrong?" Mu Zhichen. Xiaozi wondered, "Aren't you uninterested?" Glancing at Xiaoyue, Mu Zhichen patiently replied, "I never said that." Xiaozi. Mu Zhichen said, "I'll go with you. Xiaozi, you wait in line here." Xiaozi. Looking at Mu Zhichen's back, Xiaozi gritted her teeth and said, "Stinky brother, how could you let a girl wait in line here? Shouldn't it be you who waits in line?" The sun was shining brightly today, casting the shadows of Xiaoyue and Mu Zhichen together, and Xiaozi suddenly realized. She smiled slightly, thinking, "No wonder brother wanted me to invite sister Xiaoyue, so that's how it is." Watching Mu Zhichen pretending to be casual but actually shielding Xiaoyue from the sun, she lightly poked her fingers together. It seems even the smartest person can become an idiot when they fall in love. Xiaozi took the water Mu Zhichen handed her and leaned in a whisper with a smile. "Brother, you seemed like an idiot just now. What you said was so embarrassing." Mu Zhichen. Without showing any obvious change in expression, Mu Zhichen casually asked, "When did you notice?" Xiaoyue chuckled. "Super obvious, okay." Mu Zhichen. He secretly thought everyone else can see at a glance. Yet Xiaoyue, the person involved, is completely unaware. "Xiaoyue, you weren't obvious enough. Be more obvious." Mu Zhichen glanced at her. "Like what?" "Xiaoyue, you should help her open the bottle cap first. Usually that's something boyfriends do." Getting the hint, Mu Zhichen took the bottle of water from Xiaoyue's hand, opened the cap, and handed it to her. Xiaoyue. Taking the water, Xiaoyue pinched her own well-defined arm muscles and explained, "Although it doesn't look like it, I have muscles," implicitly suggesting that his help was unnecessary. Mu Zhichen coldly glanced at Xiaoyue, opened his own bottle of water, and took a sip, with Xiaoyue in front of Xiaoyue, who was in the middle. Taking advantage of Xiaoyue not paying attention, Xiaoyue quietly said, "It's okay. This trick didn't work. I'll teach you other tricks later. When you're on the roller coaster, sit next to her. Girls often get scared on roller coasters." Although he felt embarrassed just now, Mu Zhichen chose to trust her one more time. After a while, it was finally their turn. As Xiaoyue sat down, Xiaoyue automatically stepped back behind Mu Zhichen. "I'll sit on the edge. I'm a bit scared." Everything was ready, and the roller coaster started moving, shooting out quickly. Everyone on it screamed, and Xiaoyue was no exception. Thinking this trick might work, but after a long wait, Mu Zhichen looked over and saw Xiaoyue was screaming out of excitement, thoroughly enjoying herself, showing no fear at all. Mu Zhichen. On the other side, a loud scream came out. Mu Zhichen slightly frowned and looked over to see Xiaoyue with a sorrowful face, tightly gripping the safety bar. Her eyes squeezed shut, not daring to open them even for a second. Mu Zhichen. After the roller coaster ride, Xiaoyue had to lean on Mu Zhichen to get down, pitifully crying, "I will never ride a roller coaster again." Xiaoyue, clearly not satisfied yet, asked why. It was so thrilling. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. It was clear that this trick didn't work on Xiaoyue. By the time they left the amusement park, it was already late, time for dinner. Xiaoyue took them to the food street, and, as someone paid behind them, Xiaoyue boldly said, "Sister Xiaoyue, eat your fill. I'll treat." Mu Zhichen. The real person paying remained silent. Xiaoyue booked a room for both Xiaoyue and Mu Zhichen, informed the people from the dormitory, and then came out to stay with Xiaoyue. The monthly test was on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and today happened to be Saturday. Xiaoyue excitedly watched Wisdom Star with Xiaoyue. After Xiaoyue finished showering, she heard someone knocking on the door. Xiaoyue ran to open it, and as Xiaoyue changed her clothes, she walked to the door. Mu Zhichen was holding 2 bags of items. Xiaoyue took them, opened the bags. One contained fruit and the other a cake. Looking at the bag with the cake, Xiaoyue asked, "Brother, why did you buy a cake?" Mu Zhichen. "Dessert after dinner." Xiaoyue bluntly said, "You never had this awareness before." In her heart, she secretly cursed, "Brother, you big pig's trotter. I've never seen you treat your sister so well." Xiaoyue's hair wasn't dry yet, and water droplets fell from her hair onto her delicate collarbone, making her fair skin look particularly tempting through the droplets. Mu Zhichen shifted his gaze. "You should dry your hair. You might catch a cold." After drying her hair, Xiaoyue had already washed the fruit. She unwrapped the cake packaging, and the rich, sweet smell wafted out, placing the fruit and cake on the table. Opening Wisdom Star. The two were eager to watch Chun crush everyone else. This season was a new season of Wisdom Star, and the previous season had just ended. As the opening played, Xiaoyue took a bite of cake and said, "Why is this season airing so quickly? Usually, it takes a few months or more, right?" Xiaoyue shook her head. "I find it strange, too." When she saw Chen's hands, Xiaoyue exclaimed, "Chen's hands look better and better. The scars are gone now." Xiaoyue similed faintly. Yeah, hands without scars indeed look good. But as she looked at those hands, she felt they looked familiar. Very much like Mu Zhichen's hands. Previously, Chen's hands had scars, and they could confirm whose hands they were through the scars. Now that Chen's hands had no scars, she, a hand enthusiast, couldn't tell any difference between their hands. Could it be that they... No. Xiaoyue shook her head vigorously. recalling how Mu Zhichen had previously criticized Chun for being slow at solving problems. If Chun was really him, even if he didn't praise himself, he wouldn't criticize anyone. The next day, Xiaoyue kept staring at Mu Zhichen's hands, and the more she looked, the more she felt their hands looked alike. Noticing Xiaoyue's gaze, Mu Zhichen met her eyes. Is something wrong? Xiaoyue quickly shook her head. No, I just happened to look your way. Mu Zhichen nodded. His hands often appeared in Xiaoyue's line of sight, making it impossible for her not to notice. To be fair, Mu Zhichen's hands were really, truly good-looking. Xiaoyue weakly asked, "Do you often use hand cream or hand masks?" Meeting Mu Zhichen's gaze, she explained, "I just wanted to ask." Mu Zhichen honestly replied, "No." This made Xiaoyue like Mu Zhichen's hands even more. They looked so good even without any skincare products, which really made her envious and jealous. Xiaoyue and Xiaozi were shopping for clothes. And while Mu Zhichen was waiting, he lifted his hand to examine it carefully. Recently, the weather had been dry, and his hands were a bit dry. Seeing that the two of them were still immersed in their own world, he went to the skincare counter next door. After hesitating for a while, he finally went in. The sales assistant saw Mu Zhichen enter and politely asked, "Hello, sir, what do you need?" Mu Zhichen usually knew nothing about skincare products and hadn't thought to learn about them. He felt that boys didn't need such things. With a calm expression, he glanced around, seeing all kinds of skincare products, both domestic and foreign, arranged in neat rows, which made him dizzy. He casually scanned the shelves and asked, "Do you have hand cream?" The sales assistant smiled and said, "Yes, sir, please follow me. These are all hand creams. Which ones would you like?" She pointed to the neatly arranged hand creams, still too many for Mu Zhichen to take in. Worried about being out for too long and not being able to explain if Xiaoyue and Xiaozi noticed he was missing, Mu Zhichen said to the sales assistant, "I'll take the two most expensive and best hand creams, and also 2 boxes of hand masks. Thank you." In the end, Mu Zhichen bought a large bag of hand creams and hand masks. To avoid being discovered, he also bought a piece of clothing to hide the hand creams and masks in the bag with the clothes. Once everything was organized, Xiaoyue and Xiaozi each came out with several large bags of clothes. Mu Zhichen remained calm and discreetly hid his hands. They were too dry, and he didn't want Xiaoyue to see them and lose her good impression. Chapter 42, Sister Xiaoyue. Let's go see the night view tonight. Xiaozi stood on the balcony. Their room was on a high floor, overlooking the small mountains below. After denying to herself that Chun and Mu Zhichen were two different people, Xiaoyue put the matter aside and walked out to the balcony. "Which place in Fuqing has a good night view?" Xiaozi thought for a moment and chuckled. "I don't know. I haven't gone out at night since I got here. It felt pointless. But now that you and my brother are here, it's different." With a beaming smile, Xiaoyue patted Xiaozi's head. "All right." The night view in Fuqing was just the dazzling lights under the neon. However, Fuqing had a river where one could take a night cruise on a boat with a traditional vibe. Passengers boarding could wear hanfu according to their personal interests. As for why the name didn't seem to match the ancient style, Xiaoyue didn't know and didn't want to ask. She just found it amusing. Each boat could accommodate only 10 people, and they followed one after another, resembling the outings of noble ladies in ancient times. Many hanfu garments were quite thick, and in the current weather, it didn't feel hot. Xiaoyue casually chose a plain-colored hanfu and let her hair down without styling it. "Miss, may I help you with your hair?" "It's quite fitting," a hairstylist smiled as he approached. Each boat had a hairstylist in case some guests were not skilled at styling their own hair. The operators aimed to provide better service to their customers. Picking up Xiaoyue's powder blue hair, the stylist praised, "Most people can't dye this color. If not done well, it turns out non-mainstream. But with your good looks, this color doesn't seem out of place. However, to better highlight the theme, I'll dye it black for you." The stylist brought over a bottle of spray and applied it to Xiaoyue's hair, instantly turning it black. Then, he styled her hair according to her face shape and temperament. After a while, when the stylist had finished, Xiaozi also came over, looking for her. "Sister Xiaoyue, you look so gentle." Xiaozi hadn't seen Xiaoyue with black hair for a long time. The last time seemed to be in elementary school. Xiaoyue smiled shyly at her reflection in the mirror. She had never tried such a style before. The person in the mirror looked gentler than she felt. After examining for a long time, she finally admitted that it was her. "Xiaozi, has your brother ever injured his hand before? There's a scar on his arm?" Xiaoyue was a bit puzzled, wondering if it was a cut. Xiaozi thought for a moment. I don't know. It looks a bit like a cut from a knife. When I asked him, he didn't say anything. Pulling up her hanfu sleeve, she measured the approximate position on her own arm. It seems to be around here. The wound isn't deep, and the scar is still quite new. It must have happened a few days ago. Seeing Xiaoyue deep in thought, Xiaozi waved her hand. It's just a small cut. It's nothing to my brother. He is not someone who is afraid of pain. Xiaoyue smiled and casually replied. The scar was quite new and likely happened a few days ago. These thoughts kept replaying in her mind. The incident with Han Sheng also occurred a few days ago. After that night, Mu Zhichen seemed to avoid showing any part of his wrist or arms. When he came to her house to tutor, he would take off his jacket, even with the heating on. It now seemed like he was hiding that scar. Sister Xiaoyue, Sister Xiaoyue. Xiaozi pouted in dissatisfaction. What are you thinking? I called you so many times. With a slight smile, Xiaoyue explained, it's nothing. Let's go find your brother. As they walked out to the bow of the boat, Xiaozi was still looking for her brother. There were 3 boys and 7 girls on their boat, not many, making it easy to recognize. Glancing over, the most poised and upright one was definitely her brother. Xiaozi ran over, eager to show Mu Zhichen how stunning Xiaoyue looked now. Brother. Xiaozi pushed Mu Zhichen. What nonsense are you talking about? She pulled Xiaoyue over and said earnestly, at first glance, you can tell you've never seen a beauty. This is the epitome of beauty. Got it? Mu Zhichen nodded. It's a bit awkward. Xiaozi. Wearing the hanfu made Xiaoyue walk less freely. She moved carefully, feeling awkward. Her hands clasped at her abdomen as she stood quietly. Miss, I am fortunate to behold such heavenly beauty. A young man in dark green, holding a fan, looked refined and scholarly, his eyes fixed on Xiaoyue since she appeared. Seeing her walk towards Mu Zhichen, he assumed they were a couple and started thinking about how to strike up a conversation. After observing for a while and listening to their conversation, he realized she was single. What a great opportunity. Another young man, with his head down, occasionally glanced at Xiaoyue. A girl beside him, linking her arm with his, shot him a death glare, as if to say, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman before? Am I not pretty? Look again, and I'll break your legs. Xiaoyue had a beautiful appearance, standing in her plain attire without any flashy decorations, looking like a painting even without any expression. Mu Zhichen moved closer to Xiaoyue, seemingly pulling a flower from nowhere and placing it in her hair. He raised an eyebrow and smiled at the young man attempting to flirt. Brother, you may not be that good-looking, but your taste is quite nice. The young man who approached could be considered handsome on his own, and his cultivated elegance added a few points. However, standing next to Mu Zhichen, even with his aloof demeanor, he was vastly overshadowed and utterly defeated. The flirting young man gritted his teeth and retorted, Brother, you only have a pretty face. Character is what truly matters. Xiaoyue found it incredibly awkward. She wasn't used to this style. Even standing felt uncomfortable. Unable to hold back, she interrupted, All right, there's nothing to compare. He's definitely not worth it. After saying that, she walked into the cabin, pulling Mu Zhichen inside as well. Xiaoyue sat down on a chair and took a moment to feel a bit more comfortable. The weather at night was dry. Xiaoyue took out a hand cream and applied some to Xiaozi's hands. When she turned to apply some to herself, she caught a glimpse of Mu Zhichen's hands and walked over to take his hand. Let me put some hand cream on you. As she applied the cream to Mu Zhichen's hands, she tried to roll up his sleeve, but was perfectly blocked by him. I'll do it myself. I'll go get you some hot water. Xiaozi came over to help. Mu Zhichen entered the cabin's compartment and asked Xiaozi, Did Xiaoyue ask you anything today? Xiaozi pursed her lips, puzzled. Why are you both acting so strange today? Sister Xiaoyue asked if your hand had ever been injured, and you asked me if she asked me anything. What happened? Mu Zhichen's expression darkened slightly as he replied softly, It's nothing. He didn't tell Xiaoyue that night there had been some trouble with a gang, partly because he didn't want her to be troubled with such matters so close to the monthly exams, and partly because he knew her temperament and didn't want her to get involved with that crowd again. No wonder her behavior tonight seemed odd. It seemed she had guessed something. The school basketball tournament was approaching. Every year, various universities held friendly basketball matches. Except for the seniors. All others had to select teams to participate. He wasn't afraid of Han Cheng's trouble, but he didn't want Xiaoyue to get dragged into it again. Xiaoyue sat on the steps, sipping milk tea, while watching Mu Zhichen make every shot during practice. Didn't you say you weren't participating in the basketball tournament? Mu Zhichen casually shot another three-pointer. I had no choice. Xiaoyue chucked. Did the principal call for you? Mu Zhichen sighed, walking over while holding the ball. He was wearing a black basketball uniform, a dark gray headband slightly dampening his bangs, giving him an inexplicable allure. Turning her eyes away, Xiaoyue handed him the milk tea. Here, drink up. It's still warm. Mu Zhichen sat next to Xiaoyue, took a sip of milk tea, leaned closer to her intentionally, his voice a bit low and breathy after exercising, sounding quite alluring. You care about me so much? Looking at the bold black production date, which was still over half a year away from expiring, Mu Zhichen chuckled and took a few more sips, smiling as he said, I'd drink something you gave me even if it was expired. You. What kind of blush-inducing words are these? Ever since little Z had filled her in on some flirty phrases from boys, Xiaoyue had become more sensitive to such teasing remarks. She used to be slow to react, sometimes just laughing off those comments. But after hearing them repeatedly from little Z, she started to think in more inappropriate directions. She had always thought she was overthinking it, but now she felt like she was losing her mind. Xiaoyue looked at Mu Zhichen with a hint of annoyance, silently mourning for him. Since avoiding the male lead was not an option, she decided to go with the flow. She wasn't an ungrateful person. Mu Zhichen helped her with tutoring, and she agreed to be his bodyguard, so she had to follow through. However, if Lin Xinyun provoked her, she wasn't someone to be easily bullied. She would fight back if it came to that. She had truly had enough of swallowing her anger. Chapter 43. The two sat on the steps beside the basketball court, chatting aimlessly. When did you start liking to wear rings? Xiaoyue noticed that Mu Zhichen had a ring on his middle finger. Mu Zhichen straightened his hand, palm open, with the back of his hand facing himself. The sunlight shone through the gaps between his long fingers, reflecting dazzling light off the ring. If you like it, just wear it, Mu Zhichen chuckled lightly. Focusing on the ring on his middle finger, Xiaoyue said, take off the ring and let me see. It looks quite nice. Mu Zhichen took off the ring and handed it to Xiaoyue, resting his wrists on his legs, his hands crossed. Xiaoyue kept turning the ring in her hand, but her peripheral vision was fixed on a mark left by the ring on Mu Zhichen's middle finger. When she watched Wisdom Star, the latest episode featured Shun, who also had a mark that looked like he wore a ring. What a coincidence. Do you like this ring that much? Mu Zhichen looked at Xiaoyue with a light smile. If you like it, I can buy you a women's version. Couple rings. Xiaoyue stuffed the ring back into Mu Zhichen's hand. You wear it yourself. Mu Zhichen explained. Don't you skip the opening and ending and only watch Shin? How would you notice? Xiaoyue found herself unable to refute this. Then she realized something was off and asked, you watch Wisdom Star too? Mu Zhichen replied, yeah. Xiaoyue added, but you said you didn't like it. Last time you complained that Shin was slow. Leaning back lazily, Mu Zhichen smirked, since I'm bored anyway. I might as well watch. Xiaoyue. Recording an episode together, they adopted a live broadcast format. So it wasn't a coincidence. Mu Zhichen was actually Chin himself. No. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Mu Zhichen twisted the ring on his finger, noticing Xiaoyue's little actions, and thought to himself, you're too cute. Everything you're thinking shows on your face, little silly girl. At the sophomore recognition ceremony, Xiaoyue was struggling to solve the homework left by Mu Zhichen, having worked on it for a long time without success. Xiaoyue, furrowing her brow, she silently put away her math notebook, and the principal on stage clapped appreciatively. Xiaoyue. Then the students sitting below began to clap sporadically. Xiaoyue. She was praised for being distracted while doing problems? The principal continued in an excited tone. We should learn from Xiaoyue. Although she has a long history of misdeeds and a notebook full of punishments, she knows how to turn back when lost. At critical moments, she wakes up, pulls back from the brink, and throws herself into her studies. Hard work will eventually pay off, and that is why she achieved impressive results in both monthly exams. Xiaoyue. Was she called out for this reason? She smiled widely, but inwardly cursed. She silently pleaded, Principal, please stop. I'm already famous enough. Don't make me even more famous, okay? And on the award stage, in front of the entire sophomore class, With a loudspeaker that boomed, it felt like the principal was afraid no one knew Xiaoyue had a broken persona. So many top students were grinding their teeth in envy, and now, with the principal's announcement, she would probably be stared at wherever she went. Xiaoyue forced a smile at the principal, wishing she could snatch the loudspeaker and give the principal a beating if teachers wouldn't be punished for hitting. Among the many gazes, she caught sight of Lin Qingyun, who looked at her kindly. Suddenly, she smiled brighter, sat up straighter, and gently nodded at Bai Lianhua. Seeing Bai Lianhua's smile stiffen, Xiaoyue felt all her previous unhappiness vanish, and her mood became exceptionally pleasant. A few days ago, she randomly clicked into the campus forum and saw herself still at the top, with many posts leading the way. Last time, she overheard Lin Qingyun's so-called good intentions were actually meant to slander her, and someone made a post about it, where the comments were all criticizing her for being shameless and bullying the pure and kind goddess Lin Qingyun. Xiaoyue? She just wanted to give her a smile. She could guess the post was made by Lin Qingyun's male friends, who were deliberately fed information by Lin Qingyun to make them feel like heroes saving a damsel in distress. WTF. Being used as a pawn and still thinking they were awesome. She could take on 10 of them. Okay. Xiaoyue. Isn't that tactic similar to what Lu Shizi used before? As a superior white lotus, she only resorts to such lowly tactics? A group of boys surrounded Lin Qingyun, rushing to help her up, scolding, Xiaoyue, how can you be so disgusting? What did Qingyun do to you that you pushed her to the ground? Xiaoyue. The scariest part isn't the lowly tactic, but the fact that there are people who believe it, and a group of fools who think they're heroes protecting their master. Standing aside, Han Xiaohan stepped forward angrily and opened her mouth. But Xiaoyue stopped her with a hand. Oh dear, Xiaoyue half-squatted down to help Lin Qingyun, then kicked her foot and covered her mouth in surprise. Oh, sorry. I slipped. What are you doing? Xiaoyue, don't go too far. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the school bully. The group of boys pointed at Xiaoyue, scolding. Xiaoyue smiled lightly. So, are you going to hit me? The boys pointed at Xiaoyue one by one, unable to speak in anger, but none dared to act. Among them, the delicate Lin Qingyun said with a quivering voice, It's okay. I just accidentally fell. It has nothing to do with Xiaoyue. I just twisted my ankle. It hurts a lot, but you don't need to mind. The boys surrounded Lin Qingyun like they were protecting their ancestors, looking extremely concerned, but none dared to make a move. Seeing this, Lin Qingyun raised her voice even more pitifully. It hurts. Don't touch me. It was my own carelessness. Don't blame Xiaoyue. It hurts so much, Xiaoyue felt goosebumps rise on her arms, unable to tolerate this white lotus trying to build a persona with such veiled words. Noticing that those boys still dared not take action, Lin Qingyun, furious, wanted to stomp her foot. Remembering she had just said she twisted her foot, she forced herself to hold back, trembling with rage. Listening to that pretentious voice, Xiaoyue glanced at her unsolved problems, feeling her annoyance deepening. Lin Qingyun, if your ankle is sprained, go to the infirmary. A calm, youthful voice came from nearby. Xiaoyue turned her head in surprise to see Mu Zhichen walking towards them. Zhichen, my foot hurts. Lin Qingyun sounded even weaker, leaning against the boy behind her, barely able to stand. Mu Zhichen took the chair from Xiaoyue, saying without any emotion, if it hurts, go to the infirmary. If you can't walk, let them carry you. Standing aside, Han Xiaohan was dumbfounded. She thought Mu Zhichen was incredibly cool just now, truly protective of his girlfriend. Mu Zhichen helped Xiaoyue with her chair, asking, are you okay? Huh? Xiaoyue was puzzled. What'd be wrong with me? Mu Zhichen looked her up and down, took her hand, and noticed a slight scratch on her pinky. He frowned slightly and said, isn't this a bit of scratch? Where? Xiaoyue leaned in, seeing the tiny scratch on her pinky that was barely noticeable. Just a little skin broken. She hadn't noticed it until now and replied helplessly, it's just a little scratch. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't mentioned it. Mu Zhichen said, seriously, a scratch like that can get infected if not treated properly. Xiaoyue, what are you infected with? This kind of thing will heal on its own if left alone. Mu Zhichen looked at Xiaoyue seriously. You don't care, but I do. Han Xiaohan, watching from the side, felt sorry for herself. Is the trend now to openly torture dogs in a naked way? Xiaoyue hadn't reacted yet when Mu Zhichen handed her chair to Han Xiaohan. You help her take the chair up. I'll take her to the infirmary. Han Xiaohan. Looking at the chair she was holding in one hand and the chair that Mu Zhichen had shoved in her other hand, she glared at Mu Zhichen's back and cursed in her heart. Isn't-She a girl? This big pig Schroeder Mu Zhichen only has eyes for Xiaoyue. What about everyone else? After arriving at the school infirmary and knocking on the door, Mu Zhichen said to the school nurse, "Nurse, please help her with her wound." The nurse walked over and asked, "Where did she get hurt?" Mu Zhichen picked up Xiaoyue's hand and presented it to the nurse. The nurse adjusted her glasses, leaned in, and observed for a long time, then asked Xiaoyue, whose hand was white and smooth, "Where are you hurt?" "There's nothing." Mu Zhichen pointed to a barely visible small wound on Xiaoyue's hand. "Here." The nurse looked at the spot Mu Zhichen indicated, pointed to the scraped area, and asked seriously, "You mean here?" Mu Zhichen replied earnestly, "Yes." Chapter 44. After the two were kicked out of the school infirmary, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Xiaoyue. Mu Zhichen stared intently at the infirmary door and said to the school nurse, "Can you sell me a bottle of disinfectant?" A loud noise came from inside the door, clearly a refusal. Xiaoyue tugged at Mu Zhichen's school uniform. "Let's go." Although they had caused quite a commotion, Xiaoyue felt a flutter of excitement earlier. She quietly stared at Mu Zhichen and smiled. "How did I not notice how humorous you are before?" Mu Zhichen lowered his gaze to meet Xiaoyue's eyes and said earnestly and affectionately, "Because that's you." After a few seconds of being stunned, Xiaoyue quickly walked ahead and deliberately spoke loudly to cover her embarrassment. "That's full marks for sweet talk. But don't practice it on me." Xiaoyue, confused, asked, "What's wrong?" "In class, within 2 minutes." Xiaoyue pretended to casually turn her head to look at the back. Her deskmate asked, "What's wrong, Xiaoyue?" Xiaoyue covered her face with her hand and said seriously, "Don't you think the sun is a bit dazzling today?" Not understanding, her deskmate honestly replied, "The sunlight isn't dazzling." "All right." Xiaoyue awkwardly sat up straight and looked at the blackboard, thinking she might have imagined it. "Focus on the class. Focus on the class." After the teacher had been gone for several minutes, Xiaoyue stretched, twisted her body a bit, and glanced back a few times, seeing Mu Zhichen at his seat. She got up and walked toward the back. "What were you doing just now?" The people around saw Xiaoyue coming and made way for her. Ever since she was called out by the director at the commendation meeting, she had clearly felt others avoiding her. Mu Zhichen picked up a bag and gestured for Xiaoyue to follow him. As they reached the door, she overheard someone whispering, "I heard she deliberately bumped into Lin Qingyun today to cheat her way up. Now she's just a teacher's lackey." Xiaoyue. Lin Qingyun's White Lotus image was quite good. Everyone unhesitatingly believed she was the one being bullied when she pretended to be weak. Ugh. Going with Mu Zhichen to the balcony at the end of the corridor, ever since Xiaoyue had been there a few times, hardly anyone dared to go there, which was just fine as no one would interrupt them. Mu Zhichen placed the bag aside. "Give me your hand." Xiaoyue. Although she didn't know what he wanted, she obediently extended her hand to Mu Zhichen. Mu Zhichen opened the bag, revealing disinfectant, cotton swabs, and band-aids. Xiaoyue stared blankly at the disinfectant and weakly asked, "You didn't go out just to buy these things, did you?" Mu Zhichen replied with a poured out the disinfectant, and dipped a cotton swab in it. He said to Xiaoyue, "It might sting a bit," as he blew gently on her small wound while applying the disinfectant. His movements were meticulous and gentle, afraid of hurting her. Xiaoyue felt warmth spreading from the tip of her little finger throughout her body, directly hitting her heart. Sometimes, it's just little things that unwittingly warm a person's heart, like the sun in the cold winter, illuminating the entire season. "Xiaoyue, that's great." Her deskmate excitedly pointed at the blackboard. "Look at the blackboard. There's an English competition after the basketball game. Your English is so good, you should definitely participate." The blackboard displayed the time and conditions for the English competition, and her deskmate knew just how good Xiaoyue's English was. Initially, her deskmate thought she was a poor student and voluntarily organized notes for her to repay her rescue, only to later find out that Xiaoyue didn't need it at all, especially since her English answers were always correct without needing to look at the answers. You should participate in this great opportunity. Xiaoyue's deskmate muttered a few more words. How can you silence those who slander others without proving your own strength? Even if you might not care, I think it's a waste not to participate with your English being so good. Even if it's not to prove anything. It's a challenge for yourself. Her deskmate sincerely advised, feeling increasingly frustrated as she spent more time with Xiaoyue. Knowing what a good person she was compared to how others slandered her. Okay, Xiaoyue also wanted to try something challenging. Coincidentally, she was interested and smiled. Then I'll give it a try. Her deskmate jumped up excitedly. Great. I'll help you sign up with the teacher. With that, she ran out eagerly. Han Xiaohan saw Xiaoyue's deskmate looking like she was on a stimulant and couldn't help but ask Xiaoyue what stimulated her. Xiaoyue was organizing her books on the desk and smiled as she explained. She said she'd help me sign up for the English competition. Han Xiaohan, who originally didn't care about the competition, showed some interest upon hearing Xiaoyue was participating. You're participating? Xiaoyue nodded. Han Xiaohan joked, then good luck. Bookworm. Xiaoyue was puzzled. Thank you. Why did the English teacher call for me? Her deskmate scratched her head. I don't know either. I want to help you sign up, and the English teacher was there. Later when I was going out, she asked me to call you. The English teacher treats all students equally, whether their grades are good or bad, and she's also a young and beautiful teacher whom Xiaoyue quite likes. Even though they hadn't interacted much. Knocking on the office door, the English teacher smiled and invited Xiaoyue in. Xiaoyue asked, Teacher, did you need something from me? The English teacher handed a stack of materials to Xiaoyue. These are past competition papers. Since you haven't participated in competitions before, looking at these questions might help you. Xiaoyue nodded gratefully. Thank you, teacher. She thought there might be some important matter, but it turned out the English teacher just wanted to encourage her. Such a beautiful person with a warm heart. The director, who was nearby, chimed in. Xiaoyue, you can do it, and made a gesture of encouragement. Her nose couldn't help but feel a bit sour, and Xiaoyue nodded seriously. These teachers didn't hold any prejudice against her because of her poor grades or past events, and they genuinely cared and encouraged her. On the way, Mu Zhichen asked, I heard you're participating in the English competition? Xiaoyue nodded. Just to have some fun. It's been a while since I participated in a competition. In her previous world, her teachers would always ask her to participate in competitions, and she consistently won first prize. As the words left her mouth, Xiaoyue quickly covered her mouth, waving her hand to explain. No, I meant I haven't participated in a competition, so I'm a bit nervous. She had gotten too emotional earlier and almost forgot that the original owner had never participated in a competition, almost giving herself away. Mu Zhichen lightly replied, Good luck. Xiaoyue changed the subject. You also need to do well in the basketball game. Mu Zhichen looked at Xiaoyue. Will you come watch? Xiaoyue teased. With so many people watching you, I'm afraid I won't be able to squeeze in, so I want to go. Mu Zhichen smiled and said, Jealous? Don't worry, I'll save you a good spot. Huh? Xiaoyue didn't understand. You can save a spot? Mu Zhichen gently tapped the tip of Xiaoyue's nose with his finger. Just come when the time comes. This wasn't a request. It was an order. Don't forget, you're my bodyguard. You need to pay attention to your safety. Mu Zhichen turned his head and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Xiaoyue. This topic might not be escapable. Fine. Xiaoyue deliberately elongated her voice. You're big, boss. Is your mom home tonight? Yes. Xiaoyue, change your shoes and put her backpack away. You can sit for a while. I'll go help my mom. Mu Zhichen placed his backpack down as well. And out of the corner of his eye, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the wallpaper in Xiaoyue's room. She had hurried out today and forgot to lock the door, leaving it slightly ajar. Hello, kitty. Mu Zhichen looked at the pink wallpaper with interest. Even though there was only a crack in the door, the pink was so vibrant that the color refracted through the light. Mu Zhichen lowered his gaze with a smile. No wonder every time he came to Xiaoyue's house, she would always lock her room door. It turned out there were untold secrets in the room. Xiaoyue brought the dishes out, and upon seeing the pink light through the crack of the door, she hurried to close it. Noticing that Mu Zhichen hadn't seen her, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She calmed herself, thinking that Mu Zhichen probably hadn't noticed, right? Observing him left and right, she saw no unusual reaction from him. So she reassured herself that he really hadn't seen anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a normal reaction. The girl bully, who was good for nothing and did things like smoking and fighting, was a die-hard fan of Hello Kitty. Anyone would be startled if they found out. When Mu Zhichen saw Xiaoyue come out, he put down what he was holding and asked, "Do you need my help?" "No, no, no." Xiaoyue waved her hand. "It's fine. You can sit a bit longer. My mom said to fry the last dish, and she didn't want me in the way. So she asked me to come out." "I see." Mu Zhichen suddenly smiled and asked, "Do you think pink looks good?" Xiaoyue. Why would he ask her if pink looks good? Did he see it? Xiaoyue nervously replied, "Why do you ask?" Mu Zhichen, with an unchanged expression, said, "A friend asked me what gift to buy for his girlfriend. I think pink looks quite nice, and Hello Kitty is also pretty cute. What do you think?" With a chuckle, Xiaoyue nodded heavily. "Yes, I think so too." Xiaoyue gained a new understanding of Mu Zhichen. She didn't expect him to have a bit of a girlish heart, actually liking pink and Hello Kitty. Chapter 45. The fulfilling days always pass quickly. Xiaoyue reviewed the exam papers her English teacher had given her last time, looking for patterns in the questions over the past few years, as well as similar question types. She discovered that every year's closed test was an argumentative essay, discussing topics close to everyday life. And the reading comprehension consisted of a short story and 3 personal accounts from different authors. These posed no problems for her. She attempted to solve some of the papers and found the difficulty to be moderately high, which she considered easy compared to the competition questions she had faced in her previous world. As the basketball game approached, it also meant that the English competition was drawing near. Mu Zhichen helped Xiaoyue check the last math question and glanced at the English exam papers beside her, asking, "How's your English preparation going?" Xiaoyue took out the exam paper for Mu Zhichen to see. "I looked over the past papers and they don't seem too difficult. If this year's difficulty is similar, it should be fine." After flipping through the papers, Mu Zhichen nodded. "Indeed, these papers aren't very challenging." Xiaoyue took the paper back from Mu Zhichen and organized it. "How's your basketball game going?" "I don't understand basketball, but you seem fine." Mu Zhichen smiled slightly. "Are you infatuated with me?" "Yes," Xiaoyue replied. "I'm your #1 fan." Having heard Mu Zhichen's sweet talk many times, she could occasionally respond in kind, though sometimes her heart would race like now. Xiaoyue avoided Mu Zhichen's gaze, leaned back, and nervously looked at him with her hands clasped in front of her chest. The curve of Mu Zhichen's smile grew, and he slowly leaned closer to Xiaoyue, locking eyes with her for a few seconds. Watching her face turn increasingly red, he reached out to brush some debris from her hair and said with a laugh, "You got something in your hair." Rolling her eyes in exasperation, Xiaoyue adjusted her emotions, appearing calm on the surface while inwardly cursing. "Why couldn't you just tell me? Why make me feel so awkward?" Mu Zhichen tossed the debris into the trash can and explained the previous question. "In a basketball game, teamwork matters. One person playing well isn't enough. How do you think your team is coordinating?" Xiaoyue had watched their team play a few times and found the atmosphere rather awkward, so she stopped going. Mu Zhichen said casually, "It's okay, after you stop coming." Xiaoyue pursed her lips and pouted. "I knew it. When I went those few times, they looked at me like I was a ghost, glancing my way occasionally." Feeling indignant, Xiaoyue complained, "Hey, do you think a bunch of muscular boys would be afraid of a delicate girl boss?" "Delicate?" Mu Zhichen covered his nose with his hand, stifling a laugh. "You're quite delicate. Even if I'm not delicate, I'm still a girl," Xiaoyue scoffed. "It's impressive that I can scare off such big guys." Mu Zhichen ruffled Xiaoyue's hair, his voice gentle as if he were sweet-talking her. "I know your gentle side." Her previously warm face flushed again. To cover it up, Xiaoyue swatted Mu Zhichen's hand away, turned her face, and changed the topic. "Am I still going to your game?" "I'm afraid if I go, they won't perform well." Mu Zhichen replied, "No way, you're my bodyguard. You have to come." Xiaoyue said, "If you lose, I want to take responsibility." Mu Zhichen smiled at her, and she felt an illusion that his eyes were filled with autumn water. Avoiding his gaze, Xiaoyue checked the time. It was almost dinner time. "Are you going to practice after dinner?" Mu Zhichen replied, "Yeah, let's go together." "Oh," Xiaoyue murmured, "I knew it." She had originally planned to play games, but now that was out of the question. She hadn't seen the little apprentice who wouldn't stop whining for a long time, and Mr. Mu Zhichen gently pinched Xiaoyue's cheek and stood up, saying, "I've recently taken an interest in cooking. Let me make dinner tonight." Xiaoyue touched the pinched spot, feeling a bit hot, and inwardly grumbled, "Why did he have to do that? It's not like I dislike it." "Cooking?" Xiaoyue finally processed Mu Zhichen's previous words and exclaimed, "You've never cooked before? Are you sure it'll be edible?" Mu Zhichen went to the fridge to get the ingredients, finding exactly what he needed. "Don't worry, I'll taste it first. I won't let you eat anything bad." Since he said so, Xiaoyue didn't want to discourage him and encouraged him. "Good luck," while silently sweating in her heart. While Mu Zhichen was cooking, Xiaoyue waited at the kitchen door, watching him operate skillfully and questioning. "You really haven't cooked before? You don't look like a beginner." After heating the pan and adding oil, he put the chicken in and glanced at Xiaoyue, slightly curling his lips. Maybe it's just talent. "Cut!" Xiaoyue leaned against the doorframe, refusing to give Mu Zhichen an easy time. "You'll only know if it's talent or just luck after tasting the dish. It's often said that men look very charming when they wear an apron to cook." Xiaoyue stared at the calm Mu Zhichen, and although she was unwilling to admit it, she had to recognize that he was indeed handsome. His steady handling of the spatula and his composed demeanor were truly attractive. What really stood out were his strong, tall figure and striking features. The rest, his steadiness and composure, only added extra points. The aroma in the kitchen wafted around, and as Xiaoyue smelled it, she guessed the dish should be good. When the food was served, she looked at its appearance, which had both color and fragrance, just missing the taste. As she picked up her chopsticks, Mu Zhichen stopped her. Xiaoyue paused midair. "What's wrong?" Mu Zhichen picked up a piece and took a bite. "I said I would taste it first for you. Are you not confident in your cooking?" Xiaoyue teased, having thought Mu Zhichen was joking, but he was serious. It was a bit strange to be serious in this context, and even stranger that it made her a little happy. Mu Zhichen used serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat for Xiaoyue. "I tried it. It's not poisonous. You should taste it." Xiaoyue put it in her mouth, chewing down on the tender, non-greasy meat, which was crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. To be able to make such a dish, he must have some skill. After swallowing the meat, she sighed. Sure enough, a genius is a genius. Not only is he good at studying, but he even has a natural talent for cooking. It's so unfair. Eat more if you like it. Mu Zhichen picked up a few more pieces of meat for Xiaoyue, his gaze so gentle it could overflow with water. Enjoying the food, Xiaoyue's gaze lingered on Mu Zhichen's beautiful hands. "What happened to your hand? Did you get splattered with oil while cooking?" Mu Zhichen extended his hand. There was a noticeable cut on the side, and looking further right, there was also a burn. Xiaoyue put down her bowl and chopsticks, frowning as she went to the drawer to get a first aid kit. She carefully helped Mu Zhichen disinfect and apply medicine. Mu Zhichen said casually, "No need for medicine. It will be fine in a few days." Xiaoyue raised her eyes to look at him, frowning. "What do you mean no need for medicine? What if it leaves a scar if you don't treat it properly?" Mu Zhichen smiled. "Wasn't that my line before? When you scraped your finger, I told you the same thing." Xiaoyue gently and carefully applied burn ointment to his wound. "You know that. And yet you took me to the school nurse for a little scrape, but now you say this serious burn is nothing?" Mu Zhichen glanced at his burn and said, "I'm not afraid of pain." Xiaoyue shot him a glare. "Not being afraid of pain doesn't mean you can be reckless. It's a shame for such a good-looking hand to get a scar." Mu Zhichen was amused. "So, you're not worried about me. You're just worried that your hand fetish 1T have nice hands to look at." Xiaoyue admitted honestly, "So take good care of your wound." After applying the medicine, she blew on it. "Does it hurt?" Mu Zhichen gently rubbed her head and smiled, saying, "Just blow on a bit more and it won't hurt." Seeing Xiaoyue actually blowing on his wound gently, Mu Zhichen's heart was suddenly struck. He had just been joking, but he didn't expect her to really do it. Her eyes filled with concern. The burn he had was from a few days ago when he clumsily got burned while learning to cook for the first time. He had no interest in the kitchen at first, but the desire to start cooking came from a casual remark Xiaoyue made after watching a movie. "A man who can cook is really handsome." Just because of that sentence, he secretly practiced, and since the burn hadn't healed, he got burned again while practicing. At first, he was really clumsy, but as he practiced more, he gradually mastered the skills, though his hand had gained more scars. All done. Xiaoyue helped Mu Zhichen bandage it and reminded him, don't get wet. For the past few days, Xiaoyue had been keeping a close eye on Mu Zhichen, afraid that he would be careless and hurt his hand again. Their classmates at school secretly pitted the top student for being targeted by the female tyrant. During the routine live broadcast of wisdom.Star on Saturday night, when she saw Chen's hand, she was stunned. Chen had a shallow scar on his hand, in the same spot where Mu Zhichen was injured. This time, she could no longer convince herself that it was a coincidence. Last time, the ring mark could still be considered a coincidence, but now with Mu Zhichen's hand injured and Chen's hand also injured in the same spot, how could that be possible? Another thing was that after Mu Zhichen stopped wearing the ring mark on his hand disappeared, and Chen's hand also had no ring mark. Putting all of this together, it could only be said that Chen and Mu Zhichen were indeed the same person. Xiaoyue slumped against the back of her chair, recalling how she had been praising Chen in front of Mu Zhichen and showing various fangirl antics, not realizing that the real person was right in front of her, surely laughing at her in secret. Thinking about this, Xiaoyue wanted to find a hole to bury herself. She felt so embarrassed. Mu Zhichen watched the live broadcast of wisdom.Star, looking at the scar on Chen's hand, tapping his index and middle fingers on the table, a slight smile playing on his thin lips. Chapter 46. Since discovering that Chen and Mu Zhichen are the same person, Xiaoyue felt she could no longer face Mu Zhichen. Senior. A junior ran over, excitedly saying, sorry to keep you waiting. Glancing to the side, she noticed Mu Zhichen was also there. The junior leaned closer to Xiaoyue and asked, why is he here? The junior was very familiar with Mu Zhichen, mainly because he always caused trouble for Xiaoyue. If it weren't for him, her senior wouldn't have been punished by having to clean the campus, and he wouldn't let him help. He felt like he was being stared at by Mu Zhichen. Despite his own cold demeanor, Mu Zhichen's gaze felt even chillier, and the junior felt small and helpless, retreating next to Xiaoyue. With this retreat, Mu Zhichen's aura became even more oppressive. Xiaoyue glanced at Mu Zhichen and dryly explained to the junior, due to some unavoidable circumstances, he will be going with us. The truth was that she was his bodyguard and had to bring him along. The junior initially wanted to complain about how scary Mu Zhichen was, but upon meeting his gaze, he dared not speak, timidly hiding behind Xiaoyue. Let's go. Xiaoyue pulled the junior to her side. Every time she saw such a soft and cute creature, her heart felt like it was melting. The junior walked cautiously, step by step, feeling as if he would be killed by Mu Zhichen at any moment if looks could kill. The low pressure made his back feel cold, and he felt Mu Zhichen could bore a hole through him with his stare. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the junior intentionally sat next to Xiaoyue, being careful throughout, as if walking on thin ice. He didn't even know what he did to offend Mu Zhichen to be targeted like this. Xiaoyue handed the menu to the junior, saying generously, order whatever you want. No. The junior waved his hands. I'm fine. Mu Zhichen took the menu, saying, I'll order. The junior felt a bit frustrated. Grateful he rejected the offer. Otherwise, who knows how long he would be stared at. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Xiaoyue patted the junior's shoulder and smiled. Congratulations. Keep it up. The junior nodded earnestly. Xiaoyue glanced awkwardly at Mu Zhichen, forcing a smile. The junior started talking nonstop about Chen. You don't know, being there in person really makes you feel his power. The atmosphere was so tense, and the difficulty was much higher than before. But Chen's speed in solving problems was even faster than before. He truly is my idol. Xiaoyue awkwardly agreed. Yes. If she didn't know Chen was Mu Zhichen, she might have excitedly participated in the conversation, but knowing it was him made everything feel exceptionally awkward. Xiaoyue poured a drink for the junior. Have some cola. Thank you, senior. The junior took a sip of cola and continued. Senior, you also said Chen is amazing, right? It's a pity he wasn't there. Otherwise, I could have asked for his autograph, and I would ask him for one too. Xiaoyue silently thought, he's right here, still smiling. The junior couldn't stop talking about Chen, continuing in admiration. If only I could see him in person. That kind of genius. Senior, I didn't expect you to be a fan of Chen too, especially since you don't like math. It seems Chen is just too charming. Xiaoyue forced a smile, thinking internally, please stop talking. Stealing a glance at Mu Zhichen, she saw him drinking water, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, making Xiaoyue feel even more embarrassed. All these embarrassing stories were being recounted in front of the person involved, and she wished she could find a crack to hide in. When the dishes were served, Xiaoyue hurriedly used serving chopsticks to dish out food for the junior. Quick, eat. Otherwise, it'll get cold. She desperately served him until his bowl was overflowing. The junior kept refusing, saying, "That's enough. I can't fit anymore. Senior, you should eat too." Seeing the junior eating without continuing to talk about Chun, Xiaoyue finally relaxed a bit. What kind of trouble was she getting herself into? After a few bites of rice, the junior noticed Xiaoyue wasn't eating much, and using the serving chopsticks, he added a few pieces of ribs to her bowl. "Senior, eat. I remember you said you like ribs." Mu Zhichen took the ribs from Xiaoyue's bowl and coldly said, "She doesn't like ribs." "Xiaoyue." The junior felt a chill run down his back and dared not speak again, silently eating his food. Why was he being treated so miserably just for coming out to eat? As they were eating, a few girls at the next table kept stealing glances at them and whispering, "That guy is so handsome. The one next to him is so cute too. Is the one sitting between them the older sister? She looks like she isn't easy to mess with. Xiaoyue. Should we go ask for his contact information? If they leave, we won't have another chance." Yes, get closer and take a look." The three girls rushed over, gazing at Mu Zhichen with hard eyes. "Hey, handsome, which school are you from? Can we get your contact info? Let's hang out sometime." Xiaoyue shifted her position closer to the junior to avoid hindering Mu Zhichen's romantic prospects. Mu Zhichen coldly looked at the three girls and forcefully pulled Xiaoyue over, stating, "She's my girlfriend." Xiaoyue. The three girls exchanged glances, hesitating for a few seconds, wanting to shift their attention to the junior. Xiaoyue saw the junior being surrounded by the three girls, looking helplessly at her for help. She pulled the junior behind her. "Did you ask for his permission to flirt with him?" The three girls noticed Xiaoyue's pink and blue hair, clearly identifying her as someone not to be trifled with, and they cautiously took a few steps back. One brave girl weakly said, "But you're not that handsome guy's girlfriend. Is it wrong for us to ask him for his contact information?" Xiaoyue smiled at the girl, resting her hand on the junior's chair. "He's my little brother." Although Xiaoyue was smiling, her eyes were icy with no sign of warmth, causing the two girls to hurriedly pull the brave one away as they left. Xiaoyue face-palmed. "He was just joking." Mu Zhichen replied seriously, "I wasn't joking." Xiaoyue. She shot Mu Zhichen a glare, opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted. Mu Zhichen took out a piece of paper and a pen, quickly writing something down before handing it to the junior. The junior looked shocked, unable to believe. You're Chun?" Mu Zhichen lightly nodded, raising an eyebrow. "You understand." The junior took the signed paper with both hands, holding it tightly, and exclaimed with excitement, "Brother-in-law, Xiaoyue." Her temples throbbed. She felt her blood pressure rising. Wasn't he just terrified of Mu Zhichen? Now he was looking at him with such joy. Was this the power of an idol? No. The main point was, why did he call Mu Zhichen brother-in-law? Xiaoyue took a deep breath and smiled, asking, "What did you just call him?" The junior was startled for 3 seconds before quickly running behind Mu Zhichen. Xiaoyue. Mu Zhichen, looking righteous, said, "Don't scare the kids." Xiaoyue. Mu Zhichen raised an eyebrow and turned to the junior. "It's okay. As long as I'm here, she won't dare do anything to you." Xiaoyue. Smile. Don't get angry, just smile." Seeing Xiaoyue silent, the junior stepped out to look at Mu Zhichen. Noticing the mark on his hand, he connected Chun and Chun. Wasn't Chun just the pinyin for Chun? It had to be him. Chun. The junior spelled out the letters, excitedly hugging Mu Zhichen. "I finally met my idol in person." "All right, you've had your excitement. Just perform well. Maybe you'll be even more impressive than him in the future." Xiaoyue pinched the soft cheeks of her junior, really unable to get angry at that cute face. "All right." The junior waved cheerfully at Xiaoyue and Mu Zhichen. "Goodbye, senior sister brother-in-law." Xiaoyue. She displayed a standard smile and turned to look at Mu Zhichen, saying slowly, "Shouldn't we explain your behavior just now?" Mu Zhichen shrugged. "It's your fault." Xiaoyue. Completely confused, Xiaoyue asked, "How is it my fault?" Mu Zhichen replied confidently, "You're my bodyguard. Not only are you supposed to ensure my safety, but you also have to help block my romantic interests. Didn't we talk about this before?" Xiaoyue nodded. "And then?" Mu Zhichen. "Someone came to flirt just now, Did you do what a bodyguard should do? You even dodged to the side? He. Xiaoyue laughed dryly, quickly changing her expression to explain, I was just afraid that you might be interested in them too, blocking your romantic luck. Mu Zhichen. It seems he hasn't made his feelings clear enough. Xiaoyue actually has no awareness at all. That's fine. Mu Zhichen brushed Xiaoyue's hair back with a mischievous smile. So, we're even now. Even for what? Xiaoyue swatted Mu Zhichen's hand away. You misunderstood. You explain it to him. If you had helped me block the romantic interest just now, there wouldn't have been a misunderstanding. Mu Zhichen shrugged, leaning lazily against the wall. You. Xiaoyue pointed at Mu Zhichen, nearly infuriated. He really is relentless when he's right. Mu Zhichen lazily said, your idol is standing right in front of you, and this is how you treat your idol? Didn't you keep praising me before, and even told me not to scold myself? TSK, TSK, TSK. Women change their faces so quickly. Xiaoyue. Mu Zhichen raised his hand and raised an eyebrow. The scar on my hand is gone. It really feels strange to look at. Raising her eyes to look at those hands, they truly had no flaws at all. Mu Zhichen deliberately waved them in front of her, and Xiaoyue stared blankly, her earlier anger dissipating significantly. Indeed, in front of something she liked, nothing else mattered. Chapter 47. The basketball game arrived as scheduled. Xiaoyue and Han Xiaohan went there, and Mu Zhichen had really saved a seat for her in the best spot to see the court. Because the weather was too cold, the game was held indoors. Mu Zhichen was wearing a black jersey, his strong physique clearly visible. He looked fit in his school uniform. But now in the jersey, his muscular build was prominent with smooth lines. The girls nearby were staring at him and screaming. Thinking back to when she had seen Mu Zhichen's abs and touched his chest muscles, Xiaoyue's face turned slightly red, and she coughed to hide her embarrassment. That feeling was simply too good. Mu Zhichen looked up at the court and saw Xiaoyue smiling at him. The girls next to her, some from her school and others from different schools, all covered their faces and screamed. Did you see that? He just smiled at me. So charming. I feel like I'm going to faint. Xiaoyue. Han Xiaohan noticed Xiaoyue's flushed face and nudged her arm. What are you thinking? You're blushing. No. Xiaoyue waved her hand. Don't you think it's too hot? Han Xiaohan honestly replied. Not at all. Xiaoyue. Okay then. After the warm-up, the referee entered, and the two teams separated to warm up in their respective areas. Xiaoyue didn't understand basketball. She had only seen others play and thought it was impressive when someone scored. Listening to the boys next to her talking about basketball terms, she felt completely lost. He scored. Mu Zhichen is so handsome. The girls next to her stood up and screamed when Mu Zhichen scored. Looking over at Xiaohan. She also stood up and shouted, Go Mu Zhichen. She even pulled Xiaoyue up. He scored. Now, Xiaoyue didn't feel out of place anymore. The girls were just like her, not understanding the game, but simply there to watch Mu Zhichen. Whenever he scored, they would all stand up and scream. Watching Mu Zhichen maneuvering effortlessly on the court, Xiaoyue had to admit he indeed had the charm to make others go crazy for him. Ups. Did you see that? When Mu Zhichen lifted his shirt, revealing his abs and V-line, the girls went wild. So tempting. Mu Zhichen. Mu Zhichen. He's amazing. Go. Xiaoyue. She felt like her ears were about to go deaf. Generally, there would be cheerleaders dancing to boost morale at the start of the game, and now the cheerleaders were dancing. They were an impromptu cheerleading squad, all wearing sexy short skirts, showing off their toned bodies. Han Xiaohan tugged at Xiaoyue. Look over there. Isn't that Lin Qingyan? She asked the cheerleading captain. Xiaoyue had not noticed before, but now she focused on the cheerleading captain, who had delicate makeup and two high ponytails. She almost didn't recognize her. It turned out to be Lin Qingyan. After watching a few dance moves, Xiaoyue lost interest. Watching the basketball game was much more exciting. At halftime, during the break, Xiaoyue and Han Xiaohan went down. She took a bottle of water to get to Mu Zhichen when Lin Qingyan ran over and handed him a bottle of Coke. Zhichen, have some water. Mu Zhichen bypassed her and came directly to Xiaoyue, took the bottle of mineral water from her hand, twisted it open, and took a couple of sips. How did I perform? Xiaoyue pointed to the seat where she had been sitting. It was amazing. Your fan screamed so much I thought I was going deaf. Mu Zhichen took another couple of sips of water and smiled. It's a pity you didn't join in the shouting. Xiaoyue pouted and feigned fear. I was afraid they would tear me apart. Han Xiaohan began to betray her teammate. She stood up. You didn't see how loud she was. Xiaoyue hurriedly grabbed Han Xiaohan, urging her to stop. Lin Qingyun ran over, linking her arm with Mu Zhichen's. Her voice sweet. Zhichen, did you see our cheerleading squad cheering for you? Mu Zhichen pulled Lin Qingyun's hand away, coldly saying, thanks. The people around looked on in shock at Mu Zhichen and the others, speculating that Xiaoyue was up to something again, feeling uncomfortable under so many gazes. Xiaoyue said to Mu Zhichen, I need to go to the restroom, you all chat. Then she walked toward the restroom with Han Xiaohan. Once they were out of sight of the crowd, Xiaoyue finally took a breath. She really didn't want to be the center of attention again. Han Xiaohan had gone out for a moment, and when Xiaoyue came out of the restroom, she bumped into someone at the corner and quickly apologized. Sorry. Mu Zhichen rubbed her head. Where are you rushing off to? Trying to throw yourself at me? Xiaoyue looked around. There was no one. She didn't respond to his teasing and asked, what are you doing here? Where's Lin Qingyun? Mu Zhichen leaned against the wall. How would I know where she went? Xiaoyue, wasn't she just with you? Mu Zhichen lazily smiled. I'm with you now. Shall we walk together and never part? I'm okay with that. Mu Zhichen's voice intentionally lowered, becoming even more magnetic. Worried about me? Xiaoyue. Why is he acting weird today? In the corner, Lin Qingyun emerged with her arms crossed, her delicate face twisted in anger. She had heard every word of Mu Zhichen and Xiaoyue's conversation clearly. With a huff, Lin Qingyun took out her phone, noticed the missed call from earlier, and angrily ran to the restroom. She entered a stall and locked the door, her voice reverting to its usual sweet tone. Hello, do you not love me anymore? Do you want to see me bullied to death by her? Boo-hoo. In the first half, Mu Zhichen's team narrowly won by 1 point. As the second half began, the competition intensified, with the opposing team giving their all from the start. Though she didn't understand basketball, Xiaoyue could tell the atmosphere on the court was tense. With the boys next to her providing commentary, she could understand some of it apart from the professional jargon. Clasping her hands together, Xiaoyue's heart raced as she watched Mu Zhichen break through the defense and score a three-pointer, causing the crowd to erupt. Her anxious heart slowly relaxed as she let out a deep sigh. Despite the opposing team's efforts to intercept, they couldn't match the cooperation of Mu Zhichen's team. Plus, Mu Zhichen scored every time he shot. As time passed, the opposing team's performance in the second half was far inferior to the first, trailing behind Mu Zhichen's team by a significant margin. The outcome was clear, ending with Mu Zhichen's perfect three-pointer. After greeting everyone, Mu Zhichen ran over to Xiaoyue and draped his jacket over her shoulders. Let us go, it's cold outside. Xiaoyue was led out of the gym by Mu Zhichen amidst a flurry of piercing gazes. Aren't there celebrations later? Can you really leave like this? Xiaoyue looked at Mu Zhichen, who was still in his basketball uniform but wearing a jacket over it. Mu Zhichen took a sip of water and said, the celebration is in the evening. I don't want to go. Xiaoyue didn't respond. She wasn't familiar with such events and didn't know what to say, only expressing her thoughts. You were really handsome just now. Mu Zhichen turned his head, giving her a charming smile, his pleasant voice ringing. Did you feel your heart flutter? Xiaoyue teased. Don't say that, but I really did. After walking a couple more steps, they reached her home. Xiaoyue quickly walked to her house, pointing at the jacket she was wearing, saying to Mu Zhichen, thanks for the jacket. As soon as Mu Zhichen entered, Xiaoyue came over with a lollipop, seeing him in his jersey, asking, did you go play basketball? She leaned closer and grinned. So, how's it going with Sister Xiaoyue? Mu Zhichen didn't answer, only said, I'm about to cook. You must be hungry. Changing the topic again, Xiaoyue exclaimed angrily. If you keep this up, I won't help you with ideas anymore. Xiaoyue awkwardly chuckled. My mistake, hee hee. Seeing Mu Zhichen washing rice, Xiaoyue exclaimed, Brother, you actually cook by yourself? It seems Sister Xiaoyue is really amazing, able to get you, someone who never steps into the kitchen, to cook. Mu Zhichen. Logging into the game, he saw Summer's Crescent online, and as usual, he sent Xiaoyue a yellow rose. He had guessed she would log in today. Summer's Crescent. Junior, I miss you so much. Mu Zhichen looked at that message and felt inexplicably jealous. although this account was being played by him. Xiaoyue didn't know that won't cry was him. Summer's Crescent. Junior, I have something very embarrassing to tell you. Something strange? Mu Zhichen had been with her all along. How could he not know? It was time to pretend to be a close disciple. Won't cry. What happened? Summer's Crescent. One of my idols turned out to be someone I already knew, and I've been acting like a fangirl in front of him. It's so embarrassing. Xiaoyue originally wanted to say Chun, but worried about exposing Mu Zhichen's identity. She didn't say it. So it's this matter. Mu Zhichen chuckled, his fingers smoothly tapping on the keyboard. Is the person you know the one you complained about before? Won't cry. Do you still dislike him? Chapter 48, he originally wanted to ask if she liked it. But after hesitating for a moment while typing those 3 words on the keyboard, he deleted them. It was too direct and might raise suspicion. He decided to take it step by step. Why would you feel awkward if you don't dislike it? Summer's Crescent Moon. Actually, he's a good person, handsome and smart. But sometimes he's a bit split personality and flirts with people easily. After sending it, Xiaoyue felt increasingly strange about the message, and quickly added, I'm not praising him, just describing him objectively. Mu Zhichen looked at the last message she sent, which had an emphasized exclamation mark, and couldn't help but laugh, a clear smile appearing on his face. I understand. After thinking for a moment, Mu Zhichen quickly typed on the keyboard. What do you think of his attitude? Is it the same as before? Summer's Crescent Moon. Pretty much, there was one time he joked about this, but other than that, nothing has changed. That proves he doesn't care whether his alternate identity is revealed in front of you. You can communicate with him normally. Even if you give him an aura, it doesn't matter. Mu Zhichen felt it was time to give her some advice, and continued typing. After all, he's seen you as a fan, so there's no need to hide it. Hiding it might make him find your reactions interesting. You might as well play along and flirt back. Flirt back? Xiaoyue thought what I won't cry said made a lot of sense. After all, he's seen it all. If she acts awkward, he might find her reactions amusing. If she doesn't deliberately hide it, maybe Mu Zhichen himself would feel awkward. Xiaoyue thought this was a good idea and said, Okay, I'll try to be as honest as possible. Thank you, my little disciple. It seemed the bait was taken. She shook her head helplessly, but found it quite fun. She turned on the camera, got ready, and started the live stream. Wow, amazing Crescent Moon. Crescent Moon God. We have a gathering recently. Just for those players who get along well. Do you want to come? Crescent Moon's bunny tail. Goddess. You haven't been online lately, so you might not have seen the announcement. We're having a gathering. Come join us. We really look forward to seeing you. Crescent Moon God's little sweetheart. Yes, Crescent Moon, you should come. We're also holding a friendly match so we can eat, have fun, and play games together. Wait, I won't cry, are you going? Xiaoyue quite liked this little disciple. It would be nice to be friends in real life. If she went, she might consider it. Putting that thought aside, Xiaoyue and I won't cry focused on defeating the boss monster. After the live stream ended, Xiaoyue cautiously asked, Little disciple, do you know if there's going to be a game gathering recently? Mu Zhichen always entered Xiaoyue's live stream whenever she was online. Even if he didn't speak, he would still leave the stream on while playing alongside her. Since the chat was all about the gathering just now, he couldn't possibly not know. I won't cry. I just saw the comments in the live stream and learned about it. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyue ultimately decided to ask indirectly. Summer's Crescent Moon. Are you going? Just from that sentence, Mu Zhichen could guess Xiaoyue's feelings. She definitely wanted to meet her little disciple. But how could he go? Wouldn't that expose his alternate identity? He certainly didn't plan to reveal it. The basketball game was over, and in a day or two, there would be an English competition. So Xiaoyue needed to prepare for that, and probably wouldn't have time to play games. I won't cry replied that he wouldn't go. She definitely wouldn't go either. Her only reason for wanting to go was to meet I won't cry. Summer's Crescent Moon. I'm busy with things lately, so I won't go to the gathering. I have to participate in the English competition in a couple of days. I wish you good luck on the exam. Just after saying goodbye to I won't cry, Xiaoyue heard a knock on her door. She checked the time. It was almost mealtime, and guessed it was Mu Zhichen. She shouted outside, Wait a moment, and quickly put on her slippers to open the door. Little Purple rushed in and hugged Xiaoyue, pouting. Sister Xiaoyue, I miss you so much. Xiaoyue gently stroked Little Purple's hair and smiled. I missed you too, come in. Glancing to the side, Xiaoyue noticed Mu Zhichen was there as well. She had been so focused on Little Purple that she hadn't noticed him. Little Purple hugged Xiaoyue for a while, talked about her tutoring. then grabbed her hand. Sister Xiaoyue, let us go eat at our house. Huh? Xiaoyue was confused. Why? Seeing Xiaoyue still hesitating, Little Purple continued. You haven't tried my cooking yet. Are you afraid my food will be bad? Xiaoyue quickly waved her hands to explain. No. The original story mentioned that Mu Zhichen's sister was a great cook, so she certainly didn't doubt it. It was just that she had never eaten at Mu Zhichen's house before. Little Purple seized the opportunity. Then that S settled. You just agreed, right? Let S go. Without waiting for her to refuse, Little Purple pulled her towards her home. As they walked, she said, I made a lot of delicious food today, including cream puffs. Cream puffs? Xiaoyue hadn't had puffs in a long time. She remembered that in her previous world, her mother would make puffs for her every weekend, and she missed them a lot now. Little Purple could tell from her tone that Xiaoyue was interested and smiled. Yes, Sister Xiaoyue likes them, right? Mu Zhichen followed behind. His cold expression had softened, secretly praising his sister for doing well this time. Little Purple brought out all the dishes, which were freshly made and still hot, plus their house had heating, so the food wouldn't cool down quickly. Looking at the large table of dishes, Xiaoyue couldn't help but exclaim, Mu Zhichen is really lucky to have you as a sister. Xiaoyue picked up a piece of crispy chicken wing and recalled the last time he cooked. Nodding, it seems so. I tried it once. He has quite a talent. It looked pretty good for a first attempt, and it was tasty. Oh, Little Purple teased, dragging out the syllable. Brother is really impressive. I assenti. He made such a good-looking dish on the first try. Mu Zhichen cleared his throat, picked up a piece of fried ribs with chopsticks for Little Purple, and warned lightly, just eat. Little Purple knew about Mu Zhichen's cooking history. When she learned to cook, their mom made Mu Zhichen learn too. But no matter how she taught, he just couldn't get it right. The first time, he burned the food, filling the kitchen with smoke. The second time, he exploded the pot while boiling eggs. And the third time, the kitchen was filled with smoke, causing the neighbors to think there was a fire and call the fire department. Little Purple didn't expose Mu Zhichen, but continued teasing. Since you're so talented, keep it up. I haven't tried your cooking yet. It's too biased to only cook for Sister Xiaoyue. Ding! It seemed the puffs were ready. Little Purple quickly ran into the kitchen, and Mu Zhichen followed her in to help take the puffs out of the oven. The crispy puff pastry is golden and fluffy, with its aroma wafting directly to the nose. When gently pulled apart, the mango cream filling flows out, making one salivate. Xiaozi picked one up for Xiaoyue. Sister Xiaoyue, try this. After expressing her thanks, Xiaoyue blew on it to cool it down before taking a bite. The pastry layer was very soft and flaky, with plenty of filling. The creamy mango combined with the crispy shell provided immense satisfaction to her taste buds, causing her eyes to curve into small crescents. As she continued eating, a scene from her previous world flashed in Xiaoyue's mind, where she sat with her mother enjoying puffs. Suddenly, her heart inexplicably felt a sharp pain. Chapter 49, What's Wrong? Did you burn yourself, Sister Xiaoyue? Seeing that Xiaoyue's expression was a bit off, Xiaozi stepped forward with concern and asked. Xiaoyue fanned her mouth and forced a smile, saying, Yes, I wasn't paying attention. It's a bit hot. Xiaozi relaxed. It's a bit hot when it just comes out. Blow it cool. Back home, Xiaoyue lay sprawled on the bed, her heart still aching slightly, and something in her mind seemed to be on the verge of surfacing, but she couldn't recall it. After a long while, she felt a bit more comfortable, her heart not as tightly wound. Could it be because she hadn't seen her mother in so long? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Seeing the caller ID, Xiaoyue sat up to answer the phone. Hello, what's up, Xiaoan? Han Xiaoan's voice was a bit low, as if she was intentionally keeping it down. Xiaoyue, guess who I just saw? Curious, Xiaoyue asked. Who? Han Xiaoan lowered her voice. Lu Shizi. Lu Shizi? Xiaoyue frowned. Ever since Lu Shizi had slandered her by writing a threatening letter, a few days later, she had applied to change classes. And now her class was far from Lu Shizi's. Since then, Xiaoyue hadn't seen Lu Shizi, and after so long, if Han Xiaoan hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten about this person. Han Xiaoan continued. I saw her with Han Cheng. They just walked into a newly opened bar. They didn't care about Han Cheng. After all, it had been very clear that they had torn their relationship apart last time, and it was best if they never encountered each other again. However, the fact that Lu Shizi, who hadn't appeared for so long, was together with Han Cheng made Xiaoyue feel a bit uneasy. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Lu Shizi is also out and about. Meeting Han Cheng is normal. Han Xiaohan said, even if that's the case, don't you think it's strange? Lu Shizi had no contact with Han Cheng before, and now suddenly they are together. It feels like something is up. Could it be that the news about you and Han Cheng having a fallout got out? Han Xiaohan's worries were actually Xiaoyue's worries too, but she pretended to be relaxed and said, maybe Lu Shizi has always liked Han Cheng, since Han Cheng was rumored to be with me before. She didn't dare to make a move, but now that she knows I've broken up with him, she seized the opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Han Xiaohan felt that Xiaoyue's reasoning made sense. Maybe that's it. Let's leave it at that for now. I have something to do. I'll hang up. After saying goodbye, Han Xiaohan ended the call. Xiaoyue clutched her phone, realizing that what she had just said was largely a way to comfort herself. She really didn't want to get caught up in any trouble again. Regarding Han Cheng, she had felt someone staring at her in the private room last time, and that girl with the fiery red lips had always made her uneasy. The more she thought about it, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Xiaoyue threw her phone aside, feeling irritated as she lay back down. Maybe she was really overthinking things. Those were just coincidences after all. What was most important for her now was the upcoming English competition in a couple of days. She turned over, got out of bed, and sat at her desk chair, flipping open the English essay she had previously searched for, intending to solidify her knowledge and aim for full marks in the essay. Knock, knock, knock. Here he comes. Seeing Mu Zhichen at the door, Xiaoyue asked, what are you doing here? Mu Zhichen, holding a stack of papers and a notebook, waved, tutoring. Oh, right. Xiaoyue let Mu Zhichen in, almost forgetting that she hadn't had tutoring today. She went to her room to get yesterday's exercises, handing them to Mu Zhichen. Check these for me. I've noticed my speed has improved. Mu Zhichen flipped through how much faster. Excited, Xiaoyue exclaimed, 5 minutes. Mu Zhichen. Seeing Mu Zhichen's indifferent expression, Xiaoyue said, hey, you have to know that 5 minutes is also progress. Mu Zhichen glanced at Xiaoyue. There's progress. Xiaoyue. Sitting in the chair next to her, Mu Zhichen set the checked exercises aside, got up, and skillfully poured a cup of hot water. Xiaoyue thought he wanted some water and said, there's juice in the fridge. Do you want some? No. Mu Zhichen walked over with the hot water and handed it to Xiaoyue. Drink some water. Xiaoyue? Mu Zhichen pointed at her lips. Your lips are chapped. You need water. Then he smiled, pointing at his own lips. I have lip balm. Do you want some? Xiaoyue's face turned red. Who wants your lip balm? She ran into the bathroom and saw that her lips were indeed a bit dry, but not chapped. She had been tricked by Mu Zhichen again. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Zhichen's heart gradually relaxed. Originally, he hadn't planned to give her tutoring these 2 days since the competition was approaching, planning to resume after the competition. But seeing her suddenly deep in thought tonight, he was worried and used the excuse of tutoring to come over. Now seeing her full of spirit, he felt relieved. Mu Zhichen purposely said to Xiaoyue, who was applying lip balm in her room, I have lip balm here, free of charge. Don't you want any? After applying the lip balm, Xiaoyue leaned against the doorframe and said fiercely, do you believe I'll bite you later? Sure. Mu Zhichen pointed at his lips, bite here. Xiaoyue. Mu Zhichen was back to his playful self again. When they arrived at the competition venue, Han Xiaohan tugged at Xiaoyue's hand. Isn't that Lin Qingyan? She's participating too. What small world. Looking over, Xiaoyue saw her too, but it wasn't surprising. Lin Qingyan's grades had always been good. She wouldn't miss a competition that could enhance her advantages. Checking the time, it was time to enter the venue. Xiaoyue. Turning around, Xiaoyue was a bit surprised. Mu Zhichen, why are you here too? Han Xiaohan beside her chuckled and nudged Xiaoyue's arm. Isn't it to see you? I was wondering why Mu Zhichen wasn't here. Turns out he est the final act. Mu Zhichen handed Xiaoyue a green apple-flavored lollipop. Good luck on the exam. Han Xiaohan felt like she was once again stuffed with dog food. After saying goodbye to Han Xiaohan and Mu Zhichen, Xiaoyue entered the exam room, feeling the lollipop in her pocket. She smiled slightly, not knowing why, but that lollipop gave her a sense of reassurance. As soon as she entered the exam room, Xiaoyue saw Lin Qingyan in the same testing room. Finding her seat, she realized even more coincidentally that Lin Qingyan was actually sitting behind her. The international English competition was completely open and transparent, so the entire exam process was live-streamed, making cheating impossible. Students from Jiangcheng First High School who had phones secretly watched the live stream, with the boys primarily interested in Lin Qingyan. When they discovered Xiaoyue, they were both surprised and disdainful. The group of boys who had supported Lin Qingyan last time gathered together and whispered, "Am I seeing things? The girl sitting in front of Qingyan is Xiaoyue. She actually came to compete, daring to participate with grades obtained through cheating. Does she have no shame? Isn't this just perfect? Last time she bullied Qingyan, and this time she can't cheat in the competition. Let's just wait and see how she embarrasses herself by exposing her own cheating." The girls sitting behind them, hearing the boys' conversation, also secretly lowered their heads to watch the English competition livestream, looking at Lin Qingyan's self-righteous demeanor. They wished they could tear off her hypocritical facade and expose all her disgusting deeds behind the scenes. After finishing the exam, Lin Qingyan called out to Xiaoyue, taunting, "Isn't this the great Xiaoyue? You actually have the face to participate in such a difficult competition. Aren't you afraid of getting slapped in the face?" Xiaoyue glanced at Lin Qingyan, smirking slightly. "For you, it's difficult. For me, it's a piece of cake. As for who gets slapped in the face, we'll see when the results come out." Seeing no one around, Lin Qingyan stopped pretending and sneered, "Keep bragging. You dare to say it's a piece of cake with grades obtained through cheating? Now you can brag, but when the results come out, be prepared to be ridiculed by everyone." Daxieba shrugged and turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, Lin Qingyan stopped and turned back, saying, "Don't be so sentimental. Mu Zhichen won't like someone like you, a low-tier thug." Xiaoyue smiled and shook her head. "I'm not like you, I don't lack love. As for whom Mu Zhichen likes, that's his business. If you like him, go after him. If you can't win him over, don't waste my time with nonsense, got it?" Lin Qingyan pointed at Xiaoyue, exasperated. "You?" Xiaoyue swatted Lin Qingyan's hand away. "What about me? I'm fine, thank you. And by the way, don't point at others. That's basic courtesy. Didn't anyone teach you?" When they exited the exam hall, the weather had suddenly changed. The clear sky turned to rain. Xiaoyue ran out to try to hail a taxi, and from a distance, Mu Zhichen saw her running over with an umbrella. Once inside the taxi, Mu Zhichen helped Xiaoyue wrap her coat tightly, as she had just gotten wet in the rain, and now it was windy and cold, making her shiver. Mu Zhichen said to the driver, "Please drive faster. Thank you." He then continuously rubbed Xiaoyue's hands, hoping to warm her up. Strangely, the body that had been trembling earlier slowly stopped shaking, and both her heart and palms felt warm. When they got home, Mu Zhichen told Xiaoyue to take a shower to avoid catching a cold from being wet. When Xiaoyue came out, Mu Zhichen brought her a bowl of ginger water, saying, "Drink this." Looking at her damp hair, Mu Zhichen gently took the towel from Xiaoyue's hand and helped dry her hair. "Where's the hairdryer?" Xiaoyue pointed to the cabinet. "It's over there." Mu Zhichen went to get the hairdryer, and Xiaoyue felt a bit shy. Putting down the ginger water she was holding to warm her hands and reaching for the hairdryer. "I'll do it myself." Mu Zhichen held the hairdryer high, out of her reach, then plugged it in and commanded with a pleasant sound, "Don't move, just drink the ginger water. Don't catch a cold." Xiaoyue held the ginger water in her hands, looking down with a flushed face as she drank it, resembling a gentle little kitten. The sound of the hairdryer filled her ears, and the warmth of the air and his gentle touch enveloped her head. Chapter 50. Since the live broadcast of the English competition, Xiaoyue found that her life had become quite chaotic. Early the next morning, when she arrived at the classroom, her drawer was stuffed full of envelopes. At first, Xiaoyue didn't think much of it and just dealt with the stuff, but after several times of this happening, she was really annoyed. She randomly opened one letter and found it full of insults, accusing her of stealing Lin Qingyan's boyfriend. Xiaoyue, Lin Qingyan's boyfriend? Who is that? It can't be Mu Zhichen, right? Helpless, she opened the second letter looking for clues, and to her surprise, she guessed correctly. The boyfriend they were talking about was indeed Mu Zhichen. When did they get together? How come she didn't know? She really wanted to say MMP, but wasn't sure if it was appropriate. As she opened more letters, she found that it wasn't just about stealing Lin Qingyan's boyfriend, but that she was apparently stealing everyone's boyfriends. Xiaoyue. Everyone's boyfriends? As the school heartthrob, Mu Zhichen is everyone's boyfriend. Do they think he's some idol? This must be a joke. Han Xiaoan picked up the letter that Xiaoyue dropped on the ground, saw the contents, and calmly said, "You guys have been together for so long, and they just found out? Their news is too outdated." Xiaoyue. She had almost forgotten that Han Xiaoan mistakenly thought she and Mu Zhichen were a couple. Han Xiaoan handed her the phone and patted her shoulder, advising, "Don't be angry." Their essay reason for their sudden outburst. "Look," Xiaoyue took the phone and saw that on the day of the competition, Mu Zhichen had picked her up and helped her put on a coat, and someone had taken a photo of it and uploaded it to the campus forum. The huge title read, "Shocking news. The social school bully Xiaoyue forces Jiangxing #1 school heartthrob to be her boyfriend. Image. JPG, Xiaoyue." What the fuck? It's bad enough to be photographed, but are they blind? How does it look like Mu Zhichen was forced in the photo? Scrolling down, she found a post that had been published a few weeks ago. Seeing the title made Xiaoyue laugh. It read, "The love story of the school bully and the school heartthrob. No fighting allowed. Violators will be deleted." It was rare to see such a calm title. Upon clicking it, Xiaoyue's smile froze. The original poster wrote, "Previously, the school bully was always staring at the top student. Initially thought to be bullying, but later found out it was love. According to insiders, the top student and the school bully were seen holding hands outside. Floor 3. Poster, don't spread rumors. How could they be together? They're sworn enemies. Floor 4. Exactly. Don't forget that over 2/3 of the school bully's punishments were written by the top student. The school bully staring at the top student must be a threat, right? Haven't you seen that the school bully hasn't been punished recently? Floor 5. Agree with floor 4. If the school bully and the top student are together, I'll live stream eating my keyboard." Floor 6. This post has been deleted by the original poster. Floor 7. What happened to floor 6? Floor 7. The poster is in a bad mood. Floor 8. Agree with floor 4+1. Although I want to see floor 5 eat their keyboard, I think it's impossible. Floor 9. Agree with floor 4+2. Floor 6, 66. Agree with floor 4+659. The school bully and the top student holding hands. When did that happen? But speaking of which, she also wanted to see someone live stream eating their keyboard. Out of nowhere, she commented on that post. "I want to see floor 5 eat their keyboard." The topic has strayed. What is important now is the previous explosive post. Mu Zhichen happened to be looking at the post, the love story of the school bully and the school heartthrob. No fighting allowed. Violators will be deleted. And when he saw the last comment, Xiaoyue forgot to remain anonymous. Others might not be able to tell, but he knew right away it was Xiaoyue. Staring at that sentence, Mu Zhichen raised an eyebrow and murmured, "You want to see floor 5 eat their keyboard? Huh?" Han Xiaoan patted Xiaoyue on the shoulder. "Why don't you just admit it? After all, you two are really together." Xiaoyue. It's precisely because it's not real that she's so angry. However, Mu Zhichen's charm was indeed great. Before, they all avoided him because he was the school bully. But now they dare to stuff anonymous letters to insult her for his sake. Han Xiaoan sat on the desk, opened the explosive post photo, and sighed. Mu Xiaoba looks cold and expressionless, but he's actually so warm. I'm really envious of you. Look at what my previous boyfriends were like. Xiaoyue. Is there still any point in explaining now? Han Xiaoan continued to chatter. To be honest, I thought he would only say a word or two to others. But after I saw him talk a lot to you, I realized that you are special. I didn't expect he had this side to him. It's incredible. Xiaoyue tilted her head, huh? Isn't he always a bit split personality? Han Xiaoan pushed Xiaoyue's head. What split personality? You wouldn't know since you're always with him. He only talks a lot in front of you. When he's in front of others, he doesn't say more than 3 sentences. Seeing Xiaoyue's doubtful look, Han Xiaoan insisted, "Don't doubt it. That's the way it is." Recalling how Mu Zhichen often transformed into a prince of sweet words when he was with her, Xiaoyue shook her head. How could she believe that? Fed up with those letters, Xiaoyue wrote in big letters on a large piece of paper, "If you dare to stuff letters in my drawer again, I'll make you unrecognizable." After putting up that paper, it indeed became much quieter. Xiaoyue couldn't help but marvel that although the identity of the original school bully sometimes caused a lot of trouble, it could also be quite useful at times. For example, right now, it scared off those little mice. Lin Qingyun, seeing the heat she stirred up gradually dissipate, clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. In the corner, she said to Lu Shuzi, "Have you done what I asked you to do?" Lu Shuzi lowered her head and trembled. Not yet." Lin Xinyan turned around and slapped Lu Shuzi across the face, leaving her left cheek red and swollen. Lu Shuzi covered her clearly marked face, retreating in fear to the back wall, and weakly said, "Why you still haven't given me the money you promised." Slap. Another slap landed on Lu Shuzi's face, and Lin Xinyan sneered. "Don't worry, I'll give you what I promised. If you handle this matter well, not only the money, but I'll also take care of your mom's issue. How about that?" Lu Shuzi, covering her swollen face, looked hopeful as her tears fell. Really? Lin Xinyan caressed Lu Shuzi's face, a sinister smile on her face. "Of course. You'll receive the money tonight, but just having money isn't enough, you know that." Lu Shuzi trembled and buried her head. I know." As soon as she entered the classroom, she was caught by the head teacher and taken to the office. When she saw the head teacher and the English teacher, even the other teachers were looking at her seriously, Xiaoyue said with frustration, "What did I do wrong?" The head teacher stepped forward seriously, grabbing Xiaoyue's shoulders, causing her to step back 2 steps. "Let's talk properly. Don't be violent. I don't want to be expelled for hitting a teacher." Xiaoyue. The head teacher shook her shoulders fiercely, and Xiaoyue felt like she was going to faint, then heard the head teacher almost crying out, "Xiaoyue, you were so impressive. I was just hoping that you would study hard and not cause trouble, but I didn't expect you to keep surprising us." "Surprise?" Xiaoyue questioned. "What surprise?" After thinking about it, she thought the teachers were being sarcastic and hurriedly explained, "I didn't do anything wrong." The head teacher wiped away her tears. "You did do something wrong. I didn't expect to see such a big surprise before I retire. I'm so moved." Xiaoyue. No matter how she thinks about it, Xiaoyue can't figure out what she did wrong. "What did I do?" The English teacher took a sip of water and wiped away a tear, saying to the principal, "Oh, principal, look at how scared you made Xia." The other teachers looked at Xiaoyue excitedly, saying, "Xiaoyue, you did great this time." Xiaoyue. The principal wiped another tear and said, "Xiaoyue, you got first place in the English competition." Xiaoyue sighed and said calmly, "You scared me. I thought I really did something wrong." "You're talking about the English competition. I know about that." The principal adjusted his glasses. "You already know the results?" Xiaoyue nodded. "I knew the results right after the exam." Seeing that the principal didn't believe her, Xiaoyue explained, "I looked at the test questions. They weren't difficult. I knew I could score full marks last night." The principal was surprised. "You really didn't check the scores?" The English teacher widened her eyes and asked, "How did you know you got full marks?" Xiaoyue explained, "I knew whether my answers were correct as I was solving the problems, so of course I knew how many points I got. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even known the results were out today." The principal and all the teachers present were stunned, and Xiaoyue was the first to break the silence, saying, "I know about this now. Do you have anything else?" All the teachers were stunned for 3 seconds and shook their heads in unison. As soon as she entered the classroom, it was buzzing with excitement. A group of people stared at Xiaoyue as she walked in. Xiaoyue. Back at her seat, her desk mate hugged her tightly and said excitedly, "Xia, you're amazing. You actually got first place and full marks. You're a goddess. I worship you." Xiaoyue. The people behind her, who originally didn't dare to talk to Xiaoyue, hesitated for a moment and quietly stammered to ask Xiaoyue, "School bully, do you have a twin sister?" Xiaoyue. Are they saying she had a twin sister take the exam for her? Xiaoyue's desk mate loudly retorted, "Of course not. Xia is an only child." Hearing this, those people behind looked at the live stream video several times, and then at Xiaoyue. Their attitude changed rapidly. "School bully, I didn't expect you to be an academic bully too." Xiaoyue. Han Xiaohan ran over and showed Xiaoyue the competition results, excitedly saying, "Awesome, Xiaoyue. Not only did you clear your name from the previous misunderstanding, but you also slapped that white lotus in the face." After looking at the results, Lin Xinyan was only in 3rd place, scoring over 60 points less than Xiaoyue. And the 2nd place was also over 40 points behind Xiaoyue. Han Xiaohan laughed. "TSK. I wonder what expression Lin Xinyan will have when she sees the results." Chapter 51 that evening, Xiaoyue was reviewing her math problems. She still couldn't fully grasp the questions she had solved last time. "Congratulations, Full marks? First place, Mu Zhichen said. Xiaoyue looked up at him and thanked him. Thank you. The difficulty of this test wasn't too high. Then she added, thank you for the lollipop, Mu Zhichen. Mu Zhichen smiled. Is it sweet? Xiaoyue nodded and lowered her gaze, whispering, also, thank you for picking me up that night. She didn't look up, fearing that if she did, she would see how gentle Mu Zhichen's smile was at that moment. Mu Zhichen continued, are you touched? Without thinking, Xiaoyue replied, touched. Mu Zhichen deliberately leaned closer to Xiaoyue's ear, brushing aside the hair near her ear, his deep voice resonating. Then you should offer yourself in return. Xiaoyue instinctively covered her ears and moved away. She could feel her ear burning, and she didn't dare lower her hand for fear that Mu Zhichen would see. The sensation from just now lingered, although Mu Zhichen hadn't actually touched her ear. His warm breath, while speaking slowly, spread her body temperature from her ear to the rest of her body. To hide her embarrassment, Xiaoyue shouted, you're being split personality again. Where am I being split personality? Mu Zhichen chuckled, pretending to be serious. If you're touched, what's wrong with offering yourself in return? Xiaoyue was a bit irritable. You've watched too many romance dramas. Haven't you? You're too deep into it. Mu Zhichen raised an eyebrow. I don't watch that kind of stuff. If you don't watch, yet you're still like this, what would happen if you did? Mu Zhichen smirked and suddenly said mischievously, then who was it that said in that post about the school bully and the academic genius that they wanted to see someone eat a keyboard on the 5th floor? Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue's earlier bravado instantly deflated, and she laughed awkwardly. What are you talking about? I never commented on that post. You must have mistaken someone else for me. Mu Zhichen teased, elongating the last syllable. Oh, really? It seems someone forgot to remain anonymous, and even forgot to change their nickname. Xiaoyue. When Mu Zhichen said this, she remembered that she might have forgotten to be anonymous. Others couldn't tell, but with Mu Zhichen's intelligence, how could he not know? However, this was too embarrassing, and it was all her fault for acting impulsively at the time. She absolutely couldn't admit it. Xiaoyue firmly stated, no, I didn't tea. It must be someone who used the same nickname as mine, which made you misunderstand. Seeing that Xiaoyue stubbornly denied it, Mu Zhichen didn't push her, only saying, now the name school bully is practically meaningless. Someone actually dared to impersonate it. Looks like I need to report it. Huh? No. Xiaoyue grabbed Mu Zhichen's hand, afraid he would really report it, and laughed. Don't. They might have done it by accident. Let us be magnanimous and forgive her. I'm not bothered by it. So why should you be, right? You're quite magnanimous, Mu Zhichen said firmly. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from that incident with the insulting letter. If we let this slide, what if something else happens? Xiaoyue looked at Mu Zhichen in surprise. You know? Mu Zhichen replied, with such a big commotion. Of course I know. If it weren't for you handling it, I would have prepared to track down the person who sent the letter and give them a lesson. Xiaoyue scratched her head awkwardly, but they were too scared afterwards, so it's fine. Who told you that Mu Xiaoqiao has such great charm? Mu Zhichen said lightly, so I'll help you report it. Since I'm the one reporting, they won't come after you even if they hate it. Xiaoyue. Seeing Mu Zhichen's determined attitude, as he was about to press the report button, Xiaoyue hurriedly grabbed his hand tightly. This account is mine. Mu Zhichen glanced at Xiaoyue, raised the corner of his mouth, and smiled. You should have admitted it earlier. Xiaoyue. I fell for his trick. Giving up, Xiaoyue honestly said, I just thought it was funny, and commented casually. Oh, Mu Zhichen nodded. It is quite funny. With a sly smile. Mu Zhichen rested his chin on his hand and asked, so, do you want to see someone eat a keyboard on the 5th floor? Xiaoyue. I was just saying, I didn't mean it. Mu Zhichen smirked, his pleasant voice saying, we can make it real. What? Xiaoyue was confused. Mu Zhichen repeated, we can make it real. Xiaoyue tilted her head, looking at Mu Zhichen with a puzzled expression. Huh? Mu Zhichen set down the problem set in his hands, looking into Xiaoyue's eyes with warmth like a winter hot spring, filled with affection to the brim, his voice becoming gentler as he patted her head. Don't understand? To create something real out of a fake, silly. Stunned for a moment, Xiaoyue touched her head where he had lightly patted her and complained, no way. Just because of those photos last time, I've seen how those girls sent letters to scold me. Who knows what else they might do? Rubbing the goosebumps on her arms, Xiaoyue pouted, girls in love are terrifying. Mu Zhichen gently flicked Xiaoyue's forehead. And you? Are you terrifying? I'm so kind and gentle. I'm definitely not terrifying, Xiaoyue said, straightening her posture deliberately, but then she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh my. I can't believe I just said that, haha. After the commotion, Xiaoyue thought about the question herself and said, I don't even know what I would become after falling in love. Love isn't suitable for me. I should just focus on studying. Mu Zhichen affectionately ruffled Xiaoyue's hair, silly. One day, you will fall in love on your own with me. Xiaoyue pouted and looked at Mu Zhichen with dissatisfaction. Don't think you can bully me just because you're smart. Mu Zhichen took out a lollipop from his pocket. Still the green apple flavor that Xiaoyue liked. An apology? Taking the lollipop, Xiaoyue generously said, I'll forgive you for the sake of the lollipop. Mu Zhichen watched as Xiaoyue smiled while unwrapping the lollipop and putting it in her mouth, and he couldn't help but smile too. Boo-hoo, are you done with the exam? Summer's crescent moon. I'm done, full marks. Xiaoyue didn't expect Boo-hoo to remember her earlier exam concerns and immediately asked her as soon as she logged in. What a reliable apprentice. Summer's crescent moon. Apprentice, I miss you. Boo-hoo, congratulations. Here's a gift for you to celebrate your full marks. Gift? Xiaoyue curiously asked. What kind of gift? Boo-hoo, don't panic when something happens later. Xiaoyue. Why does this sound a bit scary? Although she had some doubts, Xiaoyue still trusted and replied, okay. Xiaoyue was stunned as she reached out to catch the flower. And then the little dog really squatted down and opened its mouth. The moment the flower fell, it turned into fireworks and flew to the top of the screen, blooming into a full screen of fiery flowers against the starry night sky. Xiaoyue. After the fiery flowers finished blooming, the computer returned to the original game interface. Boo-hoo, do you like it? Boo-hoo, don't like it? Summer's crescent moon. How did you do that? Are you a hacker? Mu Zhichen lightly tapped on the table, smiling slightly, and fearing Xiaoyue might have concerns, he said, it's just a small program. He didn't deny or confirm anything. Boo-hoo, how it's done isn't important. What matters is that you like it. Xiaoyue was once again charmed by her little apprentice. She was truly a treasure of an apprentice. No rebuttals allowed. Summer's crescent moon. Of course I like it. I didn't expect my apprentice to be so capable. Love it. Love it. Mu, brother, what are you grinning about? Xiaoyue stood at the door of Mu Zhichen's room, frowning at him. Did something happen to make you lose your mind? Mu Zhichen. Hide the game interface. Mu Zhichen said seriously. Why didn't you knock when you went to someone else's room? Xiaoyue retorted. I knocked. You just didn't hear it. What were you doing? Mu Zhichen didn't respond, changing the subject. Even if you knocked, you can't just open someone else's door without permission. Xiaoyue. I came to borrow scissors. I don't know where my pair went. I need them urgently. Cool. Mu Zhichen took his scissors from the drawer and handed them to Xiaoyue, reminding her again. Remember to knock. I'm having my final exams. You have finals too, right? Xiaoyue thought about how Mu Zhichen was just laughing foolishly a moment ago, and she was really worried. Bro, you can't really have a problem with your head, can you? Usually, you don't talk much, and now you're laughing and talking so much with me? Mu Zhichen. Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue smiled slightly. Are you trying to show off your head to me? Mu Zhichen humbly smiled. Not at all. I'm just speaking the truth. Xiaoyue. Which junk collector is this? She wanted to throw away this annoying brother. Chapter 52. So, Mu Zhichen said seriously, you should study hard, and brother will help you level up in the game. Xiaoyue. After a moment's thought, Xiaoyue tilted her head with a look of realization. Brother, are you addicted to games? Yeah. Mu Zhichen nodded. You give this account to me, and you can register another one. Nice thought. Xiaoyue suddenly smirked. Brother, shouldn't you give a little incentive when borrowing someone else's stuff? Mu Zhichen nodded. Right. Anyway, I can hack accounts, so it's fine. Xiaoyue. Brother, are you threatening me? Mu Zhichen replied seriously. Yeah. Xiaoyue. Study hard. Mu Zhichen turned to close the door, but Xiaoyue quickly hugged his thigh and shouted, Brother, you can register one for yourself. Why do you need mine? Besides, I'm your biological sister. You can't treat me like this. Xiaoyue sat on the ground hugging Mu Zhichen's thigh, completely disregarding her image. Mu Zhichen remained unmoved. I just like this account. Xiaoyue knew she couldn't win against Mu Zhichen. She was well aware of her brother's abilities. In the end, she compromised. Let's each take a step back. I'll lend you the account, and you help me with my summer homework. Seeing that Mu Zhichen didn't respond, Xiaoyue took a desperate gamble. If you don't agree, I'll tell others that you helped me level up in the game. She remembered that Mu Zhichen had told her not to tell anyone, which could serve as leverage. Mu Zhichen grabbed Xiaoyue by the back of her collar and lifted her up. Okay. After closing the door, Mu Zhichen was cautious and locked it this time. He hadn't been at the computer before, and Xiaoyue had sent him a lot of messages. Xiaoyue, little disciple, where are you? Xiaoyue, not around. Xiaoyue, you're not offline, right? Little disciple, you haven't run into any trouble, have you? He shook his head, thinking that maybe he was the only one getting jealous over nothing. A woman who looked to be in her 30s gently stroked Xiaoyue's face and smiled. Yeah, you need to be strong. Don't worry about us. You have to be brave, okay? Her smile was more of a forced, bitter grimace than genuine joy. Xiaoyue wanted to tightly grasp the woman's hand, waving her hands in the air but unable to catch it. As she saw the woman preparing to leave, she shouted, "Mom!" Huffing and puffing, Xiaoyue panicked and sat up in bed, gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, while her hands and feet felt icy cold. She wiped her sweat away, her heart racing wildly. This dream felt so real. Her heart began to ache, and her temples started to throb. Why was she having such a terrifying dream? Did it mean she had disappeared from her original world? What would happen to her parents if she suddenly vanished? Xiaoyue curled up, hugging her knees, her hands and feet numb from the cold. She didn't dare to think further. The more she thought, the more frightened she became. If she hadn't disappeared from her original world, what kind of existence was she now? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yi's mother entered and turned on a lamp, looking at Xiaoyue curled up in bed. She gently brushed Xiaoyue's hair, which was soaked in cold sweat, and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Xiaoyue hugged Yi's mother and nodded. Yi's mother continued to stroke Xiaoyue's back, covering her with a blanket. "I'll go get you a glass of water. Drink some warm water, okay?" Yi's mother helped Xiaoyue warm her hands, her words filled with concern. "Why are your hands so cold? You haven't had a nightmare in a long time. The last time was when you were a child." Yi's mother was no longer domineering. She now cared for Xiaoyue's emotions with gentleness, just like her mother in her original world. Xiaoyue's eyes filled with tears as she tightly hugged Yi's mother. Yi's mother thought she was still scared and patiently continued to stroke her back. After a long time, she fell asleep in Yi's mother's embrace. Since that nightmare, Xiaoyue dreamed of her parents every night, whether happy or sad, regrettable memories replaying in her mind through dreams. "Xiaoyue, what's wrong? You don't seem well lately." Xiaoyue cleared her throat. Her voice was a bit hoarse, and her throat hurt. She forced a smile. "I'm fine. Maybe I just didn't rest well." Xiaoyue's deskmate looked worried and said, "You should go to the infirmary. The weather has changed a lot lately. You would have caught a cold, would you?" "It's fine." Xiaoyue rested her head on her arm. "I'll be okay after a bit of rest." "Xiaoyue, you're burning up." Her deskmate reached out to touch Xiaoyue's forehead, exclaiming, "You have a fever." "I'll take her to the school infirmary. You let the teacher know." Mu Zhichen picked up Xiaoyue horizontal. She wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but as she opened her mouth, her throat felt like it was tearing, and she felt weak all over, only able to lean against him. After arriving at the school infirmary, the school nurse felt Xiaoyue's burning forehead and frowned. "This is a high fever. Hurry and take her to the hospital." They rushed out to flag down a car and hurried to the hospital, where the doctor immediately started in four to bring down Xiaoyue's fever. Seeing Xiaoyue in distress, Mu Zhichen's guilt peaked, staying by her side without leaving. Xiaoyue was still in a state of deep sleep, having just taken fever-reducing medication. In the middle of the night, Xiaoyue groggily woke up, extremely thirsty, mumbling to herself that she wanted to drink water. Just as she was about to struggle to get up, Mu Zhichen half embraced her, leaning her against himself, and slowly fed her water, carefully reminding her, "Be careful. It's hot." He had cooled the water down. It was warm, but he was still worried that everyone has different sensitivities to temperature and that Xiaoyue might find it hot. After taking a few sips, Xiaoyue gradually became more awake and slowly turned her head to see the handsome face reflected in her eyes. Xiaoyue hoarsely asked, "Why are you here?" Looking out the window, it was pitch black and cold winds occasionally blew by, with only streetlights standing outside, casting shadows of passing pedestrians or vehicles. Xiaoyue tried to sit up, and Mu Zhichen helped raise the head of the bed, propping a pillow behind her back so she could sit more comfortably. She had taken medicine, and now felt much better than before, but her voice was still hoarse, and her throat hurt. Xiaoyue lowered her head and took another sip of water, whispering, "Thank you," before she collapsed when she was feeling miserable at the table. The first person who appeared in her mind was Mu Zhichen. She didn't know what this meant, but when she woke up, the first person she saw was Mu Zhichen. Although her body still felt heavy and uncomfortable, her heart was filled with joy and happiness. The first person she wanted to see upon opening her eyes was also Mu Zhichen. All those inexplicable feelings of concern. The sudden blush when he flirted with her, now that she thought about it, even if she was slow to realize. She knew it was because Mu Zhichen occupied a place in her heart. Now her heart felt warmer than her stomach after drinking water. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to acknowledge that Mu Zhichen had unknowingly walked into her heart. The previously uninteresting notion of love now felt like spring had arrived in her dazed state. Fortunately, the fever had gone down. Mu Zhichen felt Xiaoyue's forehead with the back of his hand. Her face, which had cooled down, suddenly felt hot as she realized her feelings. "Why is your face so red?" Mu Zhichen reached out to touch Xiaoyue's face again, and her face turned even redder, feeling so hot. "Are you having a fever again?" Mu Zhichen said nervously. "I'll go call the doctor." Xiaoyue hurriedly grabbed him, enduring the pain in her throat. "No, It's just hot. Mu Zhichen took out the thermometer and asked Xiaoyue to hold in her mouth, confirming again with concern, "Is it really just heat? No other discomfort?" Xiaoyue lowered her head and softly hummed in response, trying to hide the redness on her face. After checking the temperature a few times, which consistently read 36.7 or 8, Mu Zhichen finally felt relieved and poured a cup of hot water for Xiaoyue. "Drink more water. Be careful not to burn yourself." Xiaoyue had spoken a bit too much earlier, and her throat felt very dry. After taking a couple of sips, she said, "I'm fine now, and the fever has gone down." Mu Zhichen didn't respond, but helped Xiaoyue adjust the corner of the blanket, saying, "It's because of you that I'm willing to stay here." At that moment, Xiaoyue suddenly had a strange thought. She actually wanted to thank this cold. Otherwise, Mu Zhichen wouldn't have stayed with her until deep into the night. Or was she dreaming? Cough, a sudden dry cough. It hurt so much. Her throat started to feel torn and painful again. It hurt so much, it seemed she wasn't dreaming. She thought that if it were a dream, it would be nice to continue dreaming. At least tonight, she didn't have a nightmare. Chapter 53 in July. Han Xiaoan went to the hospital to visit Xiaoyue and found that not only was she fine, but also that Mu Dachao was accompanying her. After placing the fruits she bought on the table, she teased, TSK. "You really are lucky to be sick like this." Seeing Han Xiaoan's gaze constantly glancing at Mu Zhichen, Xiaoyue raised an eyebrow at her. Before she could explain, Mu Zhichen picked up the bag of fruit and said, "I'll wash the fruit. You should drink more hot water." Watching Mu Zhichen's figure gradually walk away, Han Xiaoan raised her chin and asked, "Has he been taking care of you the whole time? What are you talking about?" Xiaoyue recalled how Mu Zhichen had been with her these past few days, and her face involuntarily turned red. She averted her gaze and said, "What nonsense are you saying?" Before, she never thought much of being with Mu Zhichen. But since that night, when she realized her feelings, Xiaoyue found herself becoming shy and awkward, still pretending, "Look at you, your face is all red." Han Xiaoan handed a mirror to Xiaoyue. Taking the mirror, Xiaoyue quickly covered her cheeks and exclaimed, "Why is it so red?" She thought to herself, "Oh no, I hope Mu Zhichen doesn't see this, or I'll be terribly embarrassed." Han Xiaoan teased, "You've been together for so long. How come getting sick has turned you into a little wife? What bad things have you two done during this time?" A little wife. Xiaoyue Bidinkit. And images of the little wives from the domineering CEO romance novels she had read flashed in her mind, making her face burn with embarrassment. She hurriedly explained, "What little wife? He just chats with me and takes care of me. It's all very normal." She repeatedly patted her face, secretly wishing to return to normal soon. Otherwise, What would she do if she exposed herself in front of Mu Zhichen? Xiaoyue. Han Xiaohan leaned closer to Xiaoyue and observed her carefully, causing Xiaoyue to feel anxious and want to hide. What's wrong? Xiaoyue felt a chill down her spine from Han Xiaohan's scrutiny, panicking as she thought. Could it be that her identity was exposed? I've discovered something about you. Han Xiaohan continued to examine Xiaoyue for a while, resting her chin on her hand thoughtfully. Waiting for the next line, Xiaoyue swallowed and weakly asked, "What is it?" After looking at Xiaoyue for a while longer, Han Xiaohan nodded knowingly and said, "I noticed that you've become a bit more girlish since you caught a cold." Huh? Xiaoyue looked at Han Xiaohan in confusion, not quite understanding what she meant. "Don't you realize it yourself?" Han Xiaohan explained it in detail. "You used to never blush for no reason. Although you did change a bit after that day you took leave, you just became less competitive and violent. But now, every time you mention Mu Zhichen, you blush and get shy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Love really makes one feel youthful. Han Xiaohan sighed to herself. Why didn't I become this cute when I was in love? Is it because my boyfriend isn't handsome enough?" Xiaoyue retorted. "I'm at the age of a girl. At the age of a girl, but with a man's heart?" Han Xiaohan looked. "Have you forgotten how you used to take on 10 opponents and make them kneel and beg for mercy? What kind of fierce girl is that? And you're talking about feeling youthful?" Xiaoyue chuckled lightly to ease the awkwardness. The original owner had indeed taken on 10 opponents and made them beg for mercy. She had also fought 2 men barehanded to the ground, and in her previous world, she had even fought 1 against 5. This didn't seem to align with the image of a cute girl who would shyly say, "Oh, all right." Han Xiaohan took out her phone. "I almost forgot to tell you something." She opened her phone, tapped a few times, and smiled as she handed it to Xiaoyue, patting her shoulder seriously. "Xiao, you're trending again." Xiaoyue. She truly had an unchanging knack for trending. How could she end up on Hot Topics just by being hospitalized and not going to school? Taking the phone, Xiaoyue opened the forum homepage, and a large headline caught her eye. Concrete evidence. School bully pursues campus heartthrob for a long time. Finally tricked him into a relationship. Image. JPE Xiaoyue. What the heck? However, looking at the title, Xiaoyue was surprised. Previously, it was always said that she did something bad, but this time the title seemed a bit gentle. Clicking into the post, the photos were magnified in front of her. It was a picture of Mu Zhichen carrying her to the school infirmary. The photo was taken from an angle that clearly indicated someone had secretly snapped it. First floor, I saw the school bully staring at the academic top student every day. Turns out it's not revenge, but love. Second floor, this must be hype. Those two were obviously incompatible before, and the school bully used to give her demerits every day. A masochist? Third floor. Second floor, you don't get it. The campus heartthrob is good looking. Maybe looks are justice, something you can't envy. Fourth floor. Weren't you all scared to death of the school bully before? Calling her a demon behind her back? Why is everyone acting so strangely today, daring to discuss the school bully's private matters? Aren't you afraid of dying? Sixth floor. Do you really think Lin Qingyun is some pure goddess? You don't know how disgusting the things behind her are. Seventh floor. Please provide evidence. Don't slander people casually. Isn't this just an ugly girl jealous of Lin Qingyun? Eighth floor. This is a gossip thread. Take your arguments elsewhere. The comments were filled with arguments, and Xiaoyue helplessly exited, but the comment from the 6th floor piqued her curiosity. What did he know about the things behind Lin Qingyun? Xiaoyue scratched her head. Indeed, reading only half of a book was the most terrifying. Knowing the ending, but having to guess the rest of the process? Han Xiaohan twirled the phone strap, thinking Xiaoyue was feeling shy because the matter was made public, and advised, I told you it was better to make it public. Isn't it nice that they've done it for you? Xiaoyue chuckled lightly. She had previously worried that Mu Zhichen wouldn't want to be involved in rumors after the love letter incident, but judging by his attitude, he probably didn't care. So he likely wouldn't mind this matter either, right? Her feelings were mixed. She wanted Mu Zhichen to be her rumor boyfriend, but didn't want him dragged into all this gossip. The fruit was ready. Mu Zhichen came in with apples and grapes, the apples thoughtfully cut into pieces. Mu Zhichen looked up to observe Xiaoyue's expression, his eyes lowering with a slight smile. Then he raised his head to offer her a piece of apple, making it seem like his earlier mischievous smile was just an illusion. He had accidentally overheard the conversation between Han Xiaohan and Xiaoyue and was quite grateful to the person who took the photo, saving him some effort. If they hadn't secretly taken pictures, he would have planned to disguise himself and stir up some rumors himself. Xiaoyue was slow, without a push. She wouldn't even know where she was heading. No matter how she walked, she could only fall into his embrace. Ah, the air at school is still better. Xiaoyue stretched lazily and breathed in deeply, saying the air in the hospital was suffocating. Han Xiaohan mercilessly exposed her. Really? It looks like someone is being pampered by her male god. What nonsense are you saying? Xiaoyue could only pretend to refute to cover up her embarrassment. The roof was windy, and they changed their spot to the balcony. Mu Zhichen brought over 3 cups of milk tea, and Han Xiaohan took one, joking. Mu Dachao knows how to treat people, leaving without being a third wheel. Xiaoyue was so annoyed by Han Xiaohan that her face nearly turned red again. Even though she and T reacted so strongly to this kind of teasing before, she took a few deep breaths to calm herself, and when her heart stopped racing, she turned to Mu Zhichen and asked, "Aren't you busy?" Mu Zhichen handed the milk tea to Xiaoyue and said earnestly, "I am busy. The task is to make you milk tea." Xiaoyue. She wanted to scream like a groundhog. Before, she only felt a little flushed and her heart racing. But now her heart felt like it was being fried in hot oil. Stay calm, stay calm. Xiaoyue never expected to have such a brainless day. Love is really terrifying. Mu Zhichen watched Xiaoyue obediently drinking milk tea and couldn't help but ruffle her hair, teasingly saying, "After that post about the school bully and the top student went viral, it seems you can watch the live stream on the 5th floor eating keyboards." Xiaoyue, all right, she almost forgot about that. She's in such a good mood right now that she was just about to take out her phone to comment under that post. But then she thought that they weren't really a couple, so it might not be appropriate. After taking a sip of milk tea, she glanced at Mu Zhichen. He had just said she could watch the 5th floor live stream eating keyboards, so he definitely didn't mind, giving herself a grand reason. Xiaoyue happily opened the post about the live stream eating keyboards. As she scrolled down, she was completely stunned and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Handing her phone to Mu Zhichen, "Look, Mu Zhichen, the comments below are all in the same format for the 5th floor live stream eating keyboards." Mu Zhichen smiled indulgently. "You don't need to express your opinion. You can just watch the show. How nice." He initially wanted to break the wallpaper, but after observing for a few days, he felt the timing wasn't right yet. He needed to be patient a little longer. Xiaoyue was too much like a hamster right now, and one wrong move might scare her into hiding. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoyue rushed over. She couldn't stand bullying. The scene was similar to when she saved her deskmate before. She thought it was another bold guy trying to commit a crime, and while the faces of the few guys looked familiar, she just couldn't remember who they were. Before those guys could say anything, Xiaoyue went up and dealt with a few of them. Mu Zhichen followed her and helped her take care of the remaining guys. Xiaoyue approached the girl lying on the ground, and when she slowly turned around and saw the tear-streaked face, her brows instantly furrowed. Chapter 54. Lu Shuzi. Xiaoyue pulled her up. What happened? Lu Shuzi looked at Xiaoyue with a guarded expression, tugging at her already torn clothes, biting her lower lip and remaining silent. Lu Shuzi turned to leave, but was stopped by Mu Zhichen. "I just called the police, and we need to wait for them to take a statement before leaving." "Don't call the police." Lu Shuzi crouched down, hugging her head with fear, looking like she was having a panic attack. When Xiaoyue came to the alley, Mu Zhichen had intended to stop her, but she walked too fast for him to catch up, worried about potential problems. He quickly reported to the police before going to help her. He did not expect to run into Lu Shuzi, fearing future troubles. Mu Zhichen picked up the ropes that the thugs had left behind and bound them up. Noticing something was off, he asked, "Are these people from Hancheng? What conflict do you have with them?" "People from Hancheng?" Xiaoyue recalled. "No wonder I felt their faces were familiar." Xiaoyue remembered the last time when Han Xiaoan called to say she saw Lu Shuzi with Han Cheng. Could it be that there was a problem in their relationship, and Han Cheng sent his underlings to kidnap her? I have nothing to do with them." Lu Shuzi stuttered, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at the ground. "Damn it, Lu Shuzi, if you dare to say another word, I will pull out your tongue." The man on the ground with a tiger tattoo glared viciously at Lu Shuzi, cursing. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." Lu Shizi stepped back a few paces, trembling all over. Soon, the police arrived, and, after understanding the basic situation, they arrested the thugs lying on the ground and took them away in the police car. Lu Shizi suddenly hugged Xiaoyue's leg, her expression terrified. Xiaoyue, please save me. Xiaoyue, please save me. The police also took Lu Shizi away. Xiaoyue glanced at Mu Zhichen, who understood and said, "Let's go." Xiaoyue thanked him. "Thank you." It's not that she wanted a medal, but she knew a bit about Lu Shizi's background. The last time she was hospitalized, she accidentally ran into Lu Shizi at the hospital. She was carrying a thermal box, smiling as she walked into a patient's room. At the window, she saw Lu Shizi patiently feeding soup to a woman, both of them smiling, but the woman looked pale, indicating her health was very weak. Lu Shizi showed an expression she had never displayed at school. She was still in her school uniform, looking like she had rushed over. But her current demeanor was that of a good student. A nurse came out, saw Xiaoyue and Mu Zhichen, and asked, "Are you friends of Shizi? Why aren't you going in?" The nurse smiled bitterly. "She has kidney problems and needs a transplant. Otherwise, she probably won't last long. Shizi comes to keep her company every day. It's really hard for her to travel between school and the hospital. She even said she would drop out to work and make money, but her mother persuaded her to continue studying. If you're her classmates, please take more care of her." Looking at the time, the nurse pushed the cart with medication and said, "I have to go, busy now." "Okay, thank you." Xiaoyue felt a bit complicated. The original work she read didn't mention Lu Shizi's mother's situation at all, and in their interactions at school. She only knew that Lu Shizi was a genuine White Lotus. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have imagined that Lu Shizi was such a filial person privately. While taking the statement, Lu Shizi was very emotional, repeatedly saying, "I don't know. I don't know. I don't know." Although the victim did not disclose the facts, the injuries on her body and the damage to her clothes were enough to serve as evidence, and those thugs would still be detained. On the way back, Lu Shizi kept trembling, repeatedly saying sorry to Xiaoyue, gripping her hand tightly. "Lu Shizi, what exactly happened?" Xiaoyue asked, seeing her in this state for the first time. "Is it related to the last time you were with Hancheng?" "Hancheng. Hancheng." Lu Shizi gripped Xiaoyue's hand even harder, causing her pain. Lu Shizi suddenly thought of something and said to Xiaoyue, "To the hospital. My mom is still in the hospital." The few of them rushed to the hospital, and Lu Shizi saw that her mother was safe and sound, wiping her tears and pretending as if nothing had happened as she entered. On the way there, Xiaoyue worried that Lu Shizi's appearance would make her mother anxious, so she bought her a set of clothes to change into. Xiaoyue and Mu Zhichen followed her in. Lu Shizi's mother was pleased to see her daughter bringing classmates, and kept inviting Xiaoyue and Mu Zhichen to sit down. "You're Shizi's classmates, right? She has never brought classmates home. I was worried she hadn't made friends, but seeing you makes me feel at ease." Lu Shizi looked at Xiaoyue with pleading eyes, and she smiled and nodded. "Mom, don't worry. I told you I'm doing well at school. Just focus on getting better. You don't need to worry about anything else." Lu Shizi poured her mother a cup of hot water. "Be careful, it's hot." "Good, good." Lu Shizi's mother looked much paler than before, but when she looked at Lu Shizi, she smiled happily. "Don't worry about my illness. How could a mother bear to leave you like this?" After saying that, Lu's mother choked up and started to cough lightly. Lu Shizi gently patted her mother's back to help her breathe easier, holding her hand and holding back tears. "Mom, you will get better soon. I have already raised the money. We're just waiting for the surgery now." Lu's mother insisted on sitting up. "Shizi, where did you get the money?" Lu Shizi casually said, "A kind-hearted person knew about our situation and donated it to us. Don't worry." Lu's mother, "A kind-hearted person? We really need to thank them. This surgery is so expensive." "Cough, cough, Mom, don't talk, just rest well." Lu Shizi was afraid that her mother would cough if she spoke, so she made her drink some water and sleep. On the hospital balcony, Xiaoyue asked, "A kidney transplant costs at least 200,000. Where did you get the money? Don't get involved in anything strange." Mu Zhichen pointedly said, "It was Lin Qingyun who gave it to you, right?" "Lin Qingyun?" Xiaoyue looked at Mu Zhichen in confusion. Although her family was wealthy, why would she be so generous to give money to Lu Shizi? Mu Zhichen looked at Lu Shizi, who was nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, and explained, One time she was talking with Lin Qingyun, and I overheard it by accident, seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer. Lu Shizi pleaded with Mu Zhichen, "Please don't tell my mom." Mu Zhichen said calmly, "Then you need to tell the truth." Lu Shizi tightly clenched her clothes, lowering her head and speaking softly. Lin Qingyun has always hated Xiaoyue. She looked at Xiaoyue and said, "I targeted you before because if I embarrassed you, Lin Qingyun would give me money. Every time she asked me to slander you, she would give me a large sum of money. She knew about my family situation and that my mother was ill, so she would take me out and pay me to do things for her." After a pause, Lu Shizi stepped back against the wall, sliding down to sit on the floor, taking a moment before continuing. "At first, it was just to ruin your image, to make others hate you more. Later, when she saw that you weren't affected by her, she became more and more ruthless. Even she asked me to put the Wu Hanshin pills in your backpack." Lu Shizi hugged her knees tightly, curling up. "At first, I didn't know what the Wu Hanshin pills were until I accidentally saw Han Cheng and his underlings discussing it in a bar. I saw them giving the drug to a girl, and after a while, she started getting high, and then she did that kind of thing with Han Cheng's underlings." Mu Zhichen frowned. "Are they dealing drugs too?" Lu Shizi shook her head vigorously. I don't know. I only saw that one time. I was scared and didn't dare to do anything. Before that, Lin Qingyun had already given me a large sum of money, saying that if I did this, she would have her dad contact a foreign hospital to get my mom the treatment she needs. Knowing the effects of that drug, I can't. What if something happens to me? What will my mom do, sob? Lu Shizi buried her head in her knees and started to cry. Hearing Lu Shizi's words, Xiaoyue suddenly remembered that in the original story, Lu Shizi was falsely accused by Lin Qingyun of being involved with drugs and ended up taking the blame for someone else, ultimately committing suicide in prison. Fortunately, she accidentally learned about this before Lu Shizi was framed. Otherwise, following the original plot, how absurd and heartless this would have been. Why would Han Cheng have his subordinates treat you like this? Xiaoyue felt an unsettling anxiety in her heart. Lu Shizi's eyes dimmed as she quietly said, "They saw that I was hesitant to put the drugs in your backpack and gave me two choices, either to make you take the drugs or to take them myself. They probably noticed something was off early on, so they kept pressuring me. I was very scared, so I ran away, and they have been chasing me ever since." Lu Shizi grabbed Xiaoyue's clothes and pleaded, I'm sorry, Xiaoyue. I didn't mean to treat you that way before. Please help me. I'm afraid if I run away, they will harm my mom. Please help me. I beg you." Xiaoyue pulled Lu Shizi up and said, "Why didn't you speak up earlier? If you tell the police, they will help you, and then they won't dare to mess around." Lu Shizi shook her head violently. "I can't say. If I do, there's no evidence, and they definitely won't let me go when they get out." She kept muttering with her head down. I can't say. The temperature dropped further at night, and the wind on the balcony was strong. Mu Zhichen took off his coat and gave it to Xiaoyue. "Don't catch a cold." He turned to ask Lu Shizi, "Do you still have the drugs they gave you last time? That could serve as evidence." Chapter 55, Lu Shizi gave a low The police would definitely find out, right? Can't we just tell them the truth? Mu Zhichen shook his head. Given the harsh words they just said in the alley, they wouldn't betray Han Cheng. The situation had reached a deadlock, and a gust of cold wind blew through. Lu Shizi shrank into the corner, sobbing. "What should I do? Am I going to die? I don't want to die, woo-woo." Lu Shizi took out her phone from her bag, where there was a message from Lin Qingyun. The last one read, "After Xiaoyue takes the medicine, take her to Rumeng Law." Xiaoyue felt helpless. With Lin Qingyun's excellent conditions, good looks, and achievements, why was she so fixated on the male lead? If it weren't for knowing that she was the female lead in the original work, her standard configuration was exactly like the daughters in romance novels. Rich, attractive, and desirable to everyone but the male lead, yet she insisted on him. In fact, every time Xiaoyue read those romance novels, she wanted to complain. If it weren't for the male lead's halo, none of those second, third, or fourth male leads would be worse than him. Without the author's halo, he would probably just be cannon fodder. She glanced at Mu Zhichen and sighed inwardly. This male lead was quite exceptional, handsome, smart, and not prone to romantic troubles. But his character fell apart later on, becoming overly flirtatious. Those flirtatious words slowly crept in her mind, and Xiaoyue Xiaoyue couldn't help but blush. It was too embarrassing. Looking at the message, Xiaoyue said, "Doesn't she want to mess with me? I just need to show up, right?" Mu Zhichen refused. "No, it will." Xiaoyue knew Mu Zhichen was worried about her and interrupted. "Aren't you here too?" She smiled at Mu Zhichen. "Don't worry, I won't be reckless." She didn't want to die so soon. She still had to take the entrance exams for Tsinghua and Peking University, and she hadn't gotten tired of Mu Zhichen yet. Xiaoyue said to Lu Shuzi, "Lin Qingyun probably doesn't know that those thugs were caught. You should message her saying that you've already drugged me and tell her to come to your house." Finally, Xiaoyue confirmed, "There's no one else in your house, right?" Back at Lu Shuzi's house, Xiaoyue disguised herself according to Lu Shuzi's description of the symptoms after taking medicine. She heard that Han Cheng had something to attend to and wouldn't make it to Lu Shuzi's house. The only ones who would come were probably Lin Qingyun and some thugs, so Xiaoyue felt relieved to go along with the disguise. Otherwise, if Han Cheng were present, Xiaoyue definitely wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Although Mu Zhichen was exceptionally smart and strong, she wouldn't dare to take risks against someone like Han Cheng, who was a seasoned player in the underworld. Not to mention her own safety, more importantly, she didn't want to drag Mu Zhichen into this. After a long time, they managed to pull it off. Only Lin Qingyun arrived, seemingly too excited after receiving the message. Without considering anything else or notifying Han Cheng, wanted to witness Xiaoyue's disgrace first. Xiaoyue lay on the sofa, her whole body flushed and her gaze dazed. Lin Qingyun coldly laughed as she slapped her face twice, sneering, "Humph. Xiaoyue, I didn't expect you to have today. I told you not to compete with me. What if you're school bully? You still can't beat me." Lu Shuzi trembled beside her, her voice shaking. "I followed your instructions and drugged her. What should I do now?" Lin Qingyun removed Xiaoyue's coat, and her originally innocent face turned into an evil grin. "This cheap whore dares to compete with me. Let her taste the flavor of her first time." Han Cheng and his crew got a batch of this drug before and used many girls for experiments. His subordinates are almost addicted to the taste. Pausing for a moment, she said with a cheerful smile, "Xiaoyue is also a school bully. She must be doing well out there." Han Cheng's subordinates must be thrilled to know they can get a woman of her status someday. Xiaoyue struggled to sit up, breathing heavily. "Lin Qingyun, how did you do this? You're actually dealing drugs." Seeing Xiaoyue get up, Lin Qingyun slapped her. "Looks like the drug isn't strong enough. You still have the energy to talk. Why don't you say a few more words? Otherwise, when they arrive, you won't have the strength to speak anymore." "Ha ha. You and Han Cheng are dealing drugs. This is a crime." "Crime?" Seeing Xiaoyue slump back onto the sofa, Lin Qingyun raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Even if it's a crime, who would know? To be honest, there's still a lot of that batch of drugs Han Cheng got before. Soon you'll be able to experience the pleasure this drug brings to your lewd body." Taking her camera out of her bag, Lin Qingyun focused on Xiaoyue, who was curled up on the sofa, and clicked her tongue. "I'll make sure to take some beautiful pictures of you, with several guys serving you." "How thrilling. Fitting for your status. Ha! If you dare to say anything, I'll release this video." After thinking for a moment, Lin Qingyun added, "But I don't think you need to worry about that. After being served by several guys, you'll probably beg them to play with you later. Huh? Don't worry. Han Cheng has so many drugs, the cost is not low. But you are the big sister, different from the girls Han Cheng experimented on before. I'll give you a few more pills so you can enjoy it more." Xiaoyue gasped and asked, "What happened to those girls you used for experiments?" Lin Qingyun squatted down and pinched Xiaoyue's chin, smirking coldly. "Are you still worried about others? You should worry about yourself. Soon you'll be just like them. No, even more lewd. Feigning a good person." Lin Qingyun smiled insincerely and tightened her grip on Xiaoyue's chin, almost wanting to crush it. "But I'm more than happy to tell you their situation. They're currently entertaining guests. After all, once you've tasted the peak, you can't control yourself anymore. You're different. You're a social school bully, and you'll have better treatment. Just open your legs every day to serve Han Cheng's subordinates." Shoving Xiaoyue's head away, Lin Qingyun made a phone call. Speaking in a flirty tone, "Why aren't you here yet? Don't you love me anymore? Come quickly. I'm waiting for you, Mua." "Xiaoyue. Is the recording done?" Xiaoyue sat up, rubbing her reddened chin while asking Lu Shuzi. seeing Xiaoyue sitting up as if nothing had happened. Lin Qingyun widened her eyes and pointed at her. Why you? How can you sit up? Xiaoyue felt sorry for her reddened chin and face. She hadn't been slapped by anyone before. Her eyes darkened, and she replied coldly, Why can't I sit up? Looking at Lin Qingyun, who was dressed in a white dress. Her expression didn't match her attire. Xiaoyue frowned. In the original work, you made so many people end up tragically, and I thought you were quite formidable. But now it seems it's just the protagonist's halo. Sighing, Xiaoyue helplessly said, It's not my prejudice. You're really quite stupid. You say things that others ask about, and even reveal things that you weren't asked about. You're completely like those stupid, malicious female supporting roles. How did you become the protagonist? What malicious female supporting roles? What protagonist? Lin Qingyun hadn't recovered from her shock and was completely thrown off by Xiaoyue's nonsensical words, forgetting that she was alone. Oh, it's nothing. Just consider it my soliloquy. Xiaoyue stood up to stretch, causing Lin Qingyun to back away in fright, accidentally falling to the ground. Her eyes filled with fear. What are you going to do? Seeing Lu Shuzi in the corner, Lin Qingyun glared at her angrily. Lu Shuzi, are you in cahoots with her to trick me? Seeing Lu Shuzi silent, Lin Qingyun angrily scolded. You ungrateful person. Have you forgotten who gave you the money for your mother's hospital bills? You actually teamed up with Xiaoyue to set me up? Taking a few steps back, Lu Shuzi weakly retorted. You gave me money, but you never treated me like a person. I did what you asked me to do. I'm not ungrateful, and besides, do you think I don't know how you plan to treat me next? I've heard everything. Lu Shuzi shouted. After you deal with Xiaoyue, I will have no value left. You plan to use my mother to threaten me, to make me help you find female students to test drugs. Or else you'll make me test them. Stop pretending to be kind. I know all about your schemes. Because there is a recording, Lu Shuzi's momentum was strong, completely releasing the resentment she had accumulated over time. When Lin Qingyun saw Han Cheng, it was like seeing a savior. She grabbed his hand, her voice trembling. Lu Shuzi and Xiaoyue teamed up to deceive us. Xiaoyue didn't even take that pill, and she hit me, pushing me to the ground. She looked at Han Cheng pitifully. Han Cheng, you have to help me, Wu. Xiaoyue. She thought that old-fashioned dog-blood novels were all about love and hate. But now it seems there might be a bit of stupidity, too. The main character's setting is clearly that of a vicious supporting female character. What is the author thinking? Even if she changed the original plot direction, she doesn't have the ability to change the main character's setting into that of a vicious supporting female character, right? Seeing Lin Qingyun, who was named the female lead, but was actually disguised as a vicious supporting character, Xiaoyue shuddered, feeling horrified. Lin Qingyun's delicate voice stirred Han Cheng's protective instincts, and he softened his tone, helping the fragile girl in his arms up, glaring at Isha. You dare to hit her? Xiaoyue. Who hit whom? Please get your facts straight. Wronging someone is really not good. Chapter 56, a large group of subordinates behind Han Cheng had long been displeased, seeing Lin Qingyun's delicate appearance. They stepped forward angrily. Xiaoyue, we respected you as the big sister and called you Sister Xiaoyue. But we didn't expect you to give Han Gu a green hat for a nobody. Now you're even laying hands on our sister-in-law. Xiaoyue. A green hat? What the fuck? I have nothing to do with your Han Gu. Glancing over at Han Cheng. She caught a fleeting sly look on his face and understood that it was a rumor he had deliberately spread. Impressive. To protect his reputation by slandering her is simply the most masculine thing a man can do. The group of thugs behind Han Cheng surged forward, boasting. Han Gu, didn't you say we should teach this shameless woman a lesson? If she hasn't taken her medication, we'll force her to take it. No matter how good she is at fighting, with so many of us, she can't possibly win. Xiaoyue surveyed the crowd. There were at least 30 of them. They weren't wrong. Although she was a great fighter, her stamina would eventually give out against so many. Trying to remain calm, Xiaoyue put on a friendly smile. Let's talk this out. What's the point of fighting? Talk. Spare us. We wanted to know for a long time what kind of expression a strong woman like you makes when she's under us. With that, the group of thugs was about to rush forward. Police, don't move. Raise your hands. Mu Zhichen threw a long-sleeved coat over Xiaoyue, asking, Are you okay? I'm fine. Xiaoyue smiled just in time. As Mu Zhichen took Xiaoyue outside, he noticed her swollen face and frowned slightly. Your face is all swollen. You still say you're fine? Xiaoyue found herself in Mu Zhichen's embrace, her face heating up unconsciously, with all the domineering CEO novels she had read flooding her mind. This gesture, this expression, this tone, it's making her misunderstand. Struggling out of Mu Zhichen's embrace, Xiaoyue turned away to avoid eye contact. If this continued, she would definitely overthink again. Mu Zhichen was only being like this because she was startled. If she took it seriously, it would be bad for her. Later, the police found a batch of drugs in Han Cheng's secret location, and several girls who had suffered from their drug tests were rescued. What's wrong? Xiaoyue asked Mu Zhichen while sipping on milk tea, noticing that he had been quiet since the incident with Lu Shizi. Last time, Mu Zhichen wanted to stay inside to watch over her, worried about unexpected situations, but Xiaoyue firmly said, no need. I can handle it myself. You know how capable I am. I can take down 5 or 6 people with my bare hands. Seeing his reluctance, Xiaoyue tugged at the corner of Mu Zhichen's shirt, her tone softening. If anything happens, I'll call you. Don't worry, okay? It was the first time Mu Zhichen saw Xiaoyue like this, and he inexplicably agreed, reminding her again. You must call me if anything happens. Looking back, he realized he had been overwhelmed at that moment. When Xiaoyue tugged at his shirt, it melted his heart, and combined with her soft voice, he blankly agreed. It was a very normal thing, but to him, when the person he liked tugged at his shirt, it was undoubtedly a form of acting cute. Plus, Xiaoyue's voice was already pleasant. When she softened it, it was like candy, leaving him without any rationality. Love really does make one lose their mind. Xiaoyue's face took 2 days to return to normal, but in Mu Zhichen's heart, it hurt 100 times more than if he had been beaten. He felt very guilty. Mu Zhichen looked up at Xiaoyue's fair and delicate face, his hand gently brushing over her previously swollen cheek. His tone soft. Does it still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. Xiaoyue was a little dazed. Her face had already gone down, so how could it possibly hurt? But looking into Mu Zhichen's gentle eyes, her heart raced like a startled deer. Coming to her senses, Xiaoyue realized that Mu Zhichen's unusual behavior these days was because of the last incident, and she explained, actually, it was nothing. I got slapped, and I got Lin Xinyan to spill the beans. It was worth it. Mu Zhichen's eyes darkened, and Xiaoyue pulled his arm. Oh, it's nothing. Don't take it to heart. Xiaoyue leaned against Mu Zhichen's shoulder, her lips lightly brushing against his cheek. In an instant, the air stood still. Time froze at that moment. Feeling weak, Xiaoyue almost fell against Mu Zhichen again, quickly standing up and breaking the silence. My chair is broken. I forgot to take it for repair. Sorry, it's okay. Seizing the moment when Xiaoyue wasn't paying attention, Mu Zhichen touched the spot where her soft lips had brushed, still lingering with the sensation, soft and elastic. On the first day of winter break, Xiaoyue decided to get some good sleep. The senior year classes were divided according to exam scores. The first and second monthly exams of the 2 semesters accounted for 40, and the 2 semester finals accounted for 60. The original owner had performed well in the second monthly exam last semester, but missed several subjects in the finals. With Xiaoyue's performance in the 3 exams this semester, she was definitely going to enter the top class. Sister Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue, feeling annoyed, went to open the door and saw Xiaozi outside. Seeing her cute little face, she suppressed her irritation and asked, What's wrong, Xiaozi? Xiaozi grabbed Xiaoyue's hand. It's rare to have winter break. Let's go have some fun. Xiaozi pushed Xiaoyue into the room, saying, Don't waste such a good time. My brother's going too. Mu Zhichen is going too? Xiaoyue felt a bit more awake. Yes. Xiaozi nodded vigorously, and she had dragged Xiaoyue along to create an opportunity for her brother. This time going out, Xiaoyue took a long time to get ready. She used to dress casually, but now that she thought about Mu Zhichen being there, she started to pay attention to her appearance. Seeing that the original owner's wardrobe only had casual clothes, mostly unisex, Xiaoyue felt distressed, although she usually didn't wear skirts. She had heard that boys like girls in skirts. Recalling the last time she went to Xiaozi's place, where Xiaozi had her try on a set of clothes. She had only tried it on, but Xiaozi insisted on buying it for her because it looked good. Now, it seemed it could come in handy. The clothes she bought last time were still in their packaging, and Xiaoyue took out a skirt from inside. a Hanfu-style skirt that was beautiful, fitted, and had an ethereal vibe. Xiaoyue rarely wore skirts and always felt a bit awkward. After struggling for a long time, she still decided to wear it. She wanted to show her best side in front of Mu Zhichen. Sister Xiaoyue, you look great in that skirt. It was definitely the right choice to buy it for you last time. Xiaozi praised her enthusiastically. Xiaoyue smiled shyly, constantly observing Mu Zhichen's reaction. Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Xiaoyue's mood dropped a bit, thinking that maybe he didn't find it pretty or was uncomfortable with it. She thought to herself that she should have just worn her usual clothes. This skirt was dark green, with an ancient-style collar design, and the waist was fitted to outline Xiaoyue's slim waist, accentuating her curves. Although she was in high school, Xiaoyue's figure was nothing like that of an average high school girl, curvy and hot. Wearing this skirt gave her an ethereal vibe that was both enchanting and alluring. Very beautiful. Mu Zhichen looked away. He had never seen Xiaoyue in such a figure-revealing outfit, and it made him feel restless. The ethereal vibe Xiaoyue had worn in the Hanfu during the night tour was still etched in his mind. The reason he said it didn't look good was that he noticed the guy next to her had ulterior motives and deliberately wanted to divert Xiaoyue's attention. Now, seeing Xiaoyue dressed like this, both ethereal and alluring, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He suddenly didn't want to go out anymore. He didn't want anyone else to see her like this. He draped a coat over Xiaoyue, casually saying, "It's cold outside." Wearing a coat, she can hide her S-curve, preventing others from having inappropriate thoughts. The people from the Crescent God tribe in hero competition have all arrived, right? It seems the Crescent God really isn't coming. What a pity. I came just to see her, but unexpectedly, she didn't show up. We've introduced ourselves, and without her, she must not be here. Also, the Crescent God's disciple Xiaoyue didn't come either. Sai, if they had come, this gathering would definitely have been much more interesting. But isn't there a rumor that the Crescent God is a transgender? I wouldn't believe it if it was about boosting my rank. But could it really be that she is too ugly to dare come? It's possible, and Xiaoyue might also be a pig. No way, looking at those hands in the live stream. She should be a beauty, right? You see voice actors listening to that magnetic, deep voice. Can you believe he's actually a fat guy? It's the same logic. Those people were chatting idly. Originally, Xiaoyue and the others just came to have a meal, but unexpectedly, they heard so much gossip. It was supposed to be a casual post-meal watch, but hearing about hero competition and Xiaoyue, Xiaoji started to pay attention. When she heard them slandering Xiaoyue, she finally couldn't hold back. Who do you say is a pig? Xiaoji stood up and walked towards that group of gossipers. A group of men and women turned to Xiaoji, and seeing a beautiful girl coming towards them, a guy took the lead and asked, "Who are you? Why are you eavesdropping on our conversation?" The people around echoed, "Exactly. How rude." Xiaoji snorted and smiled. "I'm the Xiaoyue you were talking about." She glanced at the group. "You can say whatever you want about me, but I can't refute." The guy, seeing that Xiaoji was a beauty, blushed instantly. He didn't expect Xiaoyue to come, and also heard him say she was a pig, so he hurriedly changed his tone. No, I'm sorry. We were just joking." A girl beside him, seeing that he was speechless in front of Xiaoji, said sharply, "You say you are Xiaoyue, show us some proof." "How do we know you aren't eavesdropping and pretending to be her?" Chapter 57, that guy seemed to find it reasonable and said, "If Boohoo is so impressive in the game, let's see her skills live and satisfy our curiosity." Xiaozi suddenly felt a bit flustered, although that account was hers. It was Mu Zhichen who was playing for her. If she played, wouldn't she be exposed? What? Scared? The girl began to mock. "Looks like you really came here to be funny. With how you look, you probably haven't even played the game. Want to compete?" Xiaoyue walked over to Xiaozi, meeting the girl's gaze. "You seem to talk big. How about a match?" The girl scoffed. "Who are you? Don't tell me you're just another background character messing around here." Xiaoyue replied calmly, "I am Summer Crescent. You could just say that." This time, everyone was silent and directly said, "Then let's have a match." Several people brought computers, almost all of them new gaming computers. All eyes were on Xiaoyue as people whispered among themselves. "I'll choose this one." The girl chose the best and most expensive computer first. Xiaoyue didn't have any particular requirements for the computer. As long as it could run the game smoothly, she wasn't picky since her skills were there. The match was about to start, and everyone's attention focused on the two of them. Xiaoyue logged into the game calmly. Due to time constraints, The competition would be won by whoever first killed the big boss. As soon as the match started, the girl rushed to fight monsters, while Xiaoyue calmly warmed up her fingers, standing next to the girl. The girl's skills weren't bad. She quickly found the big boss's lair, glanced at Xiaoyue, and started attacking with a smirk. See? I told you she's a fake, standing there for so long without making a move. Thinking she's so impressive? Maybe Summer Crescent just hired a substitute, afraid to show her face. Xiaoyue ignored their comments, continuing to warm up her fingers. She actually felt she could kill the big boss at least twice as fast as the other player, wanted to give the other some face, but unfortunately, the other didn't want that. Playing with Boohoo before was fun, but now she found it utterly uninteresting and just wanted to end this so-called competition quickly. This time, she didn't even summon the golden dragon, going straight to the boss's lair. The opponent's strength was too weak for her. She really didn't want to be accused of bullying. Observing the boss's weak points, Xiaoyue executed several swift and precise moves. While her opponent hadn't managed to finish off the boss and still had more than half of its health left. You really are Summer Crescent, the Crescent Goddess? It's her. I recognize those hands from her live stream. There's a red mole on the back of her hand. It's the Crescent Goddess. The Crescent Goddess is here. She is so beautiful. Who spread false rumors saying the Crescent Goddess is a transgender? They need to be dragged out to apologize to her. Xiaoyue smiled slightly. No need for apologies. I don't mind. But she turned to the defeated girl, her tone firm. Miss, please apologize to my disciple. Your attitude just now was very rude. Since the goddess isn't holding a grudge, you should hurry and apologize. You were indeed very impolite just now. The Crescent Goddess didn't start quickly. She must have been taking it easy. She didn't even summon the golden dragon. Her demeanor is impressive. Apologize. The goddess has spoken. The guy who had been gossiping with the girl felt embarrassed. Crescent Goddess, I was just talking nonsense earlier. I got too excited seeing everyone. I didn't expect you to be such a beautiful woman. The girl was still very unwilling, but later, under everyone's gaze, she couldn't save face anymore and coldly said, I'm sorry. Xiaoyue's tone was indifferent. What are you apologizing for? I'm sorry for having that attitude when talking to her. Since my disciple forgives you, I will forgive you as well. She turned to the crowd and said, You all go ahead and eat. We have things to attend to, so we'll leave first. The goddess is leaving just like that? We haven't even eaten yet. Sit down and have a meal and chat. Crescent Goddess, let us go. Mu Zhichen pulled Xiaoyue's wrist, and the three of them left the restaurant together. Who is that? They look so close to the goddess. Is he your boyfriend? Boyfriend. He is so handsome. Just look at how beautiful the Crescent Goddess is. Her boyfriend must be handsome too. They match so well. Those people quietly watched Xiaoyue and Mu Zhichen until they disappeared from view. Thank you. Xiaoyue looked at the hand Mu Zhichen was holding, her cheeks flushing. Mu Zhichen knew Xiaoyue wanted to leave and didn't want them to get entangled. So he stepped and take her and Xiaozi away. It's fine. Mu Zhichen draped the coat he had taken off at the restaurant over Xiaoyue, feeling a bit dissatisfied that those people saw her perfect figure. Xiaozi replayed the whole incident in her mind. When she secretly went to Mu Zhichen's room to play games, she had seen that one friend in her account, Summer Crescent. She glanced at Mu Zhichen and shook her head, inwardly thinking, I didn't expect my brother to be such a scheming person. Since Xiaoyue had helped her, it meant she didn't know that account belonged to her brother. Based on the earlier situation, she called her disciple, and her brother had even accepted her as a master. Xiaozi, Sobu, who is you? Xiaoyue smiled and said, If I hadn't run into the hero competition gathering, I wouldn't have known. This is too coincidental. Xiaozi pursed her lips and smiled. Yeah. She glared at Mu Zhichen behind her, thinking it was unfair that her brother didn't tell her the truth. She had worked so hard to help him pursue a girlfriend, yet he kept it from her. Her brother was too inconsiderate. Having promised to keep it a secret, Xiaozi could only muster the courage to respond. Let us play a game tonight. Xiaoyue said excitedly. I haven't played in a long time. Huh? Xiaozi secretly glanced at Mu Zhichen, only to see him mouthing. Sure. Xiaozi chuckled. Okay. Oh my. What the hell? Why did they have to put me in the middle of their romance? Brother, how could you be so shameless? You took my account to date without telling me. Mu Zhichen handed Xiaozi a piece of paper, which read, fulfill one condition. Xiaoyue immediately snatched the paper, her anger dissipating significantly. That is more like it. When you plan to keep this a secret? Xiaoyue pouted. I don't want to be stuck in the middle of you two. Don't force me to eat dog food. Mu Zhichen thought about it and agreed. He hadn't expected to meet people from the hero competition today, or he wouldn't have been exposed. It seemed he needed to come up with a strategy now. Why not just say it directly? Why hide it from Xiaoyue? Xiaoyue was confused. Mu Zhichen replied. She considers Boohoo a confidant, and there's a lot she said about me. If I reveal it, wouldn't she be embarrassed? Xiaoyue, what did she say about you to a virtual version of you? She deliberately took a step back. Brother, you're too scheming. I'll figure something out. Mu Zhichen directly stated the most crucial line. Boohoo, sending you flowers. Xiaoyue watched as Mu Zhichen calmly and confidently sent flowers to Xiaoyue, her jaw almost dropping in shock. When did her brother become like this? Originally, Mu Zhichen wanted to chase her away, so she wouldn't see, but Xiaoyue threatened. Do you believe I'll spill the beans on this? Left with no choice, Mu Zhichen had to let his sister find her own trouble. Xiaoyue watched their interaction, enduring goosebumps for a while. She really couldn't stand it. Her image was being ruined by her brother. This kind of brother was definitely not biological. He was too much of a burden on his sister. Xiaoyue, feeling bored, ran to the living room to watch Wisdom Star. She originally wanted to call Xiaoyue, but she was playing games with her brother. Remembering the pink bubbles from earlier, she realized her brother wasn't an iceberg. He was just a bit shy. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyue went to open the door and was a bit surprised to see Xiaoyue. Sister Xiaoyue, weren't you playing games? What are you doing here? Yes, didn't I tell you my computer was broken? I came here for your brother to help me take a look. Xiaoyue looked confused but steeled herself. Ah, right. She shouted inside, brother. As soon as he came out, he was met with Xiaoyue's resentful gaze. Mu Zhichen directly ignored it and said to Xiaoyue, let's go, I'll help you check it. Mu Zhichen checked the computer according to Xiaoyue's description and saw Xiaoyue watching a variety show on the sofa. Hearing the familiar music, he knew exactly what Xiaoyue was watching. Sister Xiaoyue, come watch with us. Xiaoyue excitedly pulled Xiaoyue to watch together, praising. Chun is just different. Smart and definitely gentle. She turned her head to peek inside and complained. Unlike my pig's hoof brother. Xiaoyue let out a dry laugh. Didn't your brother tell you he is Chun? Xiaoyue. She paused the video and confirmed once more. My brother is Chun. Then he's been keeping this from us. No, he's keeping it from me. Secretly enjoying my praise, right? That big pig's hoof. Xiaoyue was indignant, wondering how many identities her brother had. Sister Xiaoyue, did you know from the start? Mu Zhichen was fixing the computer while listening attentively to the commotion outside, but his expression was completely calm, with a slight smile, very composed and at ease. It seemed everything was within his plan. Chapter 58. Xiaoyue thought for a moment and felt something was off. She had told Xiaoyue about this before. So she said, last time I told you that the person I admire is someone I used to dislike, referring to your brother, remember? Xiaoyue. She didn't know anything. Afraid of giving herself away, Xiaoyue hurriedly changed the subject. Sister Xiaoyue, I heard something happened to that girl from your class. Lin something, right? Why did she drop out? I also heard it was related to drugs. Xiaoyue was in a higher grade and didn't know much about the second-year students. But the incident had caused quite a stir in the school. She probably went down the wrong path, Xiaoyue briefly mentioned, not want to talk about it. She had always found it strange that Lin Qingyun, a high school student, could be so obsessed that she would resort to drugs just to get back at her. Family issues had led her to crime, but crime is crime. One must be punished for wrongdoing. She just hoped Lin could reform. Knowing that Xiaoyue didn't want to discuss it, Xiaoyue didn't press further. She was flipping through posts on the campus forum when she saw one that spread rumors using a photo of the two of them at a milk tea shop, claiming that the school bully was forcing the girl to pay. It made her laugh in anger. She shouted in her room when she saw how they had edited their harmonious photo into something unrecognizable and related it to bullying. However, that post was quickly deleted, just like the other posts that had disappeared for no reason. Previously, she didn't know who was behind it, but after the post vanished, Mu Zhichen had sent her a message, get some good sleep. It was obvious that her brother had helped her delete the post. She almost forgot that he was a skilled hacker. After the Lin Qingyun incident was resolved, Lu Shizi came to find Xiaoyue. Lu Shizi's mother's condition was severe, and she urgently needed a kidney transplant, but they had been unable to find a match. Xiaoyue wanted to help, but felt powerless for such matters. They could only wait for a matching donor, and that was how she comforted Lu Shizi. A couple of days later, Lu Shizi called to say they had found a donor. At first, Xiaoyue thought it was a blessing from above, but later realized it was also related to Lin Qingyun. In fact, the donor had always been there, but Lin Qingyun had concealed the information to manipulate Lu Shizi into helping her with her tasks. However, now that everything was resolved, it could be considered a good ending. Xiaoyue lowered her gaze, her mind wandering elsewhere, feeling dazed. Seeing that Lu Shizi's mother's surgery went smoothly should have made her happy, but amidst her joy, the weight in her heart felt heavier. Whenever she relaxed, memories seemed to burst forth like something breaking through the ground, pressing down on her heart. Sister Xiaoyue, Sister Xiaoyue. Xiaozi noticed something was off with Xiaoyue and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Xiaoyue?" Mu Zhichen had fixed the computer and came out to see Xiaoyue looking restless. He said, "You should take a break." "Okay, Xiaoyue nodded. Then I'll take a nap." Staying alone in her room, Xiaoyue's mind flashed with her mother's smiling face, and she sighed. "Is it because I miss my mom too much?" "Oh." Xiaoyue smashed everything in the house, looking at the mess on the floor. Heartbroken as she sat on the ground and cried. The once lively home was now filled with only the sound of her sobs. The warmth had turned to coldness. The tiles as cold as ice. The house was shrouded in shadows, and Xiaoyue felt as if she were being swallowed by darkness. "No." Xiaoyue suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped down her face, and after a long time, she finally calmed down a bit. She had dreamed again. This time a dream was different, but even more terrifying than before. Her nightgown was soaked with sweat, and she was breathing heavily, her heart racing. She was home alone. Her mother was on a business trip. Leaning against the headboard, she curled up, tightly gripping the necklace around her neck, feeling a bit more at ease. "Brother, what's wrong with Sister Xiaoyue? She's been acting strange these past few days." Mu Zhichen was also worried. Xiaoyue's current state was much worse than before, and she kept saying she was fine. "I'll go check on her." Mu Zhichen put on a jacket and went out. "Why are you here?" Xiaoyue opened the door and let Mu Zhichen in. She poured a glass of water, took a sip, and asked, "Do you want some water?" "No need." Mu Zhichen carefully observed Xiaoyue's emotions. She seemed to be in a better state than before. Fearing that a direct question might change the subject, Mu Zhichen indirectly asked, "I couldn't sleep last night. I kept having nightmares. Do you have any tips?" Xiaoyue paused her drinking, took another sip, and smiled. "What can I do?" "Why are you having nightmares? Are they about recent events?" Mu Zhichen, "Some are recent, and some are from the past." Xiaoyue sat down. Having had a few nights of nightmares herself, she had an inexplicable sense of familiarity and fear regarding the things in her nightmares. "Haven't you been resting well lately?" Xiaoyue analyzed for Mu Zhichen. The nightmares she had were about beautiful memories from the past being destroyed, but Mu Zhichen had both recent and past ones. So it might just be a sign of poor mental state. Since she didn't know what Xiaoyue's nightmares were about, he could only mention all possibilities. Not thinking too much, Xiaoyue said, "I have had nightmares. They're all about memories from the past." "Mu Zhichen, what are they about?" Xiaoyue put down her cup, pretending to be indifferent. "The contents of the nightmares are the opposite of reality." "What about you?" Xiaoyue asked Mu Zhichen. "What are your nightmares like?" Mu Zhichen replied, "They're similar to yours." Having heard some news, Mu Zhichen's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a bit uneasy. Fearing that the atmosphere would become too heavy, Xiaoyue smiled. "Maybe it's just a lack of rest. Don't you exercise? After exercising, drink a cup of warm milk before sleeping. You might have a dreamless night." Mu Zhichen nodded in agreement, but was thinking about what Xiaoyue had just said. Before Mu Zhichen could sort out his thoughts, Xiaozi came running over. She had asked some classmates about this matter, thinking that Xiaoyue was under too much pressure. She made Mu Zhichen help tutor her, which proved that she wanted to improve her studies. Since the finals had just ended, Xiaozi speculated that Xiaoyue might be too concerned about her exam results, which led to pressure and caused her poor sleep and mental state. In such situations, playing games is undoubtedly the best way to relieve stress. Xiaozi excitedly said, "Sister Xiaoyue, let's play a game." Faced with Xiaozi's enthusiastic request, Xiaoyue found it hard to refuse and began their gaming journey together. However, now Xiaozi regretted it. She thought they would be playing separately, but she didn't expect Xiaoyue to bring her laptop over to play together. This might expose her. Seeking help with her eyes from Mu Zhichen. But he couldn't save her. Gritting her teeth, Xiaozi thought, "My brother and I are from the same mother. I don't believe I will play poorly." The truth proved that even siblings could have a significant difference in IQ. "Xiaozi, your skills weren't this bad before. Is your hand feeling off today?" Xiaoyue asked with concern. Xiaozi could only force a smile. Maybe. Xiaoyue sensed something was wrong. She had no recollection of what she had said to Xiaozi. Her skills were nowhere near what they used to be. And this time, Xiaozi wasn't chatting with her or giving her flowers like before. Most importantly, Xiaozi was occasionally stealing glances at Mu Zhichen, which she happened to catch. "I'm a bit thirsty. Is there any water?" Xiaoyue turned to Mu Zhichen and asked, prompting him to step out. Swallowing her doubts, Xiaoyue suddenly said, "Xiaozi, do you remember the surprise you gave me when I won the English competition last time?" Xiaozi stammered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Xiaoyue already had an answer in her heart. The account was indeed Xiaozi's. But she wasn't sure who usually played. She looked outside, and just then, Mu Zhichen walked in with water. Xiaoyue deliberately said, suddenly, "I really want to buy roses to decorate my home." Mu Zhichen handed the water to Xiaoyue, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." He then added, "There are no yellow roses around here. You have to go to the flower shop on the other side to find them." Indeed, the person who had been playing games with her all along was not Xiaozi, but Mu Zhichen. However, even if she wanted to be angry, she couldn't because she had assumed it was Xiaozi playing with her, and the other party never claimed to be the real person. With a heavy sigh, the more Xiaoyue thought about their previous chats and interactions, the more embarrassed she felt, especially since she had said quite a bit of bad stuff about Mu Zhichen. Oh my God, she wanted to dig a hole and hide, to speak ill of someone right in front of them. And she had ended up in this situation. Now, looking at Mu Zhichen's face made her feel very awkward. Mu Zhichen felt something was off when he was called out earlier, but not going out would look more suspicious. Now, seeing Xiaoyue's expression, he had already guessed that he had been exposed. Being called out earlier was indeed a test for Xiaozi. However, he had anticipated this day, just a bit earlier than he expected, which was no problem. Seeing Xiaoyue's eyes darting around and not daring to look at him, he teased, "I thought my master knew me well enough, but I didn't expect my master to mistake the wrong disciple. I am disappointed." Xiaoyue lowered her head. She wanted to bury her face. It was too embarrassing. Chapter 59, Blood. Xiaoyue woke up again, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a tissue. She got up and went to the living room to pour herself a glass of water. Sitting on the sofa, she felt inexplicably anxious, as if the nightmares she had experienced these days were continuous, and she vaguely sensed that something was wrong. "Have you ever been to a haunted house?" Xiaoyue asked Mu Zhichen, searching for nearby haunted houses. "Do you want to go?" Mu Zhichen stopped twirling the pen in his hand and looked at Xiaoyue's profile, frowning slightly. It hadn't been long, but she had lost so much weight. Xiaoyue nodded, clicking on a highly rated haunted house, carefully looking at the promotional images and the reviews inside. The haunted house was called Ghost Night, which fit their horror theme quite well. As she flipped through the images, Xiaoyue frowned. The photos resembled the scenes from her dream last night. Previously, her dreams had been continuous, but last night's dream was disjointed, completely lacking a continuous nightmare. The content of the dream was the haunted house. From Mu Zhichen's angle, he could see Xiaoyue's phone and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to go to a haunted house?" Xiaoyue shook her phone, explaining, "I just suddenly wanted to go. I've never been, and I'm a bit interested." "I'll go with you," Mu Zhichen said. "I'm curious too." Xiaoyue had originally planned to go alone, but she didn't expect Mu Zhichen to be interested as well. Having someone accompany her was good. Okay. She had been afraid of ghosts since she was little. And if it weren't for last night's dream, she wouldn't have thought of going to a haunted house. "When do you want to go?" Mu Zhichen tapped the table with his index finger, deep in thought. Could it be the original owner's memory? But aside from that haunted house, it seemed she had no other memories. Besides, if it was the original owner's memory, why would such a strange memory suddenly appear, and only a little bit? It was simply puzzling, since waiting around without knowing the reason wasn't productive. Would going to the site give her some clues? If it really was the original owner's memory, There must be a reason why it suddenly emerged, or some other reason. The ghost night was located in a very remote area, and it was almost impossible to find according to the map, nearly on the outskirts. Xiaoyue was glad Mu Zhichen came. Otherwise, with her poor sense of direction, she might not find the haunted house until dawn. Is it this eerie? Xiaoyue looked at the surrounding mountains and forests, with only the ghost night haunted house emitting light. It resembled a strange house nestled deep in the mountains. But the only difference was the neon lights and a big sign that read Ghost Night. The night wind was strong, rustling through the leaves in the forest with a chilling sound. Xiaoyue unconsciously grabbed the hem of Mu Zhichen's clothes. Are you scared? Mu Zhichen looked down at her hand, gripping his clothes, a gentle smile on his lips. If the surroundings weren't so dim, Xiaoyue would have noticed the gentle waves of tenderness in Mu Zhichen's indifferent eyes. How about we come another time? Mu Zhichen sensed that Xiaoyue's hand was trembling. They hadn't even entered yet, and she was already like this. If she got scared by those ghosts inside, it might cause trouble. No need. Xiaoyue stood at the door. Although she was terrified, her intuition told her she had to go in. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. I'm just cold. The wind outside is strong. Let's go in. Because she was afraid, Mu Zhichen had specifically told her to wear more clothes. She was currently wearing a down jacket, and although the temperature in the forest was lower, it wasn't too cold. Mu Zhichen didn't expose Xiaoyue's words. He knew once she made a decision, it was hard to persuade her otherwise. He reached out to hold her wrist and gently said, then let's go. Xiaoyue wouldn't act on sudden thoughts without reason. Her emotions have been strange these days, and there must be something that compelled her to come. Even if she was scared, Mu Zhichen led her behind him, and all he could do was provide her with a sense of safety. There was no ticket seller at the entrance. A sign at the front desk read in big letters, "Scan to enter." After successfully scanning the QR code for the tickets, she bought online at the self-service machine at the front desk. Xiaoyue took a deep breath before entering. This haunted house had no trace of humanity. The entrance was eerie. Xiaoyue glanced around but saw no one. She murmured, "Didn't they say this haunted house is very popular? Why is there no one?" Xiaoyue slowly walked into the entrance, which was a very small space resembling the entrance of a tomb, narrow and dimly lit, but there was a faint yellowish light flickering. There was a long staircase leading down at the entrance. Mu Zhichen was afraid Xiaoyue might fall, so he walked slowly, matching her steps. Mu Zhichen frowned. Was it really this realistic? He smelled a strong, musty odor in the air. Even if dust could be faked, the musty smell couldn't. Coughing as tiny particles of air entered her trachea, Xiaoyue began to cough. Mu Zhichen pulled out a wet tissue and handed it to her. Cover your mouth with this. Thank you. After covering her mouth with the wet tissue, Xiaoyue felt a bit better, although she still coughed occasionally. It was too quiet here. It was so quiet that she could hear her own breathing. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, extinguishing the oil lamps, and they heard a dripping sound, the sound of water droplets. The sparse light was completely snuffed out by the wind, plunging the inside into darkness where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Then, suddenly, a hand reached for Xiaoyue, grabbing her arm and pulling her aside. It was too dark for Mu Zhichen to see the skeletal hand coming towards them. He could only tightly grip Xiaoyue's wrist, shielding her behind him. Suddenly, a wailing sound accompanied by the wind came in. The ghostly hand took advantage of their distraction and yanked Xiaoyue to the side. Mu Zhichen tried to grab her, but in the dark, he grasped at empty air. Who are you? Mu Zhichen said coldly. This isn't a real haunted house, right? Who are you? What do you want? Xiaoyue's mouth was covered, and the sound of water continued to drip down, falling into a basin. Ugh! Xiaoyue was pulled into a corner. She calmed down for a moment, waiting for Mu Zhichen to engage with the ghost, seizing the opportunity while the ghost wasn't paying attention to struggle free. Should she call it a ghost? But she was touching something solid. Was it a person? Who? It was too dark. Xiaoyue stumbled in the dark, completely unsure of where to run. Suddenly, she saw a glimmer of light ahead and ran towards it. That was the light from Mu Zhichen's watch. It's me, Mu Zhichen whispered, moving by instinct, but the door ahead was already closed. The light from the watch illuminated their path. Although it felt like they were enclosed, a gust of wind occasionally blew through, sounding mournful as if someone was crying. Protected by Mu Zhichen, The exit was blocked, and the two could only move forward. Mu Zhichen held her hand even tighter, reassuring her, "It's okay." Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from behind. Mu Zhichen thought something was wrong and pulled Xiaoyue to run forward with all his might. The light from the watch kept them aware of their position as they were being chased. Mu Zhichen turned off the light and dragged Xiaoyue into a narrow passage. There were 4 or 5 small paths here. Before turning off the light, he pretended to run down the second one, but then, relying on his sense of direction, he pulled Xiaoyue into the 4th path. Without the help of light, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to accurately find their way through those paths. After hiding for a while and hearing the footsteps outside gradually fade away until they disappeared, Xiaoyue was trembling all over. Mu Zhichen held her close, trying to help her calm down. "I'm not Xiaoyue," Xiaoyue said softly. She felt guilty for dragging Mu Zhichen into her own troubles. She had crossed into a book, and now discovering these strange occurrences was actually normal. But Mu Zhichen was different. He was involved because of her. If they can't get through this hurdle tonight, at the very least, Mu Zhichen should know the truth. Xiaoyue felt Mu Zhichen's warmth and slowly calmed down. Continuing, "I am not the Xiaoyue you know, your childhood friend. I come from another world." Xiaoyue widened her eyes. "You know?" Xiaoyue was speechless. "How do you know?" Mu Zhichen smiled slightly. "Didn't you notice your characteristics are quite obvious?" What characteristics? Mu Zhichen intentionally leaned closer and said, "Brave, not one to stir up trouble, occasionally gets angry, but is very kind." Xiaoyue didn't expect that she had already revealed herself. She quietly asked, "Aren't you curious? How can you be so calm?" "Curious, indeed." Mu Zhichen explained, "At first, I was very curious, but then I found you quite adorable." Xiaoyue's face suddenly turned red, and she mumbled softly, "What are you saying?" After a while, she anxiously asked, "Aren't you angry?" Mu Zhichen, "Angry about what?" Xiaoyue fiddled with the hem of her clothes. "I pulled you into this situation, and we might not survive tonight." Mu Zhichen chuckled lightly. "I was already mentally prepared." He explained, "When you suddenly wanted to come to the haunted house, I knew something must have happened. I came with you because I couldn't let you go alone." Pausing for a moment, his voice turned serious. "You are the person I want to protect with my life." Chapter 60 Xiaoyue. The phrase "you're the person I want to protect" is no different from confession. She originally wanted to tell Mu Zhichen about her feelings. And if she just left without saying anything, she might regret it and be unable to rest in peace. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Mu Zhichen. Although she couldn't see his face, she wanted to be formal and tell him the feelings she had hidden for so long. Xiaoyue said seriously, "Mu Zhichen, actually stop." Mu Zhichen interrupted her, and Xiaoyue felt her hand being held, her cold palm surrounded by a warm grasp. Her heart began to pound inappropriately, and her face started to heat up. Fortunately, Mu Zhichen couldn't see her face right now, or else how red would it be? Suddenly holding her hand, she was at a loss for how to react, forgetting even the confession she had prepared. A warm breath brushed against her ear, and a deep, magnetic voice said, "I like you." Xiaoyue, did you just mishear that? The question remained unasked, and the other party continued. "I didn't want to confess so soon. I wanted to take you to see the starry sky on graduation day before telling you. But you were going to confess first, right?" Mu Zhichen smiled. "The confession should be initiated by the boy, so I can only confess before you." Xiaoyue's heart raced like a deer. She was both surprised and delighted, completely unsure how to react, standing there in a daze. The surroundings so quiet that she could almost hear her own heartbeat. Mu Zhichen like his hair. Mu Zhichen like his hair. Mu Zhichen like his hair. She confirmed it in her heart multiple times, feeling a reassuring warmth, slowly accepting this huge surprise. This isn't a dream. In that moment, happiness came so suddenly that facing death didn't seem so scary. After calming down for a long time, her face flushed, her voice trembling slightly. Mu Zhichen. I also like boom. Run. An explosion sounded behind them, and Mu Zhichen pulled Xiaoyue forward as they ran wildly. Since it was dark, they could only turn on a flashlight on their watch. Xiaoyue glanced back and saw the road behind them cracking like an earthquake, slowly breaking apart from the exit towards them. After running for a while, a faint light appeared ahead. Mu Zhichen gripped Xiaoyue's hand and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the light, they had already escaped the haunted house, and when they looked back, the haunted house named Ghost Night had suddenly vanished. Was she dreaming? Mu Zhichen held the trembling Xiaoyue in his arms, looking at the empty spot where the haunted house had disappeared without a trace, his narrow eyes slightly squinting. Am I dreaming? Xiaoyue murmured in Mu Zhichen's embrace, clutching his shirt, hesitant to peek out. It's okay. Mu Zhichen stroked her head, helping her calm down. The winter morning was still dim at around 5 o'clock, showing no signs of dawn, with only street vendors starting to set up their stalls, preparing to open for business. In the car, Xiaoyue had calmed down a lot. So much had happened the night before, along with her fears of ghosts, which made her panic and act so out of character. Accepting such bizarre occurrences as traveling through a book, what was strange about a haunted house disappearing? Perhaps she had a system after traveling through the book, and it was secretly controlling everything she did. Just when she was about to confess to Mu Zhichen, this incident occurred. Could it be because she wasn't allowed to have her own feelings or confess her emotions? No, maybe it was just a coincidence. What was the reason she suddenly crossed over? Was it really because of the author's curse? Recalling how she had cursed the book and then dreamed of the author crossing over that night. How could she communicate with the author? There were too many doubts, and she didn't know where to start. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Get some good rest. Let me know when you wake up. Good night and sweet dreams. The message from the study god smoothed the unease in her heart. After waking up, everything outside was as it had been, as if nothing had happened before. Xiaoyue hurriedly opened her phone and clicked into that message. Seeing that the message really existed, she let out a deep breath. She thought everything would disappear. Opening the message editor, Xiaoyue's slender fingers tapped quickly on the phone, typing out a few lines, confirming it repeatedly before hitting send. Within 2 seconds, her phone vibrated. Xiaoyue quickly opened it to check. Holding the phone, Xiaoyue leaned her head against it, feeling shy yet elated. After hesitating for a long time, she called Mu Zhichen's number. Xiaoyue clenched her fists and took a breath. Hey, I have something to tell you. Looks like I helped you out last night, huh? Who? Xiaoyue hurriedly turned her head, but the phone in her hand suddenly flew onto the sofa, caught by something invisible that hung up. A woman with fox ears and long white hair, wearing a white dress and looking unlike a human, sat on the sofa. Her legs crossed, a slight smile on her lips. She exuded an ethereal aura, yet her demeanor was anything but. Who are you? Xiaoyue sat up straight, wary. Ahem. Let me introduce myself. I am the guardian of Lian, and you can call me Yushan. The self-proclaimed Yushan flicked her hair, smiling. But her presence was so strong it was intimidating. Xiaoyue stared at Yushan, frowning and asking, Lianin? Is it the Lian and in City S? Yushan raised an eyebrow and snapped her fingers. Correct. City S is Lian and was where Xiaoyue had lived in her original world. Xiaoyue found it hard to believe and asked in confusion. Since you are the guardian of Lian and in City S, why are you here? Yushan propped her elbow on the armrest of the sofa, smiling enigmatically. You are quite clever. She stood up and walked towards Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue instinctively took a few steps back. What are you doing? Now. I'm not saying now. I still have some matters to handle. You tell me how. And Isla. Crossing through a fog, Xiaoyue lowered her hand that had been blocking her eyes, and the blinding light disappeared, along with the woman who called herself Yushan. What came into view was a familiar house. It was her home. Coming down from upstairs, she saw a black and white photo hanging in the hall, with white spiritual flowers draped over the frame. The woman in the photo was dignified and graceful, while the man appeared mature and steady. The floor was scattered with fruits, evidence of a disturbance. No, it can't be. What is this? Xiaoyue grabbed her head with both hands, her eyes wide in panic as she stumbled backward into the corner of the wall, curling up. The people in the photo were her parents. Outing, laughter, car accident, blood. Scenes flashed by rapidly. Xiaoyue desperately clutched her hair, crying out loud, tears flowing uncontrollably, as if she had gone insane. Yeah, hurry up, we have a flight to catch. Coming. Xiaoyue rushed down from upstairs, carrying bags. Don't rush. Yeah, there's still time. Xiaoyue's mother opened the car door for her to get in. Xiaoyue's father smiled. Isn't it because we're afraid of traffic? All right. Mom and Dad, let's go. Xiaoyue leaned against her mother's embrace, the three of them chatting and laughing. Suddenly, A truck sped out and crashed directly into the car that Xiaoyue and her family were in, sending the entire car flying. Xiaoyue's mother protected Xiaoyue in her arms, and before losing consciousness, she felt the sticky warmth on her body. That was her mother's blood. Not long after she woke up, the terrible news came. Her parents had died in that accident, and because her mother had shielded her, she had survived. Do you remember now? Yushin looked at Yixiu, who was curled up in the corner, trembling and covering her head. He squatted beside her and sighed, explaining, "Your mother often went to the temple to pray for blessings. Her wish before she passed away was for you to be happy. After your parents died, you became neither human nor ghost. To fulfill your mother's wish, I brought you into the book. But perhaps during that process, you were too heartbroken, which is why you lost your memory. Afraid that Yixiu might not accept it, Yushin continued, your mother wanted you to be happy. The necklace around your neck carries the love from your grandmother and your mother. If you easily seek death, how can you face them?" After a long time, Yixiu softly said, "I won't." She recalled the vague voice she heard before losing consciousness, her mother using her last bit of strength to tell her, "You must live on." In the cemetery, Yixiu held a bouquet of lilies, placing it on her parents' tombstone, which was her mother's favorite flower. "You have mourned for a year. Are you here to find me today, having made your decision?" Yushin transformed from a wisp of smoke into a human form, pinching a grape between his index finger and thumb and popping it into his mouth. "This grape is quite sweet." Yixiu touched the necklace around her neck, recalling that last night, she dreamed of her parents and grandmother. It was a sunny afternoon, and they were looking down at her from the sky, all smiling. Yixiu also sat on the sofa, pinching a purple grape and popping it in her mouth, smiling as she said, "I owe him a promise. It's time to fulfill it." Yushin seemed to expect this, a slight smile appearing on his red lips. "Fortunately, I helped you last time. If it weren't for the haunted house incident, you wouldn't know how long it would take." Yixiu asked, "What happened over there after I disappeared?" "I erased those people's memories, as if you never existed there, so there won't be any unrest." "I see." Yixiu smiled faintly, then he, "Won't remember me, right?" A year passed, and the streets had changed a bit, becoming cleaner and tidier. Yixiu walked slowly down the street, admiring the scenery she hadn't looked at properly before. When she reached the small river, she gazed at the lush greenery of the trees and whispered, "Since he doesn't remember me, then I'll make him fall in love with me again." "Who do you want to fall in love with you?" A familiar voice came from behind, still deep and magnetic. "You haven't said what you owe me and are planning to develop feelings for someone else?" Yixiu turned her head, her eyes instantly moistening, and then she was tightly embraced by a warm hug. "You still remember me?" Yixiu could no longer hold back, crying in Mu Zhichen's arms, holding tightly to his solid waist, afraid he would leave. Mu Zhichen gently rubbed Yixiu's head and said softly, "I won't forget you, no matter who else I forget." Leaning close to her ear, he asked lightly, "Who are you planning to develop feelings for?" Yixiu looked up, her long lashes glistening with teardrops, meeting Mu Zhichen's dark eyes. Sniffling, she said word by word, "The person I want to develop feelings for besides Mu Zhichen is still Mu Zhichen. MMM. Her lips were captured by warm ones as Mu Zhichen wrapped one arm around her soft waist and held the back of her head with the other, kissing her tenderly yet possessively. The kiss was lingering and warm. On that sunny afternoon, under the big tree, two butterflies flew by, and a pair of lovers kissed beneath the tree. At that moment, it felt as if the air had frozen, time had stopped, and all the beautiful moments lingered in that instant, leading to an even happier future. As a vampire, Yi Linyang could only watch human food with longing, quietly finding a corner to lick his blood bag. One day, due to an accident, he entered a book, becoming a faceless cannon fodder in the story. The original character was a school heartthrob who played with emotions without restraint, obsessed with a guy to the point of drugging him. Yi Linyang wondered if the food was bad or the drama was poorly acted. When the scumbag told him to roll, Yi Linyang rolled away, feeling grateful. Just as he was preparing to enjoy human life, the scumbag who had just told him to leave suddenly clung to him shamelessly. The moment Yi Linyang moved half a meter away, Mu Yinyu immediately feigned grievance in public. "Are you planning to sleep with me and not take responsibility?" Yi Linyang. One day, Mu Yinyu, not knowing where he heard that Yi Linyang liked domineering COs, strode over, snatched the cake from Yilinyang's hand, and pinned him against the wall, dramatically tearing open his collar to reveal his long neck. Whispering in his ear, he provocatively said, "What cake to eat? Eat me. My blood is sweeter."